As the ethereal goddess hovers before them, a student raises his hand, tentatively asking if he may pose a question, to which she graciously permits him to speak freely. With a bright smile, Hansu Kong, also known as Oh Hanwoo, eagerly accepts the invitation, ready to inquire about anything that comes to mind. Another student, Yubora, steps forward, her expression serious as she asks if this new reality contains elements familiar from video games, such as levels, skills, status windows, and monsters. The goddess confirms her suspicions, stating that such mechanics do indeed exist, prompting another student, Jang Mayan, to excitedly raise her hand with a question of her own. Jang Mayan, with a hopeful glint in her eyes, inquires if this fantasy world is set in medieval times, complete with princes and knights, much like the novels she's read. The goddess affirms the existence of such elements, leading Mayan to muse aloud that this new adventure might prove quite enjoyable. As the questions continue, another student, Choi Gangmin, respectfully addresses the divine being, requesting permission to ask his own question, which she grants with a simple gesture. Choi Gangmin then begins to articulate his query, his gaze fixed on the radiant goddess. He asks if the most powerful among them is destined to become the hero, implying a hierarchy of strength and destiny. The goddess, however, refutes this notion, clarifying that all of them are considered heroes, regardless of their individual abilities. A diverse group of students listens intently to her words, their expressions a mix of understanding and lingering curiosity. She continues, explaining that while not everyone has been granted the same power, they must all seek acknowledgement from the various gods to truly fulfill their roles. Continuing her explanation of their new reality, the goddess reveals that only by receiving a divine blessing can one truly become a hero. Taking in this new information, Choi Gangmin acknowledges the concept of acknowledgement and blessing, thanking her for the answer. A soft smile gracing her lips, the divine being remarks on his confidence. Meanwhile, Hansu Kong can't help but wonder if the goddess is treating some students differently than others. Another student, observing the interaction, muses aloud about the goddess's apparent favoritism, before Yubora steps forward to ask a question of her own, which the goddess readily permits. Introducing herself as the class president, Yubora prepares to voice her concerns. The goddess, acknowledging her title, invites the class president to state her question. Yubora begins by affirming her understanding that their new world is in peril and their assistance is vital, but then pauses, a deeper concern weighing on her mind. She expresses worry for their families and teachers, who must be anxious about their sudden disappearance, and asks if they might be allowed to contact them. The goddess remains silent for a moment, her expression unreadable as she considers the request. Finally, she delivers a somber response, declaring that such a task would be difficult, leaving the students to wonder when, if ever, they might return home. A faint, knowing smile plays on her lips, as the goddess reveals a new incentive for their arduous journey. The promise ignites a fresh wave of questions among the students. The collective excitement swells. A sea of eager faces turns towards the divine figure. The heroes, caught in a frenzy of curiosity. Yet, the goddess, with unwavering patience. Finally, a lull falls over the group as she inquires, her voice echoing through the vast space. Among the remaining students, Hansu Kong hesitates. Then, with a slight intake of breath, the goddess, her serene smile unwavering. Having raised his hand, Hansu Kong finally speaks, his voice firm, declaring that this isn't a mere question, but a direct request. He looks up at the divine figure, his resolve clear as he states, "Please send me back to Earth." The goddess's amethyst eye narrows slightly, a hint of impatience in her tone as she replies, wondering if she hadn't just explained the conditions earlier. A faint smile plays on her lips, her words echoing the previous explanation. The wish would be granted upon defeating the great demon king. Hansu's eyes widen in a mixture of shock and frustration, the implications of her statement clearly unsettling him. He presses on, surrounded by his equally stunned classmates, reiterating his demand to be sent back to Earth immediately. His reasoning is simple and direct. He has no intention of becoming a hero, a declaration met with a moment of silent contemplation from the goddess. Another student, visibly agitated, blurts out, asking if it's truly impossible to return to Earth, to which the goddess calmly confirms that, of course, it is possible. However, she adds, a condition precedes it, asking if she might pose a question first, as a vision of a city engulfed in lightning flashes across their minds. Her voice takes on a grave tone, painting a picture of a world with countless lives on the brink of destruction, and she challenges him to explain why he would turn a blind eye to such a catastrophe. The image of a dark, cloaked figure on a throne, radiating menace, underscores her words, as she questions his desire to simply return to his normal life amidst such peril. Hansu looks down, his expression unreadable, the goddess's challenging question hanging heavy in the air between them. He stares ahead, a deep concern etched across his face, wondering if saving this world truly meant his family would be left to worry. Nearby, a fellow student listens intently, her expression mirroring his apprehension. The goddess, meanwhile, holds a glowing orb in her hands, her gaze fixed on the young man. As Hansu looks up at her, she asks for his name, her voice echoing through the ethereal space. Before he can utter a sound, her hand swiftly covers his mouth, silencing him as a narration box reveals his full identity, Kong Hansu, a name bestowed upon him by his loving parents after much thought. Turning her attention to the other students, the goddess declares that if anyone else, like him, harbors no desire to become a hero, they should speak up now, promising not to force anyone into a role they don't wish to fulfill. Hansu's eyes widen in a mixture of shock and apprehension, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. The goddess stands beside a shimmering, glowing portal, asking if there truly is no one else, while the students below wonder if this surreal situation is actually happening. Their faces a mix of disbelief and fear. With a chilling smile, the goddess addresses Hansu, though her words are directed at a different student, stating that because he is unworthy to be among great heroes, she will have to ask him to leave. Her voice, though calm, carries an undeniable finality. Suddenly, the teal-haired student is violently pulled into the glowing blue portal, desperately pleading for someone to tell his parents he's okay, while another student cries out, begging for the same consideration, as Hansu watches the terrifying scene unfold. As the teal-haired student vanishes almost completely into the portal, his final words are a desperate apology to Young-hee, promising to be back soon, a promise that rings hollow in the face of the unknown. As the goddess's judgment echoed, Hansu Kong found himself caught in the portal's powerful current, a final, defiant thought escaping him as he was forcibly sent away. Fine, I'll tell all your parents, you unfilial bastards. The ethereal light of the portal consumed him, his resolve hardening with each passing moment, a silent promise forming in his mind. I'll be back home first. The otherworldly energies dissipated, leaving behind a clear, blue sky, as his journey concluded with a final, resolute thought. So let's meet up again on Earth. The vast expanse of the sky stretched above, dotted with fluffy clouds, and the gentle rustling of leaves filled the air, a stark contrast to the chaotic portal. Towering trees formed a dense canopy overhead, their dark green foliage creating a shadowed, unfamiliar landscape. Suddenly, Hansu Kong materialized in the heart of the forest, his school uniform a jarring sight against the wild, untamed surroundings. He looked around, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief, trying to process the abrupt change of scenery. As he began to walk, the soft earth beneath his bare feet felt strange, and he mused aloud. Earth, right? I feel like I've been dropped off a bit far from school, though. Spotting a figure in the distance, a hopeful smile touched his lips, and he called out, "A hiker? Excuse me, I have a question." But the hiker was an injured elf, slumped against a tree, her thoughts filled with despair, muttering, "I think I'm lost, ugh." As a monstrous, wolf-like creature with glowing eyes emerged from the shadows below her. The beast let out a guttural growl, its massive form lunging forward with terrifying speed, intent on its prey. Hansu Kong, now on the ground, stared wide-eyed at the horrific scene, the monster's red-furred body towering over the helpless elf, a chilling realization dawning upon him. The injured elf lets out a pained groan, blood dripping from her mouth as she struggles on the ground. Hansu Kong, still reeling from his sudden arrival, can only stare in wide-eyed horror at the monstrous limb before him. Two hulking, wolf-like creatures emerge from the shadows, their glowing eyes fixed on their prey as one snarls a curse at the goddess, while the other hungrily demands meat. The monster's words echo in the forest, declaring him their next meal, and a scream tears from Hansu Kang's throat as the terrifying realization hits him. This is an Earth. High above, the grand sanctuary city of Pelagina lay nestled amidst verdant hills. When suddenly, a blinding golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire city in its radiant glow. The air shimmered with intense magical energy, as countless golden particles swirled and coalesced. Within moments, a powerful surge of light erupted, signaling a momentous arrival. A group of students, including Hansu Kong, Jang Mayan, Choi Gangmin, and Yubora, materialized amidst the fading golden aura, their expressions a mix of confusion and disorientation. Hansu, still dazed, found himself among the heroes who had just arrived in this Fantasia dimension, a new world now laid before them. As the students gathered on a raised platform, a serene white-haired woman in elegant robes greeted them, her voice echoing with a formal welcome. Her gentle smile radiated warmth, prompting an armored figure nearby to murmur in awe, wondering if she could be a goddess. Another armored guard, standing beside the elegant woman, remarked on her beauty, suggesting she might be the fabled saintess. Nearby, a handsome blonde-haired man in regal attire smiled confidently, as whispers among the onlookers questioned if he was a prince. A white-haired woman, identifying herself as the saintess of the Grand Temple, addresses the newly arrived heroes, explaining that she has been awaiting them after receiving an oracle from the goddess. Before a blonde man steps forward, introducing himself as Alsa's swordmaster, prince of the Swordmaster Kingdom of the North, and expressing his honor to meet the legendary heroes, also revealing his role as their swordsmanship instructor. The students, including Hansu, Mayan, Gangmin, and Bora, react with a mix of awe and excitement at the sight of the handsome prince, some gasping in admiration. Meanwhile, the saintess, with a slight frown, notes that the princess is late, her words echoing through the grand hall. Suddenly, a pink-haired figure tumbles dramatically into the room, arms flailing, crying out an apology for oversleeping after drinking too much. The saintess, observing the chaotic entrance of Princess Athena, remarks that her honesty is both a strength and a weakness, suggesting she could have omitted the latter part of her explanation. Athena's pink high heel clicks against the floor as she wonders aloud if she has made yet another mistake. A soft thud accompanies her landing, and she lets out a series of pained ows, her crown slightly askew. Sitting on the floor, the princess attempts to save face, claiming the temple floor must be slippery, since she hadn't slipped once until now. The heroes, their faces obscured by shadow, look down at the fallen princess, their expressions unreadable. A single thought hangs in the air. Cute. Finally, Athena, Archmazing, princess of the Archmazing Kingdom and magic instructor for the heroes, beams brightly, exclaiming with delight, "Yay, fantasy!" As the chaotic Princess Athena stood before them, the saintess formally introduced her as Princess Athena, Archmazing of the Archmazing Kingdom, located south of the temple, explaining that she would be supporting all the heroes alongside Prince Alsus. Suddenly, a shimmering purple interface materialized before Hansu, causing him to exclaim that it had opened, realizing it was a status window. Observing the other heroes' excited reactions, he internally scoffed at their childish enthusiasm, while Yubora, standing nearby, explained that they would see many such things by raising their levels and skills. Focusing on his own newly appeared window, he saw his name, Ohanwu, his level, his blessing, Hero F, a blank curse field, and a dividend value, prompting him to wonder about the meaning of everything beyond the blessing. Deciding to investigate further, he tapped the hero blessing, which glowed with a soft pink light, to reveal its details. The blessing, titled Hero, promised automatic translation of all languages from friendly races and a significant boost to experience and achievements from hunting, making him consider the auto-translate feature particularly useful, though he pondered the actual magnitude of the experience boost. He mused on the implications of such a powerful ability, thinking it would be a cheat-level effect if there truly was no level cap. A moment of contemplation passed, his thoughts racing with the possibilities. Meanwhile, another hero, Choi Gangmin, turned to the saintess with a question, acknowledging the goddess had told them to receive blessings, but asking how they were actually supposed to do it, given the many competitors. The saintess, with a gentle smile, confirmed it was a good question, explaining that to receive a blessing, one must gain favor with a god, though each god had their own unique standards. As she spoke, more glowing purple status windows began to materialize around the other heroes, catching Yubora's eye as they floated into existence. The sudden appearance startled Choi Gangmin and Zhang Mayan, who reacted with wide-eyed surprise as the mystical interfaces surrounded them. As various gods, from a male deity observing intently to a demon god smiling with amusement, and even an innocent goddess questioning their focus, watch the heroes. Princess Athena explains that each divine being seeks a champion to defeat the great demon king, though their methods for evaluating the heroes differ wildly, with some ranking them by appearance while others vehemently object to such superficial judgments. Among the assembled students, Choi Gangmin and Zhang Mayan exchange uneasy glances, their expressions reflecting the weight of this unexpected divine scrutiny. The princess then declares that the gods are indeed watching them, her voice echoing through the grand hall where Alsus, swordmaster, and the saintess of the grand temple stand beside her. She cautions them that the gods' attention will not last forever, expressing her hope that they all succeed in obtaining a divine blessing. Suddenly, Hansu Kong raises his hand, his voice cutting through the silence as he asks, "What happens if someone fails to obtain any blessings at all?" A faint smile plays on Princess Athena's lips, but her true thoughts betray a cold disdain, wondering why she should even care about such trash. The heroes, including Hansu Kong, Choi Gangmin, Zhang Mayan, and Yubora, look on with a mixture of confusion and apprehension, unaware of the princess's true feelings. In a fantasy world full of hope and dreams, their adventure has truly begun. A frantic rustling echoes through the dense, unfamiliar forest as a young man struggles to catch his breath. He leaps through the undergrowth, his landing jarring him with a heavy thud, the sudden impact sending leaves scattering. Gasping for air, he glances up at the sliver of sky visible through the canopy, a groan escaping his lips. His hand slams against a tree trunk, seeking support, his body trembling from exertion. Leaning heavily against the rough bark, Hansu Kong curses his fate, wishing he had prepared himself physically for such an absurd turn of events. Suddenly, a sharp, white blur streaks past his face, embedding itself with a violent crash into the tree beside him, his eyes widening in shock. The crude spear quivers in the wood, as a chorus of guttural cries rises from the shadows, a group of grotesque, goblin-like creatures emerging with hungry shouts of meat. Human meat. Hiding behind the tree, the young man hears their menacing demands to stop right there, and claims of my lunch, realizing he has no time for hesitation. As monstrous, wolf-like beasts with glowing orange eyes snarl and growl, he understands these are no creatures from his world. A memory of the smug, winged goddess flashes in his mind, and he curses her for tricking him, realizing she never intended to send him back home. Sweat drips down his face as he clenches his fist, panting heavily, a new resolve hardening his expression. With a crude spear now in hand, Hansu Kong turns to face the snarling beasts, his mind racing, determined to survive this new, treacherous reality. Hansu Kang's breath hitched, his eyes wide with a desperate, panicked realization. As the monstrous creatures lunged, their guttural cries of meat and my lunch echoing through the forest, he could only think that if this truly was a fantasy world, perhaps some magical miracle might still save him. Panting heavily as he fled, he silently pleaded for any form of intervention, and in that moment of pure desperation, a glowing purple system window materialized before him, identifying him as Kong Hansu. The ethereal display detailed his status. Level 1, no blessing, but a curse. Hero E with a dividend of 2.56, leaving him utterly bewildered. He stared at the floating text, a mix of shock and confusion on his face, muttering about something actually appearing and questioning why Hero was listed under a curse. The system then elaborated on the curse, Hero status, explaining that languages of hostile races would be automatically translated, but experience gained from hunting and achievements would be greatly diminished. A chilling realization washed over him, the goddess's sinister, glowing-eyed visage appearing in his mind's eye, confirming her malicious intent to get rid of him. He continued to flee, the phantom image of her massive hands reaching for him, unable to believe she had imposed such a penalty in a world that supposedly offered a game-like system for leveling up. As the monster's hungry cries of, "I want the heart," and "let's eat his bones," filled his ears, Hansu pondered the auto-translation ability, wondering if it meant he could actually communicate with these creatures. Turning to face two wolf-like beasts, he called out, "Hey, meat-loving buddies, why don't we talk this out?" The monsters merely tilted their heads in confusion, one with an arrow already lodged in its shield, leaving Hansu to wonder if his attempt at diplomacy had any effect at all. Their subsequent exclamations of "the lunch spoke," and "let's talk after we eat you," confirmed his grim suspicion. These creatures simply couldn't be reasoned with. He pushes himself forward, each breath a ragged gasp, his body screaming in protest as he realizes he can no longer run. Suddenly, a monstrous roar echoes through the trees, revealing a hulking red beast, an arrow already lodged in its shoulder, as it cries out for meat and seemingly bids farewell to its kin. Looking up at the creature's menacing claws, he curses the goddess, convinced this entire ordeal is her doing, his eyes widening in a mix of shock and furious indignation. Before he can react, a sharp pain pierces his thigh, an arrow striking him down and forcing him to the ground. The arrow remains embedded, a stark reminder of his vulnerability, as a brown-haired student nearby reacts with a startled gasp. High above, perched among the branches, three lithe figures, elf archers, observe the unfolding chaos. From his vantage point on the forest floor, he sees two of them aiming their bows directly at him. One female archer pulling her string taut with fierce determination. Still reeling from the arrow in his leg, he can only stare in disbelief at the new threat. Below, the monsters snarl, recognizing the archers as fairies and sneaky targets. The red monster, its shoulder still pierced by an arrow, shifts its attention, declaring the elves its new lunch. Still reeling from the arrow piercing his thigh, Hansu Kang finds himself surrounded by snarling wolf-like monsters, their hungry cries echoing through the forest. He realizes a chaotic battle has erupted between these creatures and the unseen elves, presenting a desperate chance to escape. Leaning against a tree, his face contorted in pain and despair, he questions his next move, wondering if prayer is his only recourse in this dire situation. But a surge of anger quickly replaces his desperation, as he blames the goddess for his predicament, his eyes narrowing with fierce resentment. A frustrated sigh escapes him, the weight of his impossible circumstances pressing down. He looks up at the canopy above, a chilling thought forming in his mind. Is this truly how his journey ends? As his gaze hardens with resolve, unbeknownst to him, a shadowy figure cloaked in a vibrant green aura watches from behind a nearby tree. The mysterious observer remains silent, their presence a chilling enigma, while a certain god, unseen, continues to peer down upon the unfolding drama. As he lay wounded, contemplating his dire situation, a single thought echoed in his mind. Should he pray to a god? No, he shouldn't, he decided. The main reason he had ended up in this predicament was because of a goddess. Still, the question lingered, a desperate whisper in his mind. Should he really be praying to someone? The human, Kong Hansu, was at his limit. Rather than praying to a god, he decided to accept his death, unaware that a mysterious, hooded figure, a god perhaps, was silently peeking at him. An arrow protruded from his leg, a stark reminder of his impending end. Suddenly, a voice cut through his despair, making him question, "Huh? What is this? I don't know what it is, but S." The hooded figure, its face obscured by shadow, began to speak, uttering a single, drawn-out syllable. Overwhelmed by fear and a glimmer of hope, Hansu cried out, "Save me." A divine presence questions why he finds himself alone. And Hansu Kang, looking up at the hooded figure, begins to explain the reason for his solitude. Though his internal thoughts reveal the true, bitter cause, it is because of that damned goddess who kidnapped him, a civilized person, from Earth. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he clenches his jaw, knowing he cannot tell them the full truth. Fearing that if this unidentified voice also belongs to a god, they might be that goddess's friend. Desperate and in agony, with an arrow still piercing his leg, he cries out, pleading for salvation first, admitting the pain is so intense he believes he's going to die. A certain god seems conflicted by his plea, prompting Hansu to ask, is there any other god that will help him? The god's response is doubtful, muttering that there is no way another deity would be present here, leaving Hansu speechless. He lets out a soft gasp, a new thought forming in his mind. Could they be an outsider? A certain god ponders the meaning of an outsider, while Hansu immediately regrets his slip of the tongue, realizing he might have misspoke. The hooded figure, hands clenched, begins to explain, that's, an outsider is. An outsider is defined as Korean slang for people outside of social groups, but the god hesitates, wondering if explaining it directly would result in another strange curse, like the one that labels him a curse hero, automatically translating hostile languages, but greatly reducing experience and achievement gains. Hansu Kong, still reeling from the revelation of his curse hero status, desperately wonders if there's any way to salvage his situation, his mind fixated on the term outsider. The mysterious god, observing his turmoil, offers a definition, explaining that an outsider refers to a lone wolf running through the wilderness, a solitary figure against the vast unknown. A certain god, it seems, finds this meaning quite appealing, while Hansu, sweat beading on his brow, struggles with the implications. The hooded figure confirms that he is indeed an outsider, a statement that leaves Hansu internally questioning if this development could possibly be a good thing. Putting on a brave, if somewhat desperate, smile, he finally blurts out, anyways, please save me. The god, glowing with a faint blue aura, then asks if Hansu considers himself an outsider as well. Hansu, turning his back to the divine presence, mutters, what are they saying? Why would I be? His mind flashes back to his past life, where he recalls only ending up alone because his classmates were terrible children to their parents, firmly believing himself to be an insider, the complete opposite of an outsider. Yet, in his current predicament, a nervous smile spreads across his face as he concedes, yes, I'm an outsider as well. He explains that this is precisely why his classmates were summoned to the temple, leaving him as the sole survivor, and to achieve revenge and simply survive, he understands he must abandon his pride and identity. The god, in turn, contemplates whether to extend aid to this poor outsider. A certain god found themselves conflicted, reminiscing about a past where monstrous creatures roared for big ear meat and demanded to kill all in a chaotic vision, a memory that seemed to weigh heavily on the divine being. Meanwhile, Hansu, still desperate for aid, pressed the issue, asking if the god truly believed that common sense, which dictated outsiders help one another, didn't apply to them simply because they were a deity. He knew his words were clumsy, a desperate outburst born of an urgent situation, but the thought of his own predicament was a mess he couldn't untangle. He pondered the very definition of an outsider, wondering if they could truly be considered one if they had friends willing to offer help. The god, observing his turmoil, considered the implications, a certain deity acknowledging that all outsiders, regardless of their individual struggles, were fundamentally on the same level. With a sudden surge of power, the god raised a hand, a brilliant cyan light erupting from their palm and swirling with ethereal energy. Hansu looked up, startled, as the divine energy descended, a certain god having decided to extend their aid to the struggling outsider. The light enveloped him, swirling with vibrant energy, and he gasped as the divine power coursed through his very being. The intense glow filled the space, a shimmering cascade of light and sound. As the light began to fade, Hansu's eyes widened in disbelief, the severe pain that had plagued him now completely gone. He realized the truth of the situation, they truly were a god. Standing tall, he felt his body grow lighter, a profound sense of relief washing over him, while the god watched the now healthy outsider, a quiet pride settling within the divine being. He stares at the system window, his name, level, and new status displayed clearly, a blessing, Outsider F, now listed among his attributes. A new window appears, detailing the outsider status. All statuses will be reset except for death, and a terrifying fate awaits if a lone wolf leaves the wilderness. He finds the explanation surprisingly crude. The term lone wolf echoes in his mind, his brow furrowed in deep concern. He wonders what any of this truly means, and if becoming an insider again would invite judgment from the very entity that just helped him. He turns to the hooded figure, the god, who had just healed him, recalling that this divine being only offers aid to outsiders. Suddenly, a monstrous wolf-like creature lunges from the shadows, its guttural roar demanding fairy meat, as Hansu scrambles away in terror. He finds himself on the ground, the beast closing in, but a strange calm washes over him as he realizes he can now understand the monster's words, a clarity he lacked due to the hero's curse. The monster's maw opens wide, its glowing eyes fixed on him, its hunger for meat palpable, even as he hears its thoughts with unsettling clarity. His foot presses into the earth, preparing to move, accepting that he is now irrevocably an outsider. The monster's claw descends with terrifying speed, a blur of fur and sharpened bone aimed directly at him. He twists, narrowly avoiding the strike, sending him airborne, as the beast below bellows, lunch, running away, human meat, let's talk. His face contorts in a scream of pure terror, the monster's relentless pursuit echoing in his mind. Meat. Fast meat. A monstrous, wolf-like creature lunges, its claws outstretched, snarling a guttural command to grab him. As the word outsider flashes across his vision, his eyes widen, a sudden understanding dawning upon him. The system clarifies that an outsider's status will be reset from all previous conditions, save for death itself, a divine blessing bestowed upon him. He sprints through the dense forest, a pack of snarling beasts hot on his heels, realizing with a jolt that not only are his injuries fading, but his fatigue is also miraculously disappearing. Even at full sprint, he feels no weariness, his body surging with an unexpected, boundless energy. Meanwhile, the monsters, a red-furred brute and a tan-furred hunter among them, begin to falter, their pursuit growing sluggish as exhaustion claims them. Suddenly, the tan-furred monster unleashes a glowing projectile, a desperate cry of meat. Won't let go, echoing through the trees, as it refuses to abandon its prey. But with newfound agility, he deftly evades the attack, the energy blast narrowly missing his head. Collapsing to one knee, panting heavily, he feels a strange presence, a certain god watching over him with a nervous heart. The monsters close in, their voices now clear in his mind, declaring, "Caught the meat. Eat lunch now." A close-up reveals his bandaged foot, a testament to his earlier injuries, but his resolve remains unbroken. As the monsters snarl, "Quack, meat weird, not dying," he responds with a chilling, sharp-toothed grin, a fierce, unyielding spirit burning in his eyes. He finds himself utterly amazed, a sentiment echoed by another voice. Who insists, "I'm not just saying it to make you feel good. It really is amazing." Meanwhile, Hansu continues to flee through the dense forest, the wolf-like monsters hot on his heels, snarling about their lunch and promising a not painful death if he stops. As he realizes his injuries and fatigue aren't the only things disappearing, but also the very concept of pain itself. As one of the creatures snarls about taking his skin, he can feel his fatigue vanishing, replaced by a chilling clarity. As another monster demands he take off without killing, he wonders if he should simply bite his tongue if caught, believing that with his current mindset, he would be able to do so. A certain god then educates him that he won't die from just that, to which he mentally offers a grim thank you for the advice. The divine voice clarifies that all statuses except for death would be reset, meaning as long as he isn't killed in one hit, even critical wounds would be reset, a realization that makes him gasp in shock as he stands precariously on a cliff edge, looking down into the abyss. He then questions the god, wondering if he could survive a fall from such a height. The god's response is chillingly direct, stating that he would indeed die from this height, and congratulating him on the fact. A dead deer at the bottom of the chasm serves as a stark visual confirmation of the god's words, emphasizing the lethal drop. Hansu's face contorts in shock and disbelief, uttering, "What a heartless god." Cornered at the precipice, he desperately wishes for wings or some other means of escape, but the snarling horde of wolf-like monsters behind him makes it clear there's no turning back. Trapped between a strangely stingy god and the relentless pursuit, he finds himself at a cliff edge, with the monstrous creatures closing in from behind. His eyes widen slightly, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple as the gravity of his situation sinks in. After a moment of tense silence, he gathers his resolve and shouts, demanding the attention of his pursuers. Turning to face the snarling beasts, he boldly declares a proposal that he believes will benefit them all. The monsters exchange glances, one of them questioning his words, wondering aloud about the many hungry mouths and the scarcity of food. With a wide, unsettling grin, he offers himself as the ultimate prize, promising all of his most delicious parts. Rather than sharing, he decides, there's a better way to handle this situation. From atop a rocky peak, he gazes down at the creatures below, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He calls out to them, offering a challenge, declaring that the one who catches him first will claim the prize. A wide, confident grin spreads across his face as he promises to give all of his most delicious parts. The beasts below, their eyes glowing with feral hunger, begin to drool, their monstrous jaws agape in anticipation. A frenzied chorus erupts from the mob, all of them screaming for meat as they surge forward. In an instant, he is overwhelmed, a red-furred beast pulling him upside down, while another snarls, claiming the delicious meat for itself. His neck is gripped tightly by two different sets of claws, one red and one gray, as the beasts vie for control. The struggle intensifies, one beast snarling mine, while another insists, me first. He becomes the center of a chaotic scrum, a blur of fur and claws as the creatures fight amongst themselves. Carried away by the squabbling horde, Hansu observes with a detached amusement that these creatures are truly obsessed with his meat. He found himself caught in the beast's singular obsession, their primal hunger focused entirely on him, and surprisingly, he didn't dislike it one bit. More of the creatures swarmed in, their glowing eyes wide with ravenous intent, each one desperate to claim him for themselves. But their greed quickly turned on itself as the beasts began to fight amongst themselves, snarling and clawing over their crazy meat, until they stumbled precariously close to the cliff's edge. With a collective cry of alarm, the entire struggling mass, including their human prize, plunged over the precipice, tumbling into the open air. Still held tight by one of the frenzied monsters, he let out a hearty laugh, finding the entire situation utterly amusing as they plummeted. The chaotic descent continued, a tangle of fur, limbs, and a single, laughing human hurtling towards the ground. One of the beasts, still clinging to him, could only express its disbelief at the sheer madness of its meat as they fell. The ground rushed up to meet them, a long, dizzying drop from the towering cliff. Finally, with a thunderous impact that sent dust and debris exploding outwards, the entangled mass slammed into the earth below. A moment later, from the impact site, a pained groan echoed, hinting at the aftermath of the brutal fall. To tell you the conclusion first, the chaotic struggle of the beasts, fighting over their unexpected meal, sent them all plummeting from the cliff. Yet even as they fell, their primal instincts screamed for the crazy meat and my lunch they so desperately craved. Despite the long fall and violent impact, he didn't die, though a pained groan escaped him as two monstrous, dog-like creatures still clung to his form, their jaws agape. His body felt as if it had been crushed flat, but that was likely just his imagination, for a system message flickered into existence, declaring him an outsider whose statuses would be reset, except for death, and that every scary thing would happen if he entered the wilderness. This peculiar resilience even garnered the admiration of a certain god, who acknowledged the outsider's survivability. And standing over a defeated, red-skinned beast, Hansu Kong dismissed his minor leg injury, muttering that it was nothing much. But before he could fully recover, another beast lunged, snarling about meat and lunch, prompting him to exclaim in surprise, wondering if it was still alive, even as his hand, now gripping a sharp dagger, moved with practiced precision. The dagger found its mark, silencing the creature, and a status window appeared, identifying the fallen foe as Blue Moon's Butcher, a level 3 entity. He realized he could now see the status windows of others, marveling at the poetic name of the butcher and its level, which was far higher than his own, leading him to ponder if its high level was the reason it had survived the fall without a blessing. In fantasy RPG worlds, levels usually rise from experience, and opponents that are more powerful and possess a higher level are bound to give much more experience, he concluded, a determined glint in his eyes as he held a newly acquired glowing orb. In this new reality, two distinct paths emerge for individuals to grow stronger: the accumulation of levels and the reception of divine blessings. These two fundamental concepts are what allow everyone to enhance their power. One can either level up by gaining experience from defeating creatures that possess status windows, or seek the favor of the gods. To receive a god's blessing, however, one must first be deemed worthy. A student in the audience silently pleads for divine favor, convinced of his own inherent talent, believing himself to be the gifted individual the Almighty God has been searching for. A blue-haired speaker, with a confident smirk, emphasizes a crucial point, urging his listeners to remember this distinction. The saintess, addressing the gathered students, explains that the gods will always be watching over them, a statement that prompts a question from a curious student, who asks for clarification. The dark-haired student, holding a notebook, voices her concern, wondering if this means the gods will be observing them constantly, throughout their daily lives. The saintess confirms her understanding, stating that there are no exceptions to this divine oversight, a revelation that leaves several students gasping in disbelief, their faces contorted in shock and dismay. She then clarifies that these heroes are not mere humans, and implores them not to judge gods by the same crude standards applied to mortals. Even with that explanation, the students remain uneasy, as a certain male god claims to not mind them, while another god states they have no interest in vulgar spectacles, leaving the students to ponder the conflicting divine perspectives. The dark-haired student, still clutching her notebook, recalls a certain wind god's claim that it's no different from air, and she quietly wonders if such constant, unseen observation is truly acceptable. A blonde-haired student, however, dismisses her concerns, reminding her that it's obvious when they are gods, and that they will at least grant better blessings to those they find more interesting. A certain evil god offers a rare commendation, while a wind god praises her clear judgment, causing a sly smile to play on Jiang Mian's lips. Suddenly, her expression shifts to one of surprise, as a soft, pink glow begins to emanate from her chest. The light intensifies, swirling around her, signaling the manifestation of a new divine gift. A system window materializes, proudly declaring the acquisition of a Hero F Charm F blessing for Jiang Mian, much to her delight. Overjoyed, she throws her arm into the air, celebrating her newfound power as the system window floats beside her. Meanwhile, Hansu Kong, caught in the periphery of the blessing's effects, finds himself overwhelmed by a strange sensation, his face contorting in a mix of confusion and discomfort. He stares, bewildered, wondering aloud what this charm skill could possibly have to do with the subjugation of the Demon King. Other students around him also react, some blissfully unaware of the blessing's true nature, while another muses that it's no business of a nobody like him, as armored figures stand guard in the background. Jiang Mian, still radiating a captivating pink aura, winks playfully, her thoughts echoing the mysterious fufufu as she questions the source of a new, alluring scent. The system clarifies the charm blessing, explaining that her body now constantly emits a charming odor, greatly increasing her chances of dominating and captivating the hearts of the opposite sex, a truth vividly demonstrated by the hard-eyed male students around her. The saintess, observing the chaotic effects, politely requests Jiang Mayan to cease using the blessing of charm, to which the girl quickly apologizes. However, with a mischievous wink, the saintess, observing the unfolding chaos, notes that a certain innocent goddess disapproves of the impure act, realizing it's already too late to intervene. Meanwhile, Jiang Mayan, still basking in her newfound allure, playfully asks if the saintess is concerned about the males who have fallen deeply for her charm, then winks, suggesting she'll take another. The saintess calmly instructs her to look at her status window, prompting a surprised Mayan to question what's happening with her own status window. As the window appears, displaying her name, level, and the charm blessing, Mayan's eyes widen at the sight of a new entry. A curse of punishment, leaving her utterly bewildered. A curse of punishment? A curse? She wonders aloud, questioning why such a thing would befall them when they are supposed to be heroes. Whispers ripple through the nearby students, one asking why a curse would appear, while another speculates if a devil has perhaps manifested. With a gentle smile, the saintess explains that blessings are not the only gifts the gods bestow upon everyone here. They also grant curses upon heroes they do not favor, a revelation that utterly shocks Mayan. A soft click echoes as the saintess takes a step. Her voice calm as she adds that she was just about to explain it. Mayan looks up at the saintess, a confused huh, escaping her lips, as the saintess gazes down with a knowing, almost mischievous smile. Suddenly, a glowing purple handprint manifests on Mayan's back, pulsating with dark energy. A searing pain racks her body, causing her to scream out as purple lightning crackles around her, shattering the very heart symbols that once represented her charm. Still writhing in agony, the curse's purple energy crackles around her as she cries out, the pain overwhelming. The system reveals the full extent of her torment, detailing the punishment curse that amplifies all damage and criticism, promising severe repercussions for any impure act, causing her to desperately plead for it to be undone, wishing she could take back whatever she did. Meanwhile, an innocent goddess continues to observe her plight, while a wind god merely whistles, and another male deity looks away, as the saintess reminds her of the divine gaze. The saintess, now appearing with long white hair and a serene expression, explains that once a blessing or a curse is received, it will remain with its recipient until their very death. She further clarifies that the curse's effect will intensify with rank, and once a rank has increased, it can never be lowered again. Jiang Mayan, still reeling from the pain, despairs that even an F-rank curse is this debilitating, believing herself finished, but the saintess, now appearing with flowing pink hair and a gentle smile, urges her not to give up. She reassures her that curses can be mitigated by blessings, and the pain itself will lessen as her body and mind grow stronger through leveling up, prompting Jiang Mayan to ask, her eyes wide with a glimmer of hope, if this is truly possible. The saintess beams, her expression radiating encouragement. Her words echoing the sentiment that one should never give up so easily. Elsewhere, in a dark, star-dusted void, Hansu Kong appears to be contemplating something unusual, a strange feeling washing over him. His face is marred by fresh blood, suggesting a recent struggle or injury, as he winces, clutching his cheek. He ponders the lack of progress, questioning why his level remains unchanged, despite having defeated countless foes far stronger than himself. He wonders if it's due to the hero's curse, or simply because leveling up is inherently difficult, as he stands amidst the defeated forms of wolf-like creatures. Turning to the ethereal presence beside him, he asks if the outsider god has any useful information, clutching a dagger in his hand. The hooded god, shrouded in a faint green glow, informs him that the information cannot be shared, a response that leaves him sighing at the deity's unhelpfulness, despite a past blessing. As he runs through a dense forest, the god grumbles about the boredom of mere running, a sentiment he silently echoes. Despite hours of traversing the woods, he feels no thirst, hunger, or fatigue, prompting the god to suggest he try something else. With a small cut on his cheek, he muses about finding a person, just as a guttural sniff echoes through the trees, announcing a distinct human scent. Two monstrous, wolf-like creatures emerge from the foliage, snarling with hunger, their glowing eyes fixed on him as he instinctively draws his dagger. He realizes the area, even below the cliff, is teeming with human-eating monsters, while the observing god, still cloaked in green light, merely hopes the powerless outsider dies in peace. Gripping his dagger tightly, he thinks he would have swung at the monster's big mouth if it had been closer. A close-up reveals one of the monsters sniffing the air intently, its senses honed on the scent of its prey. The two wolf-like creatures snarl, confirming the presence of meat and blood smell nearby, their glowing eyes fixed on their target, as the indifferent god remains a silent observer. He stands amidst the dark, dense forest, a small cut marring his cheek, yet a chilling, predatory smile stretches across his face as he holds a knife to his own throat, declaring the scent of the surrounding creatures to be a truly delicious smell. Deep within the forest, a monstrous growl echoes, as a hulking, wolf-like creature sniffs the air with glowing eyes. Its companion joining the hunt, both beasts agitated by the scent of meat they cannot pinpoint, their primal instincts screaming for sustenance. One of the wolf-like monsters laments its inability to escape the forest and find a human village, while a greenish-blue, spear-wielding creature beside it simply bellows, its mind consumed by hunger. The wolf-like beast snarls, echoing the desire for human flesh, yet it remains lost, unsure of which direction to go, aware that this very forest is teeming with other man-eating monsters. The spear-wielding monster suggests they search elsewhere, unaware that Hansu Kong, hidden behind a tree, has been observing them, his resolve hardened by the strength he has recently acquired. He grips a long, slender blade, an item once belonging to the Blue Moon's butcher, a weapon seemingly designed only for stabbing. Despite its simple design, the blade's sharpness was enough to earn its previous owner such a gruesome moniker, as a certain god, translucent and hooded, silently offers a prayer for the soul of whoever faces it next, her glowing blue eyes fixed on the scene. Hansu, with the ethereal figure of the god floating behind him, declares with unwavering resolve that he has no intention of dying here. He firmly grasps the dagger, acknowledging that even in a fantasy world, there are no rules dictating he must rely solely on magic or swordsmanship. As the god gazes on with bleary eyes, Hansu kneels, meticulously tying a rope around a stone, preparing a more unconventional method of combat. He secures the blade to his makeshift trap, embracing the idea that fantasy-like tactics aren't the only path to victory, his ingenuity shining through. He turns to the ethereal, hooded figure, posing a question about the fundamental principles of physics. Do you know what centrifugal force is? His grip firm on the rope, which is tightly bound around the dagger's hilt, he prepares to demonstrate the concept. Meanwhile, deep within the treacherous woods, a hulking wolf-like monster with glowing eyes looms over a smaller, pig-like creature, their presence a stark reminder of the dangers lurking. Back with the young man, the dagger begins to spin with incredible speed, a blur of motion accompanied by a resonant hum. He swings the makeshift weapon in a wide, powerful arc, declaring his intent to show these fantasy man-eating monsters the true power of science. The dagger continues its rapid rotation, the air around it vibrating with the generated force. Still spinning with intense momentum, the dagger becomes a dangerous blur. A grunt of exertion escapes him as he struggles, realizing the technique is far more demanding than he had initially thought. His hand trembles, barely maintaining control, as he considers that with his current vitality, he might be dragged along by the sheer force and fall if he swings it even once or twice more. This outsider status means he will be reset from all statuses except for death, and a terrifying consequence awaits if the lone wolf leaves the wilderness. Despite the struggle, he pushes forward, his legs blurring as he sprints through the dense forest, the dagger still secured at his hip. A confident smile plays on his lips, as Hansu realizes the true extent of his unique ability. Every time the blessing activates, his legs stop shaking, and his breathing calms, allowing him to push past his physical limits. He lets out a soft chuckle, a testament to his growing understanding of the power he wields. Swinging his makeshift weapon with newfound precision, he muses that he's finally getting the hang of how to use the outsider's blessing. The wolf-like monster below him snarls, unaware that its opponent no longer needs to focus on minor things like cuts or fatigue. As the creature lunges with glowing eyes and bared fangs, he calmly reminds himself that as long as he avoids instant death, the blessing will heal him anyway. He deftly sidesteps the attack, the monster's jaws snapping shut on empty air, though a fleeting thought crosses his mind. Danger hurts. With a swift, arcing motion, he brings his rope and dagger down, landing a solid blow on the beast. He realizes the implication of his blessing. He can just keep fighting while on the verge of death, knowing that the meat will tire out before he does. Observing the wolf-like monster and a smaller, pig-like creature, he notes that they seem to be trying to wear him out by dragging the fight, proving to be nastier and smarter than they look. He strikes again, the impact echoing through the forest, but even as the monster recoils, he can almost hear its defiant thought. Meat is tired. Suddenly, the wolf-like monster lunges, its powerful hand seizing him, a guttural cry of food, escaping its maw as it lifts him effortlessly. Held in a crushing grip, his breath cut short, Hansu's eyes remain sharp, a faint, knowing smile spreading across his face, even in the face of imminent danger. Having been caught in the monster's grip, he retaliates with a fierce counterattack, thinking to himself that such petty tricks would be paid back in kind. His weapon strikes true, the impact sending ripples through the air, as he vows that the monster's previous actions would be repaid in the same brutal fashion. Moments later, the battle concludes, leaving him standing over the defeated wolf-like creatures, a relieved sigh escaping his lips as he surveys the aftermath. A system message appears, indicating that a certain god has slightly raised their evaluation of him, prompting the hooded figure beside him to remark on their stinginess. Elsewhere, a different wolf-like monster snarls a warning, demanding that its captive remain still if it wishes to avoid further harm. But the tables have turned, and Hansu Kong, his eyes glowing with resolve, now holds the monster captive, demanding to know the location of the humans. He considers the question, knowing it might be useless, as the creature could easily lie. Reflected in the monster's wide, fearful eye, his silhouette appears, as the creature internally questions the audacity of this talking meat. Under duress, the monster points a clawed finger, indicating a direction. Hansu Kong remains unfazed, realizing the information's accuracy isn't paramount, as he can always capture another hyena to verify the details. He then poses his next question, inquiring about the monster species, to which the creature defiantly replies, "Meat, stupid?" He considers cracking its head if it doesn't cooperate. The gnoll, still defiant despite its capture, lets out a guttural growl before conceding, offering to answer any questions. A slight smile gracing his lips, Hansu acknowledges the creature's cooperation, thanking it for the information. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he delivers a swift, decisive blow, ending the gnoll's life. As the monster falls, he reflects on his earlier promise, recalling that he only pledged not to hurt them if they answered truthfully. There was never any mention of sparing their lives, a cold pragmatism guiding his actions, while a certain god observes, noting the creature species. The hooded figure, glowing with an ethereal purple light, expresses surprise at the gnoll's appearance, finding it far less adorable than its game counterpart. The narration clarifies that a gnoll is a bipedal monster resembling a hyena, a common fantasy creature, prompting the observer to wonder if the difference is due to 2D versus 3D rendering, or perhaps the heightened sense of realism when facing a real threat. Another divine voice chimes in, advising that the baby gnoll is cute, to which Hansu sarcastically thanks them for the utterly useless information. He then questions his own progress, wondering why, despite killing so many, his level remains unchanged. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a grand temple. Inside, a blonde man in regal attire addresses a pink-haired young woman, announcing that official training is set to begin tomorrow. He explains that he will be teaching swordsmanship, while Princess Athena will instruct in magic, and students will be free to choose any field they are interested in. As the official training commenced, a blue-haired instructor addressed the assembled students, one of whom eagerly asked, "May I learn both swordsmanship and magic?" The instructor readily agreed, adding, "Of course, you can always give up during the lesson if it's too hard." From his seat among the other students, Hansu Kong scoffed internally, "That won't happen." The instructor, seemingly sensing his determination, then declared, "I shall believe in you." Meanwhile, a blonde instructor, also present, was asked by another student, "Is it okay if I don't take any lessons?" The blonde instructor replied, "If you don't need Fantasia's greatest swordsmanship and magic, then you may do as you wish." Hansu, still in the classroom, then posed his own question to the blue-haired instructor. "Then, can I leave the temple in my free time?" The instructor, with a gentle smile, simply responded, "Of course." A sly smirk spread across Hansu's face as he thought, "No, he." Unbeknownst to the students, a hooded figure, a certain immature main god, observed the proceedings, showing a keen interest in Hansu's unconventional attitude. Later, alone in his room, Hansu pondered the concept of formal instruction, muttering, "Training?" He dismissed the idea, convinced that such structured lessons were for others, for the extras who didn't possess his own awesome cheat-like skills. The main character, he believed, had his own way, and he mentally advised the others, "You guys go on and do whatever training they give you." Instead, he envisioned a more exciting path for himself, declaring, "Meanwhile, I, the main character of this fantasy world, will explore the ruins and labyrinths with cute and lovely comrades." A mischievous grin spread across his face as he concluded his internal monologue. The next day's morning arrived, bringing with it a new phase of the hero's training. Addressing the assembled students, a regal figure declared, "All heroes who wish to follow the path of a knight can follow me." He offered reassurance to the hesitant, "You can change any time if it doesn't suit you, so do not worry." A male student then inquired, "Prince, what about magic? Where do I learn magic?" Another student, Jiang Mayan, muttered under her breath, "It seems like Princess Athena drank too much last night." The prince chuckled softly, before continuing his instructions, "People who will learn magic, please." His voice trailed off as he gestured, indicating the separate paths for the aspiring knights and mages, the students murmuring amongst themselves. Later, a voice asked, "Could you sleep last night?" Hansu Kong, holding a glowing purple tablet, sighed, Don't ask. I can't get used to that chamber pot." Jiang Mayan, standing beside him, added, "I feel weird since there wasn't any shampoo or conditioner." He looked down at the tablet, a bead of sweat forming on his temple as he processed the information, a surprised sound escaping him. "Huh." A smirk spread across his face, his eyes gleaming with newfound understanding. "Seems like the answer's right here." Jiang Mayan, observing a nearby student, commented, "Choi Kongmin thinks he's still the best, even though he doesn't have a clue yet." As he processes the revelation of his unique blessing, a man with sharp blue eyes and dark blue hair, dressed in a crisp suit, offers him a knowing smile, wishing him well. The man's words echo in his mind, a subtle taunt about his efforts. As Hansu Kong descends the grand temple stairs, his footsteps echoing softly, while another student with green highlighted hair glances up from below. He continues to walk, the blue-haired man's voice still lingering, predicting that he will at least achieve an A-rank position as the main character's rival. Stepping into the bustling city plaza of Pelagina, the grand temple's central hub, Hansu Kong surveyed his surroundings with a confident smile, thinking to himself that he had indeed arrived at the right place. He stood on the steps, taking in the sights, a voice in his mind declaring that a true fantasy story was about to begin. With a soft creak, he pushed open a heavy wooden door, entering a new establishment. Inside, a diverse crowd of individuals milled about, and he pointed towards a counter, announcing, "Right here." Nearby, a blue-haired man idly twirled a dagger, while a brown-haired man beside him watched Hansu with a surprised expression, a murmur of curiosity rippling through the room. The blue-haired man, observing the newcomer, remarked, "Seems like this is your first time here." Behind the counter, a pink-haired clerk with glasses looked up from her ledger, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "Mercenary Guild?" Hansu gave a confident thumbs up, his expression unwavering as he declared, "I came here to register as a mercenary." He knew this was the standard route for any main character in a fantasy story, a must for those who wish to avoid unnecessary complications, and he gestured emphatically towards the clerk, an armored man standing stoically between them. However, his enthusiasm was met with a skeptical voice, which warned, "This isn't a place where a greenhorn like you should be. Are you that eager to die so early?" As the Mercenary Guild staff continued her stern lecture, Hansu Kong found himself internally exclaiming at the unfolding situation, while the woman before him sharply commanded him to abandon his foolish notions and return home. Her expression unwavering, she warned him of the countless hot-headed youths she had witnessed becoming mercenaries only to meet their demise. Meanwhile, the young man, seemingly unfazed, was internally celebrating what he perceived as the main character buff, the undeniable effect of his blessing. The guild staff, noticing his distant gaze, snapped him back to attention, demanding to know if he was even listening to her. This beautiful mercenary woman, despite her seemingly nosy disposition, was merely trying to convey the harsh realities of their profession. Yet, Hansu Kong couldn't help but wonder if she was actually a princess or a noble of high standing, cleverly disguised within the guild. He mused that this was simply the fate of a main character, undoubtedly the effect of a special blessing bestowed upon him. Turning to face her directly, he calmly stated his unwillingness to return home, his resolve firm. With a slight sigh, he then offered a proposition, suggesting that if she was truly so concerned, she should simply accompany him, adding that it wasn't a good habit to judge individuals based on superficial appearances. The red-haired staff member offers a slight, knowing smile, a soft shick sound accompanying her expression. Hansu Kong, acknowledging her point, concedes that she has him there. Yet, his confidence remains unshaken, as he enthusiastically declares his special status in this world, the red-haired woman watching him with a hint of annoyance. He covers his mouth, a slight chuckle escaping him, explaining that while he can't reveal much, he is indeed a chosen one, prompting a skeptical "Is that so?" from the red-haired woman and an amused glance from the glasses-wearing staff member. Internally, he muses on his newfound ease, reflecting that back on Earth, he would have struggled to speak so smoothly to such a beautiful woman. A distant, immature main god, it seems, finds his antics amusing, while the red-haired woman wonders how his chosen abilities truly stack up, to which Hansu Kong confidently replies that she will soon realize the true power of the main character buff. The glasses-wearing staff member, overhearing the exchange, ponders the meaning of a main character buff. Meanwhile, in a different, more perilous setting, a large, injured gnoll lies groaning on the ground, a smaller beast nearby, both seemingly defeated. Despite its pain, the gnoll's eyes glow with fierce determination, its thoughts fixed on a meat village that is not west and far away, suggesting a desperate journey ahead. Despite the gnoll's desperate resolve to reach the meat village, he finds himself already defeated, lying at the feet of a young man wielding a whip. The creature, barely conscious, mumbles about strong meat and the inability to lie to it, prompting a dry thanks for the useful info from its interrogator. Observing the defeated monsters scattered around him, Hansu Kong muses on their unexpected honesty, a translucent, hooded figure silently watching from nearby. He considers their crude nature, which makes any deception immediately obvious, confirming the human village lies to the west, though the exact distance remains unknown. Having cross-referenced the information with multiple gnolls, he feels confident in its accuracy, reflecting on his desperate fight with the creatures. What began as a struggle for survival quickly transformed into a brief hunt as he systematically defeated more of them, realizing he had gone from prey to a seasoned hunter overnight. He wonders if this rapid adaptation is some kind of hidden talent, the ethereal hooded figure still observing him with an unreadable gaze. Dismissing the thought with a casual, "Yeah, right," he acknowledges the heavy wounds he sustained while learning to hunt, admitting he would never have learned to fight so quickly without his outsider blessing. The blessing also allows him to maintain his composure, a crucial benefit since he didn't descend into madness despite enduring so many heavy wounds. He ponders how long it will take for the village to appear, eager to meet the natives of this fantasy world, while a certain god grumbles, expressing regret for their actions. Hansu Kong then directly addresses the unseen entity, asking if they want him to die, as the god's internal monologue continues, stating their indifference to his fate. As he walks away, the translucent figure following close behind, he remarks on the coldness of the god, despite having received a blessing from them. As he continued his journey, a faint sound reached his ears, causing him to turn sharply, his gaze piercing the dim forest. From the shadows, a massive gnoll lunged forward, its eyes glowing with predatory hunger as it let out a ferocious roar. The beast's guttural cry of meat echoed through the air, even as his hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of his blade, preparing for the inevitable clash. With a burst of speed, Hansu Kong parried the gnoll's powerful strike, the impact sending a shockwave of yellow energy through the air. He found himself surrounded by a relentless horde of the creatures, a grim realization dawning on him that there truly was no end to these monsters, no matter how many he cut down. Another gnoll lunged, its cry of human meat filling the air, as the young man once again prepared to meet the attack with his blade. He delivered a swift, decisive slash, the red arc of his blade cutting through the air, eliciting a pained jage from his monstrous opponent. Mid-air, he landed a powerful blow, sending a gnoll recoiling with a grunt of KUK, as more of the beasts closed in around him. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully, a strange feeling settling over him as he muttered, "It really is weird." Despite his relentless combat, his status window still showed him at level 1, with his outsider blessing and hero curse unchanged, prompting him to question, why am I not leveling up? I must have killed dozens of guys with higher levels than me. What's the problem? Unbeknownst to him, his growing frustration caused a certain ethereal god to stir, becoming uneasy, a subtle shift in the cosmic balance that made him instinctively wonder, As he stood alone in the vast forest, the unseen god's unease manifested as a series of incomprehensible, garbled whispers, their true meaning lost to the mortal world. He surveys the fallen gnoll, a strange, unfamiliar language echoing in his ears, a tongue he instinctively recognizes as belonging to a friendly race, yet cannot comprehend. Could it be the fairies again? He wonders, before deciding to carefully investigate his surroundings. However, considering they just shot arrows at a helpless person being chased by a carnivorous plant, their definition of friendly might be vastly different from his own, leaving him utterly bewildered. Peeking from behind a tree, he overhears more of their garbled speech, the strange sounds confirming his inability to understand. He observes 3 figures, 2 swordsmen and an archer, their voices a cacophony of foreign sounds as they exclaim, "Humans?" He wonders if they are mercenaries, assessing their gear and demeanor. The archer's sharp eyes narrow, her expression intense as she utters another incomprehensible phrase. Suddenly, an arrow streaks through the air, a blur of motion and light, forcing him to react instantly, dodging the projectile with a startled gasp. The arrow embeds itself deeply into the tree trunk right beside his head, leaving him wide-eyed and shaken, barely concealed behind the rough bark. The mercenaries continue their barrage of unintelligible shouts, and another arrow flies, their hostility clear despite the language barrier. He tumbles to the ground, narrowly avoiding the second projectile, frantically trying to explain himself. "Wait, I'm just looking for a vil," he shouts, his words lost on them. A wave of frustration washes over him as he realizes, we can't understand each other. There's no helping it. These are the first humans he's encountered here, and the situation is already dire. With a sigh, he decides to de-escalate, sheathing his dagger and muttering, "For now, let's put my dagger away." Meanwhile, one of the swordsmen squints, his expression puzzled, uttering another string of incomprehensible sounds, still wary of the intruder. Still on his knees, the young man's uniform was dirted from the ground, his body language clearly conveying a lack of hostile intent. With his hands raised high above his head, he declared, "I surrender. I'm against violence," hoping his words, though incomprehensible, would convey his peaceful intentions to the 3 wary figures before him. Yet, as he observed their unchanging expressions, he realized, of course, nothing had truly changed, they still couldn't understand each other. But humans don't only communicate with words, he mused, relying on body language that clearly showed an inclination towards avoiding conflict and fighting, along with a cordial voice that wouldn't put the other person on edge. He knew they couldn't hold a complicated conversation this way, but surely, this much should be communicated, right? The mercenaries, however, continued to exchange their own incomprehensible words, their expressions growing increasingly agitated. Suddenly, the female mercenary, her red hair tied back, raised her crossbow, aiming directly at him as he cried out, "Wait." He flinched, instinctively covering his face as the bolt flew, thinking to himself that this anotherworlder didn't bite. With a forced smile and a reassuring gesture, he tried one last time to convey his harmlessness. "I'm a nice anotherworlder." Deep within a verdant forest, a small group of adventurers presses onward, their footsteps echoing softly through the undergrowth as they navigate the unfamiliar terrain. Among them, Hansu Kong listens intently to the foreign words exchanged by his new companions, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he struggles to decipher their meaning. The female archer, with her dark purple hair, turns to him with a bright smile, addressing him directly by name, though her words remain a jumble of sounds. The large warrior and the swordsman join in the conversation, their animated gestures and unintelligible speech only adding to his confusion, leaving him to respond with a bewildered whoa. As he tries to keep up, the burly warrior, with his impressive beard, offers a hearty, if still incomprehensible, affirmation, his expression conveying a sense of camaraderie despite the language barrier. He reflects on his efforts to communicate, realizing that while he could use gestures to convey his name, He still couldn't understand a single thing they were saying, a wide, slightly strained smile on his face. A sense of relief washes over him as he considers his current situation, grateful that these people hadn't greeted him with arrows like the fairies, and that he wouldn't have to worry as much about encountering monsters with such capable companions. Though he couldn't see their status windows, he felt confident that these fully armed mercenaries were far stronger than a mere level 1, a thought that brought a sigh of contentment, even as a certain divine entity observed his internal monologue. The hooded figure, a god of this realm, emphasizes that he is not acting like an outsider, their presence a constant, subtle influence on his journey. Stretching his arms behind his head, Hansu Kong lets out a relaxed, yeah, while the divine entity continues to chide him for not taking their advice more seriously. As he continues to interact with his new companions, a divine voice cuts through his thoughts, admonishing him to stop acting as if he is close to them. He reflects on his situation, acknowledging that he has indeed met new people, yet the only one he can truly converse with remains the omnipresent deity. Among them is a burly, older man, whom he identifies as Gary, and Hansu speculates that this individual must be the leader of their party. Gary wields an outrageously large sword with effortless ease, prompting Hansu to wonder if such a weapon is truly necessary to face the monstrous creatures of this world. He observes the man's powerful physique, marveling at his apparent strength. A chortle echoes from the unseen god, as Cole, the younger warrior, addresses Hansu, reassuring him that their human strength is nothing compared to a deity's. The two share a moment of laughter, a rare instance of lightheartedness for Hansu in this new, bewildering world. Cole, though smaller than Gary, possesses a seasoned, strong body and a cheerful disposition, often laughing. He carries a long sword on each hip, leading Hansu to question if he truly employs dual wielding, the quintessential showpiece of every fantasy. Misa gestures emphatically, speaking in a language Hansu cannot comprehend, leaving him utterly bewildered by her words. He identifies her as Misa, the party's designated ranged attacker. She wields a massive steel crossbow, its sheer size suggesting its primary purpose is not to harm people, but something far larger and more dangerous. As the journey continued, Misa pointed towards the distant horizon, asking if he wanted her to look further in that direction, to which he simply let out a soft sound of acknowledgement. A plume of smoke rose into the sky, visible even from afar, confirming their suspicions that it was indeed smoke. The group, now all looking towards the distant haze, realized that if it wasn't from a forest fire, it must be chimney smoke rising from a house. A wide grin spread across Hansu's face as he shielded his eyes from the sun, finally seeing a place where people lived. He nodded to himself, a certain god commenting that he was not acting like an outsider, a sentiment he readily agreed with. The hooded figure, however, looked at the insolent outsider with clear displeasure, their glowing purple eyes narrowing slightly. Unaware of the divine disapproval, Hansu thought to himself that he was merely pretending to get along, his true goal being to escape this forest. Suddenly, a guttural roar echoed through the trees, causing Gary, Misa, and Cole to snap their heads around in alarm, while Hansu's eyes widened in surprise. From the dense undergrowth, a pack of monstrous gnolls burst forth, their savage cries of meat, filling the air as they charged. More of the creatures followed, their hunger evident in their shouts of "Give bones," and "My meat." Their glowing yellow eyes fixed on the group, two of the gnolls snarled with terrifying intensity, their fangs dripping with anticipation. Without hesitation, Gary swung his massive sword, engaging the first of the attackers, while Misa and Cole moved to intercept the others, leaving Hansu to watch the sudden, chaotic battle unfold. He could hardly believe his eyes. There were so many of them, a relentless tide of gnolls. It was the first time he had seen such a massive horde since the cliff, and a chilling thought crossed his mind. Had they been waiting in ambush? As the monsters swarmed, a seasoned warrior roared, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Cole." The gnolls pressed their attack, their crude weapons and sharp claws a blur of motion, overwhelming the heroes with sheer numbers. One of the younger fighters grunted, taking a heavy blow, the impact forcing a pained cry from his lips as the gnolls shrieked, sensing strong meat in their grasp. The older warrior, Gary, met their charge with a fierce determination, his own warning echoing through the fray. "Big meat danger." Cole, despite his injuries, retaliated with a powerful swing of his blade, aiming to split his monstrous opponent. The gnolls, however, were relentless, their guttural cries of "Keek" filling the air as they pressed their advantage, confident that the big meat would catch tired soon. Their strategy became clear as a group of them held back, one snarling, "Hurt at close. Wait." They intended to wear their prey down, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, a gnoll letting out a triumphant "Kyk" as they anticipated their victory. Meanwhile, Hansu stood beside the ranged attacker, Misa, who calmly began to draw an arrow from her quiver. The gnolls noticed her movement, their attention momentarily diverted, growling about small meat danger, but reassuring themselves that the threat was danger not close. Unfazed by their taunts, Misa expertly knocked the arrow, her eyes fixed on the approaching horde, ready to unleash her attack. As she prepared her shot, a sudden, heavy sound echoed, a distinct clomp that signaled an immediate threat. Her eyes widened in alarm as a voice cried out her name, a desperate warning that left her stunned, a question mark hanging in the air. Before she could react, a monstrous gnoll lunged, its maw wide open, snarling small meat. As its attack closed in, an arrow still knocked near her face. The beast's intent was clear, to tear her apart, prompting a frantic, censored shout from a nearby ally, his face contorted in fear and urgency. The impact sent both her and Hansu sprawling to the ground, a sudden, overwhelming force leaving them disoriented as they looked up at the looming threat. A gnoll's claw slashed through the air where they had just been, while, from a distant, unseen realm, a certain god felt a pang of discomfort. As the monstrous creature loomed over him, Hansu pleaded silently to a higher power, begging, "Outsider god, please look over just this much," hoping for intervention. The gnoll's eyes glowed with malevolent intent as it responded. Since humans are social animals before anything else, its words dripping with disdain, a prelude to its next move. With the gnoll's claw descending, Hansu's thoughts raced, realizing the dire need for assistance from his companions. "I really need help from these people." But before the attack could land, Hansu surged upward, a vibrant blue aura flaring around his fist, intercepting the gnoll's strike with a powerful counterpunch that sent the beast reeling. His devastating blow connected, red impact lines exploding across the creature, as the distant god, observing the turn of events, declared it none of my business. Hansu stood victorious over the defeated gnoll, while its packmates in the background muttered about weak meat and weak meat strong. And he, looking at the fallen foe, conceded, "Well, that's true as well." As Misa watched him, impressed, he observes the remaining creatures, noting how they completely flock towards him, a mere level 1, a guttural cry escaping one of the monsters, followed by a pained grunt. Nearby, the veteran warrior and the young man stand over the defeated gnolls, exchanging relieved, if garbled, words about the battle's conclusion. One of them sighs, looking down at a fallen beast, muttering that it finally looks like everyone is safe. The two companions share a moment of quiet understanding, the older warrior's expression still tinged with concern. Approaching them with a wide, relieved smile, Hansu Kong declares that he would have been in serious trouble without their help, but his expression quickly shifts to confusion as he notices something amiss, questioning the state of everyone. His gaze falls upon Misa, who lies injured on the ground, while the veteran and the young man exchange more hushed, garbled words, their faces etched with worry. Hansu Kang's voice fills with disbelief, addressing the injured archer, asking if she's joking, reminding her of their hard work to keep the gnolls from sticking to them. Before he can finish his thought, a sudden, sharp sound cuts through the air, a blur of motion streaking towards him with lethal speed. His eyes widen in shock as the projectile finds its mark, piercing his chest with a sickening thud, the impact sending a jolt of pain through his body. Collapsing to the ground, Hansu Kong curses the situation, his companions looking on in horror as he lies wounded amidst the forest clearing. His mind races, filled with frustration and disbelief at the harsh reality of this new existence, lamenting this damned fantasy world as the scene fades. A sudden impact echoes through the air, as the sky above a lush forest remains clear. Below, Hansu Kong lies unconscious on the ground, while Misa, Gary, and Cole stand over him, their expressions a mix of contemplation and concern. Misa turns to Cole, acknowledging his efforts, but admits their initial strategy was disrupted by the unexpected ferocity of the gnolls. Despite the setback, she considers it a fortunate turn of events, as the chaos revealed the true extent of his capabilities. A flashback shows Hansu Kong in a fierce battle, effortlessly dispatching gnolls, his movements defying their initial assessment of his slender physique. He fought with unexpected skill, even as his strange language proved bothersome, leaving a defeated gnoll in his wake. Gary, reflecting on the encounter, acknowledges the danger they would have faced had they stuck to their original strategy. Cole agrees, a hint of regret in his voice, but Misa quickly dismisses it, stating that some things simply cannot be helped, especially since he wouldn't willingly be sold as a slave. Meanwhile, Hansu Kong remains motionless on the ground, a single arrow now piercing his shoulder, a stark reminder of his current predicament. As the group stood over the unconscious Hansu, Gary suggested they should at least take the dagger he was using, to which Cole scoffed, dismissing it as probably cheap trash. Despite his state, Hansu's hand remained tightly clasped around the weapon's hilt, a silent testament to his tenacity. Since they couldn't sell him as a slave, Gary reasoned, they should salvage whatever they could from him, adding that there was also something else to consider. He squinted, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow, wondering aloud if the dagger might be far more valuable than any of them currently believed. Cole, a smirk playing on his lips, turned to Misa, claiming she didn't believe him, but he had seen it earlier. The intricate decoration on the dagger was, in fact, a mark of fairy royalty. Misa's eyes widened in surprise, asking if it truly was a treasure of the fairies, while Gary added that even if it were merely an imitation, such an item would still fetch a high price. Gary's voice cut through the discussion, urging Cole to hurry, warning that more gnolls might be on their way and everyone was too worn out to fight anymore, to which Cole simply replied, acknowledging the command. As Cole looked down at the fallen youth, a flicker of concern crossed his face, noting that even in his unconscious state, he hadn't let go of his weapon. He cautioned himself not to let his guard down, recalling that while he had shot him in the chest, the arrow hadn't struck his heart. Misa's eyes widened in alarm, her voice sharp with urgency, exclaiming that he might still be alive. Without hesitation, Cole raised his sword high above his head, preparing to deliver a decisive, final blow to the still unconscious Hansu. Lying still, his eyes closed, Hansu Kong seemed utterly defeated, a faint, ominous hum echoing around him. Cole glanced back, a confident smirk playing on his lips, believing the situation was well in hand, the same low hum still present. Raising his dagger for the final blow, he suddenly paused, a bewildered huh escaping him as the hum intensified. Before his eyes, a luminous status window materialized, displaying the name Kong Hansu, his level, a blessing, and a curse, revealing the first of two conditions for such a window to appear. One could see it either when someone willingly shared it, or by peering at it with a special blessing, a fact that left Cole utterly stunned. Furthermore, a crucial requirement for any status window to be visible was that the target had to be alive, a truth underscored by the sight of Hansu Kang's hand, now gripping a dagger, moving with a soft swish. The realization hit Cole like a physical blow, his face contorting in pure terror as the ominous hum flared into a deafening roar around him. The narration confirmed the chilling truth. The target had to be alive, and both Gary and Misa watched, wide-eyed and aghast, as the impossible unfolded before them. With a pained gasp, Cole found his arm seized, Hansu Kong, no longer unconscious, now sitting up and panting, his grip surprisingly strong. A heavy silence descended, the air thick with unspoken shock and disbelief. Hansu Kong stood, an arrow protruding from his shoulder, yet his grip on Cole remained firm, prompting Misa to cry out his name in a desperate, warning tone. Suddenly, Gary was sent flying backward with a sickening thwack, while Misa, still reeling from the shock, demanded to know who this mysterious figure truly was. Still reeling from the previous assault, Gary struggles to maintain his grip, his sword feeling impossibly heavy in his weary hands. As his strength falters, Misa's frantic warning echoes, urging him to look forward, but it's already too late. With a flash of electric blue in his eyes, Hansu Kong moves, a blur of motion that disarms the older man before he can even register the attack, sending his heavy blade clattering to the ground. Before Gary can recover, a devastating punch connects squarely with his face, snapping his head back with brutal force. The older man collapses, leaving Hansu Kong standing tall and composed over his defeated form, the arrow still lodged in his shoulder a testament to his resilience. Witnessing the swift, brutal display, Cole stares in wide-eyed terror, the broken arrows in his hand a stark reminder of his own failed attempts. Misa, too, recoils in utter disbelief, her crossbow held loosely as she struggles to process the overwhelming power before her. Overcome by fear, both Cole and Gary drop to their knees, prostrating themselves in desperate pleas for forgiveness, the latter still muttering in distress. Hansu Kong looms over them, his face shadowed and eyes glowing with an intense, unreadable fury as he utters a harsh, censored retort. Misa, looking up at him with wide, terrified eyes, begs for mercy, calling out his full name in a desperate plea for him to spare them. Beside her, Cole, too, pleads for his life, his face contorted in abject terror. Hansu Kong responds with another string of censored, angry words, leaving Misa utterly bewildered and questioning the meaning of his incomprehensible outburst. Overwhelmed by the protagonist's sudden, brutal display of power, the young woman could only weep, her voice cracking as she begged for mercy. Meanwhile, a dark, rectangular rift shimmered ominously in the forest, a silent testament to the world's shifting reality. As the young woman's torn clothes lay discarded on the ground, an arrow nearby, a stark reminder of the pain she had just endured, she cursed the heavens, unable to believe anyone would unleash such a lethal attack on another human. The protagonist, now clad in her leather armor, found it somewhat ill-fitting and uncomfortable, wondering if it was simply because it was designed for a woman's physique, while the ethereal goddess floated nearby, observing his every move. He scoffed at the notion that his actions were a mere hobby, even as a divine voice echoed, respecting an outsider's peculiar interests, and another, belonging to the same deity, couldn't help but laugh at his predicament. His thoughts drifted to the young woman, recalling how she was the only one among her companions with a build similar to his own, the other two having worn absurdly large and heavy armor. Considering her gear, he decided it was something he could definitely use, and with a decisive click, he took her crossbow, the goddess still silently observing his practical choices. He pondered the strange attack, still unable to fully grasp why those individuals had assaulted him, but then remembered the fleeting status window that had appeared and vanished just before the final blow. The system had revealed her name, Misa, her level, and a blessing called Bullseye F, along with a curse, a surprising detail given she wasn't a hero. The Bullseye blessing, a gift from a god, greatly increased the chances of randomly hitting a target's weak point, though its effectiveness decreased with movement, making him realize such blessings were far more common in this world than he had initially thought. A divine voice interjected, stating his current destination was of no concern to them, before asking where he intended to go next, to which he calmly replied that he would proceed to the village as planned. He even managed to acquire a few other items, clutching a small bag of loot. Even as he considers the practicalities of his situation, believing that money might somehow resolve his communication issues, a certain god's voice echoes in his mind, a stark reminder of his recent attempt to escape his outsider status, a futile effort, he thinks, that will probably fail again. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a grand, classical building, where a voice calls out, apologizing profusely and promising to compensate for their tardiness. Inside, a vibrant pink-haired girl, adorned with a small crown, addresses a gathering of students, including Hansu Kong, who sit attentively on the ground, announcing her intention to explain the fundamental nature of magic. She begins her lesson, recounting tales of a distant past in the continent of Fantasia, a time when magic was utterly non-existent. As she speaks, a curly-haired student interjects, confidently asserting that the true essence of magic lies in real-life application, claiming to have read in a novel that applying calculus could instantly transform one into an archmage. Another student, a girl with glasses, scoffs at his declaration, mockingly asking if he truly protected his purity on purpose, anticipating this very day. She dismisses his ideas as pathetic, proclaiming that magic is merely chemistry and promising to unveil the world's first atomic spell. However, a dark-haired girl with striking purple eyes shakes her head in disapproval, criticizing the glasses-wearing student for her lack of fantasy knowledge, asserting that merely knowing the history of magic won't make her an archmage. She passionately argues that magic is entirely about talent, emphasizing the crucial need to become familiar with mana itself. As the debate intensifies, the pink-haired girl claps her hands sharply, calling out to everyone to regain their attention. The curly-haired student, still firm in his convictions, declares his dislike for unnecessary theories, while the dark-haired girl with purple eyes agrees, reiterating that talent truly is the best. With a bright smile, the pink-haired girl concludes the discussion, affirming that talent is indeed the most important factor when it comes to mastering magic. The pink-haired instructor, her hands clasped thoughtfully, continued her lecture, emphasizing that the explanation about the founder of magic was necessary for their understanding. As murmurs rippled through the student body, some questioning the founder of magic or wondering if she had mentioned it before, while others focused on the concepts of talent and purity in magic, she stood confidently at the front of the hall, a small crown adorning her head, addressing the eager faces before her. A female student, diligently taking notes, listened intently as the instructor reiterated her core belief. Magic was a field where talent reigned supreme, more important than anything else. Then, with a graceful gesture, her gloved hand began to glow, conjuring a vibrant ball of fiery energy, demonstrating the very power she spoke of, and what truly decided that talent was about to be revealed. A radiant smile gracing her lips, the instructor held the fiery orb aloft, her voice resonating with conviction as she commanded her students to never forget that crucial lesson. The instructor continues her lecture, emphasizing that talent is the most crucial factor in magic, explaining that it's determined by one's natural bloodline and the artificial educational connections they possess, as she points to a student, the direct descendant of Zion Archmazing, the 12th disciple. She adds that this student is also the third husband of the founder, concluding that she herself possesses both bloodline and connections, and that all the heroes present will develop high potential from being her disciples, when a student interjects, asking what about them. Raising her hand, the student, Princess Athena, apologizes for interrupting the important explanation, but states she has a question, to which the instructor readily agrees, telling her to go ahead. Yubora then asks if it's possible for someone to become a magician without either of those prerequisites. She continues, wondering if it truly doesn't matter, since they are all starting with good connections after all. The pink-haired instructor stares, wide-eyed and speechless, her expression shifting to one of pure delight and excitement as she beams at the student. Kneeling before the instructor, Yubora takes her hand as the instructor says she'll explain it later, but first, she asks, confirming that the student is Hero Yubora, to which the girl replies with a simple yes. The pink-haired instructor, her eyes closed in a serene smile, clasps her hands together, declaring that from this moment forward, Yubora will be in an apprenticeship with her. As Yubora looks on with wide, surprised eyes, glowing purple magical symbols beginning to swirl around her. The instructor's hands glow with the same vibrant energy, sending streams of purple light down to form an intricate magic circle beneath the kneeling student. The glowing circle expands, enveloping Yubora in its radiant light, as the instructor formally acknowledges her as the first apprentice of Athena Archmazing. From a distance, the male student and the female student watch the unfolding ritual with expressions of awe and surprise, as the instructor then instructs Yubora to make a magic oath. Yubora closes her eyes, her head tilted back, surrounded by the swirling purple magic and sparkling particles, the energy intensifying around her. A single tear escapes her closed eye, as she softly questions, "I swear." The magic oath takes hold, lifting her into the air, her body glowing brightly within the powerful purple circle. With a series of soft clapping sounds, her eyes remain closed, the ritual reaching its culmination. The clapping continues as Yubora stands tall, her hands clasped before her, a determined expression on her face, the declaration of Hero Yubora echoing around her. Looking down at the beaming instructor, she hears the joyous proclamation, "From today, You are a full-fledged magician. A look of utter astonishment and delight spreads across her face, her mind reeling with the implications of this new reality. A moment of confusion washes over Hansu Kong, his brow furrowing as he processes the recent events. The pink-haired instructor, sensing the lingering questions, adds a crucial detail, revealing a system window displaying Yubora's newly acquired stats, Level 1, Hero F Blessing, and Magic C, along with a dividend of 1.65. She explains with a cheerful smile that those who become apprentices earlier receive a greater transfer of talent. Yubora, her expression thoughtful, wonders aloud if this C-rank blessing, which appeared as soon as the apprenticeship was made, is the talent the instructor had mentioned before. The instructor then turns to her, asking if she truly understands the importance of talent, especially since hopes and dreams can be passed down to descendants and apprentices, but without a parent or master with a magic blessing, becoming a magician is impossible. Yubora simply replies, with a quiet, affirmative, yes. A knowing smile graces the instructor's face, as she declares her intention to revisit her initial question. With a flourish, the instructor extends her hand, a vibrant, orange flame erupting from her palm, crackling with raw magical energy. She explains to the captivated students that the founder, who ascended to become a god of magic, left behind a blessing, allowing their descendants and students to easily learn how to wield magic. The fiery aura around her intensifies, forming a glowing circle at her feet, as she elaborates that the average magician can use this magic safely and easily. The students, including Yubora and Hansu Kong, watch in awe as the instructor concludes that with the help of such a blessing, this is what is known as white magic, and there is more to it. As the instructor continued her lesson, a soft, ethereal glow began to emanate from her outstretched hand, a delicate purple light coalescing into a shimmering orb. The magical energy intensified, swirling with vibrant particles, its power growing visibly within her grasp. A faint crackling sound accompanied the display, the purple aura flaring brightly. The orb of magic pulsed with raw, untamed force, its light casting deep shadows across her fingers. As the power reached its peak, the very skin of her hand began to crack and splinter, unable to fully contain the volatile energy she wielded. The students gasped in unison, their eyes wide with alarm, one of them exclaiming in disbelief, "Ish, the princess's hand? What is that?" Smiling brightly despite the visible strain, the princess addressed their unspoken question, reminding them, "You asked if talent was always needed for magic, right?" Yubora watched, her expression a mix of shock and dawning comprehension, her mind racing to connect the pieces of the instructor's demonstration. With both hands now outstretched, one still glowing with purple energy, the princess clarified, "In my right hand is white magic, with my blessing, and in my left hand is black magic, without my blessing." A collective scream erupted from the students, their faces contorted in horror at the revelation of black magic. Suddenly, a male student in a suit rushed forward, grabbing the princess by her cheeks with a furious expression, demanding, "Princess, did you already forget the strict instructions from His Majesty to not use black magic?" Now kneeling on the ground, her hands still visibly damaged, the princess meekly explained, "I only did it so that it would be easier for the heroes to understand." The male student, now joined by a robed figure, simply responded, "Oh, so it seems." A stern maid, her expression tight with disapproval, threatens to report the princess's actions to the queen, prompting an immediate apology from the young royal. Tears streaming down her face, the princess pleads with the maid not to tell her mother, while a male healer, his hands glowing with restorative energy, is urged to quickly attend to her. Meanwhile, Yubora, a student who had questioned the princess's use of black magic, bows deeply, offering her own apology for asking such a question. The princess, now composed and smiling, assures her that it's no problem, expressing her happiness that everyone now understands the dangers of black magic. Her radiant smile fills the frame, a stark contrast to her earlier distress. As students murmur about black magic, wondering if it's an evil power, the princess stands confidently, ready to clarify its true nature. She emphatically declares that black magic is not evil, explaining that it differs from the blessed magic passed down from their founder. Instead, she clarifies, black magic is akin to the raw, untamed power of nature itself, a force that simply exists. Later, at a fortified gate, Hansu Kong, now in adventurer gear, questions two guards, asking if they need dry firewood to start a fire, then explains that his left hand just took the place of firewood, implying a magical demonstration. One of the guards stares in bewildered shock, uttering an incomprehensible sound as he witnesses the unexpected display. Hansu Kang's hand, glowing with a subtle aura, touches the guards, who then expresses a dawning understanding and gratitude for the demonstration. Finally, Hansu Kang and Yubora walk through a bustling town, observing the numerous armed people and speculating that their presence might be due to the town's location in a forest filled with carnivorous plants. He and Yubora made their way through the bustling streets of the new town, the dust of their journey still clinging to their adventurer's gear. Spotting an inn sign, he wondered aloud if this was the place mentioned at the gates, feeling a surge of relief that the sign was merely a picture. Later, under the moonlit sky, a sigh of contentment escaped him, reflecting that money truly was the best, capable of forging friendships even without a shared language. As he settled into a bath, scrubbing away the day's grime, a thought crossed his mind about the guard, the inn owner, and everyone else he'd encountered, while an unseen divine presence stirred with discomfort. A small smile played on his lips as he addressed the divine presence, asking if it too felt uncomfortable, acknowledging his own unease while showering. He then playfully inquired about its gender, causing the divine presence to grow even more uncomfortable. Deciding to simply consider it male to preserve his own dignity, he continued to wash, only to notice a stubborn bloodstain. He stared at his arm, frustrated that the mark simply wouldn't rub off, while the divine presence grew increasingly worried. Curious about its sudden anxiety, he asked what was causing such worry, only for the divine presence to declare it a secret, hidden deep within its heart. Ignoring the cryptic response, he looked around the small room, wondering if the secret was somehow connected to his immediate surroundings, rather than the divine entity's emotions. His eyes widened in sudden realization, as if a new piece of the puzzle had just clicked into place. A muffled voice from beyond the door interrupts his thoughts, speaking in an unintelligible tongue, before a clearer voice declares, "Thank you. Go on your way. As the mayor, I'll take care of things from here." He pulls a towel over his head, a spectral, hooded figure with glowing blue hair appearing beside him as he remains silent, processing the unexpected intrusion. Before shouting through the door, "I'm bathing right now. Please wait a moment." From the other side, the mayor's voice responds with a curious hum. I heard you couldn't speak our." The voice cuts off abruptly, followed by a polite cough. "Ahem. I understand." He continues to dry his hair, a sense of unease settling over him. As he quickly pulls on his pants, the mayor's voice echoing in his mind. "Someone I can communicate with is outside the door." Now fully dressed and holding a knife, he looks toward the door, Yubora's spectral form confirming, "Someone you can communicate with is outside the door." He moves cautiously, a system message appearing before him, detailing his status as a curse hero, and explaining that the languages of hostile races will be automatically translated, though the experience and achievements gained from hunting them will be greatly diminished. Yubora's voice then adds, "The fact that we can understand each other means." A voice from beyond the door muses on the unexpected understanding of its language, then, with a slight clearing of the throat, acknowledges the situation. Hansu Kong swallows hard, processing the chilling revelation that the person standing outside is of a race inherently hostile to heroes. He considers the implications, realizing it will likely be a monstrous entity, perhaps a gnoll, or even a demon. Images of various grotesque creatures flash through his mind, their leering faces and sharp teeth a stark reminder of the dangers that lie ahead. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he contemplates the gravity of the situation, a quiet hum escaping his lips. With a soft click, his knuckles brush against the wooden door, a silent gesture of acknowledgement to the unseen presence. As he sits on the floor, a profound sense of being observed washes over him, a certain god staring with intense scrutiny. From beyond the threshold, the voice extends an invitation, a simple command to enter. His hand instinctively moves to the hilt of his sword, a subtle shift as he prepares for whatever lies beyond. Then, with a creak, the door slowly swings open, revealing a blinding, golden light. His eyes, wide with a mixture of apprehension and resolve, stare into the unknown. As he stepped through the threshold into the unknown, Hansu Kang's thoughts raced, wondering what manner of creature might appear, though the specific race mattered little to him, whether friendly or hostile towards a hero. Elves, humans, and even gnolls had all proven dangerous in their own ways, but what truly mattered to him was the possibility of a meaningful conversation. Just then, a figure with long, flowing gray hair emerged from the doorway, his gaze fixed upon the newcomer. Seated on a simple wooden bench, Hansu inquired, "What's going on?" The gray-haired man, standing tall, reassured him, "Don't be so concerned. I'm the chief of this village." The chief explained his presence. "I came to check because I received a report that we had a traveler who spoke a different language." Hansu simply replied, "I see," while internally questioning if this man was a normal human or merely in disguise. He seemed remarkably young for a chief, and the mention of his own name, Kong Hansu, that's a unique name, caught him off guard. The realization dawned on him that the chief could see his status window, a fact that made him deeply uncomfortable, having his personal information exposed so readily. The chief continued, explaining that while one could normally hide their status window, it wouldn't work on someone with an observation blessing like himself. Hansu, startled, exclaimed, "You can hide it?" The chief mused to himself, "I thought you were a fairy that boldly snuck in, but you must just be a boony from far away." He seems disappointed, a fact the chief quickly observes, asking if his feelings were truly that obvious. The chief then begins to explain the village's troubled past, revealing its long and bitter history with the fairies. He recounts how the gnolls, driven from their homes by the fairies' greed, were forced to spill out into the human territories, causing widespread chaos. This displacement led to immense suffering, with countless families losing their loved ones in the ensuing conflicts. The chief clarifies that this village was founded as a stronghold for those seeking vengeance, which is why it now teams with mercenaries, though few still remember the original grudge. Meanwhile, a certain god watches Hansu with palpable frustration, observing that the village is now mostly filled with inexperienced newcomers from the city, eager to gain experience. Hansu simply responds with a quiet, almost resigned, yes, as the ethereal form of the observing god flickers faintly in the background. The chief then casually remarks that it has been quite a while since Hansu had dinner, which he admits to having spiked. A small potion bottle glints in the chief's hand. As he hums thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on Hansu. Before the chief can react, Hansu lunges forward with explosive speed, his eyes wide with sudden fury. In a blur of motion, he draws a gleaming sword from its sheath. The chief, still holding the potion, barely has time to register the attack, as Hansu brings the blade down with lethal intent. He lunges forward, dagger glinting, a desperate attack born of sudden betrayal. But the chief merely watches him approach, a faint smirk playing on his lips as the blade closes in. Impressive, the elder remarks, his voice calm, even as the young man struggles against an invisible force, his face contorted in shock and confusion. The chief holds him firmly, explaining that fairies possess a high resistance to potions, and that the spell he used was specifically devised for such an instance. With a casual flick of his wrist, the chief disarms him, catching the falling dagger with practiced ease. His eye widens, a dawning horror reflecting the grim reality of his situation, the potion's effects now fully taking hold. The chief, now holding the glowing green dagger, leans in with a mocking smile, declaring that the young man was simply unlucky. As the world spins around him, a spectral figure of the god appears, its blue aura shimmering, a silent message echoing in his mind. They had been trying to warn him all along. Later, Hansu finds himself chained in a cold, stone dungeon, his body aching, his mind racing with the truth he now understands. The people are angry at the gnolls because they saw them slaughter their families and take their homes. But he knows the truth. These gnolls are also victims, just like them. He sighs, his thoughts consumed by the true culprits behind the conflict, those who instigated the war by seizing the gnolls' ancestral lands. Meanwhile, the village chief declares with conviction that these despicable fairies are their real enemies. Then turns to Hansu, inviting him to examine his status window. The chief proclaims this to be the karma of one who carries the truth, as a system window materializes, revealing his name. Crimson, level 16, blessed with lunacy E, and cursed with fairy C. Hansu reacts with surprise at the mention of a curse, as the system explains that being a sworn enemy of fairies shortens one's life and youth, while greatly increasing all damage and spite from them, leading him to wonder if this particular curse is the goddess's doing. Crimson, however, clarifies that it is the accumulated grudges of the fairies he has murdered, a mark he wears like an honorable scar. Hansu calls out to the chief, realizing that curses aren't solely the domain of an evil goddess, and questions if each curse has a specific condition, asserting that he is not a fairy to be despised. Before he can finish, Crimson lunges a dagger towards him, cutting off his words. With a menacing grin, Crimson admits that truth be told, he had no intention of talking so much, but his mind changed after seeing Hansu's dagger. He holds the blade, demanding to know where Hansu acquired it. Hansu, startled, explains that it is a spoil he took from a gnoll named Blue Moon's meat butcher. Still bound and bruised, he lets out a pained grunt, his mind racing with strategies, knowing he isn't foolish enough to reveal his true thoughts aloud. For him, survival is the absolute priority here, and he explains that he acquired the dagger after eliminating a fairy who had attacked him without provocation. Crimson, holding the dagger, suggests they might be comrades with a shared adversary, expressing surprise that Hansu possessed the skill to fell a royal fairy. The revelation catches Hansu off guard, making him question if they were truly royalty, to which the village chief responds with a knowing chuckle, asking if he hadn't realized. Crimson then admits his predicament, stating that the more he learns, the less he desires to end Hansu's life, prompting the young man to immediately plead for his mercy. The chief laments the situation, acknowledging that Hansu saw his status window, and thus knows he is a mage devoid of a magic blessing. Hansu reacts with confusion, while Crimson presses him, asking if he truly knows nothing, just as a mysterious, hooded figure with a soft blue glow appears, declaring itself an outsider. The chained prisoner explains that he has no one, not even a god, to instruct him on the rules of this world, a statement that makes Crimson ponder the meaning of an outsider. The chief defines it as a lone wolf traversing the wilderness, then mockingly adds that Hansu will never again experience such freedom. Hansu questions the ominous tone, as the ethereal voice of the glowing figure declares that a certain god prays for his luck in the afterlife. Startled by the sudden shift in atmosphere and the cryptic pronouncements, Hansu exclaims in frustration, demanding to know what is happening. Ignoring his pleas, Crimson raises his hand. Still suspended by heavy chains, a muffled sound escapes him, as Hansu struggles against his bonds, his blonde hair falling around his face. Meanwhile, the village chief stands over him, his presence casting a long shadow. With a deliberate motion, he ignites a candle, its flame burning with an eerie, vibrant green. Holding the glowing implement before a menacing red symbol etched into the wall, the village chief declares himself a dark mage. He explains his grim purpose, stating that Hansu must become a sacrifice to prolong his life, for the fairy's curse is slowly consuming him. His eyes glowing with a fierce yellow light, the mage shouts, vowing to fight the curse forever by extending his life through endless sacrifices. As if to seal his fate, the translucent figure of the god appears beside Hansu, reiterating that as a reward for dealing with a fairy royalty, he will be sacrificed without any pain. Sweat beading on his forehead, Hansu forces a wry smile, muttering a sarcastic thanks for such generosity. The hooded figure's chilling offer of a painless sacrifice, supposedly a reward for Hansu Kang's care of a fairy royalty, hangs in the air, prompting a strained smile from him, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as he replies, "That's so generous of you." He struggles to maintain his composure, his gaze dropping slightly as the tension mounts. The hooded figure, observing his reaction, inquires, "What is it?" A hand rests near a flickering candle as the mysterious individual continues, "If you want to beg for your life." With a dagger held menacingly close to his neck, Hansu, seated on the cold stone floor, defiantly retorts, "Of course not." His eyes wide with a peculiar mix of fear and determination, he clarifies, "It's just that." The hooded figure considers his words, a soft, contemplative sound escaping them. Finally, the figure concedes, "Fine. Go ahead. I'll be happy to hear the final words of a soon-to-be dead man." A flicker of annoyance crosses the figure's face as they add, "The bugs are being a bit noisy." The hooded figure, who had just offered a painless sacrifice, now holds a coiled whip, its leather straps taut in their grip. As the whip arcs through the air with terrifying speed, a blur of motion descending towards an unseen target. A sharp crack echoes through the space, followed by a pained grunt, as blood splatters against the cold stone. The assault continues, the whip striking repeatedly, each impact a brutal crack that sends fragments of stone flying, accompanied by more pained cries. Hansu, still on the ground, watches the scene unfold, his expression a mixture of shock and grim understanding. The whipping finally ceases, the sound of the whip retracting sharply. A moment of silence descends, the whip now lying discarded on the blood-stained floor, while nearby, a blonde figure lies bound and injured, and another, a long-haired man, observes the aftermath. The hooded figure turns to Hansu, their voice calm, asking what he had intended to say, as his mind races, realizing the chief's actions were far from normal, wondering if this entire display was orchestrated for his benefit. He lies there, contemplating the possibility that the chief desired recognition, perhaps even to be seen as an agent of justice. The chief, now standing over Hansu, a faint, almost mocking smile playing on his lips, acknowledges the difficult journey Hansu must have endured, with no one to appreciate his efforts. His smile widens, his yellow eyes gleaming with an unsettling understanding, as he asks if Hansu truly comprehends his words. The chief had just asked if he understood, and Hansu, with a nervous smile, replied that it was simply because he was an outsider. The chief, considering his words, then asked if Hansu meant a lone wolf who runs through the wilderness, seeking confirmation of his understanding. A sly smile spread across his face as he acknowledged Hansu's perspective, realizing he too was once an outsider. However, a certain god firmly disagreed with this sentiment, while Hansu himself, looking troubled, also found himself unable to concur. Despite his internal conflict, Hansu believed he had successfully empathized with the chief, who, with a wide, unsettling grin, declared his fondness for him. The chief continued, explaining that as an outsider, he had to remain a lone wolf. Hansu, observing the chief's peculiar logic, questioned the reasoning behind it, internally pondering how the chief could justify trying to kill him for the great good before, and now wanting to kill him again just to maintain his status as an outsider. As Hansu grappled with this twisted perspective, the spectral god beside him seemed to find the entire situation amusing, while Hansu himself, looking utterly distraught, muttered that this was no laughing matter. The chief's face contorted into a wide, almost manic grin, as he exclaimed that it was truly a happy day to finally meet someone who understood his great mission. He then addressed Hansu directly, instructing his comrade to simply watch from where he stood, to which Hansu could only offer a small, resigned okay. The realization dawned on Hansu, his eyes wide with shock, that he had stumbled into literally the worst situation possible. Meanwhile, the chief looked down into a murky pool, where two figures, one blonde and one with dark hair, hung upside down by chains over a glowing magic circle, musing to himself, Let's see. The village chief observes the blonde male captive, who hangs upside down, his condition clearly deteriorating. A pained cry escapes the captive, his face contorted in distress. But the chief merely smirks, declaring that the captive must live on to entertain him. His hand moves with a chilling deliberation, preparing for the next stage of his twisted plan. The captive's hand strains against the heavy chains, a desperate struggle against his impending fate. Now, the blonde male lies prone upon a glowing magic circle, the chief looming over him, ready to begin the ritual. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he announces, the time has come to commence. His hands clasped together, glowing with a crimson energy, as he invokes the Mother of Life and Watcher of Fate, seeking to claim the remaining life of this fairy. Above, the chains holding the captives begin to glow with a vibrant purple, signaling the ritual's activation. From a hidden vantage point, Hansu Kong watches, his eyes widening as the magic circle beneath the captive intensifies its radiant glow. The blonde male captive rides on the now intensely glowing purple circle as the chief demands he forfeit his remaining life, while the blonde female captive lies motionless nearby. With the captive now enveloped in a purple aura, the chief continues his dark work, his silhouette stark against the magical light. The blonde captive rides on the glowing magic circle, his body contorting as the ritual continues to drain his very essence. Kneeling before the struggling figure, the chief extends a hand, promising to send the captive's mate to his side soon, a chilling vow amidst the purple glow. His grip tightening on the captive's head, the chief's face twists into a cruel smile, reminding his victim of the consequences of rejecting his mercy. The captive lets out a pained gasp, his eyes wide with agony as the magic continues its relentless assault. A final surge of energy erupts from the circle, and the chief stands, enveloped in a vibrant purple aura, declaring the pact successfully established. From his hidden vantage point, Hansu Kong watches the chief, a question forming in his mind about the ritual's true effect. He wonders if the chief is truly becoming younger from the life force of the fairy, or if the entire endeavor has somehow failed. Stepping over the now inert captive, the chief addresses Hansu Kong directly, a mocking tone in his voice as he announces the success of his spell. Hansu Kong points out the obvious, that the chief doesn't appear any younger, which only elicits a knowing laugh from the elder, who then reveals he is not human. The chief clarifies his true intentions, explaining that he didn't sacrifice the fairy merely to extend his own life. His expression turning grim, he boasts about the countless fairies and travelers whose lives he has taken within the village, implying a much darker purpose, to the point that the fairy's curse is pitiful. Hansu Kong reflects on the captive's resilience in overcoming such a curse, even if he cannot agree with the chief's brutal methods. He continues, explaining that he, a human, had received the fairy's curse, which caused him to become sick and old in an instant. But it was then, he recounts, that a wandering mage staying in the village suggested an experiment. As he speaks, the chief begins to pull open his robes, revealing the skin beneath. From his seated position, Hansu Kong watches, a question mark hanging over his head, wondering what the man is suddenly doing. A gasp escapes him as a flicker of recognition crosses his face, realizing what he's seeing. The chief's robes fall open, revealing a monstrous, fanged gnoll face embedded in his chest, and a voice confirms, "That's right." With a wide, unsettling grin, the chief proudly declares, "I'm a gnoll." Hansu Kang's eyes widen in utter disbelief, a single syllable of confusion escaping his lips. His mind races, trying to process the impossible sight, wondering if the chief is some kind of mixed race. The chief throws his arms wide, basking in his revelation, boasting about the truly incredible combination of two races that hold a grudge against the fairies. He vows to soon take revenge with his human intelligence and gnoll physique, leaving Hansu Kong to ponder if he is truly alone in this revelation. He continues his boast, declaring his dark magic supreme, more than enough to achieve his goals. Hunting fairies with the very power of fairies, he asks if that isn't the ultimate vengeance, even as Hansu protests that he isn't a fairy. The chief dismisses his concern, calling it a little detail. A sharp pain shoots through Hansu's shoulder, his hand instinctively gripping the spot where the chief's touch lingers. The chief's grin widens, explaining that Hansu's own words about outsiders allowed him to realize his true identity. With a dramatic flourish, he reveals the monstrous gnoll face on his chest once more, declaring himself a true outsider, a lone gnoll destined to roam the wilderness. Hansu, visibly shaken, manages to say he'll never forget him, to which the chief replies that he'll put his life to good use, prompting a terrified question from the young man. "So you're still going to kill me?" A maniacal laugh escapes the chief, confirming his intent with a chilling "of course, because I'm an outsider." As Hansu stares, a grim realization settles upon him. Today, he learned that a serious outsider is very dangerous. This, he muses, must be the moment of fate. High above a sprawling kingdom, Princess Athena archmazing soared through the sky. A figure renowned as the genius of the archmazing magic kingdom, who held a deep admiration for those who toiled diligently. Yet her own royal status often consumed the precious time she might have dedicated to such efforts. Blessed with immense natural talent, she rarely needed to exert herself, leading to a lingering question. If magic truly stemmed from imagination alone, was there no other way to enhance its efficiency? Especially when faced with the common belief that a magician's skills were predetermined by their lineage and academic affiliations. Princess Athena's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if a new path for a hero was about to unfold. She praised Yubora's insightful question, explaining that to truly improve one's magic, they must follow the path of their mother or father's magic. But then, a shimmering light began to coalesce in a hand, hinting at other possibilities beyond traditional methods. The students, including Yubora, gasped in unison, wondering if they were witnessing a completely new form of magic. Princess Athena, archmazing, with a playful smile, conjures a small, glowing ice rabbit, its form shimmering with delicate snowflakes. As the princess demonstrates her unique ability, Yubora watches intently, a flicker of surprise crossing her face as she murmurs about the nature of the ice magic. The princess then begins to explain the history of her family's power, illustrating how the arch-mazing royal lineage has long been associated with a vibrant, fiery magic passed down through generations. This formidable talent, she clarifies, was a direct inheritance from their ancestors, manifesting as powerful flames that danced around them. Indeed, the members of the arch-mazing royal family, from ancient kings to the present day, have consistently wielded outstanding fire magic, a tradition spanning countless generations. However, with a bright smile and a gesture towards her icy creation, Athena proudly declares that the ice rabbit is her own unique magic, a personal deviation from her family's fiery legacy, before inviting the students to try it themselves. The students, including Yubora and Hansu Kong, look on with a mix of curiosity and apprehension, one of them hesitantly acknowledging the princess's offer. Despite Athena's encouragement, the attempt proves difficult, as a student's hand struggles to manifest any magic, confirming that it doesn't work as easily as it looks. Athena laughs, a touch of self-consciousness in her voice, admitting to Yubora that she's still not quite accustomed to her role as a teacher. She then turns to the students, her expression earnest, asking if they understand the complexities of her unique magic. Yubora, bowing respectfully alongside her peers, expresses gratitude for the princess's explanation, to which Athena humbly replies that it was nothing. However, just as the lesson seems to conclude, Yubora interjects, her voice firm, asking the princess to hold on, prompting a surprised yes from Athena. A blonde student, her expression troubled, wonders aloud what someone like her, who hadn't received a blessing, was supposed to do. Her sentiment quickly spreads through the crowd, with Hansu Kong and other students eagerly agreeing, demanding a blessing for themselves as well. A chorus of voices rises, declaring the situation unfair and accusing their instructors of favoritism, insisting they all be treated equally. Amidst the growing clamor, a delicate hand, adorned with a white glove, gently holds a small, glowing bunny figure, its soft light contrasting with the students' agitated demands. A sharp, sudden sound cuts through the air, drawing everyone's attention. Princess Athena, arch-mazing, her pink hair flowing and a coy smile playing on her lips, then asks, who among the heroes wishes to be her second apprentice? Her unexpected question leaves the students, including Hansu Kong and Yubora, momentarily stunned, their faces reflecting a mix of surprise and confusion. The silence is quickly broken by a student with glasses, who loudly proclaims her obvious suitability, pleading with the princess to make her the second apprentice. Immediately, a curly-haired student retorts, dismissing her rival's academic abilities and demanding she look at herself before claiming priority. In unison, the heroes had begged Princess Athena, their collective plea echoing like the crumbling of an ancient tower, its foundations shaking under the weight of their desires. But with a single sentence from the princess, the fragile alliance among them collapsed, shattering their unity like a fist striking the ground. The students, once united in their demands, were now busy fighting amongst themselves, their earlier solidarity completely forgotten. As the students clamor for attention, Yubora, in her student uniform, confronts the princess, a silent accusation hanging in the air as one of the kneeling students desperately calls out, hoping for a decision. Her gaze sharp, she directly questions the princess, wondering if her actions were deliberate. The princess, however, feigns ignorance, tilting her head in apparent confusion. Dismissing the underlying tension, the princess quickly changes the subject, suggesting they resume their lesson. Standing before her student, the royal mage explains that unique magic is forged through endless trial, error, and relentless practice, having just demonstrated a spell she calls the Ice Rabbit. But the student's mind drifts to a darker possibility, asking if the princess is referring to black magic, a question that visibly startles the royal instructor. The student, now looking concerned, repeats the title, Princess, as if seeking clarification or reassurance. With a serious expression, the princess clarifies that black magic is fundamentally different from white magic. Meanwhile, in a different location, Hansu Kong looks on with a worried expression, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. He stands within a glowing purple magic circle, a form of black magic that, as the village chief explains from above, requires a sacrifice each time it is used, making consistent self-practice impossible. Caught in a dire predicament, Hansu Kong curses his luck, wondering how he fell into the clutches of this madman, as the village chief's voice cuts through his thoughts. The elder's demand is chillingly clear, insisting that the young man declare his life forfeit. Hansu Kang's mind races, realizing that consent is a crucial element in the dark arts of black magic. He understands that merely restraining someone physically doesn't equate to true ownership over their will. The village chief, looming over him, declares their conversation is drawing to a close. With a wide, unsettling grin, the elder commands him to make his declaration now. Hansu Kang's thoughts are a desperate scramble, knowing that inaction means certain death, and he must devise a plan. Suddenly, he cries out, demanding a pause, as he has a request to make before his fate is sealed. The chief looks on, surprised by the interruption, while Hansu Kong internally resolves to die an honorable death. He then voices his plea, wishing to see Miso one last time, a ghostly image of the woman appearing before them. The village chief, taken aback, questions if he speaks of the mercenary known for her massive crossbow, to which Hansu Kang confirms the chief's familiarity with her. When asked why he seeks her, Hansu Kang's expression softens as he reveals the truth. He is Misa's lover. The village chief, still reeling from the revelation, questions Hansu Kang, his voice laced with disbelief. He dismisses the claim as utter nonsense, asserting his authority as the village's leader. Yet, Hansu Kang, with a sly grin, counters that he knows everything that transpires within its borders. The chief then reveals his own extensive knowledge, recalling a time when he knew Cole was Misa's lover, warning Hansu Kang not to mistake his goodwill for a foolish trick. Hansu Kang, momentarily surprised by the chief's insight, muses that he had underestimated the old man's competence as a leader. A smirk plays on his lips as he realizes this unexpected knowledge actually simplifies his predicament, confirming that Cole was indeed Misa's ex-boyfriend. The chief, still skeptical, demands proof of Hansu Kang's current relationship, his gaze sharp and questioning. Hansu Kang, with a subtle purple glow emanating from him, invites the chief to simply smell his body, assuring him that the truth will be immediately apparent. After a moment of sniffing, the chief's eyes widen in surprise, confirming that the distinct scent of Misa clings to Hansu Kang, an undeniable sign of their intimacy. A troubled expression crosses the chief's face as he considers the implications, realizing that Misa's disappearance would undoubtedly raise suspicions from both Gary and Cole. Hansu Kang, his smirk returning, simply affirms the chief's realization, solidifying his newfound leverage. The chief, impressed by Hansu Kang's cunning, asks if he has any other wishes, to which Hansu Kang immediately requests his freedom should he survive the ritual. Still standing within the glowing magic circle, he reiterates his condition, that he must meet Misa, even if it means a life with a shortened lifespan, for he can think of nothing else. The village chief, after a moment of consideration, grants his promise, and Hansu Kang, with a determined expression, declares his acceptance of the terms. With the agreement sealed, a powerful, unseen force resonates through the chamber, signifying that a deal has indeed been made. The village chief's eyes glow with an eerie yellow light as he begins to channel his magic, a menacing red aura swirling around his hands, forming a grotesque, fanged visage that hovers above his palms. A sudden jolt of alarm crosses Hansu Kang's face, his eyes widening in shock as the ritual's true nature begins to manifest. The air crackles with raw magical energy, purple lightning erupting from the ground and tearing through the space around him. A guttural scream escapes his lips as the violet electricity engulfs his body, his form writhing in agony as the black magic tears at his very essence. This damned village chief, he thinks, had promised it wouldn't hurt. The pain is unbearable, a searing torment that makes him believe he is going to die, forcing him to his knees as the magic circle beneath him pulses with malevolent light. He bids a silent farewell, intending to tell Misa that he went to a faraway place. But even in his delirium, a bitter thought surfaces that such a message would be difficult to deliver, because Misa was the one who left first. The village chief watches, his expression shifting from malevolence to surprise, as he observes the young man's unexpected resilience, wondering what he is truly capable of. Despite the overwhelming pain, Hansu Kang's eyes snap open, burning with a fierce, unyielding resolve, his jaw clenched as a red aura of defiance begins to emanate from his body. The sound of his struggle echoes through the chamber, a testament to his refusal to break. His head snaps back, a silent scream tearing from his throat as the black magic ritual intensifies. His body contorting under the unseen, crushing force of the spell, dark energy constructs descending upon him. A guttural gasp escapes him, a raw sound of pure agony. A surge of purple energy erupts from Hansu, striking the brown-cloaked man with unexpected force, sending him reeling back as he cries out in disbelief, realizing he has been utterly deceived. Standing amidst the eerie glow of green candles, Hansu retorts that he should be the one making such accusations, reminding his opponent of the promise of a painless death. Behind him, a ghostly figure with a blue hood shimmers into existence as he declares that the agony he endured was so profound, it could turn even a bosom friend into a sworn enemy. The brown-cloaked man, utterly bewildered, can only stammer out his disbelief, demanding to know how Hansu could possibly have survived such an ordeal. His yellow eyes widen in shock, the full weight of Hansu's survival clearly unsettling him. With the ghostly figure still at his back, Hansu points a finger at his adversary, promising to reveal the truth of his demise only after he is dead, just as the magic restriction that bound him finally wears off. Meanwhile, a mysterious green-cloaked figure with purple hair is revealed, identified only as an outsider. His gaze fixed forward, Hansu feels a profound shift within him, as if the very fabric of his existence has been rewoven. The outsider's blessing has reset his decreased lifespan. Standing firmly on the ancient magic circle, he remains resolute, even as the ghostly ally from before appears behind him, its ethereal form shimmering. A gray-haired man, cloaked in a simple tunic, gestures dismissively, his voice laced with contempt as he scoffs at the idea of a mere rookie surviving by the skin of his teeth. The spectral figure, however, floats closer to the chief, a chilling reminder of a forgotten promise hanging in the air. The chief, now facing Hansu, reiterates his earlier words, reminding him of the deal they made for his survival. Hansu's hand reaches for a sword resting on a nearby stone slab, his resolve hardening as he prepares to uphold his end of the bargain. He lifts the blade, examining its edge with a thoughtful hum, a silent contemplation before the inevitable. Nearby, 3 women are bound and chained, their faces etched with despair, the mint-haired captive in the center declaring one of them the lucky winner. Hansu raises the sword high above his head, its sharp point glinting in the dim light of the chamber. His target, the mint-haired captive, bows her head, resigned to her fate as the blade descends. A swift, red blur streaks through the air, followed by the sharp sound of impact. The captive's leg recoils from the blow, a fresh wound appearing as blood splatters across the stone floor. A gasp of pure terror escapes the captive, her eyes wide with shock and fear. Hansu, holding her chained arm firmly while a knife glints in his other hand, declares, "Got my witness." He hoists her over his shoulder, noting her weakness, too weak to walk. Can't be helped. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he adjusts his grip. Well then. And with a burst of speed, he takes off, the captive struggling against his shoulder as they blur through the dungeon. The village chief, witnessing the sudden escape, cries out in alarm, "Wait." His voice echoes through the chamber, demanding, "Where do you think you're going?" "No." But Hansu is already scaling the walls, defying gravity as he races away, the captive glancing back with wide, terrified eyes. He casts a quick, confident look over his shoulder, a triumphant laugh escaping him as he taunts the chief. Chief, I told you to keep your promise, didn't I? The chief can't do anything to me until I meet Misa." The chief's expression darkens, his voice laced with a grim understanding as he acknowledges, "Promise? Something like that." A faint red aura begins to emanate from him as he reveals the true stakes. "Can be nullified as long as I release the lifespan I received from you." As the village chief unleashed a binding spell, glowing red symbols flared around his hand, dark tendrils of energy erupting forth with a guttural cry. The magic swiftly ensnared Hansu, wrapping around him as he struggled, still clutching the fairy captive tightly. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he realized the chief's threat was no mere bluff, the power behind the attack undeniable. The chief, observing his captive's struggle, spoke with a calm, almost disappointed tone, lamenting Hansu's choices. He advised Hansu to abandon any hope of a painless end, to which the young man simply retorted, "Is that so?" A smirk played on Hansu's lips as he declared it was far too early to concede, a sudden, sharp grunt escaping the chief as his words were cut short. In a blur of motion, Hansu, still carrying the captive, had vanished from his bindings, reappearing behind the chief, who recoiled violently from an unseen blow. Blood trickled from the chief's mouth as he clutched his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden reversal. His amber eye, now bloodshot, reflected pure shock, the unexpected attack leaving him stunned. A guttural scream tore from his throat as vibrant red energy erupted from his body, a clear sign of his power spiraling out of control. Clutching his chest, the chief began to collapse, his form weakening with every passing moment. His hand reached out weakly, a desperate plea escaping his lips, lamenting the sudden, devastating loss of his strength. Still reeling from the unexpected counterattack, the village chief found himself held by Hansu, who questioned his state. A low hum of residual magic vibrated through the air, a testament to the force that had just been unleashed. As the chief visibly weakened, Hansu pressed him, wondering if his strength was truly abandoning him, while a new sense awakened within the young man, a consequence of the dark magic that had struck him. Blood trickled from the chief's lips as he stared in disbelief, his power crumbling around him. Enraged, the chief refused to accept his defeat, bellowing that no mere human could survive after taking so many lives, demanding to know if Hansu was some kind of immortal vampire. With a guttural cry, the chief continued to press him, desperate to understand the true nature of his opponent. Hansu began to speak, ready to reveal his identity. Meanwhile, a certain divine being scolded him for trying to put on airs, her ghostly form floating above the young man as he looked down, contemplating his next words. The goddess complained about his theatrics, but Hansu had already made up his mind. With a fierce resolve, he declared that he was the outsider's apostle, his dagger held firmly before him. At this bold proclamation, the divine being flailed around in utter embarrassment, her ghostly duplicates echoing her mortification. Despite her embarrassment, she quickly recovered, expressing her happiness for his newfound resolve, causing a faint blush to spread across Hansu's cheeks. Still reeling from the impact, he lets out a pained gasp, his mind racing through the possibilities. A thought flickers. If he were to finish off the level 16 chief, a massive amount of experience points would be his for the taking. But the immediate danger overrides the temptation, and he quickly dismisses the idea, knowing their priority must be to escape. With the captive fairy slung over his shoulder, he makes his way towards the exit, offering a casual farewell to the injured chief, who lies defeated on the ground. Yet, from the depths of his pain and humiliation, the chief's voice rasps, a chilling promise of vengeance. The unexpected declaration makes Hansu pause, his eyes widening in surprise. Suddenly, the chief's form distorts, his body swelling and twisting into a monstrous red beast, its glowing eyes fixed on the young man as it roars, vowing to tear him apart for destroying its dreams. The creature's fury intensifies, its voice echoing with murderous intent, promising to turn him into mincemeat. With a final, guttural cry, the transformed chief lunges, a crimson aura flaring around its hand as it strikes. The attack connects with brutal force, sending Hansu reeling backward, a sharp exclamation of pain escaping his lips. He stumbles, the impact radiating through his body, his expression contorted in agony as the red energy washes over him. Now lying on the ground, the fairy captive beside him, he looks up at the towering beast, which gloats, asking if he's surprised by its sudden power. The monstrous chief then reveals the source of its strength, declaring it to be Noel's swordsmanship. The transformed chief, a monstrous visage of red skin and glowing yellow eyes, continued his relentless assault, his clawed hand blurring through the air. The impact was brutal, sending a spray of crimson across the dark chamber, as the captive fairy could only watch in horror, a choked gasp escaping her lips. Still, the fairy knew the fight couldn't end here, not with the chief's monstrous, other head still active, and even as he reeled from the blow, Hansu Kang's hand instinctively went to his dagger, his eyes hardening with resolve. With a swift, decisive movement, he brought the blade down upon the transformed creature, who, in his final moments, cursed the mage power that had brought him low, his thoughts drifting to his daughter, a silent apology for the vengeance he could no longer deliver. As the monstrous form collapsed, red tears streamed from its eyes, a final, heartbreaking whisper of "sorry, I love," escaping its lips. Looking down at the defeated chief, the young man offered a solemn farewell, a quiet rest in peace, marking the end of the tragic battle. From a distant, ethereal plane, the goddess observed the scene, a faint voice echoing that it was indeed a great pity. Lying face down in the shallow water, the protagonist simply acknowledged the divine being's words, a weary, yeah, his only response. After a moment, he pushed himself up, the dagger still clutched in his hand, a new determination settling over him as he muttered, "Well then." He then began to release the captive fairies, their strange, melodic language filling the air with what sounded like gratitude, as the young man worked to free them from their bonds. With the fairies now free, their excited chatter echoing through the chamber, he revealed his plan. He had released them and called for the villagers to intervene. And just as he intended, the local militia soon arrived, swarming into the area, ready to settle the chaotic situation that had unfolded. The situation seemed to be entirely resolved, with Hansu Kang standing among the local militia, the aftermath of the village chief's defeat seemingly wrapped up. But then, a sudden, unseen force struck, causing him to recoil in shock, his mind reeling from the unexpected assault. He turned, a question forming on his lips, his expression a mix of confusion and growing concern. The other militia members, equally caught off guard, stared wide-eyed into the void, their faces contorted in terror. Yet, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Hansu Kang's lips, as if he understood something the others did not. Up until a moment ago, that is, when a sharp gasp escaped him, as he was suddenly pulled into a new, perilous situation. Another startled cry followed, a curse escaping his lips as he found himself in an entirely different location. Now perched precariously on a cliffside, he roared into the darkness, demanding answers from the damned fairies who had orchestrated this sudden shift. His face contorted in a furious snarl, he vowed that he would exact his revenge on them one day. As if in response, a volley of arrows streaked through the air, their sharp tips aimed at an unseen target below. And then, a man in a crisp suit plummeted from the sky, his body a blur against the dark expanse, a clear victim of the fairies' assault. He could only curse the very existence of this goddamn fantasy world, as his tumultuous journey was far from over. Within the grand halls of a magical institution, a rather childish dispute had erupted over the matter of apprenticeships. As mages from all corners of the realm arrived in droves, each vying for the prestigious title of Hero's Master, a situation that was quickly resolved despite the countless practitioners who sought such an honorable position. And so, Hansu Kang knelt before his new master, a robed figure who bestowed upon him a radiant blessing, shimmering with arcane energy. Later, a young princess, with her vibrant pink hair and regal crown, explained the fundamental principle of magic, emphasizing that it must first be vividly visualized within one's own mind. She stressed the paramount importance of focus, as Hansu Kang and his fellow students practiced, their hands glowing with nascent magical energy, though he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at the sensation. Hansu Kang then posed a question to the princess, asking how mathematics could be applied to magic, which made her pause, wondering if he was referring to the calculations merchants primarily used, before she clarified that in magic, 2 was always stronger than 1, even if it meant a slight loss of efficiency. He quickly corrected her, explaining that he was inquiring about the kind of mathematics required for magic, perhaps even using calculus to simplify complex spells, only for her to firmly state that no such thing existed in the magical arts. Hansu Kang's expression shifted to one of disbelief, uttering a surprised "excuse me" at her definitive dismissal. As the lesson continued, a voice from an unseen figure challenged Hansu, asking if he had used addition or subtraction while creating his magic. He held a small, flickering fireball in his hands, the master's voice echoing, explaining that the true reason he could use magic was because he possessed a master capable of creating fire so well. This implied that Hansu's own ability was merely a reflection of his teacher's prowess. Hansu, still reeling from the princess's earlier dismissal of his mathematical approach, found himself unable to believe what he was hearing, having been so certain he could easily become an archmage with his modern knowledge. The other students stood by, observing the unfolding discussion, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. Suddenly, a hooded old man stepped forward, interrupting the princess with a pointed remark, declaring that she had explained something incorrectly to the heroes. He then stated unequivocally that mathematics was indeed applied to magic. This revelation sparked a wave of excited murmurs among the students, Hansu among them, as the master's words validated his own unconventional thoughts. Since the princess had used a fireball as her example, the master announced he would continue with a related explanation. With a powerful surge of energy, he conjured a brilliant, glowing orb of fire in his palm, the vibrant magical aura illuminating his face. He explained that while the princess, having only learned theory, might not grasp this concept, he and his colleagues had been implementing mathematics to significantly raise the efficiency of magic. Beside him, another mage in white robes demonstrated, conjuring a massive, ethereal blue orb that pulsed with energy, captivating the attention of Hansu and the other students. The master continued, emphasizing that in a war, one needed to avoid unnecessarily wasting mental energy, and to shoot a fireball far away, the angle was of paramount importance. He continues, explaining that for true mastery, one must also account for the direction and speed of the wind when casting spells. As if to punctuate his point, the fiery magic he conjured erupts in a brilliant, controlled explosion. The students watch, captivated by the display, and the master turns to Hansu, a knowing smile on his face, asking if this was precisely what the brilliant hero had been pondering. Hansu, his eyes wide with understanding, eagerly confirms it. He then addresses Princess Athena, humbly inquiring if his practical approach could be of assistance, a question that makes her consider the true value of battle magic for a princess. With a hint of resignation, but a clear desire to learn, she quietly agrees. The other students murmur amongst themselves, realizing that this practical magic is truly the mark of an exceptional mage. One student, with a thoughtful expression, considers its implications for real-world combat. Under the tutelage of these skilled instructors, the heroes rapidly advance their magical abilities. Meanwhile, a certain god of law proudly observed their progress, while another, an impatient demon god, attempted to pilfer some garments. Yet, a different god of law, consumed by anger, unleashed a torrent of magic. This furious outburst came from a certain god, and manifested as a sudden, powerful lightning strike, bringing with it a downpour of rain. Rain lashed down on the quiet village, its empty streets reflecting the somber mood that had settled over the small community. Inside, a hand gently applied ointment to a bandaged arm, eliciting a pained groan from the injured individual. The blue-haired healer, tending to the elf on the bed, spoke softly, assuring her that the application was complete and asking her to endure the discomfort just a bit longer, then inquired if she felt any better. Espresso, maid of the fairy princess, responded with a frustrated cry, demanding to know if she truly looked any better. For her, the only relief the villagers could offer was medicine to dull the pain, as only a miracle from a saintess could truly make her recover, a fact known even to Chief Crimson. Yet, there was no way that either of the only two saintesses in the entire world, one a radiant woman with flowing white hair, the other a shadowed, powerful figure, would ever intervene. Espresso knew this truth, her expression heavy with worry, that such a miracle would never be granted to a mere fairy who held no special status, let alone royalty. The blue-haired healer, standing by the door, tried to reassure her, promising they would capture the human responsible so Espresso could rest easy, though the act itself might have been orchestrated by Chief Crimson. Espresso's fist clenched in silent fury, her thoughts turning to the possibility that the villagers who merely stood by were also accomplices. Tears welled in her eyes as she resolved that upon her return to the kingdom, she would first report this entire village. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed from the door, startling her as she called out, asking who was there. A new voice, belonging to a pink-haired elf, responded from the other side, simply stating, "Espresso, it's me." The pink-haired elf, having just arrived, gestures for entry into the room. Inside, Espresso sits on the edge of the bed, her bandaged limbs a stark reminder of her injuries, as the new arrival turns to face her. Espresso's expression hardens, her voice laced with frustration, demanding to know why she is being told about human problems, questioning their relevance. The pink-haired elf, however, offers a counterpoint, reminding her that the human in question had saved them from the village chief's malevolence. Rising to her feet, Espresso's anger flares, her thoughts immediately turning to the princess's dagger the human possessed, a clear sign of his dubious nature. The pink-haired elf insists, her voice firm, that they shouldn't be so easily deceived again, calling humans untrustworthy beasts, yet still acknowledging the human's act of salvation. Espresso, visibly distressed, defends her silence, explaining that they never explicitly ordered the human's death. The pink-haired elf dismisses the entire situation, viewing it as nothing more than wild creatures tearing each other apart. Espresso recoils slightly, the casual dismissal of the human's actions as mere beastly behavior clearly unsettling her. Suddenly, a sharp pain courses through her, and Espresso cries out, collapsing as her injuries overwhelm her. Just then, a new voice cuts through the tension as Councilwoman Sebilis enters, demanding to know the meaning of the commotion. The pink-haired elf quickly moves to support the fallen Espresso, while Sebilis, concerned, asks if she is all right, pressing for an answer despite Espresso's obvious distress. A fairy royal, known in the ancient tongue as Holy Sun, was among those captured, her form radiating a soft, ethereal glow. Despite her royal heritage and infinite life, she had been held captive, her existence a prolonged torment. Bound by heavy chains, she hung suspended, a stark symbol of her prolonged suffering. She was a prized possession of Chief Crimson, a toy he valued above all others, and the one who had endured the longest imprisonment in the basement. Now, as the chaos subsided, a voice attempted to soothe the distraught fairy royal, assuring her that everything would be resolved once they reported the events to the kingdom. But the captive elf, her face etched with anguish, cried out, demanding to know what they meant by over, insisting that nothing was truly finished. Councilwoman Sebilis held her arm, listening as the fairy royal continued, recalling how the human could have easily escaped alone, yet chose to free her. Sebilis, however, remained skeptical, her thoughts betraying a deep suspicion that the human's true motive was the fairy's infinite life. Her expression hardened with distrust, a clear sign of her unwavering belief in the human's ulterior motives. The fairy royal, taken aback by the accusation, questioned, wondering if the human had resorted to a dark magic pact. Unbeknownst to them, what Hansu had actually employed was a technique known as pact violation, a dangerous ability with severe repercussions. For when one violates a pact, they are compelled to repay precisely what they took, a cosmic balance demanding its due. The memory of Hansu's past actions lingers, recalling how the chief, underestimating his opponent's resolve, met a catastrophic end, self-destructing in a violent burst of power. Meanwhile, Councilwoman Sebilis looks upon Espresso with a hint of pity, muttering about her plight. Poor Espresso. As the maid-like elf confirms, I still remember. She continues, her voice laced with a deep melancholy. When you used to run around without a care in the palace, that's now just a distant memory of the past. You don't know how I feel. Tears well in her eyes, a soft sob escaping her lips, as she recalls the despair and humiliation I felt. Sebilis gently takes her arm, acknowledging her pain. Of course. How could I when I'm not you? She asks, but Espresso's resolve remains firm. But I need to go find him. The maid-like elf looks up at the councilwoman with concern, warning her. Councilwoman, it's dangerous in your current condition. Sebilis turns away, her expression hardening, declaring, if we ever meet again, do not call me councilwoman. She then adds, with a touch of self-deprecating humor, that's a title that is too much for an old lady who gets easily riled up. Her gaze sharpens, a determined glint in her amber eyes, as she prepares for whatever lies ahead. Espresso watches her go, a look of shock on her face, when suddenly, a ghostly, hooded figure with glowing purple eyes appears behind her, a certain god slowly leaving the scene. Above a vast, silent forest, under a sky dotted with distant stars, a profound stillness settled. As she, the ethereal goddess, seemed to ponder a weighty matter, her form glowing faintly against the cosmic backdrop. A question echoed through the void, a divine inquiry into the fate of an outsider, wondering if he still drew breath. Meanwhile, far below, Hansu stirred, his eyes slowly opening to the forest canopy above, a single word escaping his lips. His hand, still clutching a broken branch, lay amidst the fallen leaves, a testament to his recent struggle. As he lay there, battered and bruised, the ethereal form of the goddess materialized above him, her presence a chilling, silent judgment. Despite his weakened state, a defiant spark ignited in his gaze, as he challenged the unseen observer. A regal figure in golden armor stands at the threshold of a grand hall, beckoning a line of students forward, inviting those who wish to become swordsmen to step this way. Among them, Hansu Kong and Yubora, along with their peers, gaze in wide-eyed wonder, a collective gasp of wow, escaping their lips as they take in the opulent surroundings. The sudden shift in plans leaves Hansu Kong bewildered, wondering why a tea break is being offered right off the bat, when they should be swinging wooden swords at the training grounds. They find themselves ushered into a magnificent banquet hall, its tables laden with an array of delectable treats and drinks, a stark contrast to their expectations. The golden-haired noble, now smiling warmly, looks down at Hansu Kong, who returns his gaze with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Seated at the head of the long table, the noble presides over the gathering, with Hansu Kong, Yubora, and the other students arrayed before him, alongside several masked figures. Raising his teacup, the host offers a grand toast, proclaiming a celebration for the heroes who have chosen the path of swordsmen. The other students eagerly join in, their voices rising in a resounding chorus of cheers. Hansu Kong and Yubora, still somewhat taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, share a look of surprised amusement, their expressions mirroring the general excitement around them. A voice echoes through the banquet hall, expressing surprise at the conversations taking place. then clarifying that the ignorant training everyone envisions is not true swordsmanship, promising a simple demonstration to deepen their understanding. The golden-haired noble then addresses the commander of the knights, proposing a spar, to which the muscular man, holding a teacup, readily agrees, declaring it his honor. With a soft thud, the commander steps onto a raised platform, preparing for the impending display. The noble, a faint smile playing on his lips, announces that they will first showcase the swordsmanship everyone expects, then instructs the commander to seal his own abilities. Facing each other, both men draw their blades, the commander acknowledging the command with a firm, "Understood." Suddenly, the noble's expression shifts to one of intense focus, his form blurring with impossible speed, a vibrant blue aura flaring around him as he lunges. He moves like a streak of light, leaving behind shimmering trails, his blade a mere whisper of motion as he closes the distance. In a dizzying display, the noble appears in multiple places at once, overwhelming the commander with a flurry of strikes, his sword a relentless torrent against the commander's defense. The commander's eyes widen in shock as the noble's blade, impossibly fast, slips past his guard. Onlookers gasp in disbelief, one murmuring, "Incredible," as the noble, with a triumphant grin, asks if this is not the swordsmanship they had in mind. A thin cut appears on the commander's cheek, his face contorted in stunned realization, the sheer speed of his opponent leaving him utterly bewildered. His sword clatters to the ground, falling from his grasp, a clear sign of his overwhelming defeat. The air still crackled with residual energy from the golden-haired noble's previous, devastating strike. As she casually remarked to the commander of the knights that his sword dance had been quite amazing, her blade resting ominously close to his throat, a clear sign of his defeat. Gripping her sword with an almost ethereal grace, she declared that from this moment forward, she would reveal the true swordsmanship everyone would learn. With a confident smile, she then challenged the commander, urging him to fight with all his might this time, while a robed figure with glasses observed from behind, holding a softly glowing green orb. His jaw set with renewed determination, the commander accepted the challenge, proclaiming it his honor to face her once more. As blue energy began to swirl around his body and sword, he channeled his power, preparing for the impending clash. Across from him, the golden-haired noble stood poised, her own sword now emanating a soft blue aura, mirroring his readiness. The blue energy intensified around her feet, promising blinding speed and precision in the coming exchange. With a guttural cry, the commander lunged forward, his sword glowing brightly as he initiated his attack, a desperate surge of power propelling him. Their figures blurred into silhouettes as they met in the center, a blinding explosion of light erupting from the impact of their blades. In the aftermath, a shattered sword flew through the air, its fragments scattering, a testament to the overwhelming force of the noble's technique. Kneeling amidst the debris, his weapon broken, the commander could only acknowledge his defeat. The demonstration concluded. Having just demonstrated her overwhelming skill, the golden-haired noble acknowledges the commander's effort, noting that his swordsmanship has greatly increased, to which he humbly offers his thanks. Meanwhile, the assembled students, including Hansu and Yubora, are left in stunned silence, one of them murmuring, "What just happened?" as another quietly questions, "That's it?" The noble then elaborates on her philosophy, explaining that true swordsmanship is the power to cut through every means of the opponent in one strike. Her words carry a dismissive weight, as she asserts that without such decisive power, one cannot even defeat ironclad cavalry with imitational slashes, let alone a demon king. Among the students, Hansu grins, seemingly impressed, while Yubora looks on with a thoughtful expression as the golden-haired noble's words resonate with a new understanding of efficiency. Seated at the head of the table, the noble smiles serenely, declaring that since they have all understood, she will begin teaching swordsmanship from now on, then instructs everyone to please take a sip of the tea placed in front of you. One of the male students, with dark blue hair, raises his cup to his lips, taking a tentative sip of the offered beverage. His eye widens in sudden shock, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple as an escapes him, clearly indicating an unexpected and unpleasant taste. Another female student covers her mouth in disgust, while a male student beside her sticks out his tongue, both reacting to the tease. "What kind of taste?" The golden-haired noble, still smiling, reveals that this medicine is an expedient method used to obtain the blessing in a fast and safe manner, adding that you will all have to become used to it. As the students continue to struggle with the taste, the blue-haired student, having seemingly finished his cup, requests another round. With a determined expression, much to the surprise of the two female students nearby. He gulps down the foul-tasting liquid, a grimace twisting his features as the strange medicine takes effect. Meanwhile, the blonde hero, Choi Gang-min, offers a suggestion, believing a few snacks might improve the experience, before respectfully requesting the commander pour another glass for his fellow hero. The commander obliges, pouring the dark liquid once more, which Hansu Kong watches with a renewed look of utter disgust. An innocent goddess observes the scene, curious about the taste, while a water god holds back his equally curious companions. A warm-hearted death god looks on with pity, as the scene abruptly shifts to a dense forest, a stark contrast to the opulent hall. Perched precariously on a tree branch, Hansu Kong reflects on his recent escape, acknowledging the danger he faced without the usual knolls to cushion his fall. It was a relief to find a forest directly beneath the cliff he fell from, a necessary refuge from the persistent mercenaries who had chased him relentlessly since he left the village. He recalls the tense moments at the village gate, knowing that if the bribed guard hadn't opened the door, his escape would have been impossible. The memory of handing over the bribe flashes in his mind, a stark reminder of how close he came to being caught, utterly helpless. Suddenly, the relative calm is shattered as a pack of gnolls below him sniffs out his presence, their guttural cries echoing through the trees. Meat on top tree. Their hunger-crazed eyes glow with malevolent intent as they snarl, "Meat! It meat!" The gnolls continue their menacing chorus, demanding he come down, and Hansu Kong, gripping his sword, realizes with a sigh that they are simply welcoming him with a friendly greeting. He finds it ironic that he now trusts gnolls more than humans or fairies, a thought that brings a wry smile to his face. Suddenly, a sharp impact against the tree jolts him from his thoughts, reminding him that he still has a question he wanted to ask. With a decisive leap, he descends from his perch, a single word escaping his lips: "Great." Below, a gnoll looks up, its feral eyes catching his descent. Its snarling maw twisting in a guttural cry, a confused, hungry sound. Another gnoll joins the chorus, its voice raspy with anticipation, eager for the taste of human flesh. But before they can even fully react, a swift, brutal strike silences one of them, leaving him standing amidst the fallen forms of three gnolls, their bodies sprawled lifelessly on the forest floor. He looks around, a hint of surprise in his expression, muttering about the ease of the encounter. Unbeknownst to him, a divine figure watches with an unreadable gaze as he reflects on his newfound agility, his body feeling far nimbler than before. Pondering the reason for this change, he wonders if he might have leveled up without realizing it, summoning his status window to check, which reveals his name, current level, and a blessing. As another system window appears, displaying a curse and a dividend, he notes that while most things remain the same, one crucial detail has indeed changed. He ponders the mysterious dividend system, watching the number steadily increase, while a certain divine entity, observing from behind, mocks his ignorance of its purpose. The goddess then offers a cryptic piece of advice, suggesting that a higher dividend is always preferable. A wry smile plays on his lips as he expresses his gratitude, though his tone carries a hint of sarcasm. For the first time, he acknowledges, the goddess has provided truly useful information, just as a hulking, wolf-like creature emerges, its voice gruffly asking, "Well then." The creature's attention seems fixed on something primal, muttering about meat. With a disarming smile, Hansu Kong addresses the beast, explaining that he has a question and would appreciate an answer, especially since he's currently in a mad state because of fairies. The mention of fairies, and more specifically fairy meat, sends the creature into a frenzy, its eyes glowing with hunger as it bellows, "Fairy? You give fairy meat." Eagerly, the gnoll agrees to his request, urging him to ask away, hurry. Meanwhile, in a flash of memory or contemplation, the village chief appears, his hands glowing with a crimson aura as he ponders a solution, gnoll's swordsmanship, wondering aloud how to use it. The gnoll's open maw suggests a response to Hansu Kang's query, though the details remain unheard. Looking up at the ethereal form of the goddess, Hansu Kang acknowledges his current weakness, realizing that even reaching level 2 won't make revenge an easy task. He concludes that his best course of action is to mimic the unique swordsmanship of the gnolls, as the chief suggested, believing it will at least make him stronger than he is now. He listens intently as the gnoll, its tongue lolling, declares its preference for fresh red meat, prompting Hansu to inquire about the phenomenon of its eyes turning red. With its eyes now glowing with an intense yellow-orange light, the creature asserts its understanding of the power derived from meat, while the spectral form of the goddess appears, her amethyst eyes glowing, posing a question about how that power is utilized. Hansu, still seeking to understand the source of its strength, presses further, asking what gnolls typically consume, to which the creature simply reiterates, "Meat." He quickly apologizes for what he realizes is a rather obvious inquiry. Considering the limited information available on gnoll's swordsmanship and the power of meat, Hansu realizes he must delve deeper, concluding that he will have to research the gnoll's entire ecosystem to truly grasp its unique abilities. His gaze fixed on the creature, he contemplates the path ahead, knowing this understanding is crucial. This meticulous preparation, he knows, is essential for a smooth and successful revenge. In a grand hall, a blonde noble addresses a group of students, asserting that while talent is crucial for magic, anyone with enough time and resources can master swordsmanship. He continues, his words causing a stir among the seated students, as he elaborates on his point. Meanwhile, Choi Gangmin, looking visibly distressed, pushes himself forward, demanding one more shot at whatever he's consuming. The blonde noble chuckles, advising him to stop drinking for the day, explaining that efficiency is reduced if he drinks too much at once. But the young man, holding his cup with fierce determination, insists he needs to become stronger as fast as possible, declaring himself different from others. The noble then offers a small teapot, suggesting it would be better to cleanse his mouth with some honey tea. With a knowing smile, the blonde noble emphasizes that consistency is important, recommending 1 cup a day, with 2 being acceptable only if 1 is truly greedy. Choi Gangmin, his resolve unwavering, agrees to try 2 cups a day. The noble accepts his decision, but warns that the warrior's blessing won't settle in a short period of time. He concludes with a gentle smile, likening the process to a baby's inability to become an adult overnight. His expression twisting in disbelief, he could barely process the implications of such a long-term commitment. The voice of his instructor echoed, explaining that while individual differences existed, he could achieve his goal within a year if he maintained his resolve, a time frame that elicited a shocked gasp from him. As the words settled, a soft, ethereal purple glow emanated from his neck, signaling a new system notification. Before him, a status window materialized, revealing his name, level, and a newly acquired hero Grit F blessing, a revelation that left him utterly astonished. The blessing, named Grit, promised to make him stronger and mightier the longer he fought, though its effects would reset upon defeat, or if his will to fight ever broke, a condition that made him ponder its true implications. Meanwhile, an unseen battle god proudly declared the blessing incredible, while a martial god merely snorted in response, as the blonde noble from before offered his congratulations, expressing high expectations for the young hero. A confident smile spread across his face, his fingers tracing the corner of his eye in a gesture of newfound determination. The noble, observing his resolve, then announced his intention to demonstrate how to conceal the status window, offering practical guidance for the newly blessed hero. A primal hunger echoes through the forest, a guttural cry for sustenance. The monstrous beast, its eyes glowing with predatory intent, lets out a ferocious roar, its fangs bared in a terrifying display. It fixates on Choi Gangmin, who stands calmly before it, repeating its ravenous demand for flesh. He reflects on the past few days, having shadowed the creature to understand the power of meat, a silent observation of its relentless pursuit. Suddenly, the beast recoils, a flash of blue energy indicating a swift, unseen strike, its aggression momentarily interrupted. As the monster lunges forward with a desperate snarl, Choi Gangmin meets its charge with a decisive counter, a blur of motion against the forest backdrop. He acknowledges the creature's persistence, noting its repeated attempts to hunt him whenever an opening appeared, yet none of its efforts had ever come close to succeeding. With a powerful kick, he sends the beast sprawling, its pained cry echoing through the trees. Looking down at the defeated creature, Choi Gangmin commands it not to rise, a sense of disappointment settling over him as he finds its strength strangely lacking. The monster groans in submission, and a status window materializes before them, revealing its name. Fong broken by an arrow, a level 6 creature with no blessings or curses, yielding no dividend. Choi Gangmin stares at the information, a look of disbelief on his face, questioning if the creature truly is only level 6. The defeated monster, its eyes still burning with a feral glow, snarls, claiming its actions were correct, demanding attention to its evidence. It continues to boast about its hunt, proclaiming its desire for fairy meat and fairy head as its rightful spoils, while Choi Gangmin observes with a keen, calculating gaze. The young man recalls a detail about active gnolls taking fairy hair, then presses the creature, demanding to know why such a weak bastard could have hunted 2 fairies. The monster recoils, protesting that it is strong and that the accusation is unfair, dismissing its interrogator as mere talking meat. Facing him directly, the monster challenges him, asking if he can discern its level. It then taunts him further, declaring itself level 1 meat and easy meat, a clear attempt to provoke a reaction. Before the creature can finish its taunt, Choi Gangmin delivers a swift, powerful punch to its head, the impact echoing sharply. He wonders if the monster is acting purely on instinct. The monster, still reeling, points a paw towards a distant direction, indicating a path. Beyond the gnoll's inherent traits, Choi Gangmin realizes he is gathering valuable pieces of information. He prompts the creature, asking what lies in that direction, as the monster continues to point. The monster responds with a guttural growl, speaking of fairy meat and many tons, confirming the presence of more prey. Choi Gangmin, a slight smirk playing on his lips, asks if that is truly the case. He deduces the location of the fairy village that had ambushed him, and confirms that the chief's past warnings were not delusions, but the truth. The monster then snarls, lamenting that its meat was stolen. Choi Gangmin questions if the meat was taken from the fairies, to which the monster vehemently agrees, declaring fairy meat bad, before enthusiastically adding that rabbit meat yummy. The young man, with a knowing look, simply states his preference for meat, while the monster continues to express its desire. Meanwhile, the changes to Choi Gangmin's body are becoming increasingly evident. Strength slowly rose up from the gnoll's stomach every time it consumed something, a process much easier and simpler than the chief's method of stealing life force, though with a lowered effectiveness. As the monster absorbed the energy, Choi Gangmin inquired, wondering if it was finally full, to which the creature responded with a low growl. Suddenly, a surge of power coursed through its body, making the gnoll exclaim its newfound fullness and a feeling of immense strength. With a powerful roar, the monster pulsed with raw energy, its form blurring with renewed vigor. Yet, even as it felt full, the gnoll's primal hunger quickly returned, demanding more and more meat. Its eyes glowing with predatory intent, The creature fixated on the concept of talking meat, drooling at the thought. Unable to control its instincts, the monster lunged forward, its claws extended towards the young man. But before it could connect, Choi Gongmin's fist flared with a brilliant red energy, ready to meet the attack. The impact was swift and decisive, leaving the gnoll defeated on the ground, muttering thanks to its unexpected benefactor. Observing the creature, he realized he had finally understood the true nature of this phenomenon, identifying it with certainty as the power of meat. The force of his strike sent the monster flying, a trail of red energy marking its trajectory through the air. Standing over the now inert form, Choi Gangmin contemplated the implications of his newly discovered ability. The defeated monster, its body still twitching, struggles to comprehend the power that brought it down, its thoughts echoing a desperate question. Looking down at the creature, Choi Gangmin acknowledges their brief, violent encounter, recognizing its unexpected utility in his ongoing experiments. His hands still glowing with a faint red energy, he offers a quiet thanks, addressing the fong broken by an arrow directly for its unwitting contribution. Standing over the fallen beast, the red energy pulsing around his hands, he muses on the nature of his new ability, wondering if it applies to all meat or specifically to creatures like gnolls. His eyes now glowing with an intense crimson light, he dismisses the thought of being anything other than himself, firmly asserting his human identity despite the strange new power coursing through him. The red energy continues to emanate from his hand, a tangible manifestation of the intense emotions that fuel this power, stirring a profound chemical reaction within him. He finds the process truly remarkable, especially considering how the gnoll's inherent greed to maintain its feeling of fullness played a role in the power's activation. Moreover, the implications of this discovery begin to unfold, as the red energy around him intensifies with a resonant hum. From a distant, ethereal plane, a divine entity observes the outsider's transformation with surprise, identifying the burgeoning ability as the power of meat. The goddess, a translucent figure, expresses doubt that anyone else could wield such a unique and potent force, while Choi Gangmin looks on, still surprised by his own capabilities. His eyes still glowing, he ponders the critical role of the outsider's blessing, realizing that without it, he might have perished the moment he attempted to draw strength from depleted life force. He considers how gnolls seem to replenish this power with their meat, and how the outsider's blessing acts as a safeguard, preventing him from being completely depleted of strength. This blessing effectively resets his strength, creating an infinite loop of replenishment every time it depletes. As he considered the implications of his new power, a thought crossed his mind. This might actually be quite cool. Yet, a certain god, observing his childish delight, couldn't help but scold him. With a determined hum, he decided it was time to move. Under the pale glow of twin moons, a vast, dark forest stretched out before him. And through its depths, he sprinted with newfound speed, a faint, ethereal presence of the goddess still watching over him from above. Deep within the woods, two wolf-like monsters stirred, their glowing yellow eyes narrowing as they caught a distinct scent. Meat. They could smell meat, but where? Before they could react, the young man burst into their midst, a powerful blow sending one beastkin flying with a shout of, "Out of my way." The impact was brutal, blood splattering as the creature recoiled, leaving two defeated monsters in his wake as he continued his relentless dash through the night. His actions eliciting a profound surprise from the observing deity. Despite the surge of power and his newfound strength, he couldn't shake a feeling of dissatisfaction, a lingering unhappiness. A wave of regret washed over him, wishing he were back home, using his smartphone under his blanket. Instead, he was here, wielding a crude dagger, far from the comfort of his old life. Still wandering through a dense forest, a place teeming with dangerous, man-eating monsters. He looks up as a divine presence, a certain god, points the way to his left, and he offers a quick thanks for the guidance. Beyond the mist and towering trees, a formidable structure looms in the distance, its silhouette hinting at a new challenge. With his eyes now glowing with a fierce, crimson light, he faces the path ahead, a resolute expression hardening his features. A dark resolve settles over him as he contemplates unleashing his power of fantasy upon those he deems barbarians, ready to punish them for their very existence. Two figures converse quietly in the moonlit village square, their hushed tones barely audible in the night. Hidden amongst the dense foliage, Hansu Kong observes the village, reflecting on his initial plan to tunnel through the back, but the security measures prove far more stringent than he had anticipated. A slight smirk plays on his lips, confident in his foresight, as he had meticulously memorized the village's entire layout beforehand. Suddenly, a translucent, hooded figure of the goddess appears before him, her voice echoing in his mind, urging him to act immediately. Hansu Kong reacts with a startled gasp, questioning the sudden urgency, as the ethereal presence insists that now is the opportune moment to proceed. Though he doesn't fully grasp the goddess's intentions, his own instincts resonate with her counsel, confirming the need for swift action. Looking up at the towering structures, a determined glint in his eyes, he asks himself if he can truly accomplish this daunting task, realizing this is his chance to make a move. With a powerful, decisive strike, he shatters a wooden barrier, creating an unexpected entry point. Without hesitation, he plunges downward from a great height, a dark silhouette against the moonlit sky as he descends rapidly past the village's towering structures. He lands softly, having successfully breached the village's defenses. Surveying his surroundings, he notes the unexpected lack of patrols. A certain god, ever present, gloatingly reminds him to be grateful for his luck. He acknowledges the divine presence with sarcastic gratitude, his mind already focused on the next step of his infiltration. His gaze sharpens, calculating. Meanwhile, a guard inside a small building hums contentedly, unaware of the danger lurking nearby. Suddenly, the protagonist lunges, silencing the guard's startled cry with a swift, brutal strike. His eyes glow crimson as he plunges a dagger into the guard's neck, the sound of the blade piercing flesh echoing in the confined space. The guard gurgles, struggling weakly in his grip, but it's already over. He stands over the fallen man, a bitter thought crossing his mind about the ease with which he takes a human life, no different from slaying a monster. The guard lies motionless on the ground, his life extinguished. He reflects that this man, like any other, likely had people who would mourn his death, but for him, such sentiments are a luxury he cannot afford. As life drains from him, the fallen guard's final thoughts cling to his family, a desperate plea echoing in the silence of the night. Hansu, meanwhile, sits hunched over, his dagger still in hand, reflecting on his own near-death experiences and the anger that fueled his actions against those who would threaten his existence. The guard's dying resolve, a vow to never be trampled again, fades as his consciousness slips away, while from an unseen realm, the goddess watches Hansu, her gaze sharp and provocative. He looks down at the lifeless form, his expression unreadable as the weight of his actions settles upon him. Above the village, 3 luminous moons cast their pale light, illuminating the quiet streets where Hansu now stands. A sigh of relief escapes him as he surveys the still body, but a new thought quickly surfaces. If so many had died, surely someone would have noticed by now? Standing over the fallen mercenary, he muses that the infiltration itself was simple enough, but his true objective, finding the fairies, remains elusive among the human guards. As he ponders his next move, the distant, ethereal presence of the goddess continues to observe him, her gaze unwavering. A sudden realization dawns on him, causing a gasp of surprise. Both fairies and humans should have basic needs, so why has he seen no sign of the former? The goddess, sensing his delayed understanding, allows a subtle sneer to cross her features, prompting Hansu to internally retort, telling her not to be mean. He mutters a frustrated curse under his breath, his annoyance palpable at the unseen observer. Meanwhile, 2 villagers stroll through the night, their casual conversation punctuated by expletives, unaware of the grim events that have just unfolded nearby. He watches from the shadows as 3 figures move through the dimly lit village, one carrying a lantern, an interesting turn of events unfolding before him. From his hidden vantage point, Hansu Kong peers into a room, where a woman sleeps soundly in her bed, unaware of the danger lurking nearby. A hand reaches out, disturbing her peaceful slumber, and she stirs, a soft murmur escaping her lips. Her eyes snap open in terror, her face contorted in a silent scream, as a rough hand clamps over her mouth, muffling her cries. One of her captors leans in close, hissing a command for her to remain quiet. Her muffled protests continue, as another captor notices a scratch on his companion's hand, questioning its origin. The captive, now tied and gagged on the bed, is surrounded by her abductors, who reveal she bit one of them during the struggle, prompting a chiding remark about being more careful. With her face now covered by a hood, she is forced to her feet, one of the men ordering her to follow them out of the room. Pushed forward by her captor, she stumbles onward, her mind racing with the terrifying thought that other fairies might also be suffering the same fate. Her footsteps echo ominously as she is led down a flight of stairs, a chilling realization dawning on her that this must be the chief's basement. Meanwhile, the healer, her teal hair framing a resolute expression, speaks of the village chief, Crimson, believing them ignorant of their actions, yet they chose to turn a blind eye, all to protect their new way of life. As the hooded captive is led further into the depths, a familiar voice reaches her ears, and she recognizes it with a jolt, the healer from earlier. Deep within the village's hidden depths, a chilling voice echoes through the stone chamber, declaring that this moment is the comeuppance for those who allowed their dear friend to escape. Before a gathering of hooded figures, the village chief stands with Yubora and 2 other men, as the voice continues, challenging someone to fight this battle alone. A memory or a parallel conversation unfolds, where a spiky blonde-haired man frantically recounts rumors from the cafeteria, claiming that fairies despise humans and, if left alive, would once again seize their homes and families. The village chief, his expression grim, recalls how he had instructed everyone else to remain indoors, aware that something significant was unfolding within the village. Yubora, her gaze distant, reflects that even the mercenaries should not be out at this time, a silent pause hanging heavy in the air. Her eyes then open with a resolute glint, as she declares it is time to begin. The spiky blonde-haired man and a dreadlocked companion, both clutching daggers, step forward, vowing to act in the name of Crimson for their fallen comrade. But before their attack can fully materialize, a swift, armored fist connects with the spiky blonde-haired man's face, sending a spray of blood into the air. The village chief, sword in hand, looks on with a surprised expression, having delivered the decisive blow. The spiky blonde-haired man collapses to the ground, his body hitting the cold stone with a heavy thud. Yubora gazes down at the fallen figure, uttering a final, chilling farewell. Goodbye, espresso. The dungeon chains hang silently, as the sounds of the struggle fade into the oppressive quiet. In a dimly lit chamber, a man with dreadlocks surveys the scene, noting that only one captive remains amidst the fallen figures, while his spiky-haired companion looks on with a grim expression. From off-panel, a voice questions what should be done with the bound woman, her mint-green hair and pointed ears marking her as distinct, wondering if their objective would remain incomplete if she were spared. The captive, her yellow eyes sharp, challenges them, asking if their task would truly be unfinished until they killed her as well. The dreadlock man explains that while he did catch her attempting to leave the village, she holds a high position in the hierarchy, and they are uncertain how her allies might retaliate. The mint-haired woman, her expression softening slightly, assures them that she understands their feelings completely. But a young boy, looking back over his shoulder, interjects, expressing concern that killing their savior would be a grave mistake. The captive's face hardens once more, her anger evident as she considers the lengths they would go to keep their secret. The dreadlocked man, his voice firm, offers a proposition. If she, the councilwoman, swears to keep their secret, they will let her go. As the spiky-haired man begins to untie her, the councilwoman challenges their logic, asking if they truly believe an arrangement based on threats could ever be upheld. Her captor, surprised by her defiance, addresses her by name, Councilwoman Sebilis, as a bald, muscular man stands silently beside them. Now free and dressed in a white blouse and dark vest, Sebilis questions their extreme measures, stating that they would have let her go even if she had lied. With a knowing smile, she advises them to take this opportunity to learn, for a fairy does not lie simply to preserve their own life. With no other choice, the armored man declares his grim intent, raising a glowing blade over her head. Promising to make her end as painless as possible, he holds the sword steady, a silent question hanging in the air, as if asking if this truly is the moment. But before the strike can land, a sudden, unseen force causes her to recoil, blood streaking across her face, a gasp of disbelief escaping her lips. Her eyes snap open, glowing with an intense yellow light, as if a hidden power has just awakened within her. Then, with a resounding boom, the ropes binding her violently snap and tear apart, dark energy swirling around the broken restraints. Despite the sudden release, she remains seated, a wider view emphasizing her vulnerable position, still bound by the lingering image of her captivity. Her expression shifts to one of utter shock, her eyes wide with disbelief, as she whispers a single, bewildered question. How? Standing over her, a cloaked figure now holds a sword, having seemingly intervened in the nick of time, his presence a stark contrast to the earlier executioner. The young man's gaze is intense, his eyes glowing a fierce red, a clear sign of activated power. A flurry of incomprehensible symbols appears, hinting at the chaotic energy of the moment, as the unfolding drama promises to continue. Deep within a desolate dungeon, a mint-haired elf woman, Sebilis, looks up with wide, fearful eyes, a fresh smear of blood marring her cheek as she trembles in apparent distress. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows, his dark eyes widening slightly as he recognizes her. He mutters, "Huh? Looks like we meet again." His gaze then shifts to the two burly guards standing nearby, their expressions hostile, and he decides to address them first, his eyes now glowing with a faint red light. With a swift, decisive motion, Hans Kang's blade flashes, already stained with the blood of one fallen guard, as he considers his next move. The remaining guard lunges forward, but Hans Kang moves with impossible speed, intercepting the attack with a powerful counter that sends the man reeling. Meanwhile, Sebilis watches the unfolding chaos, her true thoughts betraying her feigned helplessness. She had always intended to eliminate both the fairies and the villagers, including the chief, from the very beginning. As another guard collapses to the ground, defeated, the elf woman's expression shifts back to one of wide-eyed terror, her hands flying to her face. She cries out, her voice trembling with what sounds like genuine fear. "Oh, save me," as if pleading for rescue. Hans Kang, his eyes still glowing red, holds his sword, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he processes her words. He realizes, "Oh, I know that language. It's nice to understand something." Looking down at the now lifeless body of the second guard, he simply states, "That's unfortunate," his tone devoid of remorse. He hears a desperate plea, a woman's voice crying out for salvation, his eyes glowing with an intense red light as he prepares to act. A blur of motion and a surge of power erupt from him, signaling the immediate start of his assault. The first guard barely registers the attack before collapsing with a pained cry, the force of the blow sending him sprawling. The second guard falls just as quickly, leaving the area silent as he reflects on the ease of the encounter. Standing over the defeated armored figure, he acknowledges that prioritizing the larger opponent was a sound tactical decision. The elf woman, still bound, speaks to him in a language he doesn't understand, her expression a mix of fear and urgency. Holding his dagger, the young man's eyes glow red once more as he wonders aloud, What exactly is she trying to convey? Suddenly, a glowing system window materializes before him, displaying the elf's name, Sebilis, along with her level, blessings, and a peculiar curse. He stares at the ethereal display, a new ability he hadn't noticed before, and a thought crosses his mind. Is she intentionally revealing this information? Comparing her status to his own, he notes her 3 blessings, all of high rank, while he possesses only 1. The Tamer blessing, in particular, catches his attention, improving the abilities of tamed animals and increasing the chance of taming wary ones, though he muses that such a high-rank blessing would be useless without any animals to tame. Touching his chin in contemplation, he concludes that there can only be one reason why she would choose to show him her status window. As he processes the information from the status window, Hansu Kong addresses the bound elf woman, confirming her name, Sebilis, while she responds in an unfamiliar tongue. A faint smile plays on Sebilis's lips, as if she feels nothing at all from her predicament. His eyes glowing with a crimson light, Hansu Kong muses that it's probably due to the outsider blessing, but still, something about the situation feels off to him. Meanwhile, a certain god finds his outsider status extremely uncomfortable, emphasizing the importance of him remaining an outsider, a sentiment that causes Hansu Kong to grimace. He acknowledges the unspoken rule, knowing that if he doesn't maintain his distance, punishment awaits him. Sebilis watches him, her expression shifting to one of surprise. With swift, decisive movements, he begins to cut the ropes binding her, muttering to himself about what a lucky fairy she is. He had originally planned to eliminate all of them, but her similar experience gives him pause. A close-up on her bare feet, submerged in the shallow water, emphasizes the raw struggle for survival. A memory flashes through his mind, of teaching his name to the indigenous people of this world, a past action he now considers a waste. Returning to the present, Hansu Kong instructs Sebilis to take care of the rest herself, realizing that if he were to kill all the fairies here, he would be no different from those he despises. As he finishes, a close look at Sebilis's arm reveals numerous small cuts and scratches, leaving her to ponder his words in silence. Still bound by heavy chains, Sebilis thrashes against her restraints, a pained cry escaping her lips. But a swift, decisive motion, a blade flashes down, severing the metal links with ease. Hansu Kong catches the now free elf, holding her steady as she still seems disoriented, telling her to stop making things difficult. She looks up at him, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, asking if he knows her name. He confirms it, speaking her name aloud, a revelation that clearly startles her. Under the pale moonlight, the village sleeps, its timbered houses casting long shadows. As they walk through the deserted streets, Hansu Kong wonders aloud why it remains so quiet, even after so many lives were lost. A hooded figure, wreathed in a faint purple glow, appears behind them, observing, and through her, the esteemed outsider god replies that they are not in the mood to talk. Hansu Kong acknowledges the message, his mind racing with the implications, realizing he needs to deal with the fairy to appease the god. But he can't trust anyone in this village, and the surrounding forest is teeming with gnolls. The two continue their hurried walk through the village, the silent, hooded observer still watching from a distance. As they near the village wall, Hansu Kong makes a firm decision, they need to get out of here first. With that, he scoops up Sebilis and breaks into a sprint, leaping over the wall and disappearing into the night. He continued to carry the elf through the dark forest, a sudden, sharp sound echoing through the night, making them both flinch. Looking up with wide, startled eyes, she questioned the source of the disturbance, another strange noise filling the air. The young man glanced skyward, wondering what could possibly be above them that would cause such a commotion, as the ground below them glowed with an ominous, fiery light. Then, with a powerful, rising roar, a colossal phoenix, wreathed in brilliant flames, burst into view, leaving him utterly stunned. Both he and the elf stared in disbelief, as the mythical creature let out a deafening shriek that reverberated through the forest. The fiery aura of the phoenix intensified, causing the young man to shield his companion, his mind racing with a single, urgent question. Even with his own extraordinary blessing protecting him, he knew the delicate elf would be scorched by the intense heat, a wave of concern washing over him. As the phoenix's presence continued to loom, the elf looked up at him with a curious, almost playful expression, a soft, melodic sound escaping her lips. He, however, misinterpreted her intent, asking if she wanted him to put her down, a small, unintelligible sound her only reply. With a cheerful yeah, she confirmed his assumption, leading him to believe she wanted to be left behind, a burden he should abandon. But instead of fleeing, she calmly walked away from him, her bare feet stepping towards the colossal, fiery bird, leaving him utterly bewildered. Facing the magnificent creature with a radiant smile, the elf extended her hand, revealing an unexpected connection through her tamer blessing, as the phoenix let out a soft, acknowledging cry. As the colossal phoenix continued to burn with an ethereal fire, Sebilis stood before it, a small figure against its immense power, while Hansu Kong watched from a short distance. A confident smile graced her lips, her voice echoing with an unexpected authority as she addressed him. Kong Hansu. The phoenix responded to her command, its fiery form swirling and contracting, a soft, resonant sound filling the air as it began to dissipate. With a final, majestic flourish, the mythical bird ascended into the sky, leaving trails of golden fire in its wake as it vanished into the distant horizon. Hansu Kong watched it go, the last embers of its presence fading into the twilight, a profound silence settling over the landscape. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in his mind, declaring that a certain god was emphasizing the outsider's crime as obvious, and a hand, glowing with an eerie blue light, clenched tightly, as if seizing something unseen. He cried out, "Wait, hold on," as the divine voice continued, announcing that a certain god was bringing down judgment on the sinner, and a small, hooded figure with purple hair, wreathed in a faint aura, materialized behind him. The hooded figure clung to his back like a ghostly presence, causing him to cry out in distress, protesting that he was upset about this too, and couldn't believe she had repaid his generosity with sexual harassment. His face contorted in a mix of frustration and confusion. He clenched his fist, grappling with the sudden, inexplicable turn of events. A gasp escaped him as his eyes suddenly flared with a vibrant purple light, a new, unsettling power manifesting within him. The hooded figure, still behind him, placed its hands on his head, seemingly guiding or influencing the strange phenomenon. Looking utterly shocked, Hansu Kong found himself holding a glowing purple frame, its intricate golden border shimmering with arcane energy. Overwhelmed by the sudden divine judgment and the mysterious glowing frame, he could only utter a single, bewildered question. "What is this?" A mysterious hooded figure, emanating a soft purple glow, places her hands upon Hansu Kang's head, initiating a profound change. As a system window materializes before him, detailing his new status, Hansu Kang discovers he has received a fairy blessing, alongside his existing outsider blessing and a hero curse, all contributing to his current level 1 status. His eyes widen in genuine awe, a new blessing of such high rank filling him with excitement. Meanwhile, the goddess, observing his reaction, casts a sharp, narrowed gaze upon him. Despite her evident displeasure, Hansu simply smiles, muttering that all sorts of unexpected things can happen in life. His nonchalant attitude only serves to deepen the goddess's discomfort, her aura visibly bristling with annoyance. A new system window appears, revealing the specifics of the fairy blessing. As a friend of the fairies, his lifespan and youth are dramatically increased, with all effects being favorable. Hansu ponders if this is truly a good thing, noting that the increase in lifespan and youth seems similar to his outsider's blessing. Now clad in adventurer's gear, he flexes, a red aura flaring around his fist, as he realizes that combining the outsider and fairy blessings will significantly increase the amount of lifespan he can burn with his meat power. The goddess, still present as a translucent, annoyed figure, grumbles that he is far too happy about this development. With a determined expression, Hansu reveals the true reason for his joy. He has finally parted ways with that fairy. Still cloaked and shrouded in a faint blue glow, the goddess remains silent, her expression unreadable beneath the hood. However, a narration box confirms that a certain god is now more comfortable, a sentiment echoed by the faint smile on her face as she stands beside Hansu, who grins broadly. He gestures with an open hand, a silent question hanging in the air between them. As they walk deeper into a moonlit forest, Hansu turns to the divine figure, asking if they should venture even further out this time. Suddenly, a massive, reddish-brown beast man with glowing yellow eyes emerges from the shadows, letting out a surprised grunt as he spots the approaching pair. His sharp fangs are bared in a snarl, his glowing eyes wide with shock. But Hansu, unfazed, simply grins and claps the beast man on the shoulder, casually asking how he's doing. The beast man's surprise quickly turns to a hungry anticipation, his thoughts fixated on the prospect of meat, while Hansu maintains his cheerful demeanor. With a friendly invitation, Hansu asks if he can tour the beast man's dwelling. 3 days later, under a bright sky, Yubora stands with a blonde man, addressing a gathering of people in a forest clearing, noting the passage of time since their arrival. In a grand hall, the blonde-haired leader addresses a group, explaining that from this day forward, after their meditation, they will raise their levels through hunting. He reassures them not to be too concerned about it. As for their first hunt, the Night Order will draw monsters directly to them. The pink-haired goddess, standing beside him, enthusiastically adds that for a mage, blessings are an absolute necessity, and as their rank and levels increase through hunting, their competence will also grow. Elsewhere, a group of students, including Yubora, excitedly anticipate their first fantasy-style hunting experience, some speculating about the physical improvements that come with leveling up, like better skin and figure. As they venture into a mystical forest, their attention is suddenly drawn to a small, gelatinous creature, prompting a confused exclamation from one of the male students. Another student quickly identifies it as a slime, while the curly-haired student, startled, asks where it is. The small, green slime quivers, emitting a soft, almost melodic sound, its simple face expressing a surprised Malarang. Just as the curly-haired student prepares to strike the creature with his sword, the blonde-haired leader and the goddess appear, both shouting for him to stop immediately. Confused by the sudden intervention, the student pauses, his sword still raised above the trembling slime. The blonde-haired leader clarifies that the creature is indeed a slime, but more importantly, it is a beneficial life form that poses no harm to humans. He stares at the slime, lamenting his lost experience points, while the curly-haired student beside him scoffs, explaining that slimes consume all manner of filth and trash, including pests and corpses, and because of this, they play a crucial role in reducing infectious diseases within an area. As the curly-haired student finishes his explanation, the goddess, adorned in her regal pink gown and crown, turns to face them, her expression unreadable. She then cradles the small, green slime in her arms, a gentle smile gracing her lips, and firmly declares that they must never attack such a creature. A hero who would harm such a beneficial being, she warns, would be condemned as a savage, prompting the curly-haired student to quickly agree, offering his apologies. With a reassuring clap of her hands, the goddess dismisses their worries. She explains that normally, goblins with an average level of 2 would be the most appropriate targets for their training, as a blonde instructor stands beside a fearsome, glowing-eyed monster. However, their goal today is the gnoll, a creature with an average level of 4, causing a short-haired student to gasp in disbelief, questioning how they can face such a high-level threat when they are only level 1. The long-haired student beside her echoes the concern, asking if it won't be dangerous, but the blonde instructor quickly reassures them, telling them not to worry, for they have the saintess by their side, and even if they die, they can be revived. The curly-haired student and a wavy-haired student look on in shock, repeating the word die in disbelief, as the goddess floats above them, a cheerful yippee escaping her lips. The blonde instructor, smiling confidently with the goddess and the slime beside him, declares that with the people present today, they can even handle orcs with an average level of 6, adding that unless they are very unlucky, it won't come to dying, as a faint blue glow emanates from below. A heavy, clawed foot descends with crushing force, signaling the abrupt arrival of danger. From the shadows, a pair of snarling gnolls burst forth, their eyes glowing with predatory hunger as they let out guttural roars. The students react with a mix of terror and eagerness, one with spiky dark hair exclaiming, they're here. Come, my EXP. Ignoring the danger, the spiky-haired student charges headlong into the fray, his voice ringing out with a confident declaration, nice, you're all mine. With a determined grin, he swings his sword, a trail of light following its arc, shouting, here we go. But before his attack can fully land, a gnoll's gaping maw lunges forward, its fangs snapping shut with a sickening crunch as blood splatters across the scene. Meanwhile, another student, wearing glasses, is caught off guard, a crimson aura of impact erupting around him as he screams in agony. He clutches his face, his cries echoing through the air, JH. And my eyes. As the chaos unfolds, a much larger, more menacing gnoll emerges from the darkness, its glowing eyes fixed on the struggling students, letting out a deep, resonant growl. The overconfident student now lies sprawled on the ground, his face bloodied, groaning in pain as the larger gnoll's growl reverberates around him. The student with glasses, tears mixing with blood streaming from his eyes, cries out in anguish, completely overwhelmed by the assault. Another brutal strike lands, a blinding flash of light accompanying the impact, as the terrified student lets out a final, desperate gasp. The student with glasses cries out, his face contorted in agony as the monstrous gnoll's claw tears into him. But even amidst the pain, he tries to fight back, his hands glowing with a desperate, yellow energy, muttering a defiant challenge to the creature. He focuses, the light intensifying as he prepares to unleash his chemistry magic, a last-ditch effort against the overwhelming foe. Yet, his magic explodes prematurely, a burst of light that only serves to shock him, leaving him vulnerable and bewildered. As the young mage struggles, another student, a blonde girl, bravely draws her sword, while a third boy cowers behind them, the gnoll looming large over their desperate stand. The student with glasses lets out a terrified shriek, his eyes welling with tears as the reality of their peril sets in. A chorus of screams echoes through the dark space, signaling the student's complete and utter panic. Just as all hope seems lost, a powerful voice cuts through the chaos, declaring an end to the struggle as a blonde-haired man in a military-style uniform steps forward. With blinding speed, a surge of brilliant, white energy erupts from him, streaking towards the monstrous gnoll. He closes the distance in an instant, his glowing sword carving a devastating path through the creature's form, the gnoll recoiling from the sheer force of the blow. Another powerful burst of light follows, ensuring the monster's complete annihilation. Standing amidst the scattered remains of the gnoll, the mysterious figure sheathes his still glowing blade, his intervention swift and decisive, leaving only silence in his wake. The students lay scattered across the blood-stained grass, their bodies aching from the brutal encounter, as one of them cries out in pain, another whimpering softly. Looking up in disbelief at the scene around them, they question the horrifying reality, one student desperately calling out for their mother amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, a voice from above addresses the blonde-haired man, Prince Alsus, acknowledging his diligent efforts in guiding the heroes. Alsus, startled by the sudden appearance of the white-haired woman behind him, exclaims her title, Lady Saintess. Kneeling beside the injured student with glasses, the Saintess muses aloud, believing there must be a divine purpose behind God choosing these individuals as heroes and sending them to this land. From a higher plane, a certain male god questions the validity of such a reason, while another divine entity simply conveys a profound sense of uncertainty. With a gentle expression, the Lady Saintess clasps her hands in prayer over the injured student, a soft green glow emanating from her as she begins to channel healing energy. As the healing commences, a pure goddess observes with a puzzled expression, while an evil god dismissively shrugs at the unfolding events. The vibrant green energy flows directly into the student's chest, mending his wounds with sparkling efficiency. The magical light continues its work, restoring his vitality with every shimmering particle. Suddenly, the student with glasses sits upright, fully healed but utterly bewildered, as the Lady Saintess smiles serenely beside him. From a short distance away, Alsus calls out, requesting the Saintess to join him. Still addressing the newly designated heroes, she implores them to fight with every last dying breath. Her serene expression unwavering, she promises them an ultimate safeguard. Every time you die, I shall revive you. Deep within a sun-dappled forest, the heavy breathing of a monstrous beast echoes through the trees. Standing before the towering, wolf-like creature, 3 students, Yubora, Alsus swordmaster, and Hansu Kong, brace themselves as the monster growls, its patience wearing thin. As the tension mounts, Choi Gangmin leans in, suggesting they need to buy some time, leaving Hansu Kong bewildered by the sudden urgency. Without another word, Choi Gangmin surges forward, a blur of motion, his eyes fixed on the monstrous foe. The beast roars, its claws extended, ready to intercept the charging student, but Choi Gangmin holds his ground, a fierce determination etched across his face. With a surge of inner strength, Choi Gangmin's form glows with a brilliant golden light as he unleashes a powerful, upward strike with his sword, the force of his attack sending shimmering energy through the air. The monster collapses, defeated, its massive body falling to the forest floor, leaves fluttering gently around its still form. As a certain deity praises his cleverness, Choi Gangmin holds up a glowing status window, revealing his newfound abilities and a message from a god who, despite the compliment, criticizes him for being too cheap. A wide grin spreads across Choi Gangmin's face as he exclaims, finally reaching level 2. Having just acquired new blessings, Choi Gangmin reflects on his recent hunt, finding it surprisingly easy. His new abilities, acceleration and command, are detailed. Acceleration allows him incredible speed in critical moments, though its cooldown increases with prolonged use. Command, on the other hand, grants a small ability boost to any group he leads, growing stronger with bolder orders. He observes 2 male students practicing with swords, musing that their efforts were quite helpful. A sudden realization dawns on him, eliciting a surprised exclamation. In a flash of memory, one of the students charges a monstrous wolf, crying out to protect Jang Myong. Another student joins the fray, declaring their fearlessness against the gnolls. Together, the 2 students stand victorious, the defeated beast lying lifeless at their feet. The blonde student, Jang Myong, beams at her protectors, thanking them and cheerfully announcing her new status as a level 2 adventurer. Yubora, observing the scene with another female student, lets out a small, annoyed tch at the blonde's exuberance. Jang Myong, surrounded by floating hearts and roses, winks playfully, asserting that good looks are also a powerful weapon. Meanwhile, a narration box highlights the intense gaze of a certain innocent goddess, as someone nearby exclaims, "Gee goddess." Jang Myong, flustered and with multiple arms flailing in surprise, quickly denies any illicit relationship, her face a mask of shock. As a certain bold god of beauty smiles lightly upon her, Jang Myong looks up, a surprised huh escaping her lips. The system message, glowing with a vibrant purple aura, reveals the color of beauty blessing, declaring that while beauty is relative, she is an exception, freed from ungraceful acts like physiological phenomena and physique maintenance. Her eyes widen in delight as she exclaims, "It's perfect for me." 2 male students, their faces flushed with admiration, stand beside her, one declaring with a proud grin, "This is a man's job." Meanwhile, Choi Gangmin, standing with 2 other male students, looks on as Jang Myong expresses her gratitude, telling them, "Thank you, I'll trust you guys." One of the students, holding a sword, enthusiastically offers, "We'll help you later," leaving Choi Gangmin to react with a bewildered what. His expression shifts to one of clear annoyance, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. A moment later, Yubora stands beside Jang Myong, both looking up at the approaching figure of Choi Gangmin. Jang Myong then turns to him and the other 2 students, asking, "What? You want to hunt together?" As the scene unfolds, a certain god passes around the popcorn, while another god of beauty watches in a sexy pose, observing the students' interactions with detached amusement. A certain battle god, watching from above, grows excited, urging everyone to embrace death. A young woman in a school uniform tumbles through the air, landing hard on the forest floor. As she lies there, a massive, shadowy hand descends from above, while a certain water god watches over her with pity for her solitude. Suddenly, a hulking, werewolf-like monster looms over her, letting out a guttural growl. Meanwhile, a god offers popcorn to another, who declines, saying they are not in the mood to eat, as the young woman looks up at her monstrous assailant with a flicker of resolve. Pushing herself to her feet, she declares, "I can do it," as her hand begins to glow with a vibrant, golden energy. With a powerful surge, she unleashes a blinding explosion of golden light and force. Following up her attack, she delivers a swift, powerful kick, sending the monster reeling back in surprise. The creature lets out a pained roar, steam billowing from its mouth. Panting heavily, the young woman stands victorious, a faint purple glow still surrounding her, as the monster lies defeated at her feet, leaving her to wonder. Yubora, now identified by a system status window, registers her achievement, finally reaching level 2. She acknowledges that while she might not be as far along as some others, her journey is just beginning. As she smiles, touching the glowing interface, a certain water god observes her progress with a sense of relief. Standing victorious over the defeated monster, her wooden sword held firmly, she offers a quiet, "Thank you," as a martial god cheers for her from afar. A new system message appears, detailing a weapon blessing. Her body will become a powerful weapon, and all her possessions will be naturally restored. She wonders if this newfound lightness in her wooden sword is a direct result of this blessing. But her moment of reflection is abruptly shattered as a new, hulking werewolf-like monster bursts from the earth, letting out a guttural growl. Without hesitation, the creature lunges, its sharp claws extended, aiming a vicious strike. Yubora's eyes widen in shock, realizing she faces yet another enemy. The monster's eyes blaze with an intense orange glow, its feral intent clear as it closes the distance. But before the beast can connect, Yubora swiftly brings her wooden sword up, now radiating a vibrant purple aura, successfully deflecting the powerful blow. With a surge of purple energy, she counterattacks, her glowing blade carving into the monster and drawing a spray of blood. The creature cries out in pain, recoiling from the unexpected force of her strike. The weapon blessing reiterates its power, promising her body will be a formidable weapon in all situations, as the injured monster looks on, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Still reeling from the previous blow, the monster stumbles back, its glowing eyes wide with confusion and pain. But before it can recover, a blinding flash of light erupts as another powerful strike connects, sending shockwaves through its body. With fierce determination etched across her face, Yubora unleashes a relentless barrage, her weapon a blur of motion. Her resolve unwavering, she pushes through the pain, a single word escaping her lips: die. The final, glowing impact sends the creature flying, its form dissolving into shimmering particles as it crashes against the unseen barrier. The momentum of the blow carries it far, leaving only a trail of fading light in its wake. Her chest heaving, Yubora struggles to catch her breath, the adrenaline slowly receding from her limbs. As a soft glow envelopes her, a system message confirms her success. She has reached level 3, and a relieved smile spreads across her face as she whispers, "I did it." Meanwhile, in a nearby wooded area, Hansu Kong and 2 other students stand frozen, their eyes wide with surprise at the unfolding events. One of the girls, her arms crossed, can only manage a bewildered, "Huh." High above, on a rocky outcrop, 2 silhouetted figures observe the scene below, one of them exclaiming with delight. Indeed, a certain god keeps watch, as the goddess and Alsa's swordmaster stand together, their gazes fixed on the world below, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. As a certain wind god offers a cool, cheering breeze, another, more impatient demon god, settles in to watch the unfolding events. Indeed, a certain god watches on, their presence a silent judgment over the world. The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows as twilight descends. A monstrous creature lets out a final, guttural gasp, its life fading into the encroaching darkness. Under the glow of twin celestial bodies, the night sky watches over the silent aftermath. A cloaked figure stands amidst a field of defeated monsters, their forms scattered across the ground. From a distant, ethereal realm, the goddess asks if anyone is curious about the sheer number of creatures that have been slain, to which a voice replies, "Not really. Even without checking, I know I've killed at least a few thousand." Meanwhile, Hansu Kong, his back to the viewer, gazes intently at a glowing status window, its ethereal text reflecting in his eyes. He had checked his status window over and over while fighting, desperate for any sign of progress. The window displays his name, level, blessings, and curses, revealing that a new curse had been added, but there was an even bigger problem looming. His eyes glowing with a frustrated red light, Hansu Kong mutters, "I'm sure of it now." The grim realization dawns upon him as the status window confirms his worst fear. I can't level up. Under the soft glow of distant celestial bodies, a tranquil forest sleeps beneath a vast, star-dusted sky. Yet, a certain god feels a growing unease, as Hansu Kong kneels over 2 fallen figures, his gaze fixed on a glowing tome, murmuring that everything will be all right, even though he knew his path to growth would be arduous. He attributes this difficulty to the curse of that evil goddess, a hero blessing that automatically translates hostile languages, but, more critically, greatly diminishes the experience gained from hunting and achievements. Hansu didn't expect the reduction to be so severe, frustrated that his level wasn't increasing at all. Meanwhile, a certain god gazes at a distant galaxy, remarking on the countless stars within it, while the young man wonders what has suddenly gotten into them. He had thought they would be snide and happy about his predicament, but their current demeanor was unexpected. The goddess, trying her best to look away, wears a smug expression as Hansu questions the true nature of this curse. He stares intently at the glowing text, his brow furrowed in thought. Another curse, slaughter, reveals itself, stating that friendly races will slightly fear him and find him appalling, and the chances of them opposing his cruel actions will greatly increase. Sighing, the goddess remarks that he is basically being forced to be a real outsider, while a certain god appears very cheerful, leaving Hansu utterly shocked. He carefully sifts through a pouch, his fingers brushing against various glowing treasures. Though he tries not to loot too much of their treasures, he knows they're all from humans or fairies. His hand retrieves a glowing vial from a different pouch, a grim realization settling in. Since he can't level up, his only option for getting stronger is money, a thought punctuated by the heavy thud of monstrous feet nearby, hinting at scary meat. A defeated gnoll lies sprawled on the ground, its last guttural cry echoing, "Kill! Meat!" Another gnoll looms over its fallen comrade, its eyes burning with fury, vowing, "Human meat! We'll take revenge," as Hansu observes from a distance. Still clutching the glowing vial, he remains alert. Standing over the bodies of several defeated gnolls, he notes that there are still more remaining, their forms lurking in the shadows. A system window appears, revealing details of an item. Hook that makes fairies cry, level 9, with a warrior F blessing and a fairy F curse, its description accompanied by the snarling image of a gnoll. A gnoll lets out a low growl, and Hansu realizes they must have come up with a plan, believing numbers alone weren't enough. He stands ready, sword in hand, observing that they also seem to have consumed a significant amount of meat. 3 gnolls snarl menacingly, their eyes glowing red with hunger and aggression. As Hansu unleashes a powerful strike, a gnoll recoils, its thoughts consumed by the raw power it senses, craving the strong meat it believes Hansu to be. The creature is sent hurtling through the air, its primal instincts screaming for it to swallow, heart, eat. But Hansu, mid-air, delivers a decisive kick, a silent thanks escaping him as he uses their aggression to refine his own abilities. The gnoll continues its uncontrolled flight, a mere blur against the dark expanse. With a swift motion, Hansu draws his blade, which now pulses with a vibrant, crimson glow, ready for the next engagement. He moves with lethal grace, as one of the gnolls, surprisingly articulate, expresses gratitude for the good teachers who found him, while another creature nearby reacts with a confused what. Hansu's relentless assault continues, prompting another gnoll to question if the meat it senses is indeed gnoll meat, a hint at their cannibalistic nature. Another powerful blow lands, sending a gnoll spinning with a sickening impact. He follows through with a devastating kick, the red energy of his power flaring brightly around his leg. Standing amidst the chaos, the young man reflects, acknowledging that, thanks to you guys, I figured out how to efficiently use this power. The remaining gnolls, witnessing his overwhelming strength, whimper in fear, realizing he is dangerous and too strong, their plans crumbling before them. Hansu stands victorious over a fallen foe, a quiet kun. Escaping him as he declares, "No matter how much you guys prepare, it will always be greatly lacking." With the title of Slaughter now his, Hansu's power continues to grow. After the battle, he manages to gather a significant amount of gold, but a new problem quickly arises. Frustration creases his brow as he realizes that without a proper way to sell his spoils, they're no better than mere rocks. He desperately needs a translator, wondering if there's any intelligent gnoll capable of human transformation, though he admits most gnolls are utterly useless. As he sits, contemplating his predicament, a voice cuts through the silence, accusing him of lying. A tall, dark-haired figure with crimson eyes and small horns appears, demanding to know where the one who took care of all the gnolls is gone, addressing Hansu as a level 1 human. Hansu looks up, startled by the unexpected confrontation, his expression shifting to one of surprise. The horned figure, clearly frustrated, asks if Hansu cannot understand him, insisting he spoke in the language of humans. A wide grin spreads across Hansu's face as he realizes the implications of this encounter, exclaiming that he's caught one. The human-shaped gnoll glares, demanding to know the meaning of Hansu's words, while Hansu internally celebrates finding a pretty smart-looking, handsome human-shaped gnoll, exactly what he needed. With his eyes glowing an intense red, Hansu leans in, demanding to know the creature's name. Despite his intimidating demeanor, he continues, declaring that he doesn't care what kind of gnoll it is, only that they can become friends. The human-shaped gnoll, now visibly sweating and nervous, finds his collar gripped tightly by Hansu, who stares intently at him. Noticing the small red horn protruding from the gnoll's head, Hansu's expression shifts to surprise, muttering, "You're a demon?" He recalls the words of the kidnapper, the goddess, who had explained that the hero's objective was to defeat the great demon king, a task that implied immense power if even gods needed help from otherworlders. The memory of the goddess, holding a glowing orb, reinforces the idea that demons must be incredibly powerful, as the gnoll stands before him, adjusting his tie with a serious expression. But this particular demon, with his eyes now glowing red in frustration, suddenly screams, "You asshole." His fangs bared in a furious shout, the gnoll rails against Hansu's behavior, accusing him of hitting a nerve while claiming friendship and dismissing the prejudice that all demons are strong. Looking down, a hint of apology in his voice, Hansu murmurs, "Sorry about that." The gnoll, now comically crying with streams of tears, clutches his chest, lamenting, "A bit too weak." KGH. Hansu, taken aback by the sudden emotional outburst, tries to console him, saying, Hey, don't cry. You're making me feel like the bad guy." Still tearful, the gnoll looks up, his anger replaced by bewilderment, exclaiming, You're just abnormally strong. Who are you? What's with this incredible strength for someone who's only level 1? Still holding the gnoll by the neck, Hansu offers a confident smile, claiming his actions are all thanks to his blessing. The gnoll, however, glares back, scoffing at the obvious lie and accusing Hansu of having more curses than blessings. A flicker of surprise crosses Hansu's face, as he asks if the gnoll can truly perceive such things. With a flash of green light in his eye, the gnoll confirms he possesses an observation blessing. A subtle smirk plays on Hansu's lips, as he reveals yet another blessing, one that allows him to peer into the status windows of others. Hansu's grip remains firm on the gnoll's neck, whose hand trembles slightly as he demands to know how long this restraint will last. Internally, the gnoll's thoughts manifest as a cloaked figure, sarcastically labeling Hansu's hold as a mark of friendship, while fearing his neck would be twisted if he weren't considered a friend. Hansu acknowledges the gnoll's intelligence, noting his distinctiveness from other gnolls, to which the gnoll proudly declares himself a dark mage, implying Hansu's inability to learn such magic due to a lack of intellect. Looking away, the gnoll insists he should not be treated as a mere human. A knowing smirk spreads across Hansu's face, as he reveals he was already of marriageable age long before the gnoll was even born. Meanwhile, a certain god's influence seems to press upon Hansu, urging him to delve deeper into the gnoll's personal history. Hansu reacts with a frustrated groan, as the ghostly thought form of the gnoll laughs mockingly behind him. Still held captive, the gnoll's eyes widen in shock and anger as Hansu casually asks why he hasn't managed to marry yet, prompting the gnoll to desperately plead for death rather than being toyed with by a human. He lets out a light-hearted laugh, asking if it would be sad to die a virgin, never having married. The gnoll, looking increasingly annoyed, explains that the stronger a demon is, the more partners they can have. A memory flashes, revealing his own past as a weak demon who ran away, desperate to avoid becoming the 243rd husband of an ancient demon. Hansu feigns sympathy, calling his plight pitiful, while the gnoll bristles, angrily telling him to stop. Still reeling from the unexpected revelations, the gnoll questions how Hansu is even able to move around. Hansu, with an innocent expression, asks what he means, as if genuinely confused. Suddenly, Hansu grabs the gnoll from behind, a purple aura flaring around the demon as he explains that he used a potent paralysis potion, an amount that should paralyze even a fairy with strong natural resistance. The glowing purple mist spreads from the fallen potion bottle, enveloping the area. Hansu's voice cuts through the air, demanding to know how the gnoll is immune to it, considering he's just a level 1 human. A fleeting image of a long-haired figure holding a similar vial appears, as if the gnoll is recalling the nature of a paralysis potion, its effects now being tested on him. Hansu's expression darkens, his teeth gritted in frustration as he curses, calling the gnoll a son of a bitch. The gnoll flinches, a surprised grunt escaping him, indicating the potion has indeed had some effect, though not complete paralysis. His eyes glow a furious red, a chilling grin spreading across his face as the unexpected resistance of his target ignites a deeper, more primal rage within him. He thinks, this is reminding me of such an enraging memory. Deep within a verdant forest, two figures move through the dappled light, their forms silhouetted against the trees. Suddenly, Hansu Kong lunges forward, seizing the horned demon by the collar, a smirk playing on his lips as he asserts his dominance. But before he can fully react, a surge of vibrant purple magic erupts from the demon, coiling around Hansu Kang's legs in a swift, binding spell. The horned demon struggles against Hansu Kang's grip, a defiant grunt escaping him, while the purple energy intensifies around them both. Hansu Kang's expression hardens, his eye glowing with a fierce red light, a silent testament to his growing fury. The horned demon, now visibly shaken, cries out in disbelief, demanding to know how Hansu Kang managed to escape the magic binding so effortlessly. Indeed, Hansu Kang had been momentarily caught, his world turned upside down by the demon's unexpected counterattack. But the tables have turned once more, as Hansu Kang now holds the horned demon captive, bound by heavy chains, and staring up at his captor with a mix of fear and defiance. Hansu Kang's gaze is unwavering as he presses for information, demanding to know the demon's connection to the chief. The horned demon, despite his predicament, manages a wry smile, dismissing the question as utterly foolish. Hansu Kang's patience wears thin as he clarifies his inquiry, emphasizing that he's not asking about just any chief, but one with a gnoll's head emblazoned on their chest. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as Hansu Kang recalls a memory, remembering a time when he thought, right, I remember, he was a human on the verge of dying. A frail, hooded figure appearing in his mind's eye, whose backstory, he muses, was a tale that would make anyone cry. The horned demon, however, interrupts his thoughts with a guttural cry. So I saved him from the fairy's curse. K. Hansu Kang's expression hardens as he connects the dots, realizing the demon is referring to the magician. The horned demon's eyes glow with malevolent red light as he smirks, confirming his involvement in helping that rotten chief. His face contorted in a snarl, the demon then points a finger, accusing Hansu Kang. Was you? Meanwhile, under a clear blue sky, a tranquil forest scene unfolds, far from the intense interrogation. Unfortunately, the group of student heroes, including Choi Gangmin, Yubora, and another female student, are seen training with wooden swords, their efforts seemingly in vain. The goddess, her white hair flowing, covers her mouth in dismay. Back in a different setting, Choi Gangmin and a bald man excitedly discuss how the funds will now be invested in the remaining heroes, exclaiming, "Awesome!" Prince Alsis, swordmaster, beams with pride, acknowledging the heroes' remarkable progress, as an average of 3 levels gained in a single day is an unprecedented speed for growth. He continues, his smile widening, to praise them as humanity's hope, truly amazing individuals. Yet, he muses, the true marvel lies in the hero's blessing itself. Meanwhile, a knight races through the forest, the urgent thud of hooves echoing, arriving to deliver a critical report. He rides at full speed, his mission clearly of utmost importance. Bursting into the chamber, the messenger knight gasps, announcing that the knight's order has discovered a knoll. Alsis, standing beside the saintess, inquires about the creature's strength, and the knight confirms it's a level 5 threat. The saintess then points out that the 3 heroes are also level 5, to which Alsis agrees, acknowledging their incredibly fast growth. Considering this rare opportunity, he believes it would be a valuable experience for them. Soon after, Alsis leads a group of heroes, including Yubora, Choi Gangmin, and a female student, through the dense forest, their footsteps soft as they track their target. Spotting the knoll ahead, Alsis raises a finger to his lips, silencing his companions as they prepare for the encounter. Alsis cautions his companions that while the creature might appear unintelligent, this particular knoll is a special unit, highly combative, and capable of attacking even those far stronger than itself, urging them to be careful. He continues, explaining that a fully powered knoll is even capable of wielding dark magic. Yubora listens with a worried expression, as Alsis adds that they must be especially cautious when its eyes begin to glow red. Suddenly, the knoll's eyes flare with a menacing orange glow, and Yubora gasps, apologizing profusely, believing their presence was discovered because of her. Both Choi Gangmin and Alsis react with alarm, their faces etched with surprise at the sudden revelation. With a guttural roar, the knoll charges forward, its red eyes blazing, speed lines blurring around its massive form as it closes the distance. As the beast lunges, Yubora declares she will stay back, leaving the front line to the others. Choi Gangmin's face contorts in a mix of shock and fear, the murmuring sound of the forest amplifying his apprehension. The female student, equally terrified, asks nervously, wondering if they will be all right. But then, a surge of resolve washes over Choi Gangmin, and he shouts to his friends, telling them there is no need to be afraid, his sword now glowing with a faint light. A system command flashes into existence, as he thinks to himself that if he can just buy some time, they might have a chance. He quickly assesses the charging beast, noting that since it is bigger, it should be slower than the gnolls they encountered earlier, planning to first avoid its attacks. As the gnoll lunges forward with a terrifying roar, its red eyes blazing, a wave of primal fear washes over him. His breath catches in his throat, a bead of sweat tracing a cold path down his temple as he braces for impact. Nearby, Alsis swordmaster reacts with a sharp intake of breath, the sheer force of the creature's charge shaking the very ground. The gnoll's attack slams into the earth, sending a violent shockwave and debris flying in every direction. A bald male student, caught in the periphery of the blast, coughs violently, his voice strained as he calls out for Gangmin. Undeterred by the impact, the gnoll snarls, its glowing red eyes fixed on its prey with unbridled fury. With another devastating strike, the creature sends Gangmin hurtling through the air, while Yubora is also caught in the powerful blow, falling backward. Both students are flung violently through the air, their forms blurring amidst the gnoll's relentless assault. But before the monster can press its advantage, a sudden burst of fiery orange energy erupts, signaling a fierce counterattack. Gangmin's glowing fist connects with brutal force, a shockwave rippling through the air as he lands a direct hit on the enraged beast. As the chaos momentarily shifts, the female student cries out, her voice filled with urgency, calling for Bora. Responding to the call, Yubora, her teal-blue hair now shimmering, plants her feet firmly and raises her sword, ready to face the monstrous gnoll. A system notification flashes into existence, highlighting the word weapon with an ominous glow. With a fierce cry, Yubora unleashes a powerful, glowing strike, her purple eyes narrowed in determination. But the gnoll's massive palm moves with impossible speed, intercepting her attack with brutal force. Its red eyes burning with savage fury, the beast lunges, delivering a devastating blow that sends her reeling. The impact lifts her off her feet, throwing her violently backward. Nearby, Choi Gangmin clutches his chest, a pained gasp escaping his lips as blood trickles from his mouth, clearly overwhelmed by the gnoll's power. The gnoll's relentless assault continues, striking Yubora's arm with another brutal hit. Both Yubora and the blonde female student are sent tumbling through the air, their bodies arcing helplessly away from the monstrous beast. They hit the ground with a sickening crash, a cry of pain echoing through the air. The gnoll stands over them, its red eyes glowing with predatory satisfaction, growling out Yubora's name, demanding she awaken. The blonde female student cradles the unconscious Yubora, who bleeds from her mouth, her own face etched with terror and confusion, wondering what she can possibly do. As the gnoll looms closer, she desperately pleads for someone, anyone, to save them. The monstrous gnoll lets out a triumphant roar, its red eyes burning with savage glee. Looming over the fallen students, he stands victorious as the blonde student desperately cradles her unconscious friend. Tears streaming down her face, she clasps her hands together, a desperate plea escaping her lips for anyone, please, to help. Unbeknownst to her, her very presence radiates a powerful charm, a captivating scent that draws the gnoll closer as he leans in, sniffing her hair with unsettling intensity. A chilling smirk spreads across his fanged maw, his guttural growl hinting at dark intentions. With a sudden burst of speed, his red eyes glowing fiercely, the beast lunges, a blue aura of energy flaring around him. He grabs her by the hair, pulling her roughly across the ground. Her eye wide with terror, tears mix with fresh blood as she's dragged away. Just as despair threatens to consume her, a new figure bursts onto the scene, a blonde knight with sword drawn, his voice cutting through the night, asking if hero Mayan is all right. As the blonde student lies injured on the ground, a certain innocent goddess, observing from afar, lets out a sigh of profound relief. Still trembling, blood streaking her face, she can only stare blankly, her terror not yet subsided. A certain evil god finds themselves quite disappointed, while another, a water deity, seems to be washing their face with cold water, perhaps in resignation or disbelief. The aftermath of a fierce battle unfolds, as the massive form of the gnoll lies defeated, its fur matted with blood. Around the fallen beast, several figures lie scattered across the grassy field, including the injured Mayan and the unconscious Yubora, all having fought hard, but standing tall amidst the fallen, his sword still drawn, is Alsa's swordmaster, the clear victor of the confrontation. It seems the gods themselves acknowledge the struggle, offering their blessing to those who faced such a strong opponent, hoping it will be with them. A low groan echoes through the quiet forest clearing. The horned demon struggles to his hands and knees, his voice laced with fury, demanding to know how he could be swung around like a mere twig. Standing casually over the defeated demon, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light, Hansu Kong simply greets him with a casual, "Hey, buddy." The demon's face contorts in a snarl as Hansu's expression remains cold, stating that he cannot grant any favors. Now on his feet, the demon attempts to regain some composure, but Hansu's question, "You want to die?" quickly silences him, leaving him stammering. Ignoring the threat, the horned demon's eyes narrow, and purple energy begins to swirl around his hand, a desperate attempt to unleash his power. But before the spell can fully form, the purple energy crackles and dissipates, overwhelmed by an unseen force. The demon recoils in pain, his face twisted in agony as the magical suppression continues, the purple particles still clinging to him. With a sigh of annoyance, the demon concedes, acknowledging Hansu's help in a previous encounter, and admitting he almost died a meaningless death. Hansu's voice cuts through the air, offering a choice: get beaten up more, or help him, revealing that there's a terrifying saint in the closest city. Kneeling once more, the demon laments that he cannot die without getting married, a thought Hansu dismisses as simply going on and on about marriage. The horned demon, his face alight with a wide, almost manic grin, readily agrees to guide him, suggesting the second closest city. With that, Hansu Kong confirms the plan, his expression settling into a determined resolve. The demon then adds a caveat, explaining that he also wishes to avoid the city where the goddess's lackey resides, a place he clearly finds distasteful. Hansu Kong acknowledges the point, realizing he had almost forgotten this crucial detail, and as they begin to walk away, the demon questions his sudden realization. As they traverse a winding path through the forest, the horned demon clarifies that they must take a roundabout way, since the knights have been restricting entry into the area for the past 2 days. He further explains that entering a city would require an identity check, a dangerous prospect for a demon like him, to which Hansu Kong simply concedes, understanding that some things cannot be helped. The demon continues to grumble, lamenting the language barrier he would face and cursing the goddess, his frustration evident. Hansu Kong watches the demon's outburst, a faint, ethereal image of the goddess appearing above him, her soft laughter echoing in his mind as the demon's anger flares. Under a bright, clear sky, the journey continues. Now walking through a lush forest with a red-haired female companion, Hansu Kong is questioned about his knowledge of the world, specifically his apparent ignorance of something as basic as an outhouse. Internally, Hansu Kong bristles at the implication, thinking that such mundane details are rarely mentioned in the novels and comics he's familiar with, a thought he wishes he could voice aloud. He reflects on the past 2 days, considering how his new companion had paid for his inn, his armor, and even his weapon. "Hey you," the red-haired woman calls out, her voice cutting through his thoughts. She turns to him, a slight frown on her face, explaining that she's been bothered since earlier. I'm seriously bothered by how intensely you're staring at me from behind, she states, a hint of irritation in her tone. He quickly clarifies, that's just a misunderstanding. I just like walking behind people. Internally, he marvels at the situation, thinking, a beautiful girl like this helping and looking after a stranger? He attributes it to some kind of MC buff, a blessing that must be affecting his luck, as his companion asks, hey, are you listening to me? She then expresses her surprise. Also, do you know how surprised I was by how you tried to attack a slime earlier? Gesturing emphatically, she warns him, anyway, past this point, it'll be the orcs' territory. He considers her words, thinking about the normal procedure of running errands at the village, but mentally protests, I don't want that, before resigning himself. Then there's no choice. His companion continues her instruction. Orcs are much more dangerous than gnolls, so you have to be careful to not leave this forest. Got it, he replies, acknowledging her guidance. The red-haired companion looks at him expectantly, asking if he understood her instructions. A wide grin spreading across his face, Hansu-kan confidently assures her that he understood perfectly. As they continue through the verdant forest, she glances back, a thoughtful expression on her face. The two walk side by side, his new sword hanging at his hip, ready for whatever challenges lie ahead. Unseen by them, a certain immature god of dice waves their hand, calling out to a friend, while a wind god asks if they should expect something significant to unfold. A knowing smile plays on Hansu Kang's lips, aware that the number of divine spectators has only grown. He muses that while others might slowly cultivate their talents like ornamental plants in a greenhouse, he intends to be actively engaged on the field, monopolizing the blessings of the gods for himself. His companion, noticing his unsettling chuckle, advises him to stop laughing so creepily and remain on guard. A system notification appears, reminding him that this territory is a rough place for a slime rank mercenary, a designation given to all newbie mercenaries. He looks down at the glowing ring on his hand, a look of surprise on his face, acknowledging that while it might be the lowest rank among mercenaries, there's more to it than meets the eye. A detailed system window materializes, revealing his name as Oh Hanwoo, level 1, and listing his blessings as Hero F Special F Mercenary F, along with a dividend of 1.95. He exclaims that he has received a new blessing, which grants bonus experience points upon successfully completing requests, but warns that failure will result in a significant loss of experience. A risk might be associated with this endeavor, but for a main character like him, it's no problem at all. As they venture deeper into the forest, his companion questions if this is truly the location specified in their request. She observes the eerie silence, noting that there isn't a single gnoll in sight, suggesting something unusual has happened to the forest. Hansu, meanwhile, muses to himself that extraordinary incidents always seem to follow him, quickly dismissing his own thought with a casual ahem, it's nothing. His companion, looking at a scroll, finds the situation troublesome, her brow furrowed with concern. She mentions their goal to collect 5 right gnoll ears, thinking they'd complete the request quickly, but Hansu simply suggests they go deeper into the forest. His companion quickly retorts that it's not such an easy matter, proposing they return to the guild for new information first. With a confident grin, Hansu reassures her, telling her to just trust him. His companion, startled by his unwavering confidence, exclaims in surprise and warns him to be careful. Suddenly, a massive cleaver-like weapon swings down with incredible speed, forcing Hansu to react with a shocked what? The attack is revealed to be from a monstrous, red-eyed gnoll creature, its form blurring as it lunges forward. The creature's strike connects with brutal force, sending Hansu reeling backward with a pained gasp. He tumbles backward through the rain-soaked air, the force of the blow leaving him disoriented and vulnerable. Seeing him fall, his red-haired companion rushes forward, her voice cutting through the downpour with a desperate cry for Mr. Oh Hanwoo to respond. Her footsteps pound against the wet earth as she closes the distance, urging him to pull himself together. With a determined shout, she lunges, her hand outstretched, ready to confront the unseen attacker. As Hansu lies dazed on the ground, the gnoll stands menacingly over him, but his companion is already mid-air, her sword arcing down with a brilliant flash of yellow energy, aiming to intercept the beast. Her blade connects with a powerful impact, sending a shockwave of light and sound through the rainy forest. The gnoll snarls in response, its eyes glowing a furious red as it withstands the blow. With a harsh, metallic clang, the companion's sword deflects, unable to pierce the creature's formidable hide. A gasp escapes her lips as she realizes the truth. The monster is protected by steel armor. Struggling to maintain her stance against the resilient foe, she calls out to Mr. Hanwoo again, urging him to rise. The gnoll responds with a low, guttural growl, its predatory gaze fixed on the struggling companion. Finally sitting up, Hansu observes the battle, realizing the immense difficulty his companion faces. He deduces that this must be a named monster, judging by its steel armor, and quickly urges her to draw her sword, recognizing the powerful gnoll's unique status. He stares at the creature, a realization dawning on him. This is indeed a gnoll, and it's far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. As the beast lunges with a guttural snarl, His companion deftly parries its attack, the clash of steel echoing through the cavern. The sheer force of the blow sends her reeling, a pained gasp escaping her lips as she struggles to maintain her footing. From behind, her voice rings out with urgent instruction, imploring Hansu to listen carefully. He quickly formulates a plan, declaring his intent to draw the monster's attention, creating an opening for her to escape, but she balks at the suggestion of leaving all the experience points behind. Before he can press the issue, a sudden, blinding impact slams into his face, cutting off his words mid-sentence. The force of the blow sends him reeling, a golden light exploding around his head as he's thrown backward. A trickle of blood escapes his lip as he struggles to comprehend, wondering what could have possibly struck him. His companion, witnessing his sudden collapse, cries out his name in alarm, her face etched with concern. Despite the danger, she reaffirms her unwavering resolve, reminding herself of her crucial role in this unfolding narrative. Meanwhile, a certain wind god finds immense amusement in the unfolding chaos, rolling on the floor with laughter, while another deity is left searching for their composure after such an outburst. Hansu, eyes wide with a sudden, painful clarity, gasps as the true nature of the attack registers. A pained cry escapes him as Hansu struggles to sit up, his sword lying uselessly beside him, and he desperately asks about the gnolls. Looking down at him with a gentle smile, his red-haired companion confirms he has finally come to, assuring him that she took care of all the gnolls. A soft, huh, escapes Hansu, as she continues to smile, her expression radiating a quiet confidence. But his attention is drawn away from her words, as he notices the severe injury to his own arm. His eyes widen in shock, and he demands to know what happened to it. Her smile falters, replaced by a look of deep concern as she asks if it was because of him, then quickly adds that it was her mistake, urging him not to blame himself. A wave of frustration washes over Hansu, as he curses his current predicament. He wonders how he can possibly call himself the protagonist, lying injured and helpless like this. A wave of disbelief washes over Hansu, his mind reeling from an impossible revelation. His face contorts in a mixture of shock and despair, sweat beading on his brow as the weight of the situation presses down on him. Meanwhile, an unseen voice ponders aloud, wondering if there might be a way to heal him, perhaps through a divine blessing. As Hansu stares at a glowing purple screen, his companion gently urges him to calm down, but he can only curse in frustration. Turning to her, he questions how he could possibly find peace amidst such chaos. His companion, her expression tinged with sadness, takes responsibility, insisting he shouldn't blame himself for what has transpired. A sudden, unexpected smirk spreads across Hansu's face, a hint of dark amusement replacing his earlier despair. His companion looks on, a question mark hovering over her head, clearly bewildered by his sudden change in demeanor. From above, a certain wind god is seen laughing from their cloud, while an immature god of dice playfully inquires about Hansu's feelings. Hansu, now enraged, yells at the unseen entities, demanding they stop laughing and questioning if they find his predicament amusing. His outburst does not go unnoticed, as the wind god expresses displeasure, and another deity decides it's time to teach him a swift lesson. A wave of searing red energy washes over Hansu, forcing a pained groan from him. As the energy dissipates, a system notification materializes before him, declaring a new curse has been applied, specifically targeting his SE through ability. The message details that he is now unable to perceive hidden elements, even without physical barriers, and that his weaknesses and secrets are now far more exposed. Hansu questions the nature of this affliction, wondering if it's similar to the curse that befell Mayan, and what it truly means to be unable to peek through things. His companion, witnessing his sudden distress, asks if he's all right, to which he can only offer a non-committal response. She observes him with concern, noting that he's been talking to himself and jokingly asks if he hit his head when he fell earlier, unaware of the system messages only he can see. A sudden realization dawns on Hansu, filling him with frustration, as he curses the new affliction, lamenting that it might ruin his dreams of traveling with a beautiful girl. As he remains on the ground, his companion looks down at him, her expression a mix of confusion and worry, gently calling out to him. The forest around them seems to echo their unease, a palpable sense of foreboding hanging in the air. Considering the growing danger, the red-haired woman suggests they return to the city, emphasizing the peril they'd face if more gnolls were to attack. Hansu, after a moment of consideration, agrees to her plan, acknowledging the need to retreat. A close-up reveals her bandaged arm, a stark reminder of her injury, as she recalls that a saintess resides in the city who should be able to heal her. Looking at Hansu with determination, she offers a reassuring promise. He resolves to take responsibility for the injured arm, proclaiming his intent because he is a hero of legends. Suddenly, a horned figure interrupts his thoughts, asking him to repeat his name. The demon, Cogmus, expresses surprise that Hansu would ask for his name now, after they've been traveling together for a while. He then clarifies that Cogmus is neither an alias nor a normal name, despite Hansu's observation that it sounds quite ordinary. Cogmus reveals his lineage, stating he is the 23rd child of the 348th wife of the 14th Demon King. He explains that while humans value royalty, demon society prioritizes power, leading to many nobles and royals. Therefore, they do not place much value on status, implying that anyone with power can rule. Hansu laughs at this, then quickly apologizes, joking that the demon is just a nobody demon with nothing. The demon then asks how Hansu prefers to address him, revealing his nickname, Mose. He explains that Mose was a nickname given to him by an old friend, who later became the 425th wife of the 7th Demon King. In a poignant memory, the Horned Demon recalls a time when he couldn't even congratulate a light-haired woman after she had given birth to her first child. Meanwhile, Hansu, listening intently to the demon's tale, lets out a small gasp of surprise as the demon speaks of her. A thoughtful expression crosses Hansu's face, considering the demon's plight, feeling a pang of sympathy for this creature with a complex past, seemingly obsessed with the concept of marriage. Yet, a certain divine being, far removed from such mortal concerns, lets out a rather large yawn, whining about the tediousness of the forest and urging a swift departure. As Hansu and the Horned Demon continue their journey through the dense woods, they pass by a colossal, slumbering figure, its green skin and mossy hair blending into the ancient trees. The demon continues his narrative, explaining that the divine being was displeased with his past associations, especially his interactions with fairies or humans, prompting Hansu to wonder why the god's attitude would differ when it came to a demon. A somber expression settles on the demon's face as he recounts the god's displeasure. Suddenly, a massive footprint appears on the forest floor, drawing Hansu's attention, and the demon announces their arrival, to which Hansu responds with a questioning what. The Horned Demon suggests they should soon be able to leave the forest, a piece of information Hansu receives as good news. Kneeling to examine the colossal print, Hansu cautions his companion, advising him not to let his guard down. As the forest's edge approaches, the demon reveals that beyond lies the territory of the Night Kingdom, home to the swordmaster, prompting Hansu to question, Night Kingdom. Confirming his words, the demon adds that it is also the territory of the orcs, leaving Hansu to ponder the implications of encountering orcs. As they continue their journey, Hansu expresses his anticipation for what lies ahead, wondering if any good guys might be found among the new inhabitants of this territory. A slight smirk plays on Cogmus's lips, as if amused by Hansu's naive optimism. He then warns him, explaining that orcs are on a completely different level than the gnolls they had previously encountered. From their vantage point on a rocky outcrop, Cogmus points out the orcs below, prompting Hansu to ask where to look. Meanwhile, in the settlement below, an orc sniffs the air, its senses keenly picking up an unfamiliar scent. Hansu observes the orcs, noting their surprisingly organized settlement and the domesticated animals they keep, a stark contrast to his expectations. Another orc, with a deep inhale, confirms the presence of a human nearby. Two orcs discuss the scent, one remarking that while males aren't as tasty as females, they should still be able to fill their bellies, licking its lips in anticipation. Realizing they've been detected, Hansu points towards the orcs, a sense of urgency in his voice. Cogmus, clearly annoyed, immediately blames Hansu for their predicament, asking what the problem is. Hansu's eyes glow a vivid red in the darkness, and he retorts, asking if it ever occurred to Cogmus how noticeable those glowing eyes are at night. Sitting down, Hansu admits he simply forgot, having grown accustomed to his unique trait, while Cogmus looks on, questioning his forgetfulness. His eyes no longer glowing, Hansu asks, better, as Cogmus, clearly frustrated, demands to know why he hadn't hidden them sooner if he was capable of it. A mischievous grin spreads across his face as he replies, because it's cool. Cogmus, utterly exasperated, can only utter, "Are you stupid?" as the heavy thud of approaching orcs echoes nearby. Despite his earlier claim, Hansu's eye still glows with an intense, fiery red. He explains that the glowing eyes also grant him superior night vision, before he begins to count the distant figures, muttering, 1, 2, 3. A group of hulking orcs comes into view, and Hansu confirms, there's 10 in total. His gaze remains fixed on the approaching threat, a thoughtful expression on his face. Cogmus observes that the orcs appear quite relaxed, then turns to Hansu, blaming him for their casual demeanor. He elaborates, explaining that orcs, accustomed to trade and pillage, understand the value of a tribute. Cogmus continues, asserting that Hansu, despite looking like a tired, third-rate mercenary, reeks of money, which is why the orcs would naturally look down on him, glowing particles of wealth shimmering around him. With his eyes still glowing, Hansu suggests they try talking to them, then impulsively leaps forward, leaving a startled Cogmus to shout, "Wait." Resigned, Cogmus sighs, "Fine, do whatever you want," as Hansu charges headlong towards the orcs, who now stand ready for confrontation. Leaping into the fray, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow, Hansu calls out to the monstrous figures before him. One of the orcs immediately retorts, calling him a skinny pig, a weak-looking skinny pig, as if assessing his meager frame. Another, larger orc demands everything he possesses, mockingly asking if the skinny pig even understands their language, while a third lets out a guttural howl. Turning to face the imposing figure, he corrects them, asserting his humanity. The orcs seem genuinely surprised, one of them muttering in disbelief that a pig could speak orc. As they gather around him, another orc remarks on his unexpected intelligence, calling him very smart for knowing their tongue. Their tone quickly shifts back to aggression, demanding he hand over everything he has, threatening to kill him if he refuses. He observes their speech, noting that they are more eloquent than gnolls, yet still not intelligent enough for a true conversation. With a sigh, his hand instinctively moves to the hilt of his sword, realizing he has no other choice but to fight. He recalls Cogmus's words about orcs being stronger than gnolls, and how they are skilled in fighting together, surrounding their prey. Drawing his blade, which glows with a faint light, he challenges the green piggies to hand over their own possessions instead. The orcs' faces contort in rage, one of them roaring back that they are orcs, not pigs. A guttural sound echoes through the dark space, hinting at the monstrous presence lurking just beyond sight. As a massive, clawed hand lunges forward, he recoils slightly, a sharp gasp escaping him. The sheer number of them is daunting, prompting a fleeting thought. Could he truly win against such odds? He quickly dismisses the doubt. Facing the enraged orcs, their tusks bared, he reassures himself, confident in the blessing he carries. With a smirk beginning to form, he declares, "That's my line." His eyes blaze with a fierce red glow, reflecting his unwavering resolve, as a confident smile spreads across his face. Then, with a challenging tone, he retorts, "Now let's decide who's really related to pigs." A sharp, dagger-like object streaks through the air with immense speed, before violently piercing the head of an orc, drawing a spray of blood. Another orc, witnessing the sudden attack, reacts with a surprised shout, wondering aloud what's wrong with its fallen comrade. The injured orc, still reeling, yells at its companion to stop asking questions and intervene, while the second orc's gaze falls upon Hansu Kong. Hansu Kong, now gripping his sword, meets the challenge of the second orc with a fierce resolve, his eyes glowing a vivid red. He pauses, a thought crossing his mind, recalling a previous statement about orcs. The horned demon confirms the strength of orcs, yet dismisses Hansu Kong as the weird one, as the two stand in conversation. Meanwhile, the injured orc, blood still dripping from its wound, internally scoffs at the idea of its own strength. Against a vast, icy landscape, Hansu Kang's sword is poised, ready for the impending conflict. Standing over the defeated orcs, he muses that the battle was far easier than anticipated, believing the threat to be fully neutralized. But then, a familiar voice cuts through the quiet, calling out to him. Turning to face the horned demon, he expresses his irritation, suggesting that if he truly intends to accompany him, he should offer some assistance, to which the demon responds with a confused grunt. Suddenly, the horned demon collapses to the ground, enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, prompting Hansu Kong to question what exactly is happening. Observing the intense, dangerous-looking blue energy swirling around his companion, he reiterates his concern. With a pained gasp, the horned demon struggles to speak, urging Hansu Kong to look up at the sky. As Hansu Kang's gaze follows, the vast expanse above them fills with an ethereal glow, a question hanging in the air. Suddenly, a colossal white dragon, radiating a soft light, descends from the heavens, its majestic presence eliciting an exclamation of awe. Its sheer size is overwhelming, leaving one to wonder if it's merely a giant lizard or something far more mythical. As the dragon continues its flight, Hansu Kong questions its destination, only for the horned demon to reveal that a saintess is riding upon its back. The mention of a saintess brings a look of surprise to his face, his eyes widening slightly. With a knowing smirk, the horned demon confirms the observation, acknowledging the saintess as humanity's greatest weapon. The horned demon, his expression a mix of pain and disbelief, mutters about the saintess's power, marveling at her ability to detect and precisely strike him from such a distance. He continues, explaining that the fairy kingdom lies in that direction, and something significant must be unfolding for a saintess to personally intervene. A wry smile plays on his lips as he reflects on his narrow escape from death, only to then encounter one of the world's only two saintesses, deeming it incredibly unlucky. Hansu, meanwhile, ponders the saintess's destination, wondering why she would head to the fairy kingdom, before noticing the demon's lower half is almost completely burnt. The horned demon dismisses the injury, a faint blue aura still clinging to his form, insisting that such a wound is nothing for a demon. However, he quickly amends his statement, admitting that an injury inflicted by a saintess takes a considerable time to heal. With a direct gaze, the demon then commands Hansu to carry him. Hansu's eyes widen in surprise and immediate refusal, a firm no escaping his lips. The demon remains, still visibly affected by the saintess's power, a silent plea hanging in the air. He continues to lament his fate, from being kidnapped to this stupid other world, to having multiple close encounters with death. Hansu, looking away with a frustrated expression, internally grumbles that he has never even carried his own parents. Despite his protests, Hansu is seen giving the injured demon a piggyback ride, muttering about having to carry this slow-witted demon. A spectral vision of the goddess appears above Hansu, her voice echoing a divine decree. A certain god says you should feed him to the orcs. He grimaces, a shitty feeling washing over him at the thought. The horned demon, sensing his thoughts, retorts, the feeling's mutual. He continues, a hint of desperation in his tone. If anyone finds out that I was helped by a lowly human, my chances of marrying will be as good as zero. A smirk plays on his lips as he adds, once I get out of here, I will have to spread this rumor far and wide. Hansu, looking at the demon with a challenging grin, questions, "Are you really a human?" He then declares with conviction, "I'm definitely no ordinary human. I almost became a hero." The horned demon recoils in shock, his eyes wide as he exclaims, "What? You almost became a hero?" Hansu, his gaze steady, clarifies, "Can't you see my status window? I'm shocked because I saw your status window." A hero's curse is typically given to demons, a cruel fate that makes it hard to level up, rendering revenge almost impossible. Indeed, a demon afflicted with such a curse is no better than a corpse, their power stagnating at a mere level 10. Hansu, now understanding the demon's plight, wonders aloud, "Doesn't that mean that you can't have a scenario where you go? Just you wait." Whoa. The horned demon, ignoring Hansu's musings, shifts the topic, his expression serious as he ponders, "That's really weird for a fantasy world. What I'm wondering is how a lowly human like you could obtain so much power with only a fairy's blessing." He continues, his gaze piercing, "Or is there an effect I'm not aware of from your outsider's blessing?" The horned demon, still clinging to Hansu, warns him that he's about to fall. He then muses, having gathered much information across the world, that he'd never once encountered a blessing called outsider, though a similar curse does come to mind. As if on cue, a glowing status window materializes, displaying Hansu's name, his level 1 status, and a list of blessings and curses, including outsider F Fairy C and hero E Slaughter E, along with a dividend of 5.66. Hansu, looking away, remarks that the demon wouldn't grasp the true meaning of the word outsider, but admits it's an unpleasantly invasive feeling to have someone peek at his status. Another window appears, detailing the outsider's status. It resets all statuses except for death, and warns of a scary thing if the lone wolf leaves the wilderness. The demon ponders the implications of resetting all statuses, wondering if it means returning everything to the start, or if he's simply misinterpreting the meaning. He then connects the dots, realizing that's probably why Hansu doesn't need to eat or relieve himself. Hansu continues, explaining how his wounds disappear as if they were never there, and why he never tires, making it clear that these elements combine to form a cheat-like blessing. The demon concedes that this is true. Looking down, Hansu admits he doesn't truly know what an outsider is, but feels it's more of a curse than a blessing. He recalls a scene of fallen monsters, reflecting that no matter how much experience he gains, he shouldn't be able to grow stronger if all his statuses keep getting reset. The horned demon, surprised by this revelation, asks how Hansu is able to grow stronger despite such a drawback. The horned demon, considering Hansu's explanation, concedes that he has a valid point. Meanwhile, in an ethereal space, a hooded figure with glowing blue hair and amethyst eyes observes, seemingly lost in thought, a faint sigh escaping her. This divine entity, a certain god, lets out a heavy sigh, her expression filled with a profound weariness. As she quietly recollects the past, her gaze falls upon a younger Hansu Kong, who looks up in confusion, questioning the concept of an outsider god. Suddenly, a sharp slam echoes, signaling a shift in perspective to a different, more tense situation. A man in a business suit slams his fist down, his face contorted in anger as he curses, frustrated by their continuous losses despite being legendary heroes. Back in a more familiar setting, Hansu Kong, his expression firm, reminds someone off-panel that they are not the only ones who have experienced defeat, urging them to remain quiet. He sits beside his red-haired companion, who looks dejected, both of them seemingly having faced a recent setback. In another scene, a gentle clap sounds as a pair of hands offers a comforting gesture. A blond man in a royal uniform smiles reassuringly, telling someone that they should be able to easily defeat their foes once they level up. He sits on the floor, surrounded by his peers, a palpable sense of defeat hanging heavy in the air as their morale plummets. Meanwhile, in a different realm, a young prince reflects on the hero's progress, noting that they are now, on average, at level 4, growing swiftly, but a new problem has emerged, a shortage of gnolls for them to hunt. As he stands, a subordinate addresses him respectfully, acknowledging his royal status. The armored commander then inquires about the latest discoveries, seeking an update on the situation. Holding a scroll, the commander explains that their initial theory was that a renowned mercenary troop had dealt with a high number of gnolls, but experts now confidently attribute the act to an order of knights. The prince questions the existence of such an order, to which the commander confirms, citing identical sword technique markings on all the fallen gnolls, a detail the prince finds quite peculiar. With a focused gaze, the prince recalls that entry into the forest had been restricted to allow heroes to hunt freely, yet he's now being told a mysterious order of knights managed to sneak in. He considers the implications of such an act, wondering if this order could have wiped out the entire gnoll territory in a single night, or if it was even possible for a single perpetrator to achieve such a feat. A smirk plays on his lips as he dismisses the notion, declaring it impossible. The commander then addresses him, his voice cutting through the prince's disbelief. In a quiet room, Hansu Kong sits among his fellow students, one of whom remarks that it's a bit early for whatever task lies ahead. Meanwhile, the commander, his back to the viewer, issues orders to prepare the heroes for hunting orcs, before a subordinate inquires about the ongoing investigation. Turning to face them, the commander sternly instructs them to delegate the investigation to the Intelligence Guild, explaining that their change in plans prevents them from focusing on the matter themselves. As the prince begins to speak about the heroes, a sudden, resounding slam echoes through the chamber, interrupting his words. Bursting through the doorway, a young man with spiky black hair, Oh Han-woo, gasps for breath, his face etched with panic. The prince, startled by the abrupt intrusion, looks on with wide, surprised eyes. Still panting, Oh Han-woo stumbles forward, carrying the red-haired companion on his back, muttering an uncertain As he scans the room, his eyes wide with desperation, he cries out, demanding to know the whereabouts of the saintess. Bursting into a grand hall, a young man with wild, spiky black hair frantically demands to know the saintess's whereabouts. While elsewhere, students in a classroom murmur about Han-woo, wondering if he had left to train alone. Back in the hall, the spiky-haired youth, Oh Han-woo, continues his desperate search, exclaiming that he'd heard of her return to the temple, and again, demands to know where she is. A blonde-haired prince, Alsus, looks on with a stern expression, acknowledging the frantic young man as hero Han-woo. Alsus then calmly instructs Han-woo to mind his manners, prompting the hero to bow in apology, explaining that a girl's life is on the line because of him. As he speaks, the commander of the knights and a red-haired companion gently restrain him, his face etched with urgency. Nearby, a pink-haired princess, standing beside Prince Alsus, gasps in surprise, recognizing the hero before her. Han-woo and his red-haired companion turn to face the princess, who looks at them with wide eyes. The companion then addresses the princess, stating that she is merely a simple mercenary now, though she considers retiring and returning to her territory soon. The princess lets out a small gasp, clearly taken aback by the declaration. With a slight, embarrassed smile, the red-haired companion shrugs, explaining that it just happened. A loud commotion echoes through the royal hall, as Oh Han-woo, his face a mask of urgency, bursts into the sacred space. The saintess, her serene expression momentarily broken by surprise, turns to face the disturbance, a guard already moving to intercept the intruder. Prince Alsus and Princess Yubora stand nearby, their backs to the unfolding scene, as the saintess prepares to address the unexpected arrival. Oh Han-woo, undeterred by the guard's presence, calls out, pleading for a moment of her time. But the armored guard firmly blocks his path, his spear held ready. Falling to his knees, Oh Han-woo desperately implores the saintess to hear him out, his voice filled with a raw urgency that cuts through the tension. The saintess's golden eyes narrow slightly, her mind processing the situation, finding it shocking that he is not only still at level 1, but also appears to be cursed. Oh Han-woo, aware of his own low status, quickly shifts the focus, proudly declaring that he has recruited an excellent comrade. His red-haired companion, Arya, stands beside him, her presence now acknowledged by the saintess, who regards her with a thoughtful silence. Arya's own status window reveals her as a level 12 mercenary with a B-rank noble blessing, suggesting she is likely the daughter of a duke, if not a marquis herself. The saintess ponders this information, her hand resting on her chin, questioning if such a blessing is truly enough to warrant the title of excellent. Oh Han-woo, his expression earnest, insists on Arya's worth, proclaiming that she protected him with her life and is indeed worthy of his praise. The saintess, her expression unreadable, finally acknowledges the young man before her, uttering his name with a hint of weariness. She gestures around the opulent hall, suggesting that he simply take a look at his surroundings. Her voice carries, echoing the question of why he would bring such a low-level companion when there are already Templars and Knights over level 30, ready to sacrifice themselves for humanity. The armored knight stands as a silent testament to her words, while Oh Han-woo's face contorts in frustration as the saintess challenges him, asking how Arya's excellence compares to theirs. His face is momentarily obscured by a harsh red X, symbolizing his utter defeat in this argument, unable to articulate a satisfactory response. Kneeling before the saintess and her retinue, which includes Prince Alsus and Yubora, Oh Han-woo stammers, struggling to find the right words to defend his companion, offering only her pure heart as a reason. The saintess dismisses his answer as inadequate, demanding a better explanation for what makes Arya so excellent, leaving him visibly sweating and distressed. He tries again, his voice strained, attempting to convey the depth of his companion's worth, insisting on her potential as armored guards stand watch over him. Arya, standing nearby, listens as the saintess, with a knowing look, concedes that she is indeed right, and that in a few years, Arya will be a beautiful young lady. Oh Han-woo's eyes widen in disbelief, his face etched with exasperation as he corrects her, emphatically stating that he is talking about Arya's talent, not her looks. The saintess, however, remains unimpressed, reminding him that he already has many talented friends, and while he remains stuck at level 1, some of them have already reached level 6 in just 5 days. Han Kong, his expression a mix of shock and conviction, reiterates his belief that Arya possesses unfathomable talent. Meanwhile, his friends, Yubora and Alsus Swordmaster, along with another student, look on with uncertainty, as if struggling to comprehend the unfolding conversation. A flicker of determination crosses Han Kang's eye, even as the saintess's words continue to challenge his resolve. Unbeknownst to them, a group of masked figures with glowing red eyes watches from the shadows, their presence ominous, muttering about someone making a show of leaving. Their hushed whispers reveal a chilling observation. The hero is still only level 1. Back in the opulent chamber, the goddess, her expression serene yet unyielding, asks if there is anything more he wishes to say. His hand clenches tightly, a testament to his inner turmoil, as he admits his shame, yet remains steadfast. With renewed conviction, he declares that Arya is a special comrade of his voice echoing with fierce loyalty. A system message of special shine appears above him as he desperately pleads, begging for Arya's hand to be healed. In response to his fervent plea, a mystical, ornate box begins to crack and glow with vibrant purple energy, shattering under the pressure of the activated ability. Hansu Kong watches, wide-eyed and shocked, as the magical artifact breaks apart. Elsewhere, the goddess, now conversing with the commander of the knights, coldly states that one must prove their worth before demanding a favor, questioning why she should repay a debt in the first place. Kneeling before the saintess, Hansu Kong could only stammer, his voice catching in his throat, as she looked down at him with serene indifference, simply stating, "Hero." Her golden eyes glowed with an inner light as she continued, "I think you're making light of the miracle of a saintess." A priest then stepped forward, prompting her to offer, "In that case, why don't I share with you the results of the miracles I recently enacted?" The old priest, holding a scroll, cleared his throat and announced, "Our nation would like to gift the following to the saintess for healing the great Councilwoman Sebilis." He listed off treasures, including 15 spirit swords imbued with forest essence, and 200 ancient moonlight tree bows, along with 600 tamed unicorns, 15 phoenix feathers, and 40 other items, causing 2 suited observers to gasp in awe. With a slight smirk, the saintess then challenged Hansu. "Now, are you able to prove your value?" His face contorted in desperation, he pleaded, "Then consider it an investment. I'll quickly get stronger and—" But the saintess cut him off, standing tall over his kneeling form, as other figures watched from the background, simply stating, "Then let's talk after you become stronger." Hansu's face showed his frustration, while the suited men from earlier scoffed, even though he ran out with such impatience. Yeah, he really acted like a know-it-all. One of them snickered, adding a final cynical remark. "He first got a female comrade? What a perv." Still kneeling in disgrace, Hansu Kong endures the cruel laughter and whispers of his peers, their disdainful comments echoing the saintess's earlier dismissal. Overwhelmed by the humiliation, he cries out in despair, as a certain male god lectures him, asserting that lying is inherently wrong. This divine admonishment is compounded by the disappointment of a certain god of dice, who finds his inability to stand proud a personal affront. Suddenly, a hand extends, a gesture of invitation or command, cutting through the oppressive atmosphere. Yubora, stepping forward, addresses the goddess with a respectful but bold request, asking if she might take the swordswoman as her personal comrade. She explains her reasoning, noting that the swordswoman seems to be ostracized by other heroes, yet possesses too much untapped potential to be left alone, prompting Yubora to wonder about her future. The goddess, with a knowing smile, acknowledges the value of such a request, assuring Yubora that if an excellent hero like her desires it, she can make it happen. She then turns to Arya, the red-haired swordswoman, stating that such a figure should serve as a talking companion for a hero, and instructs her to present her hand, catching Arya completely by surprise. As Arya extends her hand, a soft, ethereal green glow emanates from the goddess's palms, shimmering with countless particles of light. The magic intensifies, swirling around their joined hands, as the goddess declares that from this day forward, Arya will be hero Bora's sword and shield. With a stern gaze, the goddess issues a final, grave warning, reminding Arya to never forget her duty until her dying breath, though she privately hopes this new companion won't hinder the hero's progress. Arya, still reeling from the sudden turn of events, can only gasp in stunned realization. The green magical energy, having completed its binding, slowly dissipates from the air. Overwhelmed by the sudden, forceful connection, Arya can only stare at her hand, a tear escaping her eye as she questions what has just happened. Meanwhile, the goddess, a serene smile gracing her lips, issues a direct command for Arya to immediately join Yubora. Turning her attention to Prince Alsus, the goddess dismisses the recent events as an insignificant incident that has wasted too much of their valuable time, as Arya bows her head in the background. The prince, with a solemn expression, acknowledges the saintess's words and agrees to accelerate their remaining plans. Elsewhere, Hansu Kong kneels with 2 other students, one of whom playfully wishes him luck, asking what they'll be doing next. As Hansu remains on his knees, he glances up, meeting the gaze of Prince Alsus, who observes him with an unreadable expression. The humiliation and frustration boil over within him, causing him to grit his teeth and curse under his breath. His anger manifests in a tightly clenched fist, trembling with suppressed rage. Suddenly, a delicate hand reaches out towards him, causing him to flinch in surprise. A pink-haired princess, her expression gentle, assures him that despite not being acknowledged, he was not in the wrong, prompting him to question her identity. With a knowing smile, she reminds him that he was the one who brought Arya to the temple. A voice thanks him for saving her childhood friend, leaving Hansu Kong utterly bewildered by the unexpected declaration. As a soft, pink glow emanates from the figure. She confirms her gratitude, clasping his hand firmly as if sealing a pact. Kneeling before the radiant princess, whose pink hair cascades around her glowing form, Hansu Kong receives an astonishing offer to become her second apprentice. Kneeling before Princess Athena, Oh Hanwoo listens as she makes an unexpected request, asking him to become her second apprentice. A soft, pink magical aura emanates from the princess, enveloping the space between them as she extends her hand. The word magic flashes across his mind, leaving Oh Hanwoo stunned by the proposition of being a second apprentice. With a graceful bow and a warm smile, Princess Athena bids him farewell, wishing Hero Hanwoo the very best. He remains silent, his gaze fixed on the ground as she departs. As she walks away, calling for him to wait, Oh Hanwoo's mind races, realizing the implications of her offer. A blush creeps onto his cheeks as he processes the thought. Princess Athena might have harbored feelings for him, a realization that brings a small, knowing smirk to his face. Meanwhile, unseen observers react to his interpretation, with one male god applauding his insight, while an immature god of dice awards him a perfect score for his bold conclusion. With renewed determination, Oh Hanwoo throws his hands up, declaring his readiness to start again and move forward. The clear blue sky stretches above, a gentle breeze rustling through the air. A green-skinned creature collapses, gasping, as an unseen force strikes it down in the shallow waters. Before another orc-like foe with glowing red eyes can even utter a full threat, the cloaked figure moves with blinding speed. The creature cries out in pain as it too is swiftly dispatched, leaving the cloaked figure standing victorious over its fallen form. Another day, another horde picking a fight, the cloaked figure muses, surveying the bloodied, defeated monsters. Unlike the gnolls, these creatures don't call for reinforcements, but in this open plain, there's nowhere to hide from the constant onslaught. He glances back at a fallen foe, also noting that the items he'd acquired from the orcs stand out far too much. A large, sheep-like creature bleats loudly, its mouth wide open. The cloaked figure gently pushes the creature away, reminding it that its companion is not food. Instead, he offers the good boy something else to eat, a small smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, the cloaked figure remarks on someone's excitement, as a voice from off-panel announces the return of a familiar face. Hansu, now with spiky black hair and piercing red eyes, confirms his recovery, demanding to be freed from his confinement. The cloaked figure, standing nearby, questions Hansu's amazing regeneration, likening him to a lizard, a comment Hansu dismisses with a wry retort. As he considers their next move, Hansu Kong explains that it's a simple trickery spell, necessary since they have to enter a city now. His transformed self, with sharp red eyes, questions why he didn't just do that from the start, to which he replies that it would have impeded them. He further muses that it would look weirder if a lowly human was still alive with half their body ripped apart. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure observes Hansu Kang's transformed state, wondering what this is, admitting a prior worry but noting his intelligence. Back in his original form, Hansu Kang ponders the distance, recalling that the city was said to be the second closest, yet he wonders how much further it truly is. Suddenly, a sharp sound cuts through the air, drawing his attention. The scene shifts to a wagon speeding across the land, its occupants unaware of the danger rapidly approaching from behind. The wagon continues its frantic pace, but the sounds of pursuit grow louder, signaling an imminent confrontation. From above, the wagon is clearly visible, with several figures on horseback closing in, one of them shouting that the male piggy cannot run and must stop. Inside the wagon, an old man reacts in alarm as an orc-like bandit attacks, demanding everything they have. The horse pulling the wagon rears up in fright, as another bandit strikes, intensifying the chaos. The leader of the orc-like bandits, a hulking figure, glares down at the wagon's occupants, threatening them with death for daring to fight back. A distant, thunderous crash echoes across the land, followed by the sharp sound of splintering wood and a final, heavy impact. As the sounds fade, Hansu Kang, cloaked and observing the distant chaos, wonders to himself if it would truly be all right for him to simply stand by and not help them. Meanwhile, his original form, standing beside the goddess, hears her remark that just because he's a demon doesn't mean he wanted to marry the granny demon king, to which he concedes, admitting he spoke out of line. He considers himself a heartless bastard for his thoughts, but acknowledges that it can't be helped, as he still can't bring himself to trust all the humans in this world. Elsewhere, a group of brutish orc-like bandits, mounted on their beasts, relentlessly pursues a wagon, their leader cackling loudly and taunting its occupants, asking if they're already tired. Inside the ornate carriage, a lone knight, armored and panting heavily, struggles to maintain his defense, clearly injured and exhausted from the relentless assault. Outside, the orc leader sniffs the air, declaring that it smells like a female pig, while another bandit advises to ignore it and just grab the food, suggesting it's better to get out as soon as possible. The wagon creaks under the strain, its elegant crest a stark contrast to the brutal attack. The orc leader's eye narrows, a calculating glint visible as he considers his next move. Inside the wagon, Yubora and her companion react with outrage to the crude insults, her companion cursing under her breath while Yubora angrily mutters about the female piggies. Now outside the wagon, Facing the bandits, the orc leader laughs, declaring they would have let them go if they had stayed still, before mockingly calling them dumb piggies. But Yubora, her eyes blazing with determination, raises her hands, a vibrant orb of crackling fire manifesting between her palms, ready to unleash her fury. As the orcs press their attack, Yubora unleashes a torrent of fire, blazing orbs erupting from her hands and hurtling towards the monstrous figures. Meanwhile, the knight defending the wagon activates a skill, his sword enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, ready to meet the onslaught. With a powerful impact, Yubora's fireballs strike an orc, sending it reeling backward as flames erupt around it, the creature letting out a pained cry. The force of the magical impact continues to ripple through the air, a concussive wave of energy spreading from the point of contact. The fiery explosion engulfs the immediate vicinity, a blinding flash of light momentarily obscuring the chaos. From a distance, 3 armored figures react with wide-eyed astonishment, one exclaiming in disbelief at the sudden display of power. Observing the scene from afar, Hansu Kong turns to the goddess, wondering aloud if the woman's strength is truly magic, to which she dismissively replies that it's nothing remarkable. He then probes her further, asking if she's unhappy that innocent humans are going to survive, but she assures him that is not the case. Hansu, however, expresses a different sentiment, muttering that it's a shame he lost his chance to avenge them, a thought the goddess shrugs off as inconsequential. As the battle rages on in the distance, the goddess remarks that the girls involved appear to be elites of this world. Hansu's thoughts drift to the pragmatism of the situation, considering that getting on good terms with such powerful individuals might make life easier among these barbaric fantasy people. He clenches his fist, his gaze fixed on the distant conflict, a complex mix of cynicism and calculation in his expression. He lets out a piercing shout, a deliberate provocation meant to draw attention, declaring that a truly beautiful female pig is present. Thanks to the hero's curse, he muses, the humans won't understand the meaning of his cry, but these green pigs will grasp it perfectly, as the goddess looks on, asking what he's doing. With his eyes glowing a fierce red, he decides that hurting these pigs might as well be done all in one go. The goddess, meanwhile, finds the unfolding crisis amusing, thinking it will be more fun, as the first of the green-skinned orcs begin to appear, closing in on Yubora. The orcs continue their relentless advance, their numbers growing around Yubora and her red-haired companion. As an explosion echoes in the distance, the orcs gloat, proclaiming the female captives are theirs. Another orc dismisses the claim with a laugh, insisting the women belong to him instead. Amidst the chaos, Yubora, her companion, and the commander of the knights fight desperately against the encroaching horde, while the goddess watches the brutal exchange from afar. A new figure, with long dark hair and piercing red eyes, observes the scene, disbelieving that Hansu Kong used his curse to summon the orcs. Hansu Kong, standing beside the outsider god, casually addresses the women as ladies, and when questioned if this differs from his original goal, he simply states that plans change sometimes. The outsider god then proposes that they should simply let the women die, but Hansu Kong asks for understanding just this once. The female captives are tiring, the orcs declare, urging each other to drive them further into the corner. The hulking orc leader bellows, claiming the female captives as his own and ordering his subordinates to slaughter the rest of their companions, while Hansu Kong, observing the scene, offers a subtle, knowing smile. Hearing the monstrous declaration, Yubora's eyes widen in disbelief and horror. Meanwhile, a wide grin spreads across Hansu Kang's face, a quiet wow, escaping his lips as he takes in the unfolding chaos. The orc leader grunts in confusion, but Hansu Kong simply remarks that the women still appear fine, musing that perhaps he should have waited a bit longer for their situation to worsen. The orc leader's eyes narrow in fury, demanding to know what this skinny pig is doing, before letting out an indignant humph. Hansu Kang's smirk deepens, his eyes glowing with a faint red light, as he begins to explain himself. Standing before the massive orc leader, sword now drawn, he reveals his true nature. He is, in fact, an apostle of the outsider, merely passing by. A hulking orc, wielding a massive sword, sneers down at Hansu, remarking that he seems to have no fear, calling him a skinny piggy. With a calm, almost indifferent expression, Hansu simply replies, I guess. Enraged by the casual dismissal, the orc roars, a red aura flaring around him as he charges forward, vowing to kill Hansu first. But before the lumbering beast can even close the distance, a blinding yellow flash of energy cuts through the air, a testament to Hansu's incredible speed. The orc recoils, caught mid-charge as Hansu, now airborne, delivers a powerful kick directly to its face. Landing gracefully between 2 other orcs, Hansu chuckles, observing that all orcs seem to have the same predictable reaction. Suddenly, the first orc, having recovered, lunges from above with a furious cry, to die, pig. But Hansu's eye glows faintly red as he registers the surprise attack. Before the orc's weapon can connect, Hansu's hand shoots out, a red aura briefly flaring around it, grabbing the beast's nose with a casual, let me borrow this real quick. With a powerful heave, Hansu sends the orc flying through the air, a blue glow surrounding the projectile, as the creature lets out a surprised squeal. Leaving the stunned orcs behind, Hansu blurs past another one, his movements a streak of speed. The air itself seems to distort around him, a testament to his incredible velocity. As Hansu Kong continues his relentless advance, a man and woman watch on, their expressions etched with profound concern, the man clutching a dagger, both seemingly overwhelmed by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Hansu Kong reflects on his current strategy, acknowledging that while this method is effective, it also feels somewhat underhanded. His eyes, now glowing with an intense crimson light, betray the heightened state of his senses and power. The air around him crackles with energy as a powerful impact reverberates through the space, accompanied by sharp exclamations. Leaping into the fray with astonishing agility, he descends upon an orc who barely manages a desperate cry of "W8" before Hansu Kang's attack is met with a guttural roar of "Die, skinny digwell." A blinding flash erupts as his strike connects, the sheer force of the blow evident in the explosive light. With a confident smirk, his red eyes still glowing, he declares his mastery over the situation, able to anticipate every move. From a distance, another man watches the chaotic scene, his face contorted in alarm as he shouts a warning, then questions the sudden turn of events. Another devastating impact echoes through the air, signaling the relentless assault. A crimson slash tears across an orc's body, leaving a vivid trail of energy as the creature reels from the blow. Moving with impossible speed, Hansu Kong becomes a blur of motion, his blade flashing as he continues to carve through the monstrous ranks. The rapid succession of blows creates a whirlwind of force, leaving the observing man to angrily question why his guard was dropped. He continues his relentless assault, a powerful blow sending a red orc reeling back with a sickening impact. Meanwhile, two women observe the chaos, one sighing in relief, admitting she was startled when the monster suddenly charged at her. Hansu Kong, his hand glowing with a faint red aura and his eyes burning crimson, ponders what he should be watching out for, a question seemingly directed at an unseen entity. Elsewhere, a dark-haired man with subtle horns, dressed in a suit, dismisses the thought of a monstrous bastard, telling himself to forget it. Hansu Kong then notices another orc, its skin now glowing red, wondering if this is an ability similar to Noel's, and if he shouldn't have killed the previous one so quickly to observe it. Two armored guards, one with glasses and the other bald, express their shock, realizing their opponent was almost dead. Hansu Kong, with a slight smirk, hears their grateful shouts for saving them, finding it nice. As he stands beside the horned man, he muses that while it might not be everything, his studying is finally starting to pay off, implying a growing understanding of the situation. Suddenly, a hooded figure, emanating a soft blue glow, appears before him, revealing that a certain god is uncomfortable with his un-outsider-like actions and proposes that he should be fair by killing everyone. The divine entity, with a hand gently placed on his shoulder, urges him to please be patient, as if trying to restrain his impulses. Meanwhile, two orcs, one wielding a large sword, exclaim about their opponent's strength, believing he must be tired from fighting. But before they can act, a swift, powerful blow lands on an orc's head, eliciting a pained oink as its eyes glow red from the impact. An orc reels back, clutching its head in confusion and pain, as a severed arm lies discarded on the ground before it. Amidst the chaos, a voice cuts through the air, commanding the orcs who possess the ability to turn red to raise their hands. One of the orcs, bewildered, questions how a skinny pig could possibly speak their language. A subtle smirk plays on Hansu Kang's lips, his eyes glowing with a faint, ominous crimson light. He dismisses their confusion, stating they can simply forget his command if they are unable to comply. With a heavy thud, another orc collapses to the ground, defeated. Standing amidst the unconscious forms of the orcs, Hansu Kang's black-haired companion asks if everything is all right, to which Hansu Kang casually replies that he feels perfectly fine. Suddenly, the black-haired man points, urging Hansu Kang to look over there, drawing his attention to something unseen. As three concerned figures, two armored men and a woman with purple hair, observe the scene, the black-haired man wonders aloud if he used the power of the gnolls too carelessly, while one of the armored men urgently demands action. Hansu Kang, his expression now one of concern, acknowledges the plea, realizing he must address the unfolding situation. As the two figures walk away from the scene, one mutters in frustration. Stepping forward to address the concerned onlookers, Cogmus introduces himself as a mage, then gestures to the man beside him, identifying him as the swordsman Kong Hansu. He explains that while Hansu's unique name might be recognizable, his friend doesn't speak the common Western language, all the while thinking to himself that he's quite adept at making up stories on the fly. The young woman with light purple hair, acting as a translator, attempts to convey the onlookers' confused questions, who are clearly struggling to understand the situation. Cogmus continues his elaborate tale, asserting that Hansu does indeed possess the hero's curse, a fact he delivers with a confident, fanged smile. He then adds that, upon closer inspection, Hansu also carries a C-rank fairy's blessing, a powerful designation that increases lifespan and youth, while dramatically amplifying all positive effects and comments received from fairies, calling it an amazing symbol of trust, especially considering how rare such a blessing is among humans. Hansu, listening intently, realizes with a hand over his mouth that the precious item the fairy took from him earlier is now unexpectedly working in his favor. His eyes glowing red with irritation, he grumbles that this entire misunderstanding is ultimately the goddess's fault, while the translator nervously relays the onlookers' continued confusion about Kong Hansu. The young woman, with a nervous smile, conveys that the onlookers are now apologizing for doubting their savior. Cogmus, pleased with the outcome, remarks that he has secured a truly effective translator and is finally gaining the trust of the locals. Meanwhile, a certain goddess is clearly uncomfortable with these developments, gritting her teeth in frustration. This particular deity greatly dislikes this turn of events, making it very clear that only death awaits a traitorous apostle, as Hansu sighs, acknowledging that they are, of course, being difficult. A soft, ethereal voice echoes, urging the outsider god to calm down, promising to reveal a secret instead. Meanwhile, under the pale moonlight, a small camp is set, a fire crackling warmly against the cool night air. As a certain god hums contentedly, the ethereal figure remarks that being impotent isn't a sin, a sentiment that causes Hansu to flinch slightly. A sharp pang of realization hits him, and he mutters that this entire predicament is the blessing's fault. Though he concedes he should be glad the divine being isn't upset anymore, a system message flashes, identifying him as an outsider, and a narration box explains that with this cheat-like blessing, there's also a massive con. He watches the flames dance, reflecting on how all his statuses have returned to normal. The fire crackles and pops, its warmth a stark contrast to the cold reality of his situation. Suddenly, a figure approaches his campfire, remarking that it's been a while since she's done anything. She then addresses him directly, calling out his name, to which Hansu responds with a questioning hum. The woman, who thinks her name might be Julia, introduces herself as a noble lady who attends a famous fantasy academy. Hansu sighs, realizing the pickle he's in, as his damn translator is already asleep, leaving him unable to properly communicate. He wonders why she called his name only to keep such a distance, questioning if she's subtly telling him to leave. Suddenly, the young woman calls out his name, prompting him to ask, "What? Why?" Without a word, a gleaming dagger emerges from her hand, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow. The noble lady holds the glowing blade with a focused intensity, a soft blue aura radiating from its form. She then turns to him, her expression unreadable, asking if he, too, wishes to show his own. With a confident smirk, Hansu agrees, telling her to watch closely as a small, crimson glowing dagger materializes in his palm. Julia's hand instinctively reaches out towards the glowing weapon, a faint pink aura emanating from her fingertips. His eyes widen in surprise, a sudden realization dawning on him as he observes her reaction. The young woman's own expression shifts to one of utter shock, her gaze fixed on the small dagger. Confused by her intense reaction, he wonders aloud what's wrong, while she, in turn, asks if he dislikes it because it's so small. Responding to her implied challenge, Hansu's dagger suddenly expands, growing significantly in size and power, as he presents the now formidable weapon, asking, "Here, is this better?" A subtle, knowing smile plays on Julia's lips, her eyes sparkling with amusement at his display. Julia recoils in shock, her eyes wide as Hansu's dagger, now massively enlarged and glowing with intense red energy, dominates the space between them. A wide, almost mischievous grin spreads across his face, as he admires the formidable, glowing blade he now wields. Yet, his expression quickly shifts to one of contemplation, a quiet sigh escaping him as he muses that a woman's heart is truly hard to figure out, a sentiment echoed by a certain god who believes such knowledge is unnecessary for the impotent. Within the grand, columned halls of what appears to be a temple or academy, a young man finds himself in a dire situation. A memory flashes of him demanding, "Why won't you let me into the dormitory?" Only to be met with a cold, "You may not enter." Now, Hansu Kang's eyes widen in disbelief as he hears the word, "hero," spoken with a tone of accusation. The unseen speaker continues, declaring, "You're a failed hero," leaving him to stammer, "What?" Standing before a robed official and an armored knight, he listens as the official explains, "And a hero that left the temple. Having lost your support, you have 3 options. Hansu Kang can only manage options." The official begins to outline the choices, stating, "The first is to receive the Independence Fund and give up." His voice stern, the robed man warns, "In which case, you are no longer allowed to claim yourself to be a hero, and if you are ever found breaking that, you will be executed." The gravity of the threat washes over Hansu Kang, causing him to gasp. "Be executed." Holding up 2 fingers, the official continues, "The second is to return to training. However, until you show promising scores, you are unable to be supported." A painful memory of humiliation flashes through his mind, as he thinks, "No, I'll obviously be made fun of by my classmates." With a determined glint in his eye, Hansu Kang presses on, "NGH, and what's the third?" The third option, he learns, is to fully entrust his life to the temple, who would arrange a noble marriage and provide for him all the way to retirement. But the catch is, he wouldn't be allowed to leave the temple until his dying day. Considering this, Hansu Kang quickly decides to choose the first option instead. The temple official, seemingly unfazed by his choice, simply instructs him to sign a document, leaving Hansu Kong momentarily surprised. He quickly realizes it's a contract. Questioning the necessity of such a document, he listens as the official explains it's to prevent any hero who leaves the temple from tarnishing their reputation. The official continues, mentioning the impact on other heroes, and presents a small, ornate box, calling it a safety device of sorts. Inside the box, a shimmering pile of gold coins represents the promised independence fund, along with a new identity to replace his former heroic one. He mutters to himself, remarking on how different this reality is from the fantasy novels he's read. When the official questions his mumbling, Hansu Kong quickly dismisses it, claiming he was merely talking to himself. His hand rests on the table, a subtle gesture as he considers the implications. He knows that in typical fantasy narratives, a character abandoning their kingdom or temple is often portrayed as a hypocritical evil. A sly grin spreads across his face as he confirms he's free to use the money however he wants. With a final, satisfied declaration, he expresses his gratitude. As his footsteps echo on the stone stairs, Hansu considers the tempting offer of a noble marriage, a life of comfort and status. But he quickly dismisses the thought, knowing that such a path would mean the end of his true aspirations, for he is walking a different road, the path of a real hero. His journey takes him towards a bustling slave market, all while a certain immature god of dice watches from afar, amused and holding popcorn. Meanwhile, far from Hansu's new adventure, ripples spread across a tranquil pool of water, reflecting a shift in the world's balance. Within a grand temple, a majestic statue stands sentinel, its form representing a saintess, a revered figure of divine power. Before the statue, a white-haired saintess stands, her thoughts consumed by the news that hero Oh Hanwoo has deserted his mission. Her golden eyes narrow slightly as she processes the information, a quiet question escaping her lips. She understands that the number of heroes will continue to dwindle, yet paradoxically, it would be a problem if they didn't decrease, given that there are two saintesses in the continent of Fantasia. A heavy burden settles upon her, as she realizes that once the real fight begins, she will have to bear it all herself. Another saintess, with dark hair and a solemn expression, approaches, reporting that while visiting the fairy kingdom, she heard the number of gnolls had greatly decreased, with a mysterious order of knights eradicating them in the forest. The white-haired saintess turns, her gaze thoughtful, questioning if an order of knights truly managed to take care of so many gnolls. The black-haired saintess reflects on the prevailing belief that the recent gnoll eradication was the work of a small, elite squad that had mastered swordsmanship. However, the white-haired saintess counters, suggesting an underestimation of the sheer number of gnolls, and mentions a tribe whose life mission is to push them out of the forest. The black-haired saintess questions if her companion truly believes a small, elite squad could accomplish something an entire order of knights could not. She then considers if a demon king might be involved, a thought the white-haired saintess echoes, emphasizing the crisis's severity and urging an investigation into potential demonic involvement. The white-haired saintess quickly apologizes for her sudden outburst. Her black-haired companion remains silent, observing the reaction. The white-haired saintess then cautions that a sudden judgment can be dangerous. She reaffirms the gravity of the situation, insisting that the crisis is comparable to a demon king's invasion and requires immediate investigation into any potential involvement. Turning to a map, the white-haired saintess points out the western edge of the continent, explaining the typical locations of the great demon king and the majority of their forces. She clarifies that most demon kings reside in the east, with a few active in the central area of the continent, but none are known for operating in the shadows. Expressing regret over their limited resources for investigation, she addresses the black-haired saintess, just as an elderly priest approaches. Holding a glowing blue orb, the priest informs her of an urgent communication from the academy, asking if something is the matter. The elderly priest, holding a glowing blue orb, relays an urgent message, explaining that the heroes have been invited for a school break commemoration. Her amber eyes widening in concern, the saintess questions how information about the heroes' summoning could have possibly leaked. The priest hesitates, then reveals that a student witnessed hero Oh Hanwoo's status window at the Mercenary Guild. Sighing, the saintess covers her face, lamenting that allowing him to act independently was a mistake, having assumed he would quickly tire and return. She acknowledges the importance of the hero's existence for humanity's hope, but notes their current weakness. The priest suggests this could be an opportunity for the heroes to meet a teacher or a student who might become a useful comrade, and the saintess instructs him to review the invitation favorably. Agreeing to contact them immediately, the priest turns away, just as a knight's urgent voice calls out, "Saintess." The armored knight, helmet adorned with a red plume, reports something important, prompting the saintess to ask what it is. Her amber eyes wide with surprise, she hears the knight declare they've found a bag believed to contain a hero's personal belongings. The priest, now looking equally stunned, utters a soft "what?" High above, the clear blue sky stretches out, a distant thud echoing through the air. Unaware of the commotion his actions have caused, Hansu Kong looks up at the vast expanse, a thoughtful expression on his face. Two mounted knights stand before a set of steps where a black-haired man and another figure are seated, one of the knights posing a question. He asks, his voice carrying a hint of disbelief, how Hansu could be so strong despite being only level 1, and what his training method might be. Hansu's master, with a knowing smirk, offers to translate the knight's inquiry as, I'm uncomfortable with your degenerate greed? Hansu quickly interjects, a bead of sweat forming on his brow, telling his master not to, as asking about someone's training method is rude in the first place. He then questions if it's acceptable for a mercenary to be a bit shameless in that regard. His master calmly explains that such brazenness doesn't always work, and in fact, it's quite common for mercenaries to end up fighting over a quarrel and dying. Hansu, still pondering, asks why they would then choose to work as mercenaries at all. The master replies that with the mercenary's blessing, one can gain experience for completing requests. Hansu's eyes widen slightly as he processes the information, repeating, experience, you say? A sudden realization dawns on him, his eyes snapping open in shock as he exclaims, wait. He stares at his glowing hero status window, which reveals that languages of hostile races are automatically translated, but more critically, that the experience gained from hunting and achievements is greatly diminished. Hansu's face contorts in horror as he screams, it's not there. It's not there. The experience penalty inhibiting his growth only applies to hunting and achievements, a fact that fills him with dread. Still reeling from the revelation of his status penalty, Hansu Kong considers the implications, a thought echoing in his mind that the restriction doesn't apply to experience gained through other means. His eyes widen in sudden realization, a sharp gasp escaping him as the full weight of this loophole dawns. From the shadows, a voice murmurs a single name, Kogmo. A wide, almost unsettling grin spreads across Hansu's face, his eyes gleaming with newfound purpose, as he declares his intention to become a mercenary, having found his path to greater strength. A wide grin spreads across Hansu's face as he takes in the sight before him. His excitement palpable upon their arrival at the bustling city, a sentiment echoed by his companion, Kogmo, who simply states, though the horned demon quickly notes that Hansu doesn't appear particularly happy, to which the young man replies. A rotten stench hangs heavy in the air, a natural consequence of the many travelers gathered at the city entrance, unable to properly wash while in transit. Kogmo, however, quickly turns the accusation back on him, asserting that Hansu smells the worst, having recently bathed in orc blood, a claim that makes the young man recoil in mock offense. Protesting the hurtful words, only for Kogmo to retort that he's hardly one to talk. As they continue into the city, Hansu wonders aloud if Kogmo had taken a liking to the mercenary brothers they had encountered earlier, who had since disappeared. Kogmo dismisses the thought, explaining that mercenaries have predictable movements, heading straight for guilds, bars, inns, and blacksmiths, while Hansu's attention is captured by a vibrant market stall. Exclaiming over the delicious-looking fruits, having heard nothing but talk of meat and pig lately, and thinking there might not be any fresh produce available. Kogmo dryly points out that Hansu doesn't even feel hunger, but the young man simply takes a bite of an apple, acknowledging the truth of his companion's words. Meanwhile, two women, one with brown hair and a ponytail and another with silver hair, discuss the pair, mentioning Kong Hansu and Kogmo in hushed tones. He listens as Kogmo explains that the woman they saved wants to repay the favor by booking them into the same inn, a suggestion Hansu seems to find acceptable. However, a certain divine being grumbles in the background, declaring the arrangement not okay and pleading for more kindness, despite her current impotent state. Ignoring the ethereal complaint, Kogmo turns to Hansu, asking when they will proceed to the mercenary guild. The goddess, still translucent and annoyed, warns Hansu that he needs to wash up first if he doesn't want to be chased out as soon as he enters, a stinky aura visibly emanating from him as he sniffs his armpit. Later, they arrive at a grand, multi-storied building, its red-tiled roof and timbered walls suggesting a comfortable, if not luxurious, inn. Inside, a small, blue, gelatinous creature is seen diligently consuming the dirt from a piece of clothing, its tiny mouth working with surprising efficiency. Hansu kneels, observing the slimes as they clean his garments, remarking that they eat the dirt on clothes like a natural washing machine, and he quite likes them. Kogmo, however, interjects with a warning, explaining that educated slimes are very expensive, so Hansu shouldn't even think about sneaking them away. Hansu, with the slime suckling on his shoulder, asks how expensive they are, learning that they are literally worth their weight in gold. He playfully calls the slime a rascal for being so expensive, but admits that it only makes the creature, Molong, even cuter, as the slime winks at him. Kogmo, growing impatient, tells Hansu to stop playing around and get changed, to which Hansu replies that he doesn't have any spare clothes, reminding Kogmo that they were supposed to buy some later. Kogmo, ever the stickler for decorum, meticulously adjusts his tie, reminding himself that gentlemen are always supposed to arrive early and wait before the ladies get there, just in case. Meanwhile, Hansu lets out a disgusted K, sticking out his tongue in distaste, as a small, blue Molong slime happily bounces nearby. Kogmo, oblivious to Hansu's reaction, continues his musings, wondering aloud how he hasn't managed to get married yet, prompting the goddess to interject with a sharp question, asking if he truly enjoys making fun of a demon. Hansu stands in the background, arms crossed and a clear pout on his face, while two older, well-dressed nobles in the foreground seem to be discussing something with hushed murmurs. He can't help but complain internally about the inconvenience, muttering about having to change his clothes, finding it utterly annoying. Nearby, Cogmo shares a light-hearted moment, giggling with Julia and another young woman, their laughter echoing softly through the hall. Hansu glances towards the ethereal, hooded form of the goddess, who appears to be observing Cogmo with a critical eye, a narration box noting that a certain god looks down uncomfortably at the full wolf, despite his disdain for humans. Her thoughts are clear, as she hopes aloud that Cogmo receives some form of divine punishment. With a decisive clack, Hansu's hand reaches out, placing something down with a soft thud. His eyes, sharp and focused, meet the gaze of someone off-panel, as he simply states, "Here." The older noble man and woman from earlier react with a surprised "OH," their expressions shifting to one of awe. Meanwhile, Julia and the other young woman descend a grand staircase, their figures shimmering with a soft, magical glow as they make their entrance. Julia and her light purple-haired companion beam with an almost blinding radiance, their expressions a mix of awe and excitement. The light purple-haired woman reassures someone, saying, "We too only just got here, so don't worry." Meanwhile, the horned demon, Cogmo, stands with the old priest, his face a mask of irritation as he mutters, "What's this demon on about? We've been waiting for a while." He watches the unfolding scene, a slight frown creasing his brow. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across Cogmo's face as he considers his options, thinking, "I know a restaurant you ladies will enjoy. We haven't had a proper meal in a long time due to the long journey, so why don't we eat first?" Julia and her companion continue to radiate, their expressions still bright as they speak of Kong Hansu. The light purple-haired woman responds, her voice cheerful. She says that a meal sounds good, but she wants to go where you want to go first. Cogmo's face twists into a grimace of annoyance at the implied deference. Observing the exchange, the young man thinks to himself, "Dirty, despicable world. Be it humans or demons, they just care about thee." He continues his internal monologue, a small creature with glowing red eyes peeking from behind him, as he sarcastically remarks, "These are some good citizens of a fantasy world." The clear blue sky stretches above, dotted with soft, white clouds, offering a moment of serene calm. Looking down from above, the young man observes the bustling city below, his thoughts turning to a disturbing sight. How is the slave market standing so proudly? He stands before a grand, imposing building, its architecture suggesting a place of significant importance, flanked by a muscular man and another man wearing glasses, all three gazing up at the structure. A sudden exclamation from an unseen observer catches his attention, as someone remarks, "Oh my, look at his body." He turns, a look of surprise and confusion on his face, wondering, Two women observe a powerfully built, chained man, one remarking that he seems perfect to use as an errand boy, while the other agrees, noting his impressive strength. Meanwhile, the chained man's face contorts in distress, a silent plea escaping him. Nearby, a bald, muscular overseer cracks a whip, bellowing at two other chained figures on the ground, demanding they walk properly, calling them useless. He threatens them with re-education, as Hansu, sword at his back, walks past the imposing building, observing the harsh reality of the slave market. The blonde woman from earlier looks on with a troubled expression, while Hansu, hearing the sharp crack of a whip, reacts with a jolt of surprise and concern. A thought flashes through his mind, realizing this isn't the time for such distractions, as a cosmic narration box reveals a certain evil god has proposed a bet. And in the ethereal expanse, another narration box confirms a certain immature dice god has agreed to the bet, a cosmic game unfolding above the mortal realm. Back in the city, Hansu stands before a large gate, looking around thoughtfully, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings. Inside the slave cells, the chained man and woman from earlier are confined, the woman lamenting the lack of good slaves, before her eyes widen in recognition, exclaiming, "Huh? It's you, Hanwo." Hansu's face registers surprise at being recognized, a single word escaping his lips, "You're..." Elsewhere, a man with short brown hair approaches the bald slave overseer, asking if he's also there to buy slaves, while the overseer, noticing Hansu, questions his presence. The bald overseer, now wearing a red bandana, responds vaguely, "Well, something like that," before turning his attention fully to Hansu, wondering aloud, "Who's this big guy?" A man with a neatly trimmed bowl cut smiles broadly, suggesting they both shared the same thought, then asks if Hansu was also unhappy with the training and left after taking the money. He responds that it's a secret, but internally wonders about the man's mention of training, thinking to himself that this guy couldn't possibly know he left on the very first day. The man laughs, urging him to relax, and assures him they should get along since they're in the same boat, promising to even share some good information. Hansu questions the good info, as the man points a thumb over his shoulder, indicating something in the distance. The man explains that the bald overseer is the one in charge, and if he finds out Hansu is a hero, he'll introduce him to premium slaves not currently on display. Hansu reacts with shock, internally exclaiming, "Are you nuts? If you self-proclaim to be a hero." The man continues, stating that it's not like anyone can stop someone from taking a peek at their status window, so technically, it's not a violation of the contract. Hansu gulps, realizing the man is right, and a thought crosses his mind. One can indeed take a peek at others' status windows. He muses on the critical flaw in the contract. As the man asks if he's decided on which slave he's buying, his expression still friendly. Hansu firmly states he's not telling him, while internally questioning why this man is acting so friendly when they've never even talked back on Earth. The man suggests that if Hansu wants to boast about his slave later, he should come to the inn at the eastern city gate, to which Hansu simply replies, sure. As Hansu walks away, the man smirks, standing beside the bald overseer, and thinks to himself that Hansu is surprisingly careful. He concludes his thought, admitting, though he has a pretty good inkling of what's going on. An old man, puffing on a pipe, dismisses an unseen customer with a wave of his hand, muttering that he's busy and they should come back another time, when suddenly, a powerful presence makes itself known. His eyes widen in shock as a figure steps into view, announcing his purpose. It is Oh Hanwoo, a hero of level 1, blessed with a special hero ability, mercenary skills, and a unique see-through curse, who stands with a confident smirk, his presence radiating an undeniable aura. The sheer weight of his status causes a nearby individual to gasp in disbelief, a single tear escaping their wide, purple eye. Meanwhile, the old man's demeanor completely shifts, his face now beaming with an exaggerated, fawning smile, as he enthusiastically welcomes the hero of legends. Holding up a document, the old man eagerly inquires about the hero's preferences, asking what kind of slave he desires, and if he seeks a strong warrior to fight alongside him. He chuckles to himself, recalling how another hero had also brought him a fortune, concluding that it must be his lucky day. A hand slams down on the counter, emphasizing the hero's demand, as he specifies his exact requirement. Oh Hanwoo, leaning in with a determined expression, declares his need for a strong female warrior, causing the old man to pause and question if he doesn't already possess such a valuable asset. The old man vehemently denies it, then quickly corrects himself, assuring the hero that he is just the right female warrior for him. He follows the merchant through a large, metal-reinforced door, the older man gesturing for him to come closer. The merchant explains, we don't show it to just anyone, but I'll be making a special exception for you, hero. A faint glow emanates from the merchant's words, causing a slight discomfort to ripple through Hansu Kong, who lets out a quiet groan. As they walk through an open-air market, passing various chained figures, Hansu Kong observes the scene with a critical eye. He wonders, is it a place where they dress up slaves for display? A subtle smirk plays on his lips, as if he's already seen through the merchant's intentions. The merchant's arm, thick with muscle, gestures towards a display. A single eye, filled with a dull resignation, watches them approach. With a wide grin, the merchant proudly presents a towering, muscular man, asking, now, hero, how's this slave? He continues, describing another, unseen individual. She's a female bandit that boldly thieved in the northern regions of the Night Kingdom, though she ended up falling as a slave due to the betrayal of her subordinates. The merchant emphasizes her prowess, stating, she possesses monstrous strength, capable of swinging a heavy two-handed axe with a single hand. He then instructs the male slave, hey, you, show your status window to the customer. The muscular slave looks on with a weary expression, his eyes holding a deep sadness. A system window materializes, displaying the profile of a new individual, Mercenary, level 17, blessed with Mercenary B, Warrior E, Equestrianism E, and Metal F, but cursed as a slave F. He lets out a small sound of surprise, as the merchant assures him not to worry about the price, claiming he has no intention of profiting against a hero. A hearty laugh escapes the merchant, his jovial demeanor filling the air. Hansu Kong then states his preference, declaring his desire for a strong, yet slender female. The merchant, taken aback by the specific request, questions, a slender female? He then attempts to upsell, suggesting that since Hansu Kong possesses a blessing of magic, he might need a reliable shield to protect him while casting spells, explaining that a slave, having forfeited all rights, becomes property and cannot betray their owner as long as proper orders are given. Hansu Kong, however, dismisses the notion, confident that his special blessing will make things work out somehow. With a shrug, the merchant concedes, telling him to go right ahead. Moments later, the merchant reappears, exclaiming, I finished picking. You got back fast. He then reveals 3 female slaves standing before Hansu Kong, one with red hair, another with light brown, and a third with blonde, chuckling that Hansu Kong picked 3 and got one over him. Lusa, a young woman with striking red-brown hair, stands before the merchant, a system window detailing her status as a level 6 slave with a charm F, blessing, and a slave F curse, as the merchant remarks that these girls are slender, yet still stronger than her. Turning to Lusa, Sarah, and Kana, the merchant declares that he shall annul all orders he has given them, to which the 3 women respond with a collective, quiet affirmation. With his hands glowing with a faint, fiery aura, the merchant then announces that from this moment forward, Hero Oh Hanwoo is their new owner. Hansu Kong, observing the transaction, acknowledges internally that since the merchant destroyed his previous contract, the ownership transfer is now complete. The merchant, now facing Hansu Kong, advises him to give clear orders, warning that there are times when slaves will murder or run away from their owner. A close-up of a clenched fist emphasizes Hansu Kang's resolve as he thinks that his slaves will never betray him, especially when he plans to take care of them with love. With a confident smile, Hansu Kong addresses his new acquisitions, telling Sarah, Kana, and Lusa to follow him, as they need to go buy weapons first. The three women, Sarah, Lusa, and Kana, look on with wide, slightly apprehensive eyes, responding in unison with a soft, obedient, yes. A mischievous grin spreads across Hansu Kang's face, his hands pressed together in a gesture of pleased anticipation. Meanwhile, in a celestial realm, a certain immature god of dice continues to smirk, observing the unfolding events. From another vantage point, a certain evil god looks for their popcorn, as yet another divine being watches the spectacle. Back on the ground, Hansu Kong lets out a frustrated grunt, muttering "damn it" under his breath. His journey to the Mercenary Guild had been uneventful, but now, a new challenge presented itself. Staring at the strange symbols on the registration form, he couldn't believe he was stuck on something so basic. As he gripped the pen, beads of sweat formed on his brow, wondering if he should have paid more attention to his letters. The requirement for a signature to register at the Mercenary Guild was an unexpected hurdle, and his frustration was palpable. Meanwhile, a cheerful receptionist watched him from behind the counter, a small smile playing on her lips. He cried out in exasperation, realizing he couldn't even have someone else sign for him. As he continued to struggle, a black-haired girl sitting beside him curtly told him to stop complaining. She then offered a small piece of paper, instructing him to copy the name written on it, Kong Hansu. He looked at the paper, thinking it seemed easy enough. Yet, even copying proved difficult, a consequence he suspected of the hero's curse, as he groaned in frustration. 10 minutes later, he finally managed to scrawl his name, Kang Hansu, onto the paper. A mischievous smirk plays across the black-haired girl's lips, her dark nails tapping lightly against her mouth as she mutters a playful insult. Meanwhile, at the counter, the receptionist looks up at Hansu, who appears surprised, while the black-haired girl leans in, chuckling softly to herself, before the receptionist declares that she will finalize his registration. A moment later, a glowing purple screen materializes before him, revealing his official mercenary status, Kong Hansu, level 1, with a blessing from an outsider fairy and a mercenary D rank, alongside a hero's curse. The black-haired girl observes the glowing display, noting the mercenary's blessing and the D rank, then sarcastically remarks that a null-rank mercenary on his first evaluation should be grateful to the two ladies who helped him. Indeed, two other women, one with long brown hair and another with short white hair, stand before the receptionist, confirming they vouched for his skills with their own mercenary ranks. The receptionist, acknowledging their assistance, simply asks them to convey his thanks. Turning to Hansu, the black-haired girl scolds him, insisting he should thank them himself, to which he retorts that he would if he could, a subtle nod to his curse. With a knowing look, she promises to buy him a children's picture book later, further teasing him about his difficulty with writing. She gives him a playful thumbs up, but he immediately protests, telling her there's no need to treat him like a child. As the group gathers, the white-haired woman points to Hansu, muttering something about his name, while the brown-haired woman looks on, and the receptionist seems confused by the exchange. Finally, a document is presented, clearly labeled as his first mission, and the text at the bottom explicitly states orc. He listens as the black-haired girl explains the details of his first mission, a simple task meant to suppress the orc population and reduce their numbers, with rewards based on the number of orc noses he brings back. But as he considers the implications, a deeper thought crosses his mind, something more profound than mere numbers. He recalls the two women who vouched for him, musing to himself that he now has these pretty ladies to use as orc bait. The black-haired girl, her hand resting on his shoulder, her form shimmering with a faint green aura, remarks on his casual acceptance of the task, calling it another slaughter, to which he simply replies, "Of course not." A sly smile plays on his lips as he considers the mission once more, realizing that this time, a certain god is curious about his actions. His dark eyes glow with an ominous red light, circular patterns forming around his pupil, reflecting a chilling resolve. A wide, predatory grin spreads across his face as he declares that it will be annihilation. A voice cries out, calling for Julia. As a glowing blue blade descends from above, which she swiftly catches, ready for battle. With a fierce cry, Julia lunges forward, her glowing sword cutting through the air. Her attack connects with brutal force, eliciting a pained grunt from her unseen opponent. The orc-like creature recoils from the impact, its face contorted in a snarl as the blue energy of the blade flashes across its skin. But before she can press her advantage, a massive hand shoots out, grabbing Julia's face with crushing force, leaving her gasping in pain. The orc-like creature glows with a malevolent yellow aura, its power surging as it prepares to strike. Julia grimaces, struggling against its grip, the pain evident on her face. The orc-like creature glances back, a guttural sound escaping its throat, just as another voice shouts a warning to Julia, urging her to keep her head down. Immediately, a blinding explosion of red and yellow energy erupts, engulfing the creature in a fiery blast. As the dust settles from the powerful blast, a silver-haired girl kneels, supporting Julia, who appears dazed, her voice filled with concern as she asks if Julia is all right. Julia, recovering, acknowledges the rescue, thanking her for saving her, but the silver-haired girl quickly warns her not to push herself too hard. her gray eyes wide with worry. The silver-haired girl questions how many foes Julia has already faced, a clear sign of her apprehension. But Julia, with a determined glint in her amber eyes, dismisses the concern, assuring her companion that she can handle the situation without any problem. Below them, the orc-like creature, now on one knee, curses under its breath about female pigs, while Julia, looking down at the monster, wonders if her own firepower wasn't enough to finish it. The creature begins to stir, its green skin rippling with renewed anger, preparing to rise and continue the fight. Before it can fully recover, a blinding yellow impact slams into its head, sending it reeling with a pained grunt. The orc-like creature lies motionless on the ground, seemingly defeated, as the silver-haired girl cautiously asks if it's finally dead. Looking up at the sky, the silver-haired girl begins to reflect, her thoughts drifting to the many people she has encountered. As a daughter of a count, she has met all kinds of individuals, from kings and merchants to knights, mercenaries, and even fairies. Yet, none of them have been as special, as uniquely impactful as Kong Hansu. Her thoughts conjure an image of Hansu in action, leaping through the air, dagger in hand, as he fiercely battles a horde of orc-like creatures. He is currently slaughtering the orcs, a formidable presence on the battlefield. As a hero, a fairy-blessed warrior, he moves with brutal efficiency, his blade cutting through the monstrous horde. Each strike lands with devastating force, leaving the creatures reeling and roaring in pain. Despite the ominous hero's curse that could easily lead to suspicion of him being a demon, his eyes glow with a fierce red light as a crimson aura flares around his weapon. Yet, he also possesses the fairy's blessing, the ultimate certification of his true identity, dispelling any doubts about his nature. He continues his relentless assault, a powerful blow sending another orc sprawling with a guttural cry. From a distance, the silver-haired countess watches alongside her brown-haired companion, the countess exclaiming that they too should try hard, while her friend simply agrees. As the sounds of impact echo through the air, the companion remarks on what a truly strange person he is. Amidst the chaos, he lets out a wild, almost maniacal laugh, his expression a mix of exhilaration and ferocity. The orcs, undeterred, surge forward in a desperate wave, their guttural cries filling the air as they attempt to overwhelm him. He stands his ground against the onslaught, one of the creatures even pleading for mercy amidst the brutal fight. Watching the relentless battle unfold, the countess cries out, begging for a moment of rest, her face etched with distress. His eyes glowing crimson, Hansu looks up with a slight start, as if sensing something beyond the immediate battle. Meanwhile, a short distance away, Julia, the brown-haired companion, suggests to a robed figure that they should rest, adding a polite please and thank you to her request. The countess, looking utterly exhausted, lets out a weary sigh, muttering to herself about Hansu's incredible stamina, noting that he's annihilated all the orcs in the area without exaggeration. Even after such a brutal display, he hasn't broken a single sweat, leaving him looking confused by the lack of further challenge. The sheer scale of his endurance causes the countess to gasp aloud, her eyes wide with shock. Turning to her companion, Julia asks if she's already tired, expressing surprise that the countess was the first to suggest a break, to which the countess replies, "You scared me, Julia." The countess retorts, accusing Julia of looking ridiculous with her legs shaking. Julia simply laughs in response, teasing her about wearing a dress, a playful heat escaping her lips. Still, Julia's expression turns thoughtful as she admits, but this Hansu person really is amazing. The countess agrees, acknowledging that he claims his abilities are thanks to his blessings, but her tone suggests a deeper mystery. As they both gaze towards the distant figure of Hansu, the countess clarifies, I'm talking about his talent, prompting Julia to question, talent? Julia's brow furrows in concentration, struggling to find the right words to explain the unique nature of his abilities. Even as he continues to fight, Hansu Kong employs a dangerous, unstable swordsmanship, a style so precarious it could destroy his entire body if he were to make even the slightest mistake, yet he persists with it all day long. Observing his relentless performance, Julia wonders aloud, what? That's possible, while the countess, with a slight smirk, admits, I'm not sure. I was also called a genius while growing up. Hansu, seemingly oblivious to their conversation, declares to the countess, we're finally gonna rest, as if he had just explained something significant. However, the true nature of his recent explanation is revealed as he holds up a simple, illustrated book, a step-by-step common language picture book designed for children. He struggles to pronounce the words, sounding out, Homan, demon, girl, poi, before the countess realizes, he's studying. Julia can't help but laugh at his attempts, while the countess notes, for some reason, his pronunciation is only accurate with certain phrases. Julia then agrees, you're right. Suddenly, Julia exclaims with a triumphant gesture, oh right, I just reached level 15. The countess, looking slightly dismayed, mutters, really? The gap got bigger. A system message appears, detailing the student ranking. An appropriate amount of experience is awarded every time a semester is safely completed, and all students are ranked fairly and objectively against each other. It's a system where the higher your ranking, the easier it is to level up, and the higher your level, the easier it is to get a better grade. However, if your ranking falls, you also lose all the benefits. With renewed determination, Julia declares, I'm going to aim for B rank this time. The Countess, shocked by her ambition, cries out, What? B rank? She then asks, What if you get hurt from pushing yourself too hard? Julia reassures her companion, suggesting that while it might have been difficult if they were alone, their current situation should be fine. Meanwhile, Hansu remains engrossed in a book, seemingly focused only on hunting, yet his companions perceive him as overly preoccupied with their safety. The Countess, with a knowing smirk, teases Julia, reminding her of her previous disinterest in men, but noting how carefully she's been watching him. A soft thud echoes as Hansu closes the book he's been attempting to read, its pages filled with unfamiliar characters. Julia, startled by his sudden movement, exclaims for him to let them go, while the Countess, still observing, wishes for just a little more time. Hansu, clearly annoyed by their chatter, clears his throat with a stern ahem. He turns to them, gesturing impatiently, insisting that they are better and should simply let go. Standing amidst the defeated forms of two large, green-skinned monsters, Hansu looks back at the two women, who remain silent, contemplating his words. The Countess's gaze sharpens, her thoughts turning to Hansu's peculiar nature. As a mage and scholar, she finds him to be a rash simpleton. Hansu, still holding the book, mutters in frustration at the incomprehensible text, while the Countess muses that despite his simplicity, he greatly piques her curiosity. The girls respond with a chorus of agreement, confirming they are coming, and the Countess concludes that she should first teach him how to speak properly. In a grand, ornate chamber, the Countess stands before a small, dark bag resting on a plush red cushion, as a robed priest questions if this is the item in question. With a solemn nod, the priest confirms its identity, leaving the Countess to gaze intently at the unassuming object, her expression unreadable. As she focuses, a soft, golden light begins to emanate from her amber eyes, revealing a deeper perception at play. A torch casts flickering light upon a small, metallic bag resting on a pedestal, its unusual design prompting a question from an unseen observer. Confirming its identity, the high-ranking woman behind the desk acknowledges the object, while a knight stands before her, awaiting instruction. Her hand gestures towards the bag and other peculiar items on the desk, remarking that these objects are clearly not from this realm, and noting the exceptional printing skill displayed on one of the items. She then inquires about its discovery, learning that it was found in the Gold Forest, a training ground for heroes, by the very knight now standing before her. With a serious expression, she presses further, asking how many people, including the knight himself, are aware of the bag's existence, to which he replies that only he and the commander of the knights know. Her amber eyes narrow slightly, as she then questions the likelihood of the commander having reported this discovery to Prince Alsus. The knight, looking surprised by the implication, quickly assures her there are no such chances, having been ordered to report directly to her. She reveals that she has meticulously assessed all the personal belongings of every hero currently residing at the temple. A thoughtful expression settles on her face, her gaze distant as she considers the implications of her findings. She continues, stating that she has also done the same for all the heroes who have since departed the temple, a thoroughness that earns her a quiet commendation. The knight, relieved and grateful, offers his thanks, as she promises to ensure his lifelong service to the temple. Having just been threatened with an honorable death, the young knight can only stammer out a confused, "Excuse me?" Her golden eyes narrowed, the goddess reiterates her demand. He must forget everything about the mysterious bag, or face the consequences. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the knight quickly kneels, offering his service, as the goddess instructs him to follow the priest. With a soft thud of footsteps, the priest leads the now subdued knight away, leaving the goddess alone with her thoughts. Her slender fingers glide across a small, rectangular object on the desk, revealing a name tag bearing the characters Kong Hansu. Turning her head slightly, she confirms that her words were heard, ensuring the knight understood the secrecy required. The priest, now returned, acknowledges her command, as she hands him the name tag, instructing him to learn the letters from one of the temple's heroes and decipher its pronunciation. Beneath his hood, the priest's face remains obscured, but his voice is firm as he vows to keep his intentions hidden, assuring the goddess of his discretion. Lost in contemplation, the goddess muses on the bag's existence, perceiving it as a clear mistake, one that even a perfect deity should not make, leading her to wonder if concealing the truth might be the best course of action. Breaking her reverie, the priest approaches once more, acknowledging her current worries but revealing he has an urgent report regarding a major incident. He gravely informs her of a significant murder incident in the forest's hunter village, prompting the goddess to question the meaning of his words with a look of concern. Still contemplating the recent events, the goddess reflects on an incident she believed was to be covered up at the request of Councilwoman Sebilis, noting that additional corpses were found, appearing to belong to the perpetrator. Meanwhile, the priest continues his report, mentioning the sacrificed fairies and how, according to the villagers, it was an act of the vengeful spirit of the outsider. A flicker of concern crosses her face as she repeats, "Outsider, you say?" The priest confirms, explaining that they speak of a dead outsider who returned as a vengeful spirit. He clarifies that normally, such individuals are simply referred to as travelers. The goddess then questions, wondering if their outfit was foreign, similar to the clothes worn by heroes. With a sigh, the priest acknowledges her point, admitting that one would normally make the logical assumption she's implying. He continues, explaining that the outsider survived and took vengeance, before being instructed to go and get a sketch of what this outsider looks like. Far from the temple's discussions, a book tumbles into a roaring fire, its pages consumed by the vibrant orange flames. Nearby, the very outsider they speak of, Hansu, sits calmly by the blaze, his gaze distant as the fire crackles before him. While everyone else sleeps soundly, a figure with long black hair and piercing red eyes rests deeply in their bed as the night passes peacefully. Nearby, two companions, one with brown hair and another with light purple locks, also slumber, completely unaware of the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Hansu finds himself in a peculiar predicament, forced to consult a children's picture book for guidance. He sighs, lamenting that he must resort to such basic materials for study, as a translucent, blue-haired god hovers beside him, observing with quiet interest. The ethereal being, with a finger pressed to her lips, conveys her appreciation for the charming illustrations. She then asks him directly if he enjoys the picture book. Hansu looks surprised by her question, as the god confirms that she truly likes it. He then ponders the whereabouts of the other gods, to which the ethereal being admits she isn't entirely sure. A frustrated groan escapes him as he realizes he desperately needs to locate the other divine beings to avoid them. Suddenly, the god points a translucent finger towards the horizon, revealing that a group of them are in that direction, causing Hansu to exclaim in disbelief, "I thought you said you didn't know." He considers the implications of this revelation, realizing that direction would be near the temple Kogmo mentioned, where the saintess serving the evil goddess should also be. With a renewed sense of urgency, Hansu resolves to quickly run away to the northeast. He knew he had to avoid them, at least until he was certain he possessed enough strength to face them. Meanwhile, a certain god suggested he read a different picture book, and he could only sigh, promising to do so after he had memorized the contents of this one. The translucent figure persisted, her voice echoing with the same suggestion, urging him to move on to another story. Finally, his patience wore thin, and he snapped, telling her to stop pressuring him. But then, a subtle shift in the air caught his attention, making him pause and look up, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. He quickly dismissed the god, telling her they would read the book another time. As a chilling realization dawned upon him, they were surrounded. He wondered if their assailants were humans, not orcs. The translucent god, displeased that their reading had been interrupted, declared that those who dared displease an outsider god were bastards deserving of divine punishment. Ignoring the divine wrath, he urgently called out, "Hey, Kogmo, get up." The horned demon jolted awake, his eyes wide with alarm. Rubbing his eyes, Kogmo asked what was happening in the middle of the night, then confirmed they were indeed surrounded by humans, whose power levels were comparable to those of the ladies. Hansu nodded, acknowledging the accuracy of the assessment. "You're right. We are surrounded." He then questioned Kogmo's ability to approximate their levels from such a distance, muttering that even gnolls could manage that feat. He stands by the campfire, observing the cloaked figure who kneels before his companions, asking if they wish to die, while the cloaked man retorts, calling him a crazy motherfucker for giving them the wrong idea. The two women, Julia and Kana, react with visible shock and fear, their expressions contorted in distress. The cloaked man then questions if his actions were strange, claiming he was trying his best, but Hansu dismisses his words, stating that's not the problem. As the tension mounts, Hansu's eye glows with a fierce red light, a clear sign of his heightened state. Suddenly, a chilling realization dawns upon them, as Hansu, Julia, and Kana look towards a distant light, confirming the arrival of their enemies. The distant fires illuminate figures engaged in combat, with one warrior wielding a sword and another an axe, their movements swift and brutal. Another enemy, armed with a crossbow, takes aim from a distance, their presence adding to the growing threat. A formidable warrior, clad in armor and wielding a large sword, advances with purpose, his determined stride echoing the gravity of the situation. Hansu, looking up at the scarred man, inquires, wondering what he is saying. The cloaked man then clarifies the enemy's demands, explaining that they want Hansu to hand over his spoils from monopolizing all the orcs in the area. With a menacing grin, the bandit leader declares that the men will die, and Hansu translates, confirming that he and his companions will die for sure. He continues, adding that the noble ladies will be released if they surrender, as Hansu's eye glows with an even more intense red light, reflecting the dire situation. A chilling smile spreads across his face, a low chuckle escaping him as he muses on the situation, finding amusement in the fact that these adversaries are not only sexist but also classist. Meanwhile, Julia and Kana stand ready for battle, Julia's glowing blue sword poised while Kana conjures fiery magic, both prepared to unleash their fury. A voice from the unseen crowd cries out in alarm, warning that someone might die, before another whispers, "They're bigger in number than we thought. Are you going to be okay?" From behind a red curtain, a man with long black hair murmurs to himself about being summoned, his eyes wide with confusion as he questions, "Hansu?" He continues to mumble about being in an unfamiliar place, deciding he will disregard his current status. Back in the fray, Hansu's eyes glow a menacing red, his smile widening with dark intent. He declares with cold resolve that he will fairly send them all into the afterlife, the ominous words hanging in the air as the confrontation continues. Under the pale moonlight, Hansu Kong and the bald overseer observe a distant group of figures, the overseer noting that there is more to this situation than he had initially expected. Hansu Kong hums thoughtfully, realizing it will be difficult to fight effectively while also protecting the girls among the observed group. Among the distant figures, two female warriors stand out, one with long white hair wielding a glowing blue sword, and another with long brown hair, both appearing formidable. A soft exhale escapes Hansu Kong, as he considers that a particular method might prove to be the most effective course of action. Meanwhile, the bald overseer exclaims, his voice filled with surprise at the presence of such strong females. As the tension mounts, a bandit with a crossbow takes aim, preparing to launch an attack. Suddenly, a bolt flies through the air, striking a shimmering shield with a sharp impact. But before the projectile can penetrate, Hansu Kong swiftly intercepts it, his fist glowing with a fierce red energy as he declares, not a chance. His resolve hardening, Hansu Kang's eyes blaze with an intense red glow, reflecting his surging power. With explosive force, he unleashes a powerful punch, a brilliant orange and yellow aura erupting from his fist. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, leaving only blurred motion in its wake. A guttural roar of alarm escapes the bald overseer, his face contorted in a grimace of shock and fury. As a sudden, expletive-laden cry echoes through the night, signaling the abrupt onset of danger. The bandit leader, already bearing a bloody wound on his cheek, stands ready, while a crossbow bandit behind him looks on with wide, startled eyes. A sharp, percussive sound rings out, and the crossbow bandit recoils, his expression one of utter disbelief. Suddenly, a hulking orc leader bellows, there's piggies all over the place, as several of his kind swarm the human fighters, who can only stammer, orcs. The orc leader's grin widens, his voice dripping with malice as he declares, the skinny female pigs are mine. Amidst the chaos, a terrified cry of $*@ erupts, as an orc easily lifts the crossbow bandit into the air, his comrades shouting, orcs, $. Julia and the bandana bandit watch in horror, their faces etched with fear as the orcs continue their assault. With a metallic clang, the bandana bandit draws his sword, joining the crossbow bandit in a desperate struggle against the overwhelming numbers, shouting, orcs, and an $# at plus hashtag. Julia and a white-haired woman cling to each other, their faces pale with terror as they whisper, orcs, and let out a desperate, HHH. Just as despair threatens to consume them, Hansu Kong appears, his cloaked figure a silent promise of intervention, drawing the attention of the terrified women. A confident smile spreads across his face as he anticipates the coming battle, thinking, now this is a double EXP event. A sudden, blinding flash erupts, followed by a sharp impact, as red energy slashes through the air, leaving glowing trails in its wake. The crimson streaks converge, striking down a figure amidst the chaos. He moves with terrifying speed, a blur of motion, his eyes burning red as he delivers a devastating blow. A cruel smile spreads across his blood-splattered face, his red eyes gleaming with savage delight, even as a system message appears, warning of the consequences of his brutal actions. Nearby, a sword clatters to the ground, abandoned. A man lies sprawled, clutching his chest, his face contorted in terror as he cries out for help. He recoils further, gasping in pain, utterly overwhelmed. The bandit leader, enraged by the sight of his fallen subordinate, snarls a threat, vowing to kill his attacker. Hansu Kong, still smiling, remarks on the leader's unexpected resilience, wondering if his opponent is stronger than he initially thought. The bandit leader, his face twisted in fury, begins to channel a potent blue energy, preparing a counterattack. As the bandit leader's rage boiled over, his men were already engaged in a brutal skirmish, one of them plunging a glowing sword into a grotesque orc, snarling, skinny pig. Another bandit, with a swift, practiced motion, drove his blade into a second orc, the impact marked by a sickening crunch. The chaotic battle continued, with yet another bandit dispatching a third creature, their desperate struggle echoing through the night. But the true threat had already arrived, as Hansu Kong stood amidst the fallen, his presence a silent, chilling exclamation mark to the bandit's futile efforts. His eyes, now burning with a crimson glow, met the furious gaze of the bandit leader, who shrieked, kill him. A dark aura pulsed around him, as Hansu Kang's own silent command resonated, die. Before the bandits could even react, he moved with impossible speed, deflecting a red energy blade with a casual flick of his wrist. His crimson eyes, the only visible feature in the blur of motion, promised swift retribution. The bandit leader, mid-charge with his own glowing blue weapon, found himself suddenly face-to-face with Hansu Kang's blade, a desperate cry escaping his lips. The impact sent him reeling, a pained grunt torn from his throat as he stumbled backward. Despite the clear strike from Hansu Kang's glowing sword, the bandit leader merely laughed, a chilling, defiant sound. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, however, betrayed the true cost of his bravado. Hansu Kong surveys the damage to his cloak, a red energy scar marring its dark fabric, a faint blue aura still clinging to his form, thinking what a shame it is to lose something he had grown fond of. Meanwhile, the bandit leader recoils in agony, his eyes wide with terror as he screams about a monster. A crimson energy erupts from his chest, splattering blood, and sending him reeling from the devastating impact. The battle continues around him, with other fighters clashing amidst the rocky terrain, one figure already fallen. Hansu Kong turns his gaze towards the ongoing skirmishes, his expression thoughtful as he considers the situation. In the distance, a mage girl unleashes a burst of explosive orange energy, sending an opponent flying amidst a shower of sparks. The mage girl herself pants heavily, her body glowing faintly with residual magic as she pushes through the fight. Nearby, Julia, the sword girl, is also holding her own, her blade cutting through the air with a powerful blue aura. Observing their efforts, Hansu Kong notes that they both seem quite busy, a slight smirk playing on his lips. As his eyes glow with a subtle red light, a spectral, hooded figure with light blue hair appears before him, a certain god egging him on to read picture books. He responds with a casual, yeah, I'll try and make that happen, as the sounds of clashing metal echo around them. Above, the sky stretched wide and clear, dotted with fluffy white clouds, a stark contrast to the recent chaos. Below, a group of adventurers murmured amongst themselves, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief as they processed the recent events. A faint glow still emanated from the ground, a lingering trace of the powerful magic that had been unleashed. Nearby, a sack overflowed with monster parts, the spoils of a successful, if intense, hunt. Hansu Kong knelt beside the overflowing bag, his gaze thoughtful, wondering if the haul would be sufficient, while Julia, with her amber eyes wide, looked on. Later, facing his companions, Hansu Kong grumbled, lamenting that he could have acquired more if not for the noble ladies. Cogmus, the black-haired demon, his level now revealed to be 20 with blessings in Charm B, Secret D, Magic B, and Warrior E, and a curse of Noble A, retorted, calling him a crazy bastard for his lack of moderation, noting that the others were close to exhaustion. Julia, her silver hair framing a surprised expression, could only offer a hesitant, yeah, here, girls, as if trying to appease him. With a flourish, Hansu Kong presented a small card, declaring it a proof of request completion and instructing them to each take one. Julia, whose level was 16 with blessings in Noble D, Warrior D, Charm F, and Student C, along with the brown-haired girl, gasped in unison, their faces lighting up with an excited wow as they received their rewards. The brown-haired girl, her ponytail swaying, exclaimed, realizing they had leveled up 2 whole times just by hunting with him. A wide grin spreads across Hansu Kang's face as he considers the level of the demon he just defeated, wondering how much stronger he must be in comparison. However, his confident expression shatters as a system window materializes before him, revealing his own level to be a shocking one, accompanied by an unusual array of blessings and curses. His eyes widen in utter disbelief, the stark reality of his level 1 status leaving him speechless. A wave of confusion washes over him, as he struggles to comprehend the bizarre situation unfolding. Meanwhile, far away, a certain god gazes into the distant cosmos, casually remarking on the abundance of stars visible today. The divine being then feigns slumber, though an internal thought questions the nature of an outsider god, before hysterically declaring a strong dislike for suspicion. Back in the world, a frustrated cry echoes through the air, as the grand architecture of a building stands silently under the bright sky. In the beginning, the world was nothing but an endless void, until stars began to form within that empty expanse, and after a vast stretch of time, living beings finally came into existence. This is the ancient tale of a particular deity, a story that unfolds across the cosmos. As the light of creation shone brightly, the newly born creatures soon began to perceive its presence. Gathered around a glowing stone, a diverse group of beings cried out, acknowledging the divine power they felt. One horned figure, with a flowing beard, passionately declared their faith, while others knelt in fervent prayer. Their desperate pleas for salvation echoed through the land, and thus, the entity they worshipped became known as God. The living beings sought the help of this God, and by offering assistance, the divine entity found its own reason for existence to be worthwhile. Meanwhile, a certain goddess, small and innocent, floats through the cosmic expanse, hugging her pillow as if greeting the universe itself. Nearby, a certain evil god impatiently waves a hand, as a certain water god makes a careful and serene appearance. As time progressed, more gods emerged, each vying to assist living beings in their own distinct ways, almost as if engaged in a grand competition. Receiving the grace of these divine beings, the living creatures of the world advanced and evolved in countless forms. Yet, the countless lives that could not reconcile their differences found themselves locked in a cacophony of clashing wills and weapons. They fought, their struggles echoing across the land. Many perished violently, their sacrifices ultimately in vain, leaving behind only fields of forgotten blades. And so, time continued its relentless march. Deep within the earth, a certain cave lay hidden. Inside, a hand, slick with blood, clutched desperately at the cold stone. It was here that a certain god came upon a life fading away. The dying man, his eyes wide with pain and fear, could only gasp, "Oh, dear God." Then, a grave voice from the unseen deity asked, "Do you want to live?" To which the man immediately cried out, "Of course, I want to live." Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded, "I can't die like this." As the dying man lay broken, a brilliant light emanates from a divine hand, signaling that a certain god has chosen to intervene and help him. With a soft poof, the man's form is transformed, his injured body shrinking into that of an infant, surrounded by a gentle glow. The translucent figure of the god stands over the now infant man, who lets out a small cry, reborn into a new life. The god's expression remains serene, her long purple hair flowing as she observes her creation. Turning her gaze towards a distant village, the god sends a silent command, a subtle whoosh of energy guiding the villagers to the west cave. Outside their humble home, an elderly man and woman react with shock, the man exclaiming in disbelief at the divine instruction to go to the west cave. As the dying man had wished, the god saved him, and now the elderly couple joyfully cradles the reborn infant, who lets out a soft cry. Observing the scene from afar, the god smiles faintly, clearly proud of the outcome of her intervention. After some time passed, the god came to visit him again, observing the young boy, now grown, as he diligently trains with a wooden stick. Wiping sweat from his brow, Hansu looks up, a question forming on his lips as a certain god delightfully asks how he is doing. Confirming her identity, the god then asks what else he needs help with, causing Hansu to tremble with a mix of emotions. His teeth grind together, a silent fury building within him. Finally erupting, he curses the god, shouting that the woman he loved was taken from him because she had turned him into a baby. A certain god is taken aback by his outburst. Looking utterly confused, the divine being argues that he never specifically asked for a woman. Undeterred, Hansu declares he will save her himself. With a downcast expression, a certain god apologizes. As Hansu demands she take responsibility, the god begins to leave, her form shimmering. Hansu desperately calls out, pleading for her to come back as her translucent figure fades completely from view. Reflecting on the encounter, the god ponders where things went wrong, unable to fully comprehend the situation, and wonders how the other gods were faring. Meanwhile, in a different realm, a bearded man in a pirate hat offers a tribute, wishing for a safe voyage, as a certain wind god is flattered by his devotion. While a soldier cheers, convinced a war god champions their cause, believing the deity to be firmly on their side. The goddess floats above the landscape, observing the world below. A certain god genuinely cannot understand the complexities of mortal belief. Even after God blessed several other lives, granting them boons and interventions. Every single one of them, however, resented the divine being for reasons she couldn't fathom. The goddess simply couldn't understand the reason for this widespread resentment at all. Her form drooping with sorrow as hundreds of more years began to pass. As more years passed, the world changed around her, transforming as all of that time went by. Even as people continued to plead, "Dear God, may the power of victory be with me," or "Dear God, please help," more living beings began to think of God as merely a tool, a means to an end. And so, the gods made new rules, introducing concepts like heroes, demons, levels, blessings, and curses. The gods had adjusted to the new order, but one among them remained an exception, a translucent figure glowing with ethereal light. Meanwhile, a hero, Cain, desperately called for the saintess, while his brown-haired companion informed him she had gone elsewhere during their fight. Cain, frustrated and wounded, cursed his fate, a mere hero facing overwhelming odds, as a certain god warned that he would lose everything, yet offered a path better than dying. His companion worked diligently to apply a healing blessing, as a system message detailed his current status, including his name, level, blessings, and curses, revealing the hero's name as Cain. Still, Cain remained defeated, cursing his inability to overcome the challenge. Then, a certain god asked if he wished to live, to which he, shocked, affirmed with a resounding yes, of course. The goddess, serene and glowing with a purple aura, had warned that he would lose everything, yet offered a path better than dying. A gentle smile graced her lips, as she prepared to intervene. Her hand descended from above, glowing with ethereal light and surrounded by shimmering particles. Cain's hand reached up to meet the divine touch, as the god bestowed her blessing, thinking of how they were still needed in this world. His companion's hand also joined the sacred connection, receiving the same life-giving energy. With the divine intervention complete, Cain's body was restored, and he exclaimed his recovery, his companion looking on with relief. Cain, still reeling from the goddess's intervention, finds himself staring at a system window that now identifies him as Cain, a level 1 blessing hero, his mind racing with confusion. A wave of disbelief washes over him, as the stark reality of his new status sinks in, level 1. What could this possibly mean? Meanwhile, from her ethereal realm, the goddess watches, her presence a silent reminder of her warning, a subtle pressure for him to remember her words. Despite the shock of losing everything he had built, Cain quickly regains his composure, acknowledging that his survival is paramount, and resolving to start anew from this unexpected level 1. Observing his acceptance, the goddess allows a faint, knowing smile to grace her lips, a sign that her intervention has achieved its desired effect. Yet, a flicker of confusion remains within him as he grapples with the implications of this drastic change. He looks up, his expression a mix of bewilderment and frustration, questioning the very nature of this blessing. His mind drifts back to a painful memory, to the faces of his former companions, who had regretfully informed him that they could no longer journey together, his lack of progress becoming a burden. Watching them walk away into the light, a woman's voice echoing her apologies, he had cursed this blessing as the worst kind of curse, a cruel twist of fate that left him abandoned. Still, the goddess continues her silent vigil, her gaze unwavering as she observes his internal struggle. A wry chuckle escapes him as he acknowledges his past anger, but now, a profound sense of calm settles over him, a quiet resolve born from his near-death experience. With a newfound determination, he looks directly at the heavens, a hint of defiance in his eyes, ready to offer a word of advice to the very deity who saved and reset him. A certain deity, shrouded in a hooded cloak, expresses a quiet curiosity, her gaze fixed on something unseen. Meanwhile, a hand clenches in frustration, as he vows never to bestow a blessing upon anyone ever again, believing it to be a curse that steals away things far more precious than life itself. He reflects on the blessing that constantly resets him to level 1 with each use, firmly resolving that he will never again employ such a power, not even in death. The realization had been quite shocking, a truth he had initially struggled to accept. They had remained in denial for so long, but the deity had finally admitted it, that they were no longer needed in this world. No longer needed in this world. And again, more time passed, bringing with it a familiar cycle. The hooded figure, the goddess, appears distressed, as if reliving a painful memory. It was a recurring pattern. The deity had found a dying boy once more, a young man with dark hair, first in shock, then slumped against a tree, injured. Yet, despite his previous state, the boy now smiles, seemingly unaware that a certain deity is observing him, peeping from behind a tree. It was simple curiosity, the goddess muses, as she recalls the reason she bestowed her blessing upon Hansu. When he was afflicted with the hero's curse and destined to die, she may have altered the blessing's true name, but knew he would inevitably resent her if he ever discovered the truth. Now, the narrative shifts to the present day. The sun shines brightly over an ancient, towering structure. As the goddess had predicted, Hansu eventually uncovered the secret of the blessing, prompting a thoughtful hum from him. A sudden system message appears, causing the goddess to flinch, revealing that the outsider will be reset from all statuses except for death, and warning that a scary thing will happen if the lone wolf leaves the wilderness. Hansu slaps his forehead in frustration, lamenting the reset of his levels, realizing how foolish he had been to waste his time exterminating mere pigs. The goddess appears quizzical, observing his outburst. She wonders if he is angry, but a bespectacled man in a suit interjects, suggesting it's enough and they should go by picture books. The goddess, now looking distressed, desperately prays. Hansu's eyes widen in disbelief, his voice strained as he questions if this fate is truly for his dead soul. But a certain god, her expression tight with irritation, declares with absolute finality that it is not. Then, a sly smile playing on her lips, she asks what he truly prayed for. Her gaze remains fixed, the god's answer is simple, yet enigmatic. It's a secret. Suddenly, a figure plummets through a radiant opening, wondering aloud what this strange phenomenon could be. As the new protagonist's vision clears, he can only utter a confused, huh? Finding himself sprawled on the ground, Kang Jinho questions his sudden, inexplicable predicament. A small cut on his lip, he mutters, "This can't be," his mind reeling from the shock. Looking up at the three figures standing over him, he protests that the main character shouldn't be in such a pathetic state. Above him, the blond man simply offers a knowing and somewhat sinister smile. Not long ago, a familiar voice cut through the chaos, urging a swift offensive. With a blur of motion, Sarah, her blonde hair streaming, moved with practiced ease, ready to strike. The monstrous gnoll roared in defiance, its form glowing with a primal energy as it braced for impact. But Sarah was faster, her kick landing with precision, as the voice of their leader, Kang Jinho, called out to his other companions, Kana and Lusa. The three adventurers, Sarah and Lusa at the forefront, engaged the beast with synchronized attacks, their weapons flashing. The gnoll reeled from the assault, blood spraying as it stumbled backward, its defenses crumbling. With Sarah, Lusa, and Kana pressing the attack, the monster was overwhelmed by their combined might. Watching his team's seamless coordination, Kang Jinho couldn't help but cheer them on, a wide grin spreading across his face. Standing over the defeated creature, he acknowledged their success, remarking that they were finally starting to work well together. Sarah, her expression serious, confirmed their continued hunting, telling them to get used to this new routine, to which another voice affirmed. Jinho considered their progress, noting that gnolls were only at an average level of 4. With Sarah, Kana, and Lusa already at levels 5 and 6, hunting these creatures should indeed be easy now, even if he had spent almost all his money on gear. He considers the situation, acknowledging that while his current financial state is precarious, he can begin saving again, as the red-haired and blonde adventurers stand ready behind him. The gnoll-like monster, however, is far from defeated, and the blonde adventurer, Julia, lunges forward with her sword, determined to finish the fight. Its single eye glows with malevolent orange light, a clear sign that the creature is still a formidable threat. With a guttural roar, the monster unleashes a torrent of fiery energy, creating a swirling vortex of flames that threatens to engulf them all. But before the attack can land, a burst of intense orange fire erupts from behind Julia and Kana, engulfing the monster in a powerful counterattack. The system reveals the protagonist's true identity as Oh Han-woo, a level 1 hero with special blessings and mercenary magic, though cursed with see-through and a dividend of 3.25. He gazes at the small flame dancing in his palm, reflecting on the immense firepower granted by the magic blessing from Princess Athena, just as a special main character should possess. A satisfied smile plays on his lips as he remarks, "That was neat." As he stands over the defeated monster, a new figure approaches, stating he was ready to intervene if the situation had become too dangerous. Oh Han-woo turns to face the muscular blonde man, recognizing him as Park Han-young. With a slightly annoyed expression, Oh Han-woo tells him, "If you're going to hunt, do it over there." The gray-haired man accompanying Park Han-young chuckles, as Park Han-young defiantly declares he doesn't want to. A man with pointed ears and a thick beard hangs his head, his expression one of silent despair. Meanwhile, Oh Han-woo's eyes gleam with a subtle blue light, as he internally dismisses the man before him as nothing more than trash, recalling his own past. In his original world, he was just a quiet boy, often found walking alone, but always targeted by groups of bullies who would surround him. They would always go around in groups, bullying people, leaving his past self in a state of bewildered helplessness. Now, a gray-haired man, with a condescending smirk, asks him what he's looking at, while Oh Han-woo simply stares back, his thoughts unreadable. The gray-haired man lets out a mocking laugh, calling Oh Han-woo a dumbass. But here, in this new world, Oh Han-woo's fist clenches tightly, a silent promise of power. He declares himself the hero and main character of this fantasy world, asserting that no one can stop him now, and challenges his opponent to come at him if they dare. The gray-haired man, still holding the slave by the neck, responds that he was going to, as the system identifies the captive as a slave. From a distance, in the depths of the forest, Julia, Kana, and a blonde hammer warrior observe the unfolding confrontation. As the word slave appears again, a certain evil god watches the scene with growing excitement. A certain immature god of dice looks for their popcorn, as the three adventurers continue to watch, numbers glowing faintly around them. The world blurs into streaks of green and gray, a whirlwind of motion and falling leaves, as a rustling sound echoes through the dense foliage. Suddenly, a hulking figure with glowing orange eyes and bared fangs lunges forward, radiating raw aggression. Julia, Kana, and the blonde hammer warrior recoil in terror, caught off guard by the sudden assault, a collective gasp escaping them. And Julia cries out a desperate warning, calling out Kirk's name and those of her companions. Meanwhile, Hansu Kong begins to channel his magic, a fiery orb coalescing in his palm, urging his allies to establish a defense while he prepares his spell. But before he can finish, his eyes widen in shock, witnessing something unexpected unfold with blinding speed. A powerful, unseen blow connects, sending the blonde hammer warrior reeling from the impact, her body thrown backward. She collapses to the ground, defeated, as Hansu Kong stands over her, his fiery orb still held aloft, observing the sudden turn of events. In an instant, Kirk and his entire group of adventurers are sprawled unconscious across the field, their defeat swift and absolute. Hansu Kong stares at the fallen foes, a look of disbelief on his face, questioning how it could have happened in just one blow. From a distance, Julia and Kana watch the scene unfold, their faces etched with profound shock, unable to comprehend the impossible speed of the battle's conclusion. A mocking laugh echoes through the air as Kirk, despite his recent defeat, taunts his opponent, asking if he finally understands the situation. Meanwhile, Hansu Kong, still reeling from the unexpected ease of his victory, expresses his shock and confusion, demanding to know what tricks were just pulled. A new figure, Park Han-young, steps forward, dismissing the idea of tricks and declaring that his slave's level was simply overwhelmingly higher, before reminding Hansu Kong of a previous conversation. Kirk, still defiant, challenges Hansu Kong to face him if he dares. The muscular man then directly addresses Hansu Kong by name, commanding him to hand over his slaves. Behind Hansu Kong, Julia, Kana, and the blonde hammer warrior watch the unfolding confrontation, their expressions a mixture of shock and apprehension. The protagonist, taken aback by the sudden demand, can only utter a bewildered question. A quaint European-style town bustles under a clear sky, its cobbled streets lined with timber-framed buildings and market stalls. Inside, a young man pores over an ancient tome, its pages filled with arcane symbols and illustrations of weapons, a soft hum escaping him as he studies the intricate details. He continues his research, a translucent, ethereal figure floating beside him, who then asks for a different book, one that is that special. As he looks down at the book, Hansu muses aloud that since he cannot level up, he was at least going to look for a powerful weapon, perhaps even a legendary one. Later, the horned demon stands before him, holding a book of his own, his sharp gaze fixed on Hansu. The demon, accompanied by the goddess and 2 other women, reminds Hansu, if he had forgotten already, that even the human nobles said there wasn't such a thing before they left, suggesting he might have a chance with a treasure island in the sea. Hansu, holding a different book now, questions if it's a relic that was so dangerous that the excavations were held off. A wide grin spreads across Hansu's face, finding the prospect tempting. The horned demon lets out a small laugh, informing him that the entrances of those relics are guarded by the nation's knights, prompting Hansu to ask how strong they are. With a dismissive TSK, Hansu receives the blunt assurance that the knights are stronger than him. Looking up at the bright sky, Hansu declares he's going to get some air. He stands alone on a grassy hill, a backpack beside him, pondering the seemingly insurmountable challenge of being a level 1. Still lost in thought, he muses on the nature of knights. His mind conjures an image of a heavily armored knight, reflecting on his earlier dismissive thoughts about them being mere tin cans full of bluster. He questions if there truly is no other path forward. A familiar voice, seemingly from a divine being, urges him to cheer up, but he can only sigh, realizing his initial idea might have been a mistake. Suddenly, a gruff voice calls him a skinny male pig, making him question the source. A hulking green-skinned orc, with tusks protruding from his jaw, looms over him, demanding everything he possesses, laughing boisterously, as he admits to the orc that he's feeling quite depressed. The orc, surprised by his response, wonders if he's dreaming, hearing a pig speak Orcish. Still towering over him, the orc dismisses his words, telling him to leave only when he allows it, and calls him a smart male. Without warning, the orc brings a massive club down, a pink aura of power trailing its path. But before the blow can land, he moves with blinding speed, his own fist igniting with a fierce red glow. The orc's face distorts in shock and pain as his powerful counterattack connects, sending ripples of red energy through the air. He continues his relentless assault, his fist glowing with a fierce red energy as it connects squarely with the orc's face, sending the creature reeling back with a pained grunt, its body struggling to absorb the impact. Without a moment's hesitation, his hand rises again, poised to deliver another devastating blow. The next strike lands with an explosive force, a bright burst of energy erupting upon contact. Finally, the orc is subdued, with Hansu Kong now sitting firmly on its chest, his gaze intense as he begins his interrogation, asking if the creature understands the feeling of its world crashing down. He delivers another punch, the orc groaning in pain, while Hansu Kong vents his frustration about the lack of relics to excavate in this new world. The orc desperately tries to plead for him to stop, but Hansu Kong continues his barrage, questioning what he's supposed to do in a fantasy world devoid of hope or dreams. With each repeated blow, blood splatters from the creature's face, until, in a desperate gasp, it cries out that there is, in fact, a relic. The sudden revelation makes Hansu Kong pause, his expression shifting to one of surprise and curiosity. Tears stream down the orc's face as it begs him to stop hitting, insisting that relics truly exist. Hansu Kong, still skeptical, accuses the creature of lying to escape, but the orc vehemently denies it, claiming there's a really big orc relic nearby, with ancient ruins visible in the distance. Still perched on the defeated orc, Hansu Kong ponders the existence of an orc relic, while the creature laments the damage to its once handsome face. He beams, a disarmingly innocent smile spreading across his face as he addresses his captive, asking if his new friend could perhaps share more details about this relic. The orc, however, can only manage a pained groan, its face contorted in misery as Hansu Kang's hand hovers above it. A quiet moment passes, the sky above reflecting the orc's sullen mood. He then explains that just as there are different dialects in each region, the western continent of Fantasia employs unique adjectives, often comparing things to powerful beings, like a dragon-level knight. Or, conversely, to something as weak as a slime-like coward, they express concepts by using various monsters as benchmarks. As they walk across a verdant field, he ponders aloud about the orcs, wondering where they fit into this peculiar classification system. He concludes that orcs were considered good enough, a sentiment he found equally applicable to himself, before cheerfully calling the orc his friend once more. The orc, clearly exasperated, recoils from his touch, demanding he stop calling him friend and questioning if it wasn't time to cease such antics. He then reminds Hansu Kong how fortunate he is to have a human friend who can communicate so well. Hansu Kang's expression darkens slightly as he retorts, asking if the orc truly believes him to be stupid, emphasizing that friends do not resort to violence against each other. Then, with a sudden shift, he bursts into laughter, declaring it's time to move along. As the two continue their journey, Hansu Kong, now sporting a large backpack, a mysterious hooded figure watches them from behind, muttering about the stubbornness of the human. He continues to lead the way, his heavy footfalls echoing softly on the grass, but warns that a strong pig like Hansu would not be able to enter the place they are headed. The orc admits he doesn't know why, only that it has been that way since he was born. Hansu Kong lets out a surprised sound, his eyes wide with curiosity. Together, they traverse the verdant plains, the orc's imposing figure contrasting with Hansu's more agile form as they move towards an unseen destination. As they pause, Hansu Kong looks around, a translucent goddess hovering behind him, wondering aloud if there's truly nothing there. His eyes narrow slightly, a hint of confusion and intrigue crossing his face. A vast, ancient structure slowly comes into view, its weathered stones glowing faintly with an ethereal light. The air around it shimmers, as if guarding a secret within its depths. Intricate, glowing symbols adorn the structure's surface, hinting at forgotten magic and ancient power. Hansu Kong and the orc continue their approach, the mysterious edifice looming larger with every step. Once Hansu Kong has entered, the orc's expression shifts, a sneer forming on his face as he mutters, "Ha! Smart and stupid male pig. He's finally gone." A trickle of blood escapes his lip, a silent testament to his true, malicious feelings. He gazes up at the colossal structure, a sense of wonder washing over him as he questions how such a massive city could have remained hidden from his sight. The orc, however, confronts him with a sneer, demanding to know how a smart male pig like him managed to get here, only for Hansu to retort that he was brought here by the orc himself, who then clarifies that this is an orc sanctuary, accessible only to those below level 9. A faint, ethereal smile plays on the goddess's lips as she appears behind him, and Hansu, with a knowing grin, points to himself, declaring that since he is level 1, there should be no problem. The orc's eyes widen in disbelief, his face contorting in a furious snarl, uttering a disbelieving cry of level 1, liar. Suddenly, Hansu's eyes blaze with an intense red glow, and with a swift, unseen strike, he sends an orc reeling backward, a guttural cry escaping its lips. He moves with blinding speed, a golden aura trailing behind him, a blur of motion as he charges deeper into the sanctuary. 2 other orcs watch, one commenting on the skinny male pig who has entered their domain, while the other adds that it's another pig in the city. Surrounded by several orcs, one of them declares him a male and suggests they eat him, as Hansu calmly wonders if this is indeed an orc village. A large crowd of orcs gathers, their faces twisted in malice, one of them mockingly calling him a male pig and telling him to blame himself for entering their sanctuary. The orc who led him here watches in horror, realizing the gravity of the situation, muttering that merely stepping foot here means Hansu is at best level 9, and desperately trying to warn his comrades. Another orc warns his brethren to be careful as Hansu strikes again, the impact sending the orc flying with a pained squeal. Leaving a defeated orc in his wake, Hansu calmly walks away, addressing the remaining orcs with a chilling invitation. "Orc folks, let me pass. Oh, feel free to stop me." He descends with unwavering resolve, a silent promise forming on his lips. A blinding flash erupts as he strikes, the force of his blow echoing through the ancient structure. With eyes burning crimson and streaks of red energy trailing his form, he plunges downward, a living projectile of destruction. The impact sends shockwaves through the very air, a testament to the sheer power he wields. The ground beneath him cracks and splinters, a crater forming where his devastating strike lands. Below, the orcs recoil in terror, their crude weapons useless against such overwhelming might. Their faces contorted in disbelief, they question how the male pig could have moved with such impossible speed. Far removed from the chaos, a pair of hands clasped together, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. The goddess, cloaked and with hair now a deep purple hue, offers a silent prayer, her thoughts on the countless souls of these pigs, as the orcs below scream for their lives. Under a vast, fading sunset, the ruins stretch endlessly. As a hulking orc, panting heavily, questions his companion about the whereabouts of their quarry, unable to track the male pig amidst the overwhelming scent of their own people's blood. From a higher vantage point, another orc leader declares that over half their forces have already fallen, demanding that the human be found at all costs to avenge their kin. Meanwhile, an orc's heavy footfall echoes through the desolate landscape, as a voice suggests something fishy is happening nearby. Hidden from view, Hansu observes the relentless pursuit, a faint, ethereal figure of the goddess standing silently behind him, as he grimly acknowledges that this struggle won't end anytime soon. He walks past the gruesome aftermath of his previous encounters, a path littered with fallen orcs, wondering just how many of them there are, having hunted them for what feels like an eternity. From above, a certain god watches, her shoulders seemingly dancing with detached indifference to the scene of the massacre unfolding below. Hansu, now alone and looking increasingly desperate, feels as though he's going in circles, unable to find an exit and questioning if he's missing something vital. His moment of vulnerability is short-lived, however, as 2 orcs suddenly appear on a ledge above him, shouting, "There you are, male pig." With a guttural cry, they leap down, weapons drawn, demanding he freeze as our people's enemy. As they descend upon him, one of the orcs expresses disgust at the continuous flow of enemies, while another urges them to kill that male pig. The orcs press in, their guttural cries echoing through the ruins as they struggle against the relentless assault of their opponent, one of them exclaiming that the fight is tight, while another wonders how he maintains such energy. With a determined smirk, his eyes glowing crimson, he prepares to bring this brutal encounter to its definitive end. A moment of confusion washes over the monstrous faces, their grunts turning into questioning sounds as the tide of battle abruptly shifts. Then, a deafening impact reverberates through the air, signaling the decisive blow that silences their resistance. As the dust settles, a thought crosses his mind. All of them had looked down on him for being merely level 1. Standing triumphantly atop a mound of defeated orcs and slimes, he dismisses the entire ordeal as nothing. He muses about whether he's truly finished, noting that it was fortunate he brought the slimes along, as they had gathered all the necessary materials for him. Turning to the ethereal figure beside him, he expresses a desire to see if anything has changed. A system message appears, revealing that his slaughter rank has now reached C, alongside Mercenary B and Massacre D, prompting him to wonder if this is some new curse. The system elaborates, stating that the chances of dead souls he murdered appearing in his dreams have greatly increased, and these nightmares will persist until the souls enter nirvana or surrender. He processes this information, realizing with a jolt that the orcs he just killed will now haunt his dreams. A look of utter shock spreads across his face as the ghostly image of an orc appears behind him, confirming his grim realization. Even as he lies there, the weight of his new curse presses down on him, manifesting as spectral figures of a god and a demon. He dismisses the thought of sleep, knowing it won't matter, yet acknowledges the curse has only grown stronger, with another layer added, wondering if this burden isn't too much. Meanwhile, the goddess, a hooded figure with amethyst eyes, seems to throw a fit, despite having done nothing wrong, as if responding to his unspoken complaint, her gaze pointedly avoiding him. Later, standing before 2 men, one with a bandaged head, he questions the fairness of his situation, pointing out that the very act of saving people has become a curse. The 2 men, looking bewildered and perhaps a little frightened, can only utter confused sounds in response. He reflects on his past actions, recalling how he had always gathered those captured by orcs whenever he encountered them, but now, things felt different. A thought crosses his mind, a fleeting regret that he hadn't brought Cogmus along, perhaps sensing the need for more capable allies in his current predicament. His attention then shifts to a defeated orc, lying motionless on the ground, as he calls out to the creature, accusing it of playing dead and declaring that he knows it's still alive. The orc's eyes snap open, revealing a flicker of fear, and it mutters about the scary pig standing over it. Under duress, the orc reveals a crucial piece of information. This city has a unique entrance and exit, and the very center of it is the only way out. The revelation dawns on him, a look of surprise crossing his face as he processes the orc's words, realizing why he kept getting lost, and that he should have headed for the center, not the outskirts. From an aerial perspective, the ruined city stretches out below, a labyrinth of crumbling structures, with him and the 2 rescued men appearing as tiny figures navigating its desolate expanse. His gaze falls upon a glowing portal, a beacon in the desolate landscape, and he wonders if this is the exit the orc had spoken of. He continues his ascent up the ancient, crumbling staircase, the ruined city stretching out behind him. As he pauses, the translucent form of the goddess floats nearby, observing that there doesn't seem to be anything special about this place, prompting Hansu to wonder if he needs to use magic to open a portal, given that this is a fantasy world. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts, accompanied by a shower of glowing particles, signaling a powerful magical activation. The light intensifies, coalescing into a vibrant, vertical column of energy, its brilliant glow filling the space. Hansu watches, startled, as the green light before him begins to take on a distinct form. From the swirling emerald energy, a towering figure emerges, its voice booming with an aggressive challenge. "Are you the human who destroyed our base?" Nearby, 3 men recoil in terror, uttering a choked sound of disbelief and fear at the sudden appearance of the monstrous entity. The hulking orc, radiating a potent green aura, fixes its gaze on Hansu and demands, "Answer my question." Hansu's eyes glow with a fierce red light as he internally muses, "Is that really an orc?" His entrance was considerably fancy. The orc's voice echoes once more, its presence overwhelming as it insists, "Answer my question, human." Hansu's expression hardens, a grim realization dawning on him as he acknowledges, "This orc is stronger than me." A slight smirk plays on his lips as he recalls, "I asked them to move, and they didn't." Before his thoughts turn to the orc's earlier question, wondering if that was truly the only reason he massacred 300,000. The massive orc stands before him, its voice booming with a question about other orcs. Hansu, observing the creature, muses that if it took 300,000 of them to destroy its base, it was no wonder the task had taken so long. With a green aura flaring around him, the orc declares himself the guardian of this city and all its orcs. He vows that no human who knows the city's secrets will escape, his gaze fixed on Hansu. As Hansu questions if he is truly a guardian, the orc's red eyes glow with fierce satisfaction, proclaiming that this makes things even better. Hansu's own eyes flash red, a crimson aura surrounding him as he considers the implications of a guardian. Before he can fully process the thought, a powerful red energy blast erupts from the orc's hand, sending Hansu hurtling through the air, the orc declaring there's treasure to be protected. Hansu continues to fly backward, the orc's voice echoing, demanding confirmation of his right to protect it. Still airborne, Hansu is enveloped in streaks of red energy, his descent rapid and uncontrolled. Despite the force of the blow, Hansu steadies himself mid-fall, resolving to give his all in one decisive strike as the orc's trident glows with green power below. He plunges downward, his own red energy meeting the upward thrust of the orc's trident, a clash of opposing forces. With a final, furious roar, the orc unleashes a devastating green energy blast from his trident, screaming for Hansu to die as their attacks collide in a blinding explosion of light and power. The orc's attack surges with renewed intensity, a blinding wave of vibrant green energy erupting outward, engulfing Hansu as his eyes glow crimson, a desperate realization dawning on him. This is no ordinary foe. The sheer force of the magic presses down, and he understands with chilling clarity, this orc operates on an entirely different level than any he's faced before. The green aura pulses, crackling with raw power, threatening to crush him beneath its weight. Hansu strains against the invisible pressure, his body pushed to its absolute limit. His eyes widen further, a silent question escaping him as the attack intensifies, wondering how such power could exist. With a smug, confident grin, the orc declares, "It's over." A final, devastating burst of green energy explodes outward, striking Hansu with full force. A pained cry escapes him as the impact sends him flying, his body recoiling violently. He becomes a mere projectile, propelled backward through the air by the sheer power of the blow. Hansu is sent hurtling across the battlefield, a blur of motion against the lingering green aura. His form twists uncontrollably in midair, the force of the orc's attack carrying him further and further away. After delivering a devastating blow, the orc gazes down at his opponent, a hint of grudging respect in his voice as he remarks, "Impressive." He acknowledges Hansu's skill, admitting, "You managed to dodge a fatal hit in that instant." Hansu, his right eye glowing with a fierce red light and blood streaming down his face, mentally assesses his own critical state, noting the loss of just one eye and an arm. Despite the severe injuries, with blood still dripping from his arm, he declares his unwavering resolve, "I'm not going to stop there. You will pay The orc's eyes narrow, his voice filled with cold fury as he finishes Hansu's sentence. "Cost of the 300,000 lives of my people, right now. Don't think you're going to have an easy death." But Hansu, a bloodied smile spreading across his face, his injured arm crackling with faint red energy, laughs mockingly. "Huh? Aren't you an amazing judge?" The orc's eyes widen in sudden shock, his expression twisting into disbelief as he recoils slightly, uttering a stunned, "What?" Ascending a crumbling stone staircase, Hansu finds himself face to face with the towering orc, who stands defiantly at the summit. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he acknowledges the orc's perception. "As I thought, you have something you're relying on." The orc, with his imposing horns and fierce gaze, challenges him directly. "Are you immortal?" Hansu's grin widens, a hint of mischief in his eyes as he replies, "Well, it's something like that." Unyielding, the orc declares, "That doesn't matter. This is the only exit." As faint, golden particles begin to swirl around Hansu's legs, the orc's voice booms with conviction. "Whether it takes a century or a millennium, it doesn't matter. I'll trap you in this city until you die of old age." A small trickle of blood near his eye doesn't deter him, but rather elicits an exasperated sigh. "Geez, don't you have things to do?" Internally, he ponders his next move. "Now what do I do?" Later, under the soft glow of twin moons, a quiet creak echoes from within a building. Inside, a young woman sits on a simple bed, her expression one of concern, and she is known as Hero Yubora. A red-haired noblewoman gestures warmly, inviting Arya into a lavish chamber, remarking on her impressive progress, already reaching level 7. Arya smiles, her expression reflecting a quiet satisfaction, as the noblewoman continues to praise her. The red-haired woman then reveals her own unique ability, explaining that she too was born with a noble's blessing, and asks if Arya understands its effects. A system window appears, detailing the blessing. As someone of noble blood, she must protect her dependents, who in turn will grant her a portion of the experience they acquire, a clear sign of her status as the child of a duke, an A-rank noble. Arya's eyes widen in surprise, realizing the blessing essentially provides free experience points. The noblewoman chuckles softly, admitting that despite its power, it felt insubstantial to her, having no dependents, and recalls being harshly scolded by her mother for not appreciating it. A flashback shows her as a child, being sternly admonished by her mother, who dared her to repeat her dismissive words to those who sacrificed everything for such a blessing, while a young Arya cries nearby. Back in the present, Arya nods thoughtfully, acknowledging that blessings indeed come with responsibilities, and thanks her for the valuable lesson, to which the noblewoman cheerfully replies, "No problem." Changing the subject with a casual tone, the red-haired woman leans in slightly. Under the soft glow of the night sky, she asks Arya if she thinks Hero Ohanwu will be alright. Arya looks taken aback by the sudden question, stuttering a surprised "What? Me?" as the noblewoman playfully laughs. With a knowing smile, Arya deflects the question, asking for the noblewoman's own thoughts on the matter, and they both share a light-hearted laugh. A sudden knocking echoes through the quiet night, as a voice announces the arrival of the saintess, here to see Hero Yubora. The news sends a jolt of surprise through her and her red-haired companion, who exclaims in disbelief, wondering why the saintess would visit at such an hour. With a soft creak, the door slowly opens. Stepping into the room, the saintess observes her surroundings, noting that this must be Yubora's room, even at this late hour. Greeting the esteemed guest, Yubora politely inquires about the purpose of her unexpected visit. With a warm smile, the saintess dismisses any formality, explaining she merely came to chat, then asks Arya to bring some tea. Under the soft glow of 2 distant moons, Arya readily agrees to the request. Soon, the comforting aroma of freshly brewed tea fills the air as it's poured into delicate cups. Seated around a small table, the saintess inquires about Yubora's adjustment to her new life, to which Arya replies that she hasn't encountered much trouble. Though the saintess expresses her gladness at Yubora's smooth transition into Fantasia, Yubora can't help but feel as though she's been called to the teacher's office. The saintess then shifts the conversation, mentioning the ongoing competition among heroes and her concern about potential issues arising from it. Looking out the window into the night, she expresses her hope that Yubora, as a hero, would inform her if any such trouble were to arise. She continues, explaining that heroes are often corrupted by blessings and seductions before they truly fall, prompting Yubora to question the very concept of a fallen hero. With a solemn nod, the saintess confirms that indeed, the fall of a hero is a tragic reality. She elaborates, her words painting a vivid picture of the future. Soon, more heroes, tainted by blessings and temptations, will emerge, perhaps some already have. A worried expression crosses Yubora's face as she asks what fate awaits these fallen heroes, to which the saintess replies that they remain heroes, even after their descent. Her gaze unwavering, the saintess explains that these corrupted individuals are still useful, and thus, they are not simply eliminated. Taking a sip of tea, she concludes with a grave tone that such corruption is a profound treachery to all who once believed in a hero. This revelation seems to trigger a memory or a thought in Yubora's mind, flashing to a young man, Hansu, pleading with an angelic figure, begging to be taken back to Earth. The image shifts to Hansu, looking troubled, as he grapples with the weight of his family's concerns. He stands among others, all looking up, burdened by the immense task to save the world. Yubora's eyes widen in surprise, as if a sudden realization has struck her. She quickly dismisses her momentary distraction, wondering aloud why she's thinking of Hansu now, and if he made it home safely. A pensive expression settles on her face as she considers the possibility that Hansu might have made the right choice all along. The saintess, her expression warm and inviting, leans forward slightly, asking if she knows someone named Kong Hansu. Startled by the sudden inquiry, Yubora recoils, her eyes wide with surprise, wondering why Hansu's name would come up so abruptly, as the saintess playfully suggests he might be her boyfriend. Quickly denying any romantic involvement, Yubora insists she only knows him as a classmate, but the saintess's amber eyes narrow, a knowing glint suggesting she sees right through the pretense. With a mischievous grin, the saintess grabs Yubora's hands, urging her to spill all the details like an older sister eager for gossip. Later, under the moonlit sky, the saintess appears outside Yubora's window, her voice echoing with playful insistence, demanding she open up and reveal everything. Meanwhile, amidst shimmering particles of light, a certain innocent goddess eagerly attempts to tune into the unfolding conversation. And not just her, for another divine presence, a bold god of beauty, also inquires about the extent of their relationship, as if multiple deities are now listening in. Back in the quiet solitude of her room, Yubora's bed remains undisturbed, the conversation having concluded. Holding a flickering candle in a dimly lit chamber, the saintess muses to herself, a skeptical smirk playing on her lips. Know him a little? Yeah, right. She recalls Yubora's excited demeanor, convinced that the girl is deeply interested in Hansu, remembering how many hours she had talked about him. Her gaze falls upon a small, ornate box bearing the name, Kong Hansu, a stark reminder of the one who refused to be a hero and was subsequently sent back by the goddess. A somber expression settles on her face as she considers the grave implications. If word were to spread that he never truly returned, the hero's trust in the divine would plummet to its absolute lowest point. She considers the implications, thinking it wouldn't be an issue if he were already dead, as all she'd have to do then was hide the evidence. But a chilling thought crosses her mind. What if he's still alive? As if in response, a certain arrogant god of benevolence begins to watch over her, its ethereal presence marked by falling white feathers and shimmering purple particles. The divine being, with its light purple hair and closed eyes, hovers above, its winged form radiating a soft, otherworldly glow. Suddenly, the saintess looks up in shock, her golden eyes wide with alarm as the purple energy of the observing deity envelopes her. Feathers continue to drift down around her, as the arrogant god of benevolence shifts its gaze, now glancing at unseen objects around her. Her eye glows with a sudden, intense purple light, and a gasp escapes her lips, a desperate cry of G-Goddess. Her golden eye returns to its normal hue, now filled with distress, as the arrogant god of benevolence, seemingly uncomfortable, withdraws its presence and leaves. A hand clenches, and heavy breaths escape her, the lingering tension of the divine encounter evident in her ragged panting. Standing in a dimly lit chamber, she reflects on the god of heroes, the entity who knows the location of all heroes due to the blessings they bestowed. A new worry gnaws at her. If even she, a goddess, cannot find Kong Hansu. Her face etched with concern, she wonders if another god is deliberately obstructing her path. With renewed resolve, she determines that she must find him, erasing every trace of evidence. Her most urgent task now is to secretly launch a search network, ensuring no one else discovers her intentions. As she holds a document, a small, hooded figure with glowing green eyes appears beside her hand, a silent, ethereal companion to her clandestine mission. The saintess, still deep in thought about her covert operation, carefully holds a sealed envelope. Unbeknownst to her, a certain god had been observing her plans, its hooded form now quietly slipping out of the bedroom, leaving behind only a faint shimmer in the air. Deep beneath the surface, amidst the silent ruins of a forgotten city, a powerful force erupts, sending a shockwave through the murky water. Above the submerged structures, a voice echoes with a hint of frustration, wondering why the struggle persists. On a precarious platform of floating ice-like blocks, the hulking form of an orc stands, his back to the viewer, gazing out at the desolate expanse. Turning to reveal his green skin and muscular physique, the orc challenges, his voice booming through the water, asking how long his opponent intends to struggle for nothing. From the shadows, a cloaked figure responds with a questioning tone, while the orc simply grunts in dismissive impatience. Stepping into the light, Hansu Kong points a defiant finger, declaring that he will continue until the orc's demise, his words sharp and resolute. With a furious snarl, Hansu lunges forward, a blur of motion and green energy, ready to strike down the stupid little creature. His attack is swift and precise, a torrent of vibrant green particles swirling around him as he closes the distance. The orc recoils as Hansu's blow connects, a powerful impact sending ripples of emerald light across his body. Without a moment's pause, Hansu follows up with another devastating strike, the green energy flaring intensely around the struggling orc. The orc lets out a guttural cry, its massive form recoiling as Hansu Kang's vibrant green energy courses through it, leaving it defeated on the ground. Later, in a moment of quiet reflection, Hansu Kang traces stick figures in the dirt, contemplating the battle's flow. A thoughtful hum escapes him, his brow furrowed as he processes the recent events. He scratches his head, muttering to himself that perhaps he should have moved differently during the fight. As he sits, a soft step approaches, and he considers the aftermath of the orc's attack, wondering how the newcomer is faring. His eyes widen slightly in surprise, recognizing the familiar face of Bruce. Bruce, a mercenary of level 9, stands with a wide, bandaged smile, his blessing of Investigation F and curse of Mercenary C displayed for all to see. He was the temporary leader of the native group of people Hansu Kang had saved from the orc's hideout. Bruce speaks in a garbled, nonsensical manner, leaving Hansu Kang utterly confused and asking for clarification. Still, Bruce continues his unintelligible speech, his expression unwavering as Hansu Kang looks on, bewildered. Suddenly, a young woman's hands are clasped in distress, and she recoils with a soft gasp, clearly startled by an unseen force. A powerful impact follows, the sound of a forceful blow echoing as the woman is violently struck. Hansu Kang, his back to the viewer, shouts a threat at a small, terrified figure scrambling away into the distance, who cries out for help. Later, he turns to a red-haired woman in a simple green dress, asking if she intends to leave, to which she responds with a cheerful affirmation. With a dismissive whatever, Hansu Kang walks away from the surprised woman, leaving her to watch him go. A close-up on his focused eye reveals a moment of introspection, as he wonders aloud where his thoughts had drifted. He is then seen sitting by a crackling campfire, the red-haired woman standing nearby, the flames casting a warm glow on the ancient ruins around them. Hansu Kang sits contemplatively, a stick in hand, musing that he had accomplished something here, while the woman kneels beside him, looking on. As the sun rises, painting the sky in soft hues, he stretches with a yawn, acknowledging the arrival of morning. Standing amidst the desolate ruins, Hansu Kang surveys his surroundings, concluding that his preparations should suffice for the impending Orc Guardian attack. He then notices the red-haired woman, now sound asleep on the ground, and wonders who she might be. A closer look at her peaceful, sleeping face confirms his observation, that she had simply drifted off to sleep. A narration box appears, indicating that a certain god is actively trying to ignore her, as Hansu Kang looks up at an ethereal, translucent blue figure, nodding in understanding as he acknowledges the divine presence. He reaffirms his immediate objective, focusing on the task at hand. Meanwhile, the translucent form of the goddess observes him, feeling as though she's finally found a promising lead, wondering if he might be an outsider god. The young man then gestures, inviting her to witness something. A crimson energy begins to coalesce around his hand, swirling with potent force. The vibrant red aura intensifies, wrapping around his entire form, shaping itself into a deadly, blade-like extension. His eyes ignite with a fierce, glowing red, reflecting the raw power now coursing through him. With explosive speed, he lunges, the crimson blade tearing through the air and striking an orc with devastating precision. The attack is relentless, his glowing red eyes fixed on his target as he delivers another powerful blow. He lands gracefully, the residual red energy dissipating around him, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The goddess, witnessing this display, can only utter a surprised question, her voice filled with disbelief. Her expression is one of utter shock and bewilderment as a narration box confirms her stunned state. He then turns to her, a hopeful smile on his face, asking if his practice session was sufficient, while the goddess, still reeling, questions his seriousness. He recalls the arduous training, spending day and night getting beaten by the orc, meticulously observing its swordsmanship until he had learned all he could. From her ethereal vantage point, the goddess observes Hansu Kong, noting his abnormal talent, a trait often described as perverted in its intensity. She drills into him that he is indeed a pervert. Suddenly, a system notification rings out, catching him by surprise, and he looks up, eyes wide with curiosity. The glowing window reveals his current status, Kong Hansu, level 1, with blessings like Outsider E and Fairy C, alongside curses such as Hero E, Slaughter C, and Massacre D, all contributing to a dividend of 14.01. This rigorous training, he realizes, had truly paid off. A wide grin spreads across his face as he sees his blessing rank increase, exclaiming his respect for the outsider god, who responds with a pleased hum. Yet, the goddess's smug expression quickly turns his joy to anger, as he questions why his curse rank also went up. The goddess, meanwhile, contemplates the deeper meaning, realizing that the increase in his hero's curse rank could only signify something profound. Her hands glow with divine energy as she notices his continued existence, the fact that he survived the gnolls and is still very much alive. With a renewed sense of purpose, he turns to the outsider god, asking if they should get going, to which she readily agrees. Standing resolute, he receives a clear directive from the goddess, who instructs him to teach that bad pig a lesson. He declares that he has no time to waste. The orc, a formidable figure with a horned helmet and a trident-like staff, stands poised, awaiting his challenger. From the top of a long, weathered staircase, the orc's voice booms, challenging, "You've come back to die, human, or are you going to chicken out again and run away?" Below, at the foot of the stairs, Hansu Kong stands firm, his resolve unwavering as he declares, "I'm not running this time." As he begins his ascent, the orc scoffs, dismissing his words as nothing more than a cunning human's trick. A cloud of vapor escapes the orc's nostrils as he lets out a derisive, "Humph." Still, the orc maintains his composure, asking, "So what if you don't? Fine, come here. I'll show you around the relic." As Hansu Kong continues to climb, a thought crosses his mind. "Don't tell me. Did you set up a trap because you're scared of me?" The orc's expression shifts to one of indignation, his voice rising in disbelief. What the? Do you really think a great warrior like me would rely on mere traps?" A sly smile plays on Hansu Kang's lips as he considers the orc's words, wondering if the creature is trying to get rid of him by luring him inside, perhaps because the orc cannot leave the relic site himself. The orc gestures ahead, instructing, "Follow me this way." Hansu Kang, still pondering the situation, muses internally, that pig really used his brain. Suddenly, Hansu Kang's eyes widen in surprise, a gasp escaping his lips as he exclaims, "Whoa." He looks around the vast, ruined area, questioning, "What's this?" "Nothing's here." The orc then clarifies, revealing, "In ancient times, this was the training grounds to train heroes." Hansu Kang firmly rejects the notion, stating that his species has no heroes, nor were they chosen by any divine power. The orc, however, continues his explanation, revealing that the human's arrogance led his people to seize the opportunity, taking over this very place. He gestures towards the colossal, ancient archway, explaining that they left this relic untouched, a blessing from a bygone era. A hooded figure with glowing blue eyes appears, asking why the relic was left behind, before clarifying that it was to restrict the strong from entering, a powerful barrier against those who would abuse its power. The orc's expression darkens as he continues, asserting that as long as Hansu Kang remains alive, it will be impossible for his people to reclaim their city. With a sudden surge of power, the orc's body glows with a fierce blue aura, his eyes burning red as he prepares for battle, a clear shift from guide to aggressor. He lunges forward with incredible speed, his powerful leg blurring through the air, aiming a devastating kick. The orc's voice booms with malice, declaring that Hansu Kang is destined to die here, as he brings down a golden, trident-like weapon. The golden trident, gleaming with dangerous energy, descends rapidly, its sharp prongs poised to strike. Hansu Kang remains silent, his expression unreadable, as he faces the sudden, brutal assault. A smirk spreads across his face, his eyes glowing red with a fierce determination, as he lets out a confident, resounding ha. Above, the sky stretches endlessly, a stark contrast to the chilling declaration that this is where one's life will end. Standing before a hulking, horned figure wielding a trident, Hansu Kang, cloaked and composed, poses a question before their impending confrontation. The orc-like warrior, with his green skin and piercing red eyes, responds with a gruff inquiry of his own. Hansu, seemingly unfazed by the threat, casually wonders if any valuable treasures, perhaps a powerful weapon, might be found within this perilous place. The horned figure, his voice echoing with a hint of disdain, informs him that weapons are indeed present, but only those meant for rookie graduate heroes, deep inside. Beyond the ancient archway, the clear blue sky stretches, offering a brief moment of calm before the storm. A sudden jolt of realization crosses Hansu's face. As he recoils slightly, his thoughts drifting to the evil goddess and a fleeting vision of her ethereal form, even as she appears in a skeletal, menacing state in a memory. In a stark memory, he stands in a darker, more perilous realm, clutching a glowing blade, a voice mocking his beginner's weapon as pathetic. The memory intensifies as he battles a skeletal manifestation of the goddess, a desperate cry escaping him, realizing he is utterly doomed. Back in the present, the orc-like warrior's massive green foot descends with brutal force, the ground trembling from the impact. His patience clearly exhausted, the orc snarls, before swinging his trident, its tip glowing with a malevolent green aura, directly at the human. He finds himself facing the horned demon, who lunges forward with a weapon wreathed in green energy, declaring this the moment of vengeance for his 300,000 brothers. With a swift, practiced motion, Hansu draws a dagger, its blade glinting with a faint red glow. The demon's relentless attacks crash against his defense, each parry sending sparks of red and green energy flying. He continues to deflect the furious assault, the clang of metal echoing through the space. The horned demon presses his advantage, eyes burning as he unleashes another wide, aggressive strike. But Hansu's dagger meets the blow, a crimson glow flaring as he holds his ground. A mocking laugh escapes the demon, while Hansu internally questions the sheer power he's facing, wondering if this much strength is possible in just a single day. Suddenly, the demon's expression shifts to shock, as Hansu's dagger emits a surprising blue light. He glances towards an archway, a thought flashing through his mind. Is he running for the exit? No, he can't be. The horned demon lets out a furious roar, his eyes and mouth glowing with intense orange energy. He lunges, demanding to know if Hansu thought he could escape again, and with a final, guttural cry, commands him to die. A powerful blow connects, sending Hansu tumbling through the air, a surprised exclamation escaping his lips as he falls. He struggles against the horned demon's grip, a voice echoing in his mind, reminding him that he'd been paying too much attention to something else since yesterday, wondering if this was the consequence. With a powerful slam, the demon drives his trident into the ground, pinning Hansu beneath him. The horned demon's voice booms, declaring that Hansu cannot leave the vicinity of this relic, challenging him to try. But before the demon can press his advantage, a blinding flash of light erupts from Hansu, momentarily disorienting his attacker. In that instant, a swirling black and orange portal tears open in the air. The horned demon recoils in shock, uttering a cry of disbelief at the sudden appearance of a portal. He lunges forward to stop Hansu, but the young man is already halfway through the shimmering gateway. With a final burst of energy, Hansu vanishes completely as the portal snaps shut behind him. Only faint, shimmering particles remain, marking the spot where the gateway once stood. Hansu reappears in a new, open environment, looking back with a slight huh, as he realizes the portal truly was his escape. Meanwhile, high above, a certain goddess observes Hansu's sudden disappearance, her translucent form hovering in the sky as she appears utterly dumbfounded. Hansu muses to himself, acknowledging that it's better to resolve things peacefully without a fight, though he hadn't expected his opponent to disappear completely. Having just escaped a perilous situation, Hansu-kan grins to himself, realizing there's no need for him to put in more effort when he can't level up in the first place. Instead, all he has to do is get the treasures. His boot steps onto solid ground, the sound echoing softly in the new, desolate environment. Suddenly, the translucent form of the goddess appears, her hooded figure pointing ahead as if to say, "A certain god says the treasure is over there." Looking up at her, Hansu asks, "Where?" He gazes towards a collapsed building, wondering if there really is a treasure hidden within its ruins. A look of surprise crosses his face, a soft "oh" escaping his lips as he takes in the sight. Inside, he finds several ordinary swords scattered on the ground, prompting him to question, is that it? But then, his eyes fall upon a single, glowing blade, and the goddess, ever present, pretends to be knowledgeable, saying that's a beginner's holy sword. The holy sword itself radiates a golden aura, its simple design belying its divine energy. He could tell it was a weapon with divine energy from the way it shone, without anything decorating it, even though it was for beginners. He stands before the massive holy sword, its divine energy radiating around him, as a certain god remarks that only heroes are capable of lifting such a treasure. But as he grips the hilt, a surge of power courses through him, making the sword feel impossibly heavy, and he cries out in surprise, realizing the sudden, overwhelming weight. The goddess's voice echoes, questioning his status, asking if he truly wishes to be a cursed hero. A violent burst of red energy erupts from the sword, forcefully repelling him, sending him stumbling backward as the divine weapon rejects his touch. The goddess, startled by the unexpected rejection, watches as he resolves that if he cannot wield it, then it's only fair that no other hero should either, a sentiment that leaves her amazed by his peculiar sense of justice. With that resolve, he unleashes a wave of energy, causing the numerous other swords scattered around the area to fly into the air, preventing anyone else from easily claiming them. He strains, grunting with effort, as he attempts to lift the holy sword once more, but it remains unyielding, refusing to budge from its resting place. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, more swords are violently repelled from the ground, ricocheting off unseen barriers and scattering further. Another blade is sent flying with a resounding clang, emphasizing the powerful magical rejection at play. Finally, he lets out a weary sigh, exhausted from his efforts, standing amidst the scattered, rejected weapons. As he reaches for a different, smaller sword, his fingers brush against its hilt, and he pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He lifts the new weapon, a soft golden aura emanating from it, and muses aloud that unlike the others, this one feels oddly light in his hand. He stands before the hooded figure, a certain god who diagnoses the holy sword as a defective product, wondering if that's why it isn't reacting to the curse. Considering the implications, Hansu ponders his next move. With a sudden burst of energy, the surrounding swords shatter and are repelled, flying away in fragments. He unleashes his fury, declaring his intent to destroy all the remaining blades. As he continues his destructive spree, the god observes, impressed by the outsider's logic. The hooded figure nods in silent agreement, acknowledging his unconventional approach. A triumphant grin spreads across his face, a golden ring appearing on his finger as he feels a new power surge within him. A system window appears, confirming his new status. Kong Hansu, level 1, now blessed as an outsider E Fairy C, a mercenary B, and cursed as a hero E Slaughter C, massacre D, and holy sword E, with a dividend of 14.01. His eyes widen in shock and disbelief, a purple aura flaring around him as he processes the unexpected turn of events. The realization dawns on him. He has acquired the holy sword's curse. Later, under a bright sky, the scene shifts to a serene outdoor setting with lush trees and distant structures. A young woman with long brown hair waves enthusiastically, calling out to someone named Kongmin. He bids farewell to his classmates, one of them calling out to him as hero and promising to see him again in the evening. With a light-hearted chuckle, he waves them off, a casual smile gracing his features. Yet, a weariness settles over him, a feeling he acknowledges as how tiring. Even as he recalls the conflicting voices of the gods, one urging him to persist despite exhaustion, another advising him to take it slow. A soft purple glow emanates from his hand, a tangible sign of his new power, and he marvels at the incredible blessing he has received this time. A system window materializes before him, detailing his current status, Choi Gangmin, level 7, with blessings like Hero E, Grit E, Magic D, Acceleration E, Bulletproof F, Immunity F, and Invincibility F, all contributing to a dividend of 5.15. He concludes that if these are the rewards, he can certainly handle being tired. A knowing smile plays on his lips as he realizes this must be what it feels like to capture the attention of the gods, finding the experience truly amazing. All these blessings, acquired in just a few days, fill his gaze with a newfound determination. With such rapid growth, he confidently asserts that the upcoming tournament will be an easy victory. His hand instinctively grips the hilt of a sword, his resolve hardening as he vows to claim the winning prize, the holy sword, at all costs, and to show everyone his true power. However, a certain male god scolds him, reminding him that now is not the time, to which he promptly responds with a respectful, "Oh, yes sir." In the realm of romance fantasy, heroes and demon kings, princes and princesses, are the common fare, alongside knights and villainesses, and even tyrants. These are the staples of the genre, and for Mayan, anyone would be fine. Perhaps not demon kings, but even taming them could be entertaining. Yet, a sharp pang of frustration crosses her face, as she cries out, wondering why she has to fight at all. A timid young man, known as Shield A and ranked 4th overall, tries to calm her, but Mayan insists she wasn't the one causing trouble. She sits on a grand chair, letting out a dismissive humph, dreaming of a life where she is protected by handsome knights. But in reality, her eyes betray a deep annoyance with her current circumstances. A profile for Shield C, described as selfish and dirty-minded and 5th place overall, appears, followed by another entry for Concept Bug, who follows orders well, and is 7th place overall, a mocking term for someone stuck in a created role. Mayan sighs, lamenting that all she has is this ABC Shield trio. Her expression softening slightly, she lets out a small, exasperated ha. Then, with a playful squeeze of Shield A's hand, Mayan feigns an apology, asking if she came off as a bit harsh, before quickly forgiving herself. Meanwhile, Shield A and Shield B exchange a glance, as the latter explains that Mayan called the three of them over for something important. With a knowing smile, Mayan reveals her insider information. Heroes will soon be chosen to attend the academy. The news elicits a disgusted reaction from Shield B, who groans at the thought of more academies, while Shield A looks on with a grimace. Unfazed by their reactions, Mayan declares her intention, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she announces her plan to go to the academy. For her, this is where her true fantasy life will finally begin, supported by a bold god of beauty, though an innocent goddess watches her suspiciously. Kneeling before her, Shield C humbly asks his queen if he may pose a question. Mayan grants him permission, and he asks if all applicants will be admitted. She explains that preference will be given to heroes with higher overall scores, with only 4 people chosen in total, suggesting potential conflict within the teams. Shield C reassures her that she is set for sure, then questions her with a knowing haha, right? She leans forward conspiratorially, revealing her intention to enroll in the academy alongside them, prompting Hansu to question why she's sharing this information only with them. With a sly smile and a finger to her lips, Mayan insists she's serious. Hansu, looking exasperated, declares he doesn't want to look after her when she's dating some prince on a white horse. Mayan, with a mischievous glint in her eye, promises she won't, offering to do whatever he wants if she breaks her word. A gulp escapes Hansu as he stares at her, still questioning her sincerity. She simply hums in response, a playful aura shimmering around her. Choi Gangmin, swept up in the moment, enthusiastically declares he'll go anywhere with her as long as she's happy. Another companion, a man with glasses, echoes the sentiment, pledging his unwavering loyalty and service to his queen. Hansu, feeling tricked but resigned, grudgingly agrees to join them, a soft, what emanating from Mayan in delight. Clapping her hands together, Mayan beams, thanking them all profusely. As the sun sets over a distant landscape, a frustrated voice curses the situation. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from the broken blades scattered across the floor, as Hansu, surrounded by the remnants of countless holy swords, mutters about the nasty holy sword and the curse he received from breaking them. He realizes the blood and tears of the Creator strengthen all holy swords in his vicinity, making it more difficult to destroy or seal an innocent one, and wonders if this truly is a curse or something else entirely. With a single, unbroken holy sword still clutched in his hand, he surveys the wreckage of his efforts. Nearby, the hooded goddess shakes her head, expressing sorrow to the Creator, musing that the Creator likely never imagined a hero would break the holy swords. The last remaining blade in his grasp glows with a golden aura, as he realizes that out of countless swords, this one would be strengthened by the very curse he incurred. Looking towards the goddess, he asks if they should proceed. A moment of silence hangs in the air as they stand in a desolate, ruined landscape, Hansu remarking that he's certain this is the place where the orc disappeared. He gazes at a shimmering portal before him, wondering aloud how he's supposed to open it. Suddenly, a guttural roar echoes through the air, a voice bellowing, "Human!" A massive orc lunges forward, its mouth wide in a furious snarl, catching Hansu completely by surprise. The force of the attack sends him hurtling backward, his body a blur against the ruined landscape. The force of the orc's ambush sends him hurtling through the air, slamming into the ruined structure with a violent impact. Yet, the hulking creature seems genuinely surprised, bellowing, "Oh, you're back." His expression shifts to one of confusion as he adds, "But something about you changed quite a bit." Ignoring the orc's words, Hansu extends a hand, a subtle energy gathering around his palm, prompting a startled, questioning grunt from the green-skinned warrior. Standing tall amidst the debris, Hansu retorts, "Hey, leaving the relic's territory." A menacing grin spreads across his face, his eyes now glowing a fierce crimson as he finishes, "Ages you, doesn't it?" Before the orc can react, Hansu closes the distance in a blur, his attack landing with a concussive force that ripples through the air. But the orc is equally swift, intercepting Hansu's momentum with a powerful green energy blast from his trident, sending him flying back once more, the creature roaring, "Move over. Haha, aren't you desperate?" As he recovers, Hansu draws a gleaming blade, a determined glint in his eyes. "Time to test my newly acquired holy sword." The holy sword ignites with a vibrant red aura as he charges, ready to unleash its power. Yet, the orc's speed is relentless, landing another devastating blow that sends Hansu reeling, his crimson eyes flaring with renewed intensity. Hansu descends with lethal speed, his holy sword arcing through the air, leaving trails of crimson energy as he aims a devastating strike. The blow connects with brutal force, sending the orc recoiling, a shockwave of red energy erupting from the impact point. He had underestimated Hansu once, but now, he thinks, it's different. Clutching his chest where the blade had pierced, the orc grimaces, a guttural growl escaping him as he vows that this time, it's Hansu's turn to lose an arm. A smirk plays on Hansu's lips as he looks down at his opponent, mocking the orc for daring to call him human, and declaring that the price for extorting his youth is far too expensive. The impact leaves a clear mark, a testament to the power behind Hansu's strike. As blood drips from his hand, the orc's grimace deepens, his thoughts consumed by the past, regretting how he neglected the deaths of 300,000 of his people. Hansu's sword pulses with a renewed, golden glow, ready to deliver another decisive blow. But before he can strike, the orc's arm flares with vibrant green energy, swirling ominously as he prepares a counterattack. The green aura intensifies around the orc's arm, his rage fueling the power as he screams about his lost youth, blaming Hansu's despicable attack for everything. Yet, Hansu is faster, his holy sword flashing with a brilliant red, intercepting the orc's move with a swift, precise strike. A cold smirk returns to Hansu's face as he dismisses the orc's outburst, asking if that's truly his excuse, before his eyes narrow, and he declares his intent to kill. The orc's face contorts into a mask of pure fury, his eyes blazing with an intense yellow glow as he prepares for the next exchange. The orc recoils, a guttural sound escaping him as his eyes blaze with an intense, furious yellow glow. Still, Hansu presses his advantage, launching himself through the air, his sword arcing down with a swift, decisive strike, leaving trails of crimson energy in its wake. The blow connects, or narrowly misses, causing the orc to flinch back, his face contorted in a wide-eyed expression of shock and pain amidst the swirling red particles. As the dust settles, Hansu's voice cuts through the air, a hint of weariness in his tone as he questions the creature's state, noting that an entire day has passed since their confrontation began. His frustration mounts, wondering aloud why the orc has not learned a single thing from their prolonged battle. The horned demon stares in disbelief at his own defeat, a single thought echoing in his mind. How could this be? Even after an entire day of relentless combat, Hansu Kong delivers a final, decisive blow, his sword arcing down to strike the prone figure. He looks down, a hint of disdain in his eyes, wondering aloud if the demon hadn't progressed even a little. Standing victorious over the defeated form, Hansu dismisses the entire struggle as nothing more than a petty trick. But a translucent, hooded figure appears, a divine voice echoing in his mind, advising him that the battle is far from over, leaving Hansu to question what he's hearing. Suddenly, the demon's body begins to glow with an intense golden aura, particles of light erupting from its form as it undergoes a miraculous revival. Hansu's eyes widen in shock, wondering if the creature just recovered from his attack, before his expression hardens into a furious snarl, cursing the demon's persistence. The demon's face contorts in a primal scream, its yellow eyes blazing with renewed fury as it begins to transform. Its skin shifts to a vibrant pink, its eyes now a piercing red, letting out a guttural roar that shakes the very air. Before Hansu can react, the transformed demon unleashes a devastating red energy punch, striking him with brutal force and leaving him to wonder if this is truly the end. His eye snaps open in a moment of pure shock, the sudden impact leaving him stunned and vulnerable. Still reeling from the surprise attack, he finds himself ensnared, green, tentacle-like vines wrapping tightly around his leg, pulling him relentlessly downward. He struggles against the magical restraints, his eyes flaring with a furious yellow glow, as he curses the creature, demanding to know what kind of monstrous pig on wheels this could be. Then, a sudden realization dawns on him, his eyes shifting to a sharp red as he remembers a crucial detail. With a swift, brutal move, Hansu Kong seizes the horned demon by the head, holding the terrified creature aloft as he considers throwing it out into the desolate landscape beyond the opening, wondering if it would perish. The demon, utterly panicked, lets out a desperate, drawn-out cry. Pleading for its life, the creature promises to do anything, begging not to be cast out of the relic. Hansu Kong, his expression thoughtful, challenges the demon, asking what it could possibly offer. The horned demon, sniffing nervously, reminds him of his desire to leave this place, then reveals its ability to temporarily relocate the city's entrance and exit to anywhere a holy sword is nearby. As if on cue, a brilliant, golden light erupts from below, illuminating the hilt of a magnificent sword, while Hansu Kong muses on the limitations of holy swords, only wieldable by heroes. He looks down at the newly manifested weapon, questioning if this is what the demon meant, as the creature confirms that holy swords like this one are indeed the key. The horned demon stares wide-eyed at the glowing blade. Sweat beads on its brow, its expression a mixture of awe and fear. Standing over the defeated Green Guardian, Hansu Kong observes the situation with a calm, knowing gaze, as if everything had unfolded exactly as he anticipated. From his prone position, the orc speaks, his voice raspy. "I see you are a hero." Turning his head slightly, the young man addresses his captive. "Your status window, buddy." The Green Guardian, surprisingly compliant, shouts back, "Yes, sir." A status window appears, detailing the Green Guardian's blessings and curses, prompting Hansu Kong to ponder aloud. "HM? The hero's curse? You usually get the hero's curse when you kill a hero." He places a hand to his chin, his brow furrowed in thought. "Then what's the relic curse?" Another system window materializes, explaining the nature of the relic binding. The Green Guardian has been bound to the ruins for the relic's sake, and any acts against its intended use are strictly prohibited. Hansu Kong looks at the orc, who raises his arms in a gesture of triumph, revealing that being bound to the relic site is like a mission, granting him eternal youth and immortality while he remains within its bounds. "How come?" Hansu Kong asks. The Green Guardian lets out a hearty laugh, amused by the situation. Crossing his arms, Hansu Kong states, "So you're not a guardian." The orc, now kneeling, clarifies his true allegiance. "I am the guardian of orcs. I protect their homes." Still lost in despair, the horned demon weeps openly, tears streaming down his green face as he clutches his hands together. Observing the scene, Hansu Kong remarks to a translucent, hooded figure hovering nearby, "A certain demon I know is pretty weepy. But so are you, I see, dear hero." The horned demon, still distraught, looks up at Hansu Kong, his voice laced with anguish. "Are you not going to leave?" Kneeling before him, the demon questions, But didn't you say that you wouldn't let me go? Hansu Kong responds with a cold finality. Now I wish for you to leave as soon as possible. Hansu Kong considers his options, thinking to himself, I want to leave too, but I can't trust this orc. Well, thinking about it doesn't change anything. He then gestures towards a distant group of people, murmuring in the ruins. Then those people over there. Hansu Kong commands the horned demon. Let them go too. The demon, resigned, replies, all right. This city absolutely cannot be found out by humans, but I cannot deny a hero's orders. With his decision made, Hansu Kong turns and begins to walk away, leaving the murmuring group of people behind. The villagers, now free but bewildered, look around, some muttering in confusion, $#. Hansu Kong glances back at them, a hint of surprise in his expression as he thinks, I thought they'd come running over. Did you guys get fond of this place or something? Suddenly, a heavy sack thuds to the ground, drawing their attention. The group stares at the mysterious bag, their confusion deepening as they continue to mutter, $#. He observes the 3 figures before him, a hint of surprise in his voice as he remarks on their small number, though he quickly dismisses it, grateful they at least retrieved his belongings. A shimmering light then fills the space, revealing a vast, glowing portal before him and the horned demon, its golden energy pulsating with an otherworldly aura. As he gazes upon the swirling gateway, a strange sense of familiarity washes over him, prompting a cautious thought about potential dangers. A certain god, floating nearby, complains that the situation is tedious, but he, undeterred, respectfully asks the divine being to verify the safety of the exit. The god, still finding the task tiresome, nonetheless begins the inspection. He then drops to his knees, clasping his hands in a plea, begging the god to show mercy to this young apostle. The god, with a haughty air, declares that they will allow it just this once, then glances around at the horned demon and the orc unnamed. The horned demon grunts in response, as the god confirms that the path is indeed safe. Turning to his green companion, he inquires about the method of returning, to which the horned demon replies that he will listen if spoken to through the holy sword. He ponders the situation, acknowledging the god's usual unreliability, yet deciding to trust the divine pronouncement of safety. With the god reiterating the portal's safety, he looks up at the floating figure, expressing his trust before stepping forward. He steps through the shimmering portal, his hands still glowing with residual energy from the transition. The light intensifies around his face, momentarily obscuring his features as he fully enters the unknown. A quick glance confirms his arrival, and he surveys the new surroundings with a cautious, oh. Thankfully, the destination isn't as dire as some of the goddess's previous suggestions, not the heart of a dragon's lair or submerged underwater. Behind him, his companions, Choi Gangmin and Bruce, emerge with wide-eyed surprise, a faint yellow aura still clinging to them. As they take in the unfamiliar room, Choi Gangmin voices the question on everyone's mind. Just where is this place? Hansu Kang's attention is drawn to a magnificent sword mounted on the wall, and he demands, hey, open the gate again right now. He then turns to his companions, instructing them to go back as he prepares to investigate further. Choi Gangmin and Bruce exchange confused glances, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and concern. Suddenly, a translucent figure, the goddess, peeks her head inside, prompting Hansu Kong to challenge her. Outsider god, you said this place was safe, didn't you? His gaze returns to the holy sword on the wall, musing that a noble lady with a holy sword as her wall decor must mean she's not any normal noble. The goddess then clarifies, it is very safe for now, causing Hansu Kong to react with alarm. For now? Are you saying it will get dangerous later? The goddess, appearing as a hooded figure with glowing purple hair, confirms the unsettling truth. The situation is about to become exceedingly dangerous. A wave of panic washes over him, and Hansu Kong realizes he must escape this place, and fast. Now clad in adventurer's gear, he looks toward the translucent, ethereal form of the goddess, a surprised oh, escaping his lips as he notices something on the floor. His gaze falls upon a worn backpack, prompting a silent question. Why is this here? The journey leads to a fortified settlement, the hunter's village, its sturdy wooden walls standing against the wilderness. Within its gates, a crowd gathers in the central square, as a voice booms, announcing the arrival of heroes. A large woman in a vibrant pink gown, accompanied by armored guards and cloaked figures, addresses the residents, her words carrying a tone of surprise. Among the village's own armored guards, a man with blue hair and a woman with brown hair exchange a look of concern, wondering aloud if mishaps have occurred in their village. The woman in pink, with a wide, cheerful smile, also cautions everyone to be careful not to disturb the saintess. Later, within the stone corridors of a building, a guide clears his throat, directing the saintess forward. The saintess, a woman with flowing white hair and an elegant pink gown, surveys a large room alongside her hooded attendants, noting that the site has already been thoroughly cleaned up. Before her, a bald man in a uniform bows deeply, his body trembling, offering a heartfelt apology, though the saintess assures him there's no need for such fear. With a gentle smile, the saintess clarifies her presence, explaining that she is merely paying a visit after hearing about an unsolved massacre incident, to which the bowing man meekly affirms. Whispers echo through the dungeon. questioning the truth of Councilwoman Sebilis' capture within these very walls. Confirming the grim reality, a figure with a radiant halo affirms the capture, standing alongside her robed and armored retinue. The Saintess then presses a sweating official, demanding to know if he comprehends the significance of Councilwoman Sebilis. As the official stammers a response, she dismisses his words with a sigh, concluding that his knowledge wouldn't change the gravity of the situation. Her expression remains thoughtful, her golden eyes reflecting the weight of her decision. She considers Sebilis, known as the Flame Guardian, a figure whose image is accompanied by a majestic phoenix. While her own combat prowess might be modest, the beasts under her care are formidable. The Saintess continues, her gaze distant, recalling the very phoenix that bestowed upon Sebilis the title of Flame Guardian. She declares that inciting a civil war is unforgivable, her foot stepping down with a soft sound as she makes her judgment. Yet, she chooses not to pursue the matter further, explaining that the victim herself has offered forgiveness, much to the official's relieved gratitude. Turning her back to the official, she then inquires about the appearance of the stranger, wishing to reward him as a representative of the people. The official, looking crestfallen, reveals the tragic news: the stranger is already dead. Still focused on the mysterious helper, the Saintess presses the villager, clarifying that she had asked about the stranger's appearance. Hesitantly, the man tries to recall, muttering about short, black hair, and then trailing off. A sudden realization flashes across the Saintess's face, her golden eyes widening as the villager adds that he looked similar to the heroes who visited today. But before she can process this, the villager quickly retracts his statement, stammering, never mind. What did he say his name was? I do not know. I really don't know anything." The Saintess, now in her hooded form, ponders the implications of the villager's words, a quiet, could it be, escaping her lips. Returning to her current manifestation, the Saintess dismisses the villager with a calm, "Well, that's all right," instructing him to show the heroes around the village now. As the villager scurries away, the Saintess's hooded form appears again, and her inner voice confirms, "Yes. I don't know how he survived, but there is no doubt that it's him." She then questions, her thoughts echoing in the ethereal space. Could it be that he had a blessing? Back in her white-haired form, the Saintess touches her chin thoughtfully, musing, "Even if he did, it's impossible to defeat a gnoll at level 1. You should know, you've seen our heroes." A vivid memory or vision flashes before her, showing a hero, bloodied and battered, being overwhelmed by a monstrous gnoll. The vision continues, emphasizing that the heroes were completely destroyed by 2 mere gnolls, even in their most advantageous environments. At level 1 by himself? That's impossible. Her thoughts return to the present, as she concludes, "Besides, who would have given him the blessing? All of the gods were at the temple with us." With a knowing smile, the Saintess observes the glowing particles dancing around her, a subtle display of her pervasive influence. Meanwhile, a blindfolded man, cloaked in white, expresses his concern, wondering if it's truly safe to have the heroes gathered in this place. She dismisses his worries with a confident air, assuring him that everything is under control for now, as the heroes remain within their grasp. Yet, from a distant, ethereal plane, the true form of the goddess, adorned with horns and flowing blonde hair, watches over the proceedings anxiously, her divine gaze filled with displeasure at the unfolding events. Back in her Saintess form, her golden eyes glowing with an inner light, she reiterates her confidence, promising that their secrets will not be discovered anytime soon. For those who might expose them are already gone, their knowledge buried with them, and the definitive proof of their demise rests securely in her possession, symbolized by a dark, floating bag. The blindfolded man then shifts the conversation, revealing that information about the upcoming tournament has apparently leaked. The Saintess, however, remains unfazed, calmly stating her full awareness of the leak and her intention to merely feign ignorance, as the handling of such information is entirely within her control. With a subtle, knowing smile, she then asks if he has noticed how assertive hero Jiang Mayan has become recently. Elsewhere, a brown-haired woman, winking playfully, comments on Mayan's ambition, unsure why she desires to attend the academy, but certain she will continue to strive until the tournament begins. As a bright, inviting light emanates from a doorway at the top of a stone staircase, the Saintess expresses her anticipation for what is to come. A single drop of liquid falls onto a metallic surface, a quiet, ominous sound echoing in the silence. Hansu Kong glances up, a question in his voice as he notices the first few raindrops beginning to fall, while an aide beside him looks on with concern. The sky above, once clear, now darkens rapidly, prompting a thought about the sudden cloud cover and the imminent downpour. A sigh of frustration escapes Hansu Kong, who laments the situation, wondering how much longer he'll have to wait. Meanwhile, a blonde woman complains about the heavy armor, as a man with glasses eagerly offers to carry it for her. A small smile plays on Hansu Kang's lips, a silent acknowledgement that some things, and some people, never change. Nearby, a red-haired woman laughs heartily, observing that Yubora's side isn't much different from the others. Sitting alone, Hansu Kang muses on the carefree atmosphere, deciding that with everyone so relaxed, he won't need to worry about the upcoming tournament. Suddenly, a sharp clank echoes through the air, snapping him out of his thoughts and drawing his gaze with a look of surprise. The metallic sound reverberates again, emanating from a dark, misty forest where a shadowy figure looms. Panic erupts as a man shouts an urgent warning, calling for Princess Athena and declaring that a gnoll might have appeared nearby. The blonde woman from earlier gasps, her face contorted in fear at the mention of a gnoll. Hansu Kang's expression hardens with resolve as a heavy foot lands with another clank, signaling the immediate threat. A sudden, metallic clatter echoes through the air, startling a young woman who gasps in disbelief. As the name of the hero Oh Han-woo is called out, drawing attention to a figure walking through the dim forest, where Choi Kong-min, clad in armor, dismisses him with a scoff, remarking, "You're a mess." Hansu Kong, his face streaked with blood, looks up, questioning if his opponents were the cause of his current state, then proudly declares, "This is my honorable badge of victory." Kong-min, however, remains unimpressed, retorting, "Honorable badge? When you're looking like that?" Hansu Kong, undeterred, explains that his injuries are a testament to a real battle, one his detractors could never imagine, only for Kong-min to scoff again, calling it a ridiculous excuse. With a challenging grin, Hansu Kong dares him. "Then, if you can't believe me, bring it on." Kong-min's hand moves to his sword hilt, a faint blue glow beginning to emanate from him as he accepts the challenge. His entire form now radiating a powerful, light blue aura, declaring, "All right, I'll show you how different our levels are." Hansu Kong grins, acknowledging Choi Kong-min's likely superior level. But a fiery orange light begins to glow around his hand as he asserts, "But as long as I have my new blessing with me." The orange aura flares violently around Hansu Kong, engulfing him in a radiant, special power. As the air crackles with the promise of vengeance, a resolute voice echoes, declaring an unwavering defiance, "I'll never lose." A tense standoff unfolds in an open, sandy expanse, as Oh Han-woo, wreathed in a vibrant orange aura, faces off against Choi Kong-min, whose blade glows with a cool blue light. Onlookers murmur, recognizing the two, wondering aloud, what could possibly be happening, as it appears Oh Han-woo and Kong-min are about to fight. The air crackles with anticipation, the blue glow of Kong-min's sword a stark contrast to the surrounding tension, as he stands ready for the impending clash. Suddenly, a voice cries out, attempting to intervene, pleading for hero Choi Kong-min to wait, as Miss Arya rushes forward, her hands outstretched in a desperate attempt to stop the duel. Though she admits she can't stop the two from fighting, Arya insists on revealing a crucial detail. Oh Han-woo is injured. A pained expression crosses Oh Han-woo's face, a fresh cut visible on his cheek, as he hears his name called by Arya. His orange aura flares more intensely around him, as the realization of his injury settles in. Kong-min, however, smiles, acknowledging Arya's intervention, and thanks her, stating that their duel must be fair to avoid any backlash. Arya reacts with a flustered expression, covering her mouth, seemingly caught off guard by his response. Meanwhile, Oh Han-woo cries out in pain, his eyes glowing fiercely orange, dark energy swirling around him as his injury takes its toll. From an unseen vantage point, a voice observes, noting that Oh Han-woo is still causing trouble even after leaving. As the tension mounts, a figure in a flowing gown, addressed as Saintess, stands between the combatants, her presence commanding attention. With a gentle, green aura emanating from her, the Saintess declares her intention to fairly revive the two fallen, urging Choi Kong-min to act swiftly, to which he readily agrees. As a voice echoes, challenging Oh Han-woo to demonstrate his true skills from real battles. A surge of green energy envelopes him, his eyes burning with an intense orange glow, surrounded by flickering flames. His expression contorts with a mix of anger and disbelief, questioning how someone who overcame so many hardships could be in such a state. The scene shifts, revealing a memory from a few days prior, where he lies defeated on the ground, vowing never again to let his guard down. He recalls the painful memory of Park Han-young taking away the girls, their sad eyes etched into his mind as they departed. A wave of purple energy flares around him as he resolves to save Sarah, Kana, and Lusa, no matter the cost, a sudden realization dawning upon him. A system message appears, detailing the power of vengeance. The stronger the target, the stronger one becomes, and the more people seek vengeance against you, the stronger you become, prompting a question about this being the power of a main character betrayed by colleagues. He contemplates his target of revenge, dismissing a grinning figure as laughable, unworthy of his focus. Instead, his grimace hardens as he declares that only Choi Kong-min can truly be his archenemy. As he considers the situation, a thought solidifies in his mind. He is the only one who can truly make a difference, and with a determined clench of his fist, he declares this moment a new beginning. After all, the main character of this world is him. His journey begins in a tranquil forest, where a small, squishy blue slime bobs gently, seemingly harmless, its soft form radiating a faint glow. Leaping into action, his fists ablaze with vibrant orange energy, he descends upon the unsuspecting creature. But the slime, far from being an easy target, suddenly contorts, its eyes glowing yellow with malice as sharp teeth emerge from its gelatinous form. Before he can react, the creature strikes him from behind, a surprising impact sending a jolt through his body. The force of the blow sends him sprawling to the ground, landing with a heavy thud as the slime hovers nearby. Kneeling in frustration, he wonders if the seemingly weak monster possesses an unexpectedly high level, while a certain evil god, watching from afar, struggles to contain their mirth, having lost their belly button from laughing too hard. He then recalls a peculiar curse he acquired while hunting slimes, a system window detailing his current status appearing before him. Ohanwu, level 3, with blessings of Hero F, Special F, Mercenary F, Magic C, and Vengeance F, is also afflicted with curses of See-Through F and Hunting F, yielding a dividend of 4.63. The hunting curse specifically states that as a frequent poacher, all prey he hunts become stronger, and the chances of his traps failing greatly increase. This curse, he realizes, has increased the difficulty of his hunts, transforming once easy prey into formidable foes. Now, the slimes that were once so simple to catch have become impossible to hunt, leaving him utterly exasperated. How could he, the main character, be afflicted with a curse that actively prevented his growth? He cried out to Arya, demanding to know why she hadn't warned him about such debilitating curses, as a certain immature god of dice rolled on the floor with laughter. Despite his frustration, Ohanwa's expression hardened, resolving that it was fine, he would overcome this challenge too. Meanwhile, a hand, glowing with vibrant yellow energy, began to manifest a weapon, the wielder declaring, "As long as this." Ohanwu, surrounded by his own golden aura, grinned maniacally, convinced that whatever lay ahead was destined for the main character to conquer. With a surge of power, a massive, glowing blue energy blade materialized before him, ready to strike. But in a shocking reversal, the very energy he had summoned seemed to turn against him, impacting his face with brutal force, sending a wave of pain through him. A guttural cry escaped his lips as a clash of red and blue energies erupted around him, the impact continuing to batter his form. The combined forces culminated in a blinding explosion, engulfing the area in a maelstrom of light and power. Standing amidst the dissipating energy, the armored man, his eyes glowing with amber light, calmly observed the aftermath, remarking, "You've improved a lot over the few days we haven't seen you." Ohanwu, now visibly terrified and surrounded by his own flaring red energy, could only cower as the armored man taunted him. "Did I scare you with merely this much? You're going to be in some trouble if you're already scared." With a sigh of annoyance, the armored man began to form a glowing blue sword from his hand, muttering, "Ohanwu, he's starting to get on my nerves." Then, with a determined lunge, the armored man charged forward, his blue energy blade extended, promising, "I'll bring you back down to earth." He activates acceleration, his hands flaring with orange energy as he prepares a powerful strike. With a surge of power, Ohanwu unleashes a massive, concentrated blast of fire. The fiery explosion hurtles towards the armored man, who stands unfazed, his back to the viewer, as the inferno approaches. But with a blur of motion, he effortlessly sidesteps the attack, scoffing that such large assaults are simple to evade. A gasp of disbelief escapes Ohanwu, his eyes widening in shock at the armored man's speed. The armored man glances upward, his sword now glowing with a chilling blue energy, wondering if this was merely a second shot. Then, with a powerful surge, he unleashes a devastating fire blast of his own, questioning if Ohanwa's magic could have improved so drastically. He effortlessly deflects the fiery onslaught with his blade, the flames bending to his will. Surrounded by his own fiery aura, Ohanwu defiantly challenges his opponent, demanding to know how he likes that. But a sudden realization hits him, his eyes widening in a gasp of woe, as new skill notifications for Grit and Warrior appear. With a resounding thud, the armored man's foot lands, signaling his swift and decisive advance. He then looks down at Ohanwu, a smug smirk on his face as he taunts him, asking if he truly believed he could win just because he was dodging. A gasp escapes Ohanwu, his eyes wide with shock, as Yubora beside him simply huffs, arms crossed, both witnessing the impossible unfold. Engulfed in his own fiery aura, Ohanwu screams in defiance, refusing to accept the reality of his situation. But the armored man stands tall, a figure of absolute dominance, his own flames dancing around him as Ohanwu lies defeated on the ground. A cruel smirk plays on the armored man's lips, his power radiating with an oppressive heat. He dismisses Ohanwa's earlier outburst with contempt, his voice dripping with mockery. With a swift, decisive motion, the armored man brings his sword down, deflecting any last-ditch effort from his opponent. He towers over the struggling hero, who can only manage a pained grunt as he's forced further into submission. The armored man's voice rings out, cold and final, declaring the inevitable end of the battle. His gaze remains fixed on the defeated figure, a chilling testament to his overwhelming victory. Then, with a brutal thrust, the armored man impales Ohanwu with his glowing blue blade, eliciting a cry of agony. Ohanwa's face contorts in pain, blue lightning crackling around him as his body is racked by the devastating blow. As the blue energy intensifies, a system notification flashes into existence, signaling a profound change. His eyes wide with disbelief, Hansu can only utter a single word as the devastating blow lands. The commander's glowing blue sword plunges deep into his armored form, sending a violent surge of crackling blue energy through him. A blinding explosion of light and power erupts from the impact point, engulfing the scene in a brilliant, destructive flash. Nearby, Yubora clutches Hansu's civilian form, her face contorted in a scream of terror as the raw power of the attack washes over them. From a serene, ethereal realm, a white-haired woman with a golden blindfold observes the unfolding chaos, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, in a detached space, Hansu's civilian form sits in quiet contemplation, as a system message declares that a certain immature god of dice is very happy with the results, while a certain battle god is very uncomfortable. Back on the battlefield, his armored body lies broken and defeated on the ground, as a certain evil god grabs their stomach and snickers at the sight. The white-haired woman lets out a soft, knowing chuckle before issuing a crisp command. Don't just sit there, clean this up. In response, a group of small, indistinct figures immediately bows, acknowledging her authority with a unified, "Oh, yes, ma'am." Hansu bursts into a room, a shout of frustration escaping him. Still in motion, he mutters about a stupid orc who sent him into such a dangerous place. As he finally stops, Kogmo, leaning casually against the doorway, greets him with a simple inquiry about his return. Then, with a hint of exasperation, Kogmo scolds him, surprised he hadn't run away yet, especially since he was supposed to have left yesterday. Looking downcast, Hansu explains that he missed his chance because a human, someone he couldn't possibly confront, had entered the city. Taken aback, Kogmo questions if he means the Saintess. Hansu confirms, stating that if that horrific female had visited the city, he would surely be dead. Confused by the implication, Kogmo asks who it could be then. With wide, shocked eyes, Hansu reveals the newcomer's identity, the third strongest knight in the kingdom. Kogmo elaborates, describing the knight as a swordsmanship prodigy, a second-generation monster who resembles the queen in her younger days, when she was known as the King of Knights. Hansu acknowledges the information, and then Kogmo informs him that the ladies mentioned the prince was looking for him, to which Hansu responds with surprise. He warns the demon, if he ever sees the prince, not to utter a single word about him, because the prince would instantly know he's a demon. Confused, Kogmo asks how that could be. Hansu explains that it's because Prince Alsus is a holy knight, one who received a blessing from the Saintess herself. He muses that a knight of the Saintess is someone he'll definitely need to avoid, but still, the situation feels complicated. Turning back to Kogmo, he asks, so the prince has nothing to do with him, right? Kogmo, looking exasperated, reminds him that he wasn't listening, having just told him that the prince wants to see him, despite their inability to communicate directly. As Kogmo points towards the door, a sudden knocking sound echoes, making Hansu exclaim in surprise. The door bursts open with a loud creak, and two women rush in, calling out Hansu's name with urgency. Kogmo, observing the scene, remarks that he didn't even call them over, noting that Hansu's strength has clearly made him popular with the women. Hansu looks utterly bewildered, his eyes wide with surprise. The woman in the green hooded cloak, her face obscured by shadows, appears visibly annoyed, a faint green aura flickering around her. As the hooded woman pinches his ear, Hansu nervously tries to reassure her, claiming they're just there to ask for help leveling up again. He scoffs, accusing the other of interpreting people's goodwill as materialistic, adding that he'll never get married acting like that. The horned figure retorts, that's not something an old demon bachelor should be saying, then mockingly asks if he's crying, as the other sniffles in response. Suddenly, two women burst into the room, one with brown hair looking distressed, the other with light purple hair appearing shocked, as the brown-haired woman exclaims garbled words of thanks and a curse. Kogmo translates, explaining that she was disappointed because she thought Hansu had left without repaying her favor, much to Hansu's surprise. A system window flashes into existence, displaying Kong Hansu's stats, level 1, with blessings of Outsider E and Fairy C, and curses of Hero C, Slaughter C, and Massacre D, along with a Holy Sword D and a dividend of 14.01. Below it, Kogmo's head appears, declaring that hunting is hard. Kogmo flexes his arms, stating it's hard to enter the city even with the hero's curse, then asks if Hansu is back from killing a hero or something, to which Hansu groans that it's impossible. Hansu, arms crossed, announces he's parting ways with Kogmo in this city, convinced he'll die before marriage if he spends any more time with him. Kogmo, aghast, grabs Hansu by the collar, demanding to know who will do the translating if he leaves. Hansu's hands glow with a golden light as he struggles against the grip, urging Kogmo to let go. Hansu explains he already had something in mind, suggesting they find a slave with the language blessing, to which Kogmo questions his statement that blessings are rare. Kogmo points out that Hansu can't do anything without money, adding that after all that hunting, he must have enough, before realizing Hansu was only thinking about parting ways with him this whole time. Two women, one with brown hair and the other with light purple, stand together, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. Meanwhile, Hansu hesitates, his back turned as if contemplating a difficult decision, the name Kong Hansu, number 2, echoing in the air around him. The two women react with visible shock and confusion, their faces contorted in disbelief at whatever they've just witnessed or heard. Back in the room, Kogmo, still seemingly oblivious, asks Hansu what that was, who retorts that Kogmo clearly can't read the room, questioning why a woman would dress up like that to see a man. Kogmo's expression shifts to one of bewildered surprise, muttering a confused to date. Hansu lets out a frustrated sigh, telling him he never finds a middle ground. Ignoring the exasperation, Kogmo extends a hand towards Hansu, suggesting they want to hang out and inviting him to come along. Hansu glances at the outstretched hand, beginning to form a response. Meanwhile, the two women, now smiling, seem to believe the girls probably just want to hang out with him. Before Hansu can fully articulate his thought, Kogmo's hand shoots out, firmly grabbing his, with a questioning, "Oh yeah?" A smug smile spreads across Kogmo's face as he calls Hansu a coward, eliciting a pained ugh from the protagonist, whose expression is now one of pure frustration. His face contorts in a grimace, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple as he internally rails against the situation, declaring that the other person is the one who truly can't read the room. The memory shifts, offering a glimpse of a quaint rooftop under a clear sky, before plunging into a series of fragmented recollections. He remembers the two women, one with pinkish-brown hair and the other with light purple, laughing with him in a bustling street. Then the pink-haired woman tending to his wounds while an old woman looks on, and finally, the light purple-haired woman playfully pulling his cheek as the old woman smiles. The scene briefly cuts to a partial view of a woman, then to a serene blue sky with fluffy clouds, a stark contrast to his current predicament. The sky continues to dominate the view, a vast expanse of orange and pink hues at sunset. He finds himself standing before an imposing, ornate gate, flanked by two armored guards, the entrance to what appears to be a grand estate. Behind him, the two women from his memories, the one with pinkish-brown hair and the other with light purple, exchange a knowing glance, the light purple-haired woman concluding their conversation with a decisive, "Then." With a soft step, his foot lands on the paved ground, advancing towards the imposing structure. Now dressed in a refined, noble-style outfit, Hansu stands before the gate, his expression a mix of apprehension and resignation. A wave of intense frustration washes over him, causing him to exclaim a silent, exasperated curse, his eyes wide with disbelief and annoyance. He thinks to himself that the situation is damn uncomfortable, wondering what these women have done, and observes that the building before him clearly belongs to some noble. As he approaches the grand mansion, the two women follow closely behind him, while the armored guards stand at attention, the imposing facade of the noble's house looming over them. He finds himself disoriented, his mind reeling with the sudden shift in surroundings, as a single thought echoes through his consciousness. Standing before him in a lavish hall, a blonde-haired man in regal attire addresses him directly, his words a jumble of unfamiliar sounds. Observing the elegant figure from a distance, he muses on the man's refined appearance. The blonde man continues to speak, uttering his name, though it sounds distorted, eliciting a surprised gasp from him. Meanwhile, one of the women who brought him here, a brown-haired maid, watches him with a slight blush, thinking to herself about his good looks. The blonde man, now identified as a prince, chuckles, expressing his pleasure at meeting him, mentioning that the two ladies spoke highly of him, which prompts a small, bespectacled aide to exclaim in surprise that he can speak. The brown-haired maid, observing the exchange, realizes the prince possesses the language blessing, a skill vital for communication across various lands and species, and wonders if this is the prince Cogmus had spoken of. The prince then introduces himself with a confident smile, declaring, "I am Alsa's swordmaster of the Night Kingdom swordmaster." The purple-haired noblewoman, standing beside the brown-haired maid, attempts to reassure him, saying, "I may be a prince, but please don't feel overwhelmed," only for the maid to quickly correct her pronunciation of his name, "Mr. Gang Hansu." Bowing deeply, Alsus continues, explaining that he first hunted the orcs, which were a headache for their country, and then rescued the two ladies, whom he refers to as the nation's treasures. He concludes by expressing his deepest gratitude, while Hansu internally dismisses it as simply his duty as a resident of Fantasia, still pondering the strange pronunciation of his name. He continues, a confident smirk playing on his lips, explaining that he was quite curious about the hero's abilities. Considering his skills in slaughtering all those orcs in the plains to be extraordinary, the prince then asks if he would mind engaging in a duel of swords. The sudden challenge leaves Hansu utterly bewildered, his expression a mix of shock and confusion, while the brown-haired maid and the purple-haired noblewoman watch on, their faces unreadable. His eyes widen in disbelief as he stammers, "Excuse me?" A confident grin spreads across Alsus's face, leaving Hansu to ponder the unexpected proposition. A brown-haired noble, adorned in a blue and gold jacket with a ruffled collar, boldly challenges the blonde prince, asking if he would engage in a duel of swords. His expression wide with surprise, the noble repeats the question, emphasizing the immediacy of the proposed combat. Meanwhile, two noble women seated nearby react with visible shock, one with dark hair and a white dress, the other with light purple hair and a blue dress, both gasping at the sudden challenge. The blonde prince, Alsa's swordmaster, claps his hands together with a sheepish smile, admitting he might have gotten a bit too excited with guests around. His gesture seems to break the tension, as the brown-haired noble and the light purple-haired noblewoman appear startled by the sound, while a butler stands ready with a serving tray. A table laden with steaming, Delicious food is presented, the aroma filling the air as the prince's invitation for dinner is accepted. With a bright smile, Alsa's swordmaster suggests they postpone any further discussions, proposing they continue their conversation over the meal. Soon, the dark-haired noblewoman is seen eagerly devouring her food, taking a large bite of a savory dish. She continues to eat with gusto, her plate piled high with food, while the light purple-haired noblewoman beside her looks on with a surprised expression. The butler, Glass's aide, watches the scene with a slightly flustered expression, holding a serving cloche as he observes the enthusiastic diner. Still at the dinner table, the noblewoman's voracious appetite continues to be a topic of conversation, as a hand deftly cuts into a piece of meat, the observer remarking that this truly is a fascinating blessing. Looking at her, the blonde prince expresses a hint of envy, wondering, "You don't feel full no matter how much you eat? I am a bit envious." She responds with a mouthful, "Ah, really?" Meanwhile, an ethereal presence, a certain god, seems to be communicating with the aide, one thought bubble indicating that she is gleeful about the genuine compliment, while another scolds him to be more like the prince. The noblewoman, having cleared her plate, offers a slight apology. "I feel like I ate everything by myself, my apologies." The prince, however, dismisses her concern with a chuckle, assuring her, "Not at all. It is much better than having leftovers." Changing the subject, the prince then turns to his aide, Sir Gang Hansu, asking directly, "By the way, how did you get the hero's curse?" Hansu's internal monologue reveals his exasperation, muttering, "Ugh." His first question, as expected. With a slight smile, Hansu begins his explanation. "You might not believe me, but I chastised a hero who was sexually harassing an innocent fairy." He adds, "Indeed, so that's why you have the fairies." The prince considers this a thoughtful expression on his face, before inquiring further, "Blessing. Then, by any chance, do you remember what that hero?" Hansu laughs nervously, admitting, "I'm sorry. I hit the hero's face first thing, so I'm not sure." He then decides, "I'm just gonna gloss over the details." The prince smiles, his hands clasped, confident in their resources. "We will be able to find out right away once we investigate a hero who injured their face." Hansu looks worried, muttering, "I don't think much is gonna happen, but I'm sorry, friends." The prince then reveals the true reason for the invitation, addressing him by name. "Gang Hansu, the reason I invited you today is because, according to the guild's analytics, you recently hunted the greatest number of orcs." Hansu looks surprised by this revelation, asking, "Did I do something wrong?" The prince reassures him immediately, "Of course not." Alsa's swordmaster continues his line of questioning, asserting that Hansu had merely rid the nation of a nuisance, wondering how that could possibly be wrong, then suggesting he consider it a light-hearted investigation into the cause. Hansu echoes the word, an investigation, as Alsace explains that all the orcs in the plains had recently vanished, as if by magic. He elaborates, stating that they've basically gone extinct, the camera panning over a desolate, empty landscape. A pile of orc corpses is shown, as Alsace asks if Hansu knows anything about this by any chance. With a casual, almost embarrassed smile, Hansu raises a thumb to his chin, admitting, it seems I hunted too many orcs." A close-up reveals Hansu's amused expression, a small laugh escaping him. Alsace's eyes narrow, a subtle grin forming as he considers the implications. If it was possible for an individual to get rid of those orcs, the commander of the knights. The purple-haired noblewoman, listening intently, gasps in surprise as Alsace concludes his thought. "I would have done it already." Her eyes widen, reflecting her astonishment at Hansu's casual power. Hansu, still smiling, responds, "Right, of course," as the noblewoman continues to stare, utterly bewildered. Alsace's grin widens, a subtle grin sound effect accompanying his expression. He leans forward, his gaze intense, telling Hansu, "As the ladies have told me, you are a fascinating individual. I would like to know more about you." Under the soft glow of twin moons, a grand estate stands silhouetted against the night sky. In the courtyard below, Alsa's swordmaster addresses Hansu Kong, explaining that he had originally intended to offer a tribute of grace for rescuing Miss Leisha and Miss Julia. However, after witnessing Hansu's true level firsthand, he admits he can no longer hold back his curiosity. With a polite bow, Alsace thanks him for agreeing to this spar. Hansu, a confident smirk playing on his lips, assures them it isn't much and asks them to simply watch, adding that there's no need to bring out the holy sword, just in case. Alsace's eyes widen in surprise as he questions the mention of a dagger, the sword of the fairies. Hansu, still with a playful grin, clears his throat and states he's only demonstrating, then wonders aloud if he might have gone too far by taking out a weapon. His expression shifts to one of mischievous anticipation as he prepares for the next move. A vibrant pink aura flares around the dagger in his hand, and he declares he'll just do this much, eliciting a shocked gasp from one of the observing nobles. The other nobles, including Alsace, look on in utter disbelief as the display unfolds, Alsace muttering, "What a surprise." Alsace watches, a blue magical energy swirling around Hansu's hand, recognizing it as a dangerous technique mastered through countless self-inflicted injuries, yet performed so effortlessly. With a knowing smirk, Hansu confirms that he too mastered it in the same way. A certain divine entity chides that dishonesty is wrong, as the blonde prince observes the protagonist's remarkable skill, despite his low rank. Turning to a nearby attendant, the prince offers a spare sword. The brown-haired maid gratefully accepts the weapon, her expression one of humble appreciation. With his own blade now glowing with a faint blue aura, Alsa's swordmaster confidently declares that his opponent may initiate the first move. Hansu Kong, with a slight nod, casually invites him to begin whenever he's ready, adding that he won't refuse the challenge. Prince Alsus, known as the kingdom's third strongest knight, ponders whether he should unleash his full power. Suddenly, a mysterious system message flashes into existence, identifying an outsider or fairy as a dark, ominous sword appears to pierce the ground. Alsus recoils in shock, crimson energy swirling around him, uttering a confused query about the nature of this power and its source, Gang Hansu. The ground beneath him cracks as the overwhelming crimson force, emanating from Hansu's outstretched hand, pushes him back. Before Alsus can fully comprehend the situation, a new figure, Kirk, charges forward with a fierce battle cry, his sword raised to strike. However, the crimson energy erupts, intercepting Kirk's assault, and he is instantly overwhelmed, forced to recoil from the sheer power. The powerful surge continues to push him back, leaving him stunned and calling out his own name in disbelief. A grand, imposing structure stands silhouetted against the night sky, its windows glowing with an ominous red light, as if reflecting a powerful, unseen force. A fleeting image flashes through his mind, of a young girl screaming in terror and a boy, his face bloodied, collapsing to the ground. He looks down, a wave of regret washing over him, realizing he might have used far too much force. His gaze snaps towards a distant exit, a chilling thought crossing his mind about the prince's fate. With a powerful surge of energy, he leaps forward, a determined cry escaping his lips as he moves with incredible speed. Landing with a crash that kicks up a cloud of dust, he quickly apologizes, the impact of his actions evident. Meanwhile, a smirk plays on the lips of the blonde swordmaster, his eyes glinting with amusement as he observes the unfolding events. Relaxing by a fountain, he lets out a soft chuckle, muttering the name Gang Hansu with a hint of intrigue. Hansu reflects on his own speed, wondering how his sword, imbued with such power, could have been so sluggish. The blonde swordmaster grips his blade, his expression hardening, a flicker of determination in his emerald eyes. He regards Hansu with a critical gaze, thinking of him as nothing more than a ludicrous fellow. In the grand courtyard, a figure sits slumped on the ground near a fountain, while several others stand nearby, their attention fixed on him. Two noble women rush forward, their faces etched with concern, one reaching out as she exclaims, "Prince Alsus, are you all right?" While the other anxiously asks, "You're not hurt, are you?" A voice from off-panel reassures them, "I am all right," causing the women to flinch slightly in surprise. Meanwhile, Alsus playfully pats a departing figure on the rear, a gesture that sends the other person quickly on their way. Turning to an elderly maid, Alsus hands her something, remarking with a smile, "Really is big," as she accepts the item. The two noble women, still observing, note that the other person had looked shocked and had run away immediately, their expressions a mix of surprise and amusement. A wide grin spreads across Alsus's face as he laughs to himself, a hand casually resting on his head. Standing in the fountain, he addresses the noble women, stating, "I want to apologize to Mr. Gang Hansu. Will you help me?" To which one replies, "He probably went to the inn." With a determined nod, the noble women turn and run off, one calling out, "We'll be right back," while the other urges, "Please wait a minute, Your Highness." Alsus watches them go, a thoughtful smile playing on his lips, a soft HFD escaping him. Within her private chambers, the saintess questions her attendants, asking if anyone had entered her room without permission that day. The older servant, flanked by a younger aide, assures her that only the usual surveillant and maid had been present, then cautiously inquires if there was a problem. Her expression grim, the saintess confirms her suspicion that there had indeed been an intruder. She directs the servant to look at the floor, where distinct footprints are clearly visible, causing him to gasp in surprise. Immediately, the older servant shouts for everyone to leave, warning the saintess of the danger and the possibility of an assassin. But the saintess remains calm, her gaze sharp as she questions the idea of an assassin leaving such obvious traces. She then issues a firm command, declaring that no one is to enter until she gives permission, her footsteps echoing softly as she moves deeper into the room. Her steps continue, until she suddenly stops, her eyes widening in shock as she realizes something is missing. A heavy thud echoes, and she laments the loss, wondering why, out of everything, this particular item was taken. Though other valuable items, like a sword and shield, remain untouched, she wouldn't care if anything else had been stolen. For everything else can be replaced, but the item that was taken is truly irreplaceable, leaving her deeply distressed. The focus shifts to Kong Hansu's backpack, now conspicuously absent from its usual place. A chilling realization dawns, the one piece of undeniable evidence that their god had lied was gone, leaving only a scattering of ethereal feathers in its wake. An arrogant god of benevolence, perhaps a voice within her own mind, questions what all the fuss is about, as the saintess appears in her majestic, winged form, surrounded by the same floating feathers. Her human form now, a look of profound distress crosses her face as the truth solidifies. Kong Hansu's backpack was indeed stolen, a fact that leaves the arrogant god of benevolence extremely uncomfortable. The arrogant god of benevolence is at a loss for words, while the saintess, eyes closed in sorrow, laments that someone intruded into her room and took only that one specific item. The narrative voice, the arrogant god of benevolence, scolds that she should have destroyed it sooner, as the saintess stands with her back to the viewer, contemplating a dresser. Her frustration boils over, as she silently pleads with a higher power not to test her faith, her amethyst eyes glowing with a fierce, purple light. The arrogant god of benevolence then asks what she intends to do now, prompting the saintess to close her eyes in resignation, declaring that all she can do is leave it to fate. The narrative voice persists, asking if that is truly her final answer, and if there is any way at all to find the stolen item. With a hint of irritation, she retorts, asking why the voice doesn't go look for itself, a response that leaves the arrogant god of benevolence extremely uncomfortable. Finally, the arrogant god of benevolence leaves with an irritated face, while the saintess clutches her head, sighing about a headache from Kong Hansu and wondering who else will trouble her now. Her moment of despair is abruptly broken by a voice calling out, asking if the saintess is safe, as a glowing orb rests on a pillow nearby. As a voice from beyond the door requests entry, she grants permission, instructing a message to be sent. The message, it seems, is of great importance, addressed directly to Prince Alsus and the Fairy Kingdom. Hearing the urgency in the call for Prince Alsus, she rushes through the halls, her footsteps echoing. Meanwhile, a servant approaches the prince, informing him that the saintess is looking for him. A look of mild dismay crosses his face, realizing he had forgotten to report to her. A command is issued to clean up the destroyed fountain and its aftermath, a task likely stemming from the recent chaos. Later, seated in his study, Prince Alsus asks if the saintess wished to see him, who then inquires about the investigation into the decreasing number of orcs. Her holographic projection appears before him, her concern evident as she questions the mass disappearance of orcs. Holding the glowing orb that projects her image, Alsus reports that it will be difficult to carry out the plans for heroes to hunt the orcs in the plains, to which she responds with a thoughtful, "Is that so?" At the moment, there is no sign of what caused the sudden decrease. Her holographic image, now showing a knight and an orc, presses him further, asking if he found out what caused it. After capturing a wandering orc alive and using a language blessing to communicate, the heroes learned a grim truth. It sounded like their habitat had been violently taken over by demons. Considering this new information, the saintess muses, "A demon, you say?" Prince Alsus, however, offers a cautious smile, reminding her that the information hasn't been officially confirmed. From within her glowing orb, the saintess instructs him to intensely monitor the demons capable of such acts, acknowledging his efforts with a simple, "Good work, saintess." The prince then leans forward, his expression shifting, asking what she has in mind, as he has a suggestion of his own. Suddenly, a frantic voice shouts, "I will need to pack your bags now," as another, equally panicked, questions, what is it?" Inside a lavish room, a dark-haired man urgently tells his companion, "We have to run now. I'll get arrested for murdering the prince if I get caught." The orc, looking exasperated, responds, "You really went there, you crazy bastard. Don't worry, it's easy for me to run away." The dark-haired man, however, is far from reassured, his face contorted in worry as he exclaims, "What are you talking about? I'm worried about myself for getting caught up with you." With a desperate plea, the dark-haired man urges, "Orc, hurry up and open the portal," as a shimmering gateway begins to form beneath the orc's feet. As the golden light of four-dimensional spatial magic flares around him, the dark-haired man prepares to vanish, leaving his companion stunned. With no time for explanations, he urges the other to meet him at the city's northern gates. The long-haired man reaches out, a desperate "Hey," escaping him, but his hand passes through empty air as the other fades completely. A frustrated groan echoes in the now empty room, the magic's residue shimmering around him. Meanwhile, the saintess listens intently as Prince Alsus recounts the tale of a hero who attacked a fairy, acknowledging that the hero's identity remains unknown. She muses that while the hero's face was injured beyond recognition, she has someone specific in mind, naming him Ohanwu. A bruised and determined face, marked by struggle, appears as the thought crosses his mind that being such a nuisance is not an easy task. Prince Alsus then suggests sending a surveillant to prevent further trouble from the exiled heroes. The saintess grants her permission, also instructing that the cursed civilian be generously compensated. She acknowledges that a hero's fault falls under her responsibility, but notes the difficulty of handling it personally due to an urgent need to travel to the Fairy Kingdom. Understanding her predicament, Prince Alsus assures her that he will provide compensation that will not disappoint. His words are met with a silent, glowing orb, a symbol of their ongoing communication and trust. A slight smirk plays on Prince Alsus's lips as he considers the saintess's words, the idea of compensation, and the intriguing prospect of making this hero his knight. Yet, gazing out into the distance, he muses that the current armaments at his disposal might prove insufficient for the task ahead. A broken sword, its blade shattered, lies discarded on a nearby table, a silent testament to past battles and the need for stronger tools. Meanwhile, far from the prince's chambers, Ohanwu rubs his ear with a puzzled expression, a strange sensation washing over him as if someone, somewhere, is speaking his name. Amidst ancient ruins, a shimmering golden portal pulsates with energy, drawing the attention of several figures gathered nearby. As the last of the figures move away from the anomaly, Kirk, his eye bandaged, looks up in surprise, exclaiming that someone has returned. Kneeling on the ground, a young man named Bruce responds, asking if Kirk wasn't sleeping, a hint of amusement in his voice. Kirk, now standing before him, explains that they need people, prompting Bruce to inquire about the specific kind of help required. Gesturing towards a pile of bags and crates, Bruce realizes they need assistance moving all the accumulated items. With a slight bow and a hand to his bandaged eye, Kirk confirms his understanding, acknowledging Bruce's assessment. Meanwhile, the Horned Demon, a towering green-skinned figure, questions Bruce about the nature of the items, his voice rumbling with curiosity. Bruce, standing confidently before the demon, declares that from now on, those people will be moving his things, and sternly warns him not to kill them, reminding the warrior that this place is not his personal storehouse. As several individuals begin to carry large wooden boxes, Kirk instructs them to simply transfer the ordered items through the portal to the exit. The Horned Demon, his brow furrowed in frustration, admits to experiencing many types of humiliation before, but this is the first time his anger stems from being weaker than his opponent. With a smirk and a glint in his eye, Bruce, now holding a sword, confidently declares that he will take that as a compliment. Footsteps echo softly through the dark, misty woods as two figures make their way through the undergrowth. Suddenly, the shorter figure, Cogmo, exclaims, "Cogmo, where did you suddenly pop out from?" The taller man, Bruce, urges him to quickly run away, but Cogmo, bewildered, demands, "No, shouldn't you at least explain the situation to me?" Bruce, with a serious expression, explains that for now, they have to run as far away as possible from the ladies, then asks, "Is this related to you receiving the warrior's curse?" Cogmo simply agrees, a slight smirk playing on his lips, while a silent thought labels Bruce as a disgusting guy. Considering their options, Bruce states that if he wants to get away from Cogmo as early as possible, he thinks they should head north, prompting Cogmo to inquire, "What's towards the north?" As they walk through a bustling street, Bruce reveals that the biggest slave market in the Western continent lies to the north, a place where he intends to find a slave who holds the blessing of language. Cogmo, with a peculiar expression, asks, "What's with that stupid expression?" With a burst of frustration, Cogmo confronts Bruce, yelling, "Are you seriously saying that? You were the one who took away all my things." Bruce, unfazed, continues to explain that thanks to that, he couldn't even get one horse, adding that they will soon be faced with the knights, so they have to quickly move, concluding that it can't be helped. As Bruce's hand reaches out, Cogmo looks on, his expression a mix of exasperation and resignation. He holds the demon aloft, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, as Cogmo looks on in utter shock. The demon struggles, demanding to be released, but Bruce simply asks if this isn't faster, calling him princess and promising a safe ride. As they soar through the forest, propelled by Bruce's speed, Cogmo laments the humiliation of being carried like a mere human. The sun begins to set, casting long shadows as their journey continues. Still moving at a rapid pace, Bruce questions the demon's hunger in their precarious situation, to which Cogmo retorts, refusing to be treated like a monster. Accepting the demon's plight, Bruce concedes that it can't be helped then, and soon they are both seated, enjoying a magically conjured meal. With a simple gesture, Bruce conjures a glowing orb, transforming it into a delicious-looking dish. Cogmo watches in awe as the food appears, while Bruce remarks that it's not quite as good as the prince's meals, but still acceptable. The demon expresses his confusion, having never encountered magic that prepares and cleans dishes, but Bruce simply states that he just doesn't know it. Annoyed by Bruce's nonchalance, Cogmo grumbles, but Bruce, stretching contentedly, urges them to hurry now that they've finished eating. As they continue their journey, Bruce reassures the demon that they are almost there, prompting a questioning "what?" from him. Finally, they arrive at their destination, a city visible in the distance, and Bruce curtly tells the demon to be quiet. As he takes in the vastness of their new surroundings, Bruce's eyes widen slightly, a sense of awe washing over him. He observes the bustling activity of the city, realizing this is the largest slave market in the Western continent, a truly immense place. The sheer scale of it is impressive, and he can't help but feel a thrill, though his companion, currently in a human disguise, seems less enthusiastic, prompting Bruce to urge him to stop acting like a mere villager and hurry along. Suddenly, a stern-faced guard blocks their path, his presence demanding attention as he seems to be waiting for someone. Bruce, startled by the sudden stop, lets out a nervous laugh, wondering if the man is a security officer before quickly apologizing. Further down the street, three men are engrossed in a game of cards, their focus entirely on the game, oblivious to the newcomers. Bruce observes them with a smile, assuring his companion that there's no need to look at them strangely. His companion, Cogmo, finds the town peculiar and states that he won't run away for now, but demands his things back first. Bruce considers this, wondering if they should wait until they find a slave who possesses the blessing of language. With a slight hesitation, he then instructs Cogmo to send him the old brown bag from the back. As Bruce extends his hand, a shimmering golden portal materializes, and from its depths, a familiar brown bag floats into his grasp. He carefully inspects the golden sword, its hilt gleaming in the dim light. Curious, the disguised demon asks if he can take a closer look, to which Bruce readily agrees, extending the weapon. As Bruce holds the blade, he muses that it doesn't appear to have any dimensional spells, outwardly resembling an ordinary iron sword, yet a system notification identifies it as a holy sword. Suddenly, a surge of raw power erupts from the sword, sending crackling electricity through him and causing him to cry out in pain. The demon recoils in shock, realizing the weapon's true nature, while Bruce, still reeling from the shock, remarks on the unexpected theft prevention mechanism. Overwhelmed by the holy energy, the demon cries out in anguish, lamenting Bruce's audacity in making a demon hold such a sacred object and regretting his own eagerness to accept it. Looking at the distressed demon, Bruce calmly questions how he himself is able to hold the holy sword without such a violent reaction. A system notification identifies him as a warrior, and he dismisses the holy sword as a defective product. The demon, enraged by Bruce's flippant remark, snaps back, demanding he put the weapon away and questioning his insult. He shouts, incredulous, asking if Bruce truly believes a demon could be unaffected by a holy sword. Far from the bustling market, a delicate hand is shown, bound by a heavy chain around the wrist. The chain extends to a beautiful female demon, who sits with her eyes closed, an expression of sorrow etched upon her face. He gestures emphatically towards a group of muscular men. Amidst the throngs of people going about their day, Hansu turns to his companion, a hint of confusion in his voice. Internally, Hansu admits to himself. Meanwhile, his companion's thoughts drift to a scenario of a merchant mistreating a beautiful slave. The companion then remarks that he doesn't expect much from someone who almost murdered the prince. Suddenly, a shrill cry echoes through the market. The slave girl falls to her knees, pleading desperately with her owner. Hansu's companion explains that this is a classic trick designed to elicit shallow sympathy. Hansu, however, points out the slave girl's remarkably fair skin. Hansu watches his dark-haired companion walk ahead, a slight frown on his face as the companion urges him not to be a fool. In this world, there were 4 primary categories of slaves available in the market, with humans being the first listed. Following them were the ethereal fairies and the sturdy dwarves. And finally, the graceful mermaids. While there was a price difference between these various species, the companion explains that a slave's inherent power level was far more crucial than their appearance or specific skills. He then reminds Hansu that they have a destination, suggesting they save the sightseeing for later, prompting Hansu to ask if they already had a specific place in mind. The companion, with a knowing look, reveals his familiarity with places specializing in high-end slaves, individuals too valuable to be wasted as common laborers. As the dark-haired companion steps through an ornate doorway, a cheerful voice calls out a welcome, and Hansu follows him into the lavish interior, where a blonde-haired merchant greets them, asking if they've come for slaves to serve as guards. With a wide, almost mischievous smile, she then inquires about other types of slaves they might be interested in. Hansu informs the blonde merchant that he's searching for a slave possessing the language blessing. The merchant, with a thoughtful hum, clarifies that the rest of the slave's attributes are secondary, as long as they possess that specific blessing. A young boy, standing nearby, exclaims that the slave must be able to accompany Hansu on his travels, questioning if such a slave even exists. Hansu, with a slight frown, concedes that he will inquire about it regardless. As Hansu gestures, the merchant confirms that such a slave does indeed exist. Her confident smile is met with Hansu's wide-eyed shock, as he had assumed there wouldn't be one, but now realizes his assumption was wrong. The merchant, observing his reaction, remarks that she already feels pity for any slave destined to follow him, implying a life of constant torment. The young boy, seemingly oblivious to the merchant's jab, calls out to Hansu, drawing his attention. The trio ascends a grand, ornate staircase, their footsteps echoing softly in the opulent hall. With a gasp of awe, the boy observes the surroundings, noting that it's as if all the high-end slaves have been gathered in one place, then wonders aloud why they wouldn't simply run away. Hansu explains to the boy that, without exception, all slaves possess either a blessing or a curse, then instructs him to examine their status windows. A young girl with a somber expression is revealed, her status window clearly labeling her as a slave. A system message appears, detailing the harsh realities of slavery. Having forfeited all your rights, you take on the attribute of property. Every time you fail to follow your owner's order, you will feel a corresponding amount of pain. The merchant then addresses his clients, saying, "Now, gentlemen," as he gestures towards the slave. His words hanging in the air as the camera focuses on the slave's collar, implying the severity of her condition. He continues, revealing the slave's true nature, explaining that her very high price is due to a unique blessing she possesses. The merchant confirms that she is indeed a demon. Hansu, taken aback by the revelation, expresses his surprise, noting how rare it is for a demon to choose to be a human slave. His young companion, however, seems less surprised, muttering, "I knew it," with a knowing smirk. Hansu, startled by the boy's comment, demands to know what he knew, before the boy retorts that Hansu had ordered someone just like him. The boy then speculates that only a demon could meet such specific conditions, causing Hansu to wince in discomfort. Despite his initial shock and the boy's teasing, Hansu declares his intention to purchase the demon slave. However, the merchant reminds him that he lacks the necessary funds, leaving Hansu crouching in thought, surrounded by scattered coins. The scene shifts to a quiet, ornate room, where the demon slave girl begins to recount her past. The brown-haired boy, now seated, asks her directly how she came to be a slave. She explains that she loved a man so deeply she would give up everything for him, but he doubted her love. She continues her tale, revealing that she became his slave to prove her devotion. Meanwhile, the brown-haired boy finds her story rather cliché, while a system message appears, noting that a certain god finds the entire narrative extremely boring. The goddess, in her past form, reacts with visible distress to this unexpected commentary, clutching her chest as if struck by a sudden pain. Back in the present, the brown-haired boy and the demon slave girl stand before Hansu, who is addressed as master by the girl. Her expression hardening, the demon slave girl demands that he get rid of the pest, looking at her with pity, her eyes flashing with anger. Her past self, the goddess, recoils in horror, remembering the eyes that looked at her with such condescending pity from their sockets. Hansu, turning to leave, asks if they should proceed, but the demon slave girl questions if he's truly sure he doesn't want to properly check something. He dismisses her concern with a slight smile, stating that he saw her status window and everything is fine. A detailed status window appears, revealing her name as Diaroka, her level, and various blessings and curses, including Slave D and Massacre F, while below, Diaroka trembles visibly, her body reacting involuntarily. The brown-haired boy, noticing her distress, asks why she's trembling, and Diaroka explains it's because of the slave blessing. Her face contorts in distress, a visible twitch betraying her pain, as a system message explains the slave condition, the forfeiture of all rights, becoming property, and the infliction of pain for every failure to obey an owner's order. Despite her pain, Diaroka defiantly demands Hansu order her to translate next to him, asserting that her obedience to an inferior human, like him, is for a very specific reason. A man with a sword, clutching a small doll, openly declares his aversion to being ordered around, prompting Hansu to acknowledge his candor. An enraged black-haired man vehemently warns against anyone attempting to command the demon slave in an inappropriate manner. His finger jabs forward, a fierce promise of vengeance hanging in the air. Diaroka, her eyes now faintly glowing, turns to Hansu, who appears taken aback by her sudden, chilling request to be ordered to kill the demon. A malevolent grin spreads across her face, her red eyes burning intensely as a dark purple aura crackles around her hands, poised for attack. Hansu quickly instructs her to proceed as she wishes, but to spare his life, though his words are cut short by a sudden, forceful impact that sends him staggering back with a pained gasp. A moment later, a voice suggests they now examine other available slaves. He finds himself observing a lively market square, the air filled with the murmur of many voices and the sounds of commerce. Later, Hansu informs Diaroka that he acquired a significant number of slaves at a remarkably low price. He further explains that their low levels make them ideal for production tasks. One by one, individuals are guided into a shimmering, golden portal, disappearing into its radiant depths. As Hansu prepares to depart, the black-haired man steps forward, inquiring about his imminent departure and stating he has something crucial to convey. As Hansu stands with a man who had just been speaking, a sudden, sharp sound pierces the air, and an arrow strikes the man squarely in the back, cutting off his words mid-sentence. With a soft thud, the man collapses to the ground, the arrow still protruding from his back. Diaroka, standing beside Hansu, observes the fallen figure with a detached expression, muttering that she had wanted to be the one to act, but it seems someone else got to it first. Hansu looks down at the scene, his expression unreadable. His eyes suddenly flare with a crimson glow, as he remarks on the audacity of being attacked in the middle of the day. Another glowing arrow streaks through the air, and he muses on what an amazing world this truly is. With his eyes still burning red, a chilling grin spreads across his face, as he asks, "Don't you think?" A swift, brutal punch connects with the blond man's face, the impact radiating outward. He collapses to the ground, unconscious, as a nearby man and a blonde woman recoil in shock at the sudden violence. The man cries out in horror, declaring the act a murder, while a dark-haired woman behind him screams in terror. Hansu Kong, looking concerned, notes that people are starting to gather, while the horned demon holds the bald man by his collar, a sword still in her hand. She explains that these individuals are slave stealers, and word has spread that a low-level adventurer recently acquired a large number of slaves. Meanwhile, two armored guards rush through a narrow alley, their footsteps echoing as they close in on the commotion. Hansu Kong realizes the guards are already on their way, and the horned demon, still holding the bald man, asks if he wants her to kill him too. He considers the bald man's status as a slave, deeming it irrelevant, but then notes that the black-haired man lying on the ground with an arrow in his back cannot be caught as a demon. With the situation escalating, Hansu Kong concludes that they have no other choice but to leave the city. Having fled the city, Hansu Kong reassures himself and his companions that their pursuers won't chase them this far into the wilderness before turning his attention to the injured demon. He urges Kogmo to rise, but the demon, still impaled by an arrow, can only manage a pained gasp, his body racked with weakness. Lying on the forest floor, Kogmo expresses his disbelief that he, a demon, has never been assassinated before, the arrow still protruding from his back. Meanwhile, a disembodied voice, belonging to a woman with sharp red eyes and flowing purple hair, scoffs at Kogmo's plight, questioning if he's always relied on mere resilience and lived defenseless, demanding he admit his inherent weakness. The demon, still struggling on the ground, is further tormented by the voice, which labels him a piece of filth for his past actions, causing him to cry out in agony as a red aura flares around him. Hansu Kong, observing the scene, sighs, acknowledging that this situation has once again become a bloody mess. As the tension mounts, a surge of vibrant purple energy begins to swirl, signaling the activation of powerful magic. The horned demon, her expression grim, channels the swirling purple energy, preparing to unleash a spell. Simultaneously, Hansu Kong extends his hand, a brilliant blue light emanating from his palm as he too prepares for combat. The purple-haired woman's voice echoes once more, taunting Kogmo, asking if he found her actions easy, while Hansu Kong reacts with a frustrated TSK. With fierce determination, the horned demon's eyes glow a vivid red, as the purple energy around her hand intensifies, ready to strike. Beside her, Hansu Kang's hand flares with a powerful red glow, both allies poised to unleash their combined magical might. As a blinding flash of light erupts between them, Hansu Kong and the horned demon clash with raw magical force. The horned demon recoils, his eyes widening in surprise as the energy intensifies around him. A surge of dark purple energy envelopes his outstretched hand, disrupting his concentration. Meanwhile, a furious voice echoes, cursing Hansu Kong as a bastard. Hansu Kong simply smirks, while the horned demon, observed by a purple-haired woman, questions his power, asking if he's truly level 1. The horned demon's expression hardens, his body surrounded by a faint, dark aura. Hansu Kang's smile widens, retorting with a taunt about letting his guard down, just like Kogmo. As he speaks, a vibrant red aura begins to pulse around his fist, glowing with immense power. The horned demon snarls, dismissing him as nothing but a mere human. With a determined grin and both hands now radiating crimson energy, Hansu Kong declares his intention to show them his true abilities. He leaps into the air, a torrent of red energy swirling around him, proclaiming the might of your owner's abilities. The horned demon watches, his face reflecting the shock of the surging power. He unleashes a rapid barrage of red energy punches, each strike echoing with explosive force. As the crimson projectiles tear through the air, impacting the gray-haired man and shredding his cloak. With his eyes glowing fiercely, he prepares to deliver one final, devastating blow. A massive, bright energy blast erupts, sending the gray-haired man reeling from the sheer power. The horned demon watches, her hands glowing with purple energy, a flicker of surprise and concern crossing her face at the display of power. Yet, a confident smirk quickly replaces her shock, as she taunts him, dismissing his efforts. Suddenly, Hansu Kong is struck by an unseen attack, laughing through the pain as his eyes glow an ominous red. Meanwhile, the gray-haired man braces himself, anticipating the painful impact that is about to follow. He is violently struck by a powerful purple energy attack, blood splattering from the brutal force. The horned demon delivers another decisive purple energy strike, her expression determined and unwavering. Again, the gray-haired man is hit, more blood erupting from the impact. Standing over her fallen opponent, the horned demon dismisses his resilience, declaring that such an attack is nothing to a demon. With a sly smile, the horned goddess extends a hand, purple energy swirling around her fingers, offering a deal to her captive. She demands he set her free, promising to cure him right away, but Hansu Kong, despite his injuries, simply smirks, and asks if she'd still be so confident if he refused. His chest, though visibly wounded, seems to be healing as he defiantly declares himself just fine. The goddess is taken aback by his audacity, a system message flashing, revealing his status as a slave. Yet he remains unyielding, causing her to flinch in frustration and pain. He reiterates his resolve, asserting that his owner won't be defeated so easily. Observing his rapid recovery, the goddess questions his humanity, her purple aura flaring around her hands. Hansu Kong, now beckoning her closer, acknowledges their shared ability to heal, a challenge in his eyes. She then proposes a fight to the death, asking if that's an order, while Hansu Kong lies on the ground, groaning, calling her a monster. Suddenly, a black-haired man rushes forward, shouting his intent to help Miss Dairoka. The goddess turns, surprised to see him, as Hansu Kong remains in the background. Hansu Kong, however, seems unfazed by the interruption, confident in his thorough knowledge of the goddess's fighting style, wishing only for the mana to support her. A sharp, metallic sound echoes as a glowing red sword pierces through his head, yet Hansu Kong lets out a defiant cry of pain, refusing to fall. Standing over the kneeling Alsa's swordmaster, the goddess taunts him, remarking that he claimed to know her well, but clearly didn't anticipate this turn of events. Her gaze sharp, she wonders aloud if this man isn't incredibly annoying, finding it difficult to deal with such a persistent nuisance. Meanwhile, Alsa's swordmaster, still on the ground, dismisses Hansu Kang's actions, suggesting he's merely trying to impress her and questioning if she doesn't see through his facade. Despite the goddess's relentless magical assault, Hansu Kang endures, his body absorbing the vibrant pink and purple energy with a fierce determination. The goddess, her expression hardening, declares her intense hatred for traitors, her words laced with venom. But before she can press her advantage, Hansu Kang retaliates with a powerful, glowing fist, his attack catching her off guard. As she recoils, the goddess acknowledges her undeniable status as a slave, a purple orb of energy forming in her hand. Yet, with fierce defiance, she asserts that she never swore to be his slave, her words echoing with a powerful, resonating energy. Their conflicting wills erupt in a violent explosion of red and purple magical energy, the raw power of their clash tearing through the air. The goddess, visibly strained, admits that her recovery cannot keep pace with her wounds, the toll of the battle evident on her face. Hansu Kang grunts in exertion, his own body feeling the strain, as he wonders aloud just what kind of opponent he's facing, a wry chuckle escaping him. As his eyes blaze with a fierce, crimson light, Hansu Kang's clenched fist ignites with a potent red aura, streaks of raw power radiating outward. And from the unseen, a voice responds, declaring that his actions are not a bad excuse. A surge of raw, crimson and violet energy erupts, crackling with immense power. The chaotic magic intensifies, a shimmering downpour of purple particles cascading through the dark, ethereal space. Above the crouched figure of Hansu, a pink-haired demoness with small horns floats menacingly, her form wreathed in dark, swirling energy. Hansu braces himself, a grunt escaping his lips as the oppressive purple aura washes over him, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light. With blinding speed, the demoness descends, delivering a powerful kick that sends a shockwave of golden energy outward. Despite the assault, Hansu's resolve hardens, a defiant "no dice," echoing through the void. Her foot connects with brutal force, the impact reverberating as she lands firmly. The blow sends Hansu reeling backward, a pained gasp escaping him as he struggles to regain his footing. Undeterred, the demoness presses her advantage, her boot striking the ground with a sharp, decisive sound as she closes the distance. A cruel smirk plays on her lips, a trickle of blood at the corner, her red eyes gleaming with predatory satisfaction. But Hansu, now with a nascent, bat-like wing unfurling from his back, meets her gaze with unwavering determination, declaring that she might be tougher than the orcs, but he doesn't care about himself at all. A faint, ethereal wing begins to unfurl from Hansu's back, shimmering with nascent power. The demoness, observing this sudden transformation, questions the nature of the wings now appearing on her opponent. Ignoring her surprise, Hansu's fist ignites with a fierce red glow, his resolve hardening as he declares his intent to strike her down before she can escape. He lunges forward, a crimson aura trailing behind him, his body a blur of motion aimed directly at the demoness. With devastating force, his glowing fist connects, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The demoness recoils violently from the blow, her expression one of shock and pain as she's thrown off balance. A burst of light erupts from her arm where the punch landed, the force of the strike clearly visible. She tumbles through the air, momentarily disoriented, her body twisting as she loses control. Watching her retreat into the distance, Hansu curses under his breath, frustrated by her escape. Kneeling, he realizes the demoness had pushed herself to her limits, exhausting her energy with repeated attacks and recoveries. Then, a system message flashes, revealing a new power, Outsider, Fairy, as a soft pink glow emanates from his hand, indicating a new acquisition. With this newfound ability, he taunts his retreating foe, declaring that her power was never truly formidable. He soared through the sky, his newly manifested wings beating powerfully as he declared his intent to end the confrontation with a single, decisive move. But the demoness, her red eyes blazing with fury, let out a fierce battle cry, refusing to yield. A massive, glowing purple blade of energy materialized from her hand, slashing through the air with immense power. As her attack surged forward, Hansu prepared his own counter, a determined glint in his eyes. His hand glowed with a fierce red light, connecting with the demoness in a powerful impact, the force of his blow echoing through the sky. With that final strike, he declared, "It's over." A flush spread across his cheek as his eyes glowed intensely, a surprised gasp escaping him at the sheer power he had unleashed. He watched the demoness recoil and begin to flee, a trail of purple energy marking her retreat, a new question forming in his mind as he observed her. The demoness cried out in pain, her body racked by the impact, purple energy flaring around her as she struggled. Clutching her chest, she let out a pained groan, her defeat undeniable. With a final burst of speed, she vanished into the distance, leaving only a faint shimmer in her wake. As she faded from view, Hansu's thoughts lingered on her true form, realizing, it's white. A sudden realization flashes across Hansu's face. As he sits dejectedly on the forest floor, groaning softly, wondering what exactly he has lost. Meanwhile, a divine entity grumbles about their bafflement, desiring to cleanse the outsider's mind, and questioning if this recent defeat truly makes sense to him. Suddenly, a translucent, hooded figure with glowing green eyes appears behind Hansu, who looks startled, as the ethereal being declares that this turn of events was beyond her control. Later, the pink-haired demoness, now sitting opposite him, asks if he intends to get her new clothes, her tone implying an expectation. Hansu, however, responds with an apathetic shrug, questioning why he should bother. Meanwhile, a black-haired woman with a sword seemingly piercing her head winks playfully, a mischievous glint in her red eyes. But her playful demeanor is short-lived as the demoness delivers a sharp punch to her face, declaring that it's a slave owner's duty to provide food, shelter, and clothing for Miss Dairoka. Back with Hansu, the translucent goddess sighs in exasperation, muttering about his stubbornness. He then carefully lifts a blue blanket, revealing a softly glowing yellow orb beneath it. The blanket gently sways, as if disturbed by the orb's subtle energy. The pink-haired demoness, her hands clasped, confesses that she was defeated from the very beginning, never truly having a chance to win. After all, she ponders, she has no idea what will become of her in this exhausted state, fearing she might fall under the control of some garbage once her ownership is transferred to him. Her eyes glowing red with resentment, she internally acknowledges Hansu as her owner, an inferior creature, while a chibi representation of him appears in her thoughts, letting out a frustrated sigh. Furthermore, she considers the entire situation a profound humiliation. Hansu, a smirk playing on his lips, pokes her cheek, suggesting she lost on purpose, which makes him extremely uneasy. He then addresses her directly, asking, "By the way, Dairoka, don't you have anything to say to me? Something like I lost or I will obey?" Turning her head away, the demoness retorts, "Do you think that was easy to do?" She then covers her mouth, claiming the humiliation and embarrassment that people will eternally mock her for should just be considered a test, to which Hansu dismissively replies that it's merely her side of the story. With her arms crossed and a furious expression, Dairoka accuses him of being too greedy, demanding to know what more he could possibly want from her. Suddenly, Hansu's face contorts in a furious snarl, blood dripping from his eye as he screams, "You bastard! If you demand anything ridiculous from Miss Dairoka." Before he can finish, Dairoka retaliates with brutal force, stomping down on the now prone Hansu, declaring that she won't forgive him, while he weakly tries to tell her to shut up. With her boot firmly planted on his head, she taunts him, asking if he can beat her owner in a fight, as Hansu cries out in agony. As a certain god continues to mock him as a pathetic demon, Hansu watches the hooded Dairoka tremble, a wry thought crossing his mind that the guy truly perseveres. His expression shifts to one of surprise, his hands rising to his face in disbelief. A faint glow emanates from his hand as he questions, "Are you trying to do this time?" He pulls the pink-haired demoness into a tight embrace, asking if he's trying to compensate her properly, but she quickly retorts that it's not what she means at all. Tears welling in her eyes, she confesses, "I'm tired because of you, master. I'll leave the rest to you." He looks down at the demoness in his arms, a silent thought forming about this perplexing woman. Suddenly, a furious scream echoes through the forest, her voice filled with rage as she curses, "Keikon Hansu, you bastard dash." The scene abruptly cuts to darkness, before revealing a grand, classical building under a clear sky, signaling a shift in location. Inside, a blond man encased in a glowing blue orb offers a confident declaration, "I trust you." Elsewhere, a white-haired woman sighs, her expression troubled, lamenting, "This is trouble. I can't believe the orcs got wiped off of the plains." She holds a wiggling, rainbow-colored slime creature, continuing her worried thoughts. First, the number of gnolls drastically went down in the forest, and now it's the orcs. In a different chamber, a white-haired woman with a knowing smile asks if her visitor came to see her because she is the saintess, before clarifying that it is not quite the reason. Meanwhile, Councilwoman Sebilis, a woman with light green hair and a large red bow, lies comfortably in bed, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she is addressed. Holding a small, colorful, blob-like creature in her hands, she muses aloud about the forest of gnolls. A thoughtful expression crosses Sebilis' face, her smile softening as she wonders how he is doing. Far away, amidst a swirling, fiery void, two figures, one with long, light hair and the other with shorter, dark hair, lie suspended, their forms faintly glowing against the ominous backdrop. A teacup clinks softly as Sebilis considers the request, asking if they truly wish to find both the stolen items and the culprit. The white-haired noblewoman confirms her desire, to which Sebilis replies that while she won't find the culprit herself, it is indeed possible. Gently touching the small, rainbow-colored slime on the table, the white-haired woman states her intention to request its cooperation. A hint of skepticism crosses her features as she inquires, wondering if this friend truly possesses such an ability. Sebilis, holding the adorable creature, smiles brightly, assuring her that this friend is special, unlike other slimes. She proudly declares its name, Molong, though the white-haired woman admits she cannot understand what is being said. With a confident chuckle, Sebilis promises that she will understand once she witnesses Molong's power. As they stand in a room marked by footprints, the white-haired woman asks about clues to the culprit, and Sebilis confirms they are currently at the scene of the crime. The white-haired woman then directly requests Molong to find the thief who intruded into her room, a revelation that visibly shocks Sebilis. Holding the small, round creature, the white-haired woman asks Molong to reveal the intruder's identity, and the slime begins to glow with a soft, yellow light. The glow intensifies, radiating outward, as Molong prepares to unleash its unique power. Molong continues to glow with vibrant, shifting colors, its unique form pulsating with energy as the white-haired woman begins to speak, trying to articulate her surprise at the slime's abilities. She wonders aloud what Molong is communicating, expressing disbelief that even with her linguistic blessings, she cannot interpret the creature's message. Molong's explanation, conveyed through its glowing form, reveals that the intruder escaped using the holy sword hanging on the wall, a realization that dawns on her with a gasp of understanding. Her expression hardens into one of shock and anger, as she declares the culprit to be none other than the warrior. Meanwhile, the mint-haired woman, smiling gently, praises Molong for identifying the culprit so quickly, then offers her own assistance, asking if there's anything else she can help with. She then reveals her intention to join a magic institute this time, hoping for help when the moment arrives. Taken aback by this news, Sebilis asks if she means she'll be taking a professorship at the institute. The mint-haired woman confirms, explaining that her level was lower than that of the soldier during the last incident. She recalls her helplessness, unable to do anything in that critical moment. Though she tried to raise her level through hunting, it ultimately proved to be a path unsuited for her. She only realized from that experience that it simply didn't suit her. The white-haired noblewoman is known as Sebilis. In a vibrant forest clearing, a fairy queen, despite living thousands of years as a member of the fairy kingdom, remains only level 12, due to her benign nature and reluctance towards wars. Meanwhile, the white-haired Sebilis, having been advised that gaining experience without battles would be the best choice for her, responds with a determined smile, affirming her understanding and promising to try her best. A confident smirk plays across Hansu Kang's lips as he reflects on a recent encounter. He clenches his fist, a fierce determination in his eyes, thinking about the significant power gap between himself and his opponent, Choi Kong-min, and vows to completely thrash him the next time they meet. Even the gods seem to be taking notice of his progress, with a certain evil deity giving him a double thumbs up and a childish god offering a review that was really cool, prompting him to demand more compliments. A wide, almost mischievous grin spreads across his face, reveling in the attention. Later, a stout merchant approaches him in the town square, announcing that he has the ordered objects for warrior Oh Han-woo, who simply acknowledges the delivery. The merchant then presents a gleaming sword, explaining that it's just a small token of thanks for someone who will be saving the world. Though he still thinks the praise is a bit much, Hansu Kang accepts the gift and then asks the merchant if there's a dungeon nearby that no one has conquered yet. The merchant, with a hearty laugh, dismisses the idea, stating that it wouldn't make sense for dungeons to not exist when warriors are growing, implying that such a place would surely have been found by now. A low murmur ripples through the gathered crowd, drawing Hansu Kang's attention. He wonders what could be happening, while a voice from the crowd asks about the commotion, and another thanks him, wishing him a safe journey. As the crowd presses in, a man exclaims, wondering what in the world is going on. Hansu Kang gasps, his eyes widening at the sight of Sebilis, who stands before them, radiating an ethereal beauty that makes the crowd whisper about her loveliness. A villager questions if she is a noble, while Sebilis, with a gentle smile, apologizes for causing a disturbance. She reassures them that she hasn't come seeking revenge, as Hansu Kang, burdened by his bags, wonders why she is here, regretting his earlier actions. Molong, the small slime, cries out its name, drawing attention as Sebilis looks down at it with a soft expression. Molong continues to call out, and Hansu Kang, observing the scene, realizes this must be the heroine event he'd heard about, trying to stop it from progressing. Suddenly, a stout, bald man pushes through the crowd, demanding to be let through. Sebilis, with Molong perched on her shoulder, turns to a villager, inquiring if the bald man is the new mayor. The mayor confirms her assumption, then asks for a minute, wondering if the basement is still the same, to which he eagerly replies, yes, this way. As the mayor leads the way, Hansu Kang points to Molong, asking Sebilis what it is, while the small slime looks up at him. He flashes a wide, almost mischievous grin, gesturing with a finger as if to prompt a confession, asking if she has nothing to tell him. Suddenly, a glowing purple box appears, announcing something special, while the mint-haired woman looks on, utterly bewildered, stating that she doesn't understand the purpose of such questions. The special notification shatters into glittering fragments, its vibrant purple energy bursting outward with a resounding crash. His expression shifts to one of annoyance and confusion, wondering aloud what is happening and why he didn't receive an immediate signal for such a heroine event. An unseen male god observes, having analyzed that there is another owner, a sentiment an evil god agrees with, as the protagonist, still smiling, presses the mint-haired woman further, asking if she is married by any chance. She looks down, her expression troubled, admitting it was planned that she would get married, but then gasps in surprise as if caught off guard by the sudden turn of the conversation. A heavily armored knight, his face obscured by a helmet, suddenly appears beside the distressed woman, a small fire spirit hovering nearby, exclaiming that this is unmannerly and demanding that they stop. The mint-haired woman, her eyes closed in displeasure, echoes the sentiment, declaring that it makes her unhappy and they should stop right there. With the awkward moment past, the protagonist leads the way, calling out, "Let's go," as the mayor, the mint-haired woman, and the small slime creature follow behind, the mayor eagerly assenting. As they walk, an unseen male god asks if the protagonist is all right, his concern echoing in the ethereal space. The protagonist, looking thoughtful and a touch pitiful, muses that she definitely has some incidents she's not able to explain, concluding that as a protagonist, he thinks he should help her. From the unseen realm, a certain male god smacks his knee in admiration, while a childish god sends exclamations, both reacting to the unfolding drama. He walks through the town, carrying 2 large sacks, reflecting that there's no need to rush, as there are still many things he doesn't yet understand. Meanwhile, a distant, unseen presence muses, wondering if some investigation should be conducted. Later that night, the warriors gather. As Alsa's swordmaster addresses a large assembly, he reminds them that their ultimate goal is the subjugation of the Demon King, and to achieve this, all methods and ways must first be mobilized. He declares that this time's tournament is no different. Pointing to a map, he explains that in the area marked by red lines, a great number of orcs have been left free. The tournament's assignment, he continues, is to hunt an orc and retrieve the tag from its ankle. A ripple of unease spreads through the assembled warriors, some questioning the presence of orcs, while others openly express their fear. Alsa's swordmaster emphasizes that the method or trick used doesn't matter, only that the winner is the one who brings back the most tags. And the grand prize for this tournament, he announces, is the warrior's holy sword, a weapon of unparalleled power. A different version of Hansu Kong, with sharp, amber eyes and spiky dark hair, clenches his fist, muttering about the bloody bastard who possesses the holy sword. He resolves that to make up for getting his tail caught by Han Wu, he must win this tournament. As the sun begins its descent, casting a warm, golden glow across the rooftops of the town, a young man finds himself reflecting on his journey, a quiet thought escaping him that it would have been nice to have some save points along the way. He recalls the system's blessings and curses, realizing with a sigh that he cannot gain admission to the academy without a warrior's post. Later, an armored figure questions him, asking if he was assigned as an escort there. The armored figure confirms that warriors are indeed being admitted into the Magic Academy, and even the fairy elder is set to become a teacher. Peeking from around a corner, Han Wu processes this new information, a single word echoing in his mind. Academy? He ponders the implications of a teacher and student relationship as he stands on a rooftop overlooking the city, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of purple and orange. A white-haired woman approaches him, her voice filled with concern as she says, "Hey Han Wu, this is wrong." He simply asks, "Why is it?" Meanwhile, a mint-haired woman, holding a letter, expresses her own reservations, stating, "We are teacher and student." Han Wu, with a slight smirk, dismisses her concerns, telling her to not mind the trivial things. Back on the rooftop, the white-haired woman declares her affection, saying, "I like you, teacher," to which Han Wu replies, "Han Wu, I like you too." A soft giggle escapes Hansu, as pink petals drift gently around him. He ponders the challenge ahead, the problem of how he'll gain admission to the academy weighing on his mind, despite his current status as a level 4 warrior with various F-rank blessings and curses. Meanwhile, in the cosmic expanse, a certain evil god assures him that the matter will be sorted if he reinstates it, while a water god condemns the idea, stating disinterest. His hands clench with resolve, a faint glow emanating from them as he makes a decision. With a determined expression, he realizes he can simply revert to being a warrior. His conviction solidifies, declaring his intention to attend a magic academy as well. That night, at the temple, he makes a grand entrance, greeting everyone with a cheerful, "Long time no see." The blonde prince, Alsus, responds with a slight smile, acknowledging that it hasn't been that long, as other students look on with varied expressions. Alsus, clearly taken aback, questions how he managed to arrive there. With a triumphant grin and a radiant aura, Hansu declares his intention to participate in the tournament as well. He stands before the grand entrance, a warrior in a place of magic, contemplating the rules of engagement. A person who is not a warrior cannot participate, he muses, but then a thought solidifies his resolve. He will simply return to being one, believing his skill level should be more than enough. A sudden realization washes over him, his hand flying to his mouth in a gesture of surprise, as he blurts out, "Don't you think so, guys?" His words are met with a tense silence, Alsus glaring with open annoyance, while a blue-haired student beside him looks on with a mixture of shock and disbelief. Alsus steps forward, his gaze sharp and direct, informing him that news has spread of his being considered an equal to warrior Choi Kong Min. The blue-haired student, still reeling from the unexpected declaration, interjects, expressing his suspicion of Hansu's personality. Alsus presses further, his voice laced with accusation, asking if he has forgotten about the incident with the fairy, a question that visibly shocks Hansu. The blue-haired student gasps, demanding to know how Hansu could have done such a thing, while Hansu quickly retorts that it was all a misunderstanding. His eyes wide with distress, Hansu insists he was genuinely trying to help her. Alsus, however, remains unconvinced, his expression hardening, and he scoffs at Hansu's audacity to tell such an obvious lie. As Alsus clenches his fist in frustration, Sebilis watches the exchange, her gaze calm amidst the rising tension. Her attention then shifts to a white-haired woman standing nearby, a silent observer, and Sebilis wonders if she is merely waiting, unable to discern her true intentions. Finally, with a heavy sigh, Hansu concedes, muttering, "Huff. Understood." He lets out a surprised exclamation, then quickly adds that he will return the money, but only on the condition that he gets to participate. The blonde swordmaster, acknowledging the funds Hansu received when he gave up his warrior post, states that he will recognize his return. Hansu, with a wide, confident grin, admits he's used all the money up in training. He reassures the swordmaster that he will pay it off soon, so there's no need to worry, while the blonde man's expression tightens. The swordmaster's gaze remains stern, and a faint blue glow begins to emanate from his hand as he warns Hansu that it's still too early to be happy. The blue energy in his hand flares with a whoosh, as he expresses his desire to see how much Hansu has grown since leaving the temple. With a powerful surge of light from his palm, he declares his intention to confirm it himself. A group of students nearby murmur in surprise, their eyes wide as they witness the swordmaster's display of power. Hansu's expression darkens, a confident smirk playing on his lips, as he retorts that the swordmaster would be very surprised, while a certain evil god grumbles about not having enough popcorn for the show. Facing the blonde man, Hansu's hand begins to glow with a fierce orange fire, as another god watches the unfolding scene with a very comfortable expression. With a determined shout of, "Here I come," Hansu's fiery aura intensifies, ready to meet the challenge. His hand erupts in a blinding burst of orange energy, unleashing a powerful attack with a resounding crash. A tense silence hangs heavy in the air as Hansu, alongside a dark-haired female student and a short-haired male student, stares down at something unseen, their expressions etched with profound concern. A voice breaks the quiet, wondering, is he alive? As a system notification flashes into existence, emblazoned with the word, survival. Indeed, an injured man lies contorted on the cracked ground, his body still, yet the system confirms his continued existence, implying that the chances of not dying have greatly increased, though pondering the specifics of his survival would only lead to a headache. Meanwhile, Prince Alsus, with a confident smile, addresses a gathering, announcing, "This is the last confirmation. Those who are participating in the tournament, raise your hand." He adds a stark warning. For your information, there will be no protection provided to the warriors in the upcoming incidents. The revelation sends a ripple of shock through the assembled students, with a curly-haired male student exclaiming, "And no protection? That means that we might die again." A light brown-haired female student adds, "This is a bit," as the group murmurs in distress. Despite the grim warning, Hansu's hand rises steadily into the air, a silent declaration of his intent to participate. He is not alone, as the dark-haired female student and a blonde female student also raise their hands, their resolve mirroring his own. The rest of the students, including the short-haired male, the curly-haired male, the light brown-haired female, and a smoking male student, remain hesitant, their faces a mix of fear and uncertainty. A subtle smirk plays on Hansu's lips, a hint of confidence or perhaps amusement at the unfolding situation. Prince Alsus, still smiling, reiterates his message. Those warriors who are hesitating to participate in the tournament, do not regret later and state your answer now. A silver-haired woman, standing beside the prince, interjects calmly. Prince Alsus, that should be enough. Let us respect the warriors' decisions. The silver-haired woman, her amber eyes sharp, addresses the assembly, declaring that those warriors not participating in the tournament should prepare to leave. Her words send a ripple of confusion through the students, who question the sudden command to pack up. With a knowing gaze, she clarifies, revealing their intention to intensively sponsor warriors who possess both courage and determination. This, she explains, was all part of the initial selection process, prompting one student to bravely declare his participation. Soon, others follow suit, their voices rising in a chorus of commitment, though a dismissive scoff can be heard from the crowd. A gentle smile graces the woman's lips as she muses that true courage is essential for a warrior, distinguishing them from mere mercenaries who only seek profit. The initial group of students, however, remains unconvinced, protesting that the winning candidate had already been decided, and they were simply acknowledging reality. With a serene expression, the woman counters, stating that warriors who look at reality and avoid fights are not needed. One student, overwhelmed by the pressure, lets out a frustrated groan. The scene shifts to an imposing, ornate door as the woman prepares to announce the next phase. Addressing the remaining students, including Hansu, who stand before the door, she congratulates them for bravely passing the first round of the tournament. With a final, encouraging smile, she wishes them God's blessing for the next round. As the day progresses, Hansu Kong walks through the town, his thoughts still lingering on a recent encounter. He mutters to himself, a hint of annoyance in his voice, about that Cogmo bastard and the unexpected farewell he received. Meanwhile, the pink-haired demoness, clinging to him, vows to return stronger, suitable for Lady Jiroka, promising to make her wait and see. Suddenly, a translucent, hooded figure appears before him, a certain god remarking that the demoness' presence is unlike an outsider's. The god then suggests abandoning the demoness, prompting Hansu to calmly tell the deity to settle down. The god, however, states that the situation is very uncomfortable, and Hansu can only curse under his breath. The god's discomfort intensifies, feeling increasingly uneasy. The feeling of unease continues to grow within the god, until, with a soft shimmer, the deity begins to retreat. Without another word, the god simply runs away. Hansu, surprised by the sudden departure, questions aloud, "Huh? Run away? God? Hey God?" As he looks around frantically. He searches the empty space where the deity once stood, his voice trailing off as he asks, "Are you there?" To the silence. As the sun casts long shadows over a quiet town, a thought echoes, wondering if this unfolding reality could truly be genuine. Meanwhile, a certain god peeks into the world, her presence a faint, ethereal glow. Shrouded in a simple hooded cloak, she floats, observing the unfolding events with keen interest. From a grand hall, Alsa's swordmaster declares, "I myself will confirm how much he has grown on his own," as the god continues her silent vigil. With a determined expression, the god announces, "Here I come," as she looks around, preparing for her intervention. A moment later, she meticulously checks her schedule, confirming the precise timing for her next move. Suddenly, Hansu Kong is sent hurtling through the air, a cry of surprise escaping him as he crashes down with a resounding thud. Back in the grand hall, the god unleashes a vibrant burst of pink and purple magic, causing two onlookers to gasp in awe and alarm. With her intervention complete, the god beams with a wide, satisfied smile, her mission seemingly accomplished. A quiet night settles over the town, the only sound the gentle breeze, as if nothing out of the ordinary had just transpired. Yet, Hansu Kong is still reeling from the goddess's intervention, his body twisting midair from the sheer force of the impact. Meanwhile, the goddess herself slumbers peacefully, a soft smile gracing her lips as she dreams, perhaps, of her recent amusement. Back in his own reality, Hansu Kong stands before a glowing purple screen, his gaze fixed on the ominous words detailing the outsider's system, which resets all stats except death. A thoughtful hum escapes him as he processes the information, a flicker of relief crossing his features as he realizes the blessing is still active, meaning the god hasn't truly abandoned him. He sits, deep in contemplation, his hand resting on his chin as he considers his next move. Suddenly, a soft click announces a presence at the door, and a young woman with a braided ponytail peeks in, offering a polite, "Excuse me." With a cheerful smile, the employee begins to report on another customer, wondering if a demon might be involved. But her expression quickly twists into one of abject terror, a horrified shriek escaping her lips as she recoils from something unseen. Hansu Kong now sits, his eyes glowing a malevolent red, surrounded by a swirling vortex of dark, arcane energy, the word massacre hanging heavy in the air. He looks down, his face unreadable, as the terrified employee stammers out apologies, begging him to spare her precious time. He stares at the system message, a sudden realization dawning on him as the word massacre flashes across his vision, detailing how friendly races would now fear him and revolt against his cruel acts. A wry smile plays on his lips as he considers the implications, recalling how the sensation had only been a tickle until recently, but now it tingled with a strangely enjoyable feeling. His hand instinctively rests on the hilt of his sword, thinking that it wouldn't be a problem, as it wasn't a big issue for him. Gazing out at the city lights, he muses, wondering if now would be the optimal time for those thieves to be active. With a determined stride, he resolves to get revenge on them before leaving the city. Meanwhile, a certain god, shrouded in a glowing, hooded cloak, sneaks back home, her ethereal form shimmering. Hansu Kong notices her presence, remarking that she returned earlier than expected, while the god silently praises her solitary journey. The god, a wide smile on her face, demands a compliment from him. With a matching smile, Hansu Kong replies, acknowledging her good effort and asking if the outsider god would come somewhere with him. A certain god then asks, wondering if he's finally abandoning the demon. Hansu Kong glances at the sleeping goddess, her horns visible, muttering that she's in that condition now, as the god questions his destination. His eyes glow with an intense orange light, a fiery aura erupting around him as he declares that he's planning to meet those thieves who had attacked them. He turns, his voice carrying a hint of expectation, suggesting they should at least share a farewell before he departs. From beneath her hood, the goddess responds with a simple, "Well," then adds, "I haven't decided that yet." A certain deity then urges him to consider attending the academy, prompting him to react with surprise. The academy? He scoffs, declaring he will only decide after he has taught the thieves a lesson, a statement that leaves the goddess feeling uncomfortable. In a dramatic display, the goddess lies down on the floor, pressing him to promise her now, her ethereal form shimmering with faint light. He looks down at her, stating he will think about it after she has helped him, causing the goddess to dully open her eyes. With a slight frown, the goddess asks if he is still going to the academy after receiving her help. Looking out a window at the distant buildings, he replies evasively, "I will think about it positively." The goddess, still curious about what he needs help with, listens as he begins to explain. In order to catch a fish. A sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with a fierce orange light as he finishes. There must be bait. Under the serene glow of 2 moons, the night sky stretches out, a silent witness to his cunning plans. A portly man, his face beaming with avarice, claps his hands together, expressing effusive gratitude for a transaction, then calls for his slaves to be brought forth. Meanwhile, Hansu Kong addresses the ethereal presence of the goddess, thanking her for a translation he desperately needed, while she, in turn, inquires if he requires more slaves. A sly wink crosses his face as he muses aloud that everything will eventually prove useful. His gaze falls upon a diverse group of individuals, a magician's daughter, a knight's son, a noble, each with their own background, yet all reduced to the same status. He observes that the price for these low-level individuals seems surprisingly low, regardless of their past, and a faint smile plays on his lips as he admits that their lack of unfamiliarity makes him feel a touch of sadness. The goddess's voice echoes, stating that outward levels are insignificant, and that the inner level holds far greater importance, to which Hansu Kong readily agrees, his expression thoughtful. Turning his back on the group, Hansu Kong begins to walk away, his steps purposeful. Suddenly, he lunges forward, delivering a powerful kick to a man's chest, the impact sending ripples through the air. Nearby, a man and woman, both armed with crossbows, cheer excitedly, shouting bullseye, as if part of a game. Another man, aghast, calls him a fool, incredulous that a mere level 1 could command so many slaves, to which Hansu Kong responds with a cheerful, bingo. The man stares in disbelief, uttering a confused what? But Hansu Kong simply winks, declaring his methods too banal. With shuriken clutched in his hand, Hansu Kong confronts another opponent, asking if he's certain these are allies of the earlier group, while the injured man recoils, pleading not to be looked down upon. Still holding the thief boss by his hair, Hansu Kong watches as the man, despite his predicament, finds a strange amusement in the situation, before looking up at his distant allies and calling out to them. A slight smile plays on Hansu's lips, as he questions the man's peculiar reaction. His gaze then shifts to a nearby rooftop, where a considerable number of armed figures have gathered, prompting him to comment on their numbers. Suddenly, the thief boss, axe in hand, leaps from the height with a powerful shout, plummeting towards the ground. As he falls, a divine message echoes in Hansu's mind, a certain god urging him to attend the academy, a suggestion he receives with a look of mild annoyance. The thief boss, now enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, prepares his attack, while Hansu wonders if this man is truly the leader of these thieves. The air crackles with energy, and the translucent form of the goddess appears behind Hansu, pressing him for an answer. Looking down, Hansu apologizes to the divine being, declaring his intent to massacre his foes from this point forward, and promising to speak with her later, a decision that clearly makes the goddess uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the bandana thief, his face contorted in a fierce grin, lets out a guttural scream, urging his comrades into the fray. The goddess, still observing, grumbles that Hansu is not proceeding with the massacre quickly enough. Hansu acknowledges her impatience, and with a sudden burst of red energy, initiates an outsider massacre, a devastating attack that sends shockwaves through the area. As the bandana thief reacts in shock, Hansu's eyes and fist glow with an ominous red light, his resolve hardening as he vows to end the confrontation swiftly. A thief, his face contorted in terror, can only stammer out a disbelieving. In no way, as Hansu Kong, moving with impossible speed, slashes a short sword across the neck of the thief boss, who cries out in shock, unable to comprehend how a level 1 could possess such power. He looks down at the unconscious forms of his attackers, a slight frown creasing his brow, muttering that it feels strange to defeat them with his bare hands, while above the fallen, a translucent, hooded figure, a certain god, spins and dances. Then demands that they be massacred quickly. The bandana thief, seeing his injured leader, cries out, "The boss! There you are!" But the protagonist simply smirks, his eyes glowing with an inner power, and declares that he won't kill them, even as the thief boss, screaming in rage, charges forward once more. But before he can reach him, Hansu Kong delivers a brutal kick to another fleeing thief, shattering his spine with a sickening crack. The thief boss collapses to the ground, gasping in agony. As 2 more thieves, enraged by their leader's defeat, rush at the protagonist with swords drawn, vowing to make him pay for what he's done. He looks around, taking in the aftermath of the battle. Outside, the night air settles over the grand building, a faint sound echoing in the distance. 2 guards survey the scene, one wondering aloud if the fallen thieves are still alive. Standing over the pile of defeated figures, Hansu Kong hears an odd voice remarking on the incredible display of power. A hand extends a pouch filled with coins, a reward for his efforts, which he accepts with a simple thank you. The guards express their gratitude, explaining that the slimes will handle the cleanup of the remaining mess. As the slimes begin their work, he notices a peculiar bone lying on the ground, questioning why it hasn't been absorbed. Picking it up, he realizes it's an imbued bone, a rare and valuable material that even the slimes won't consume. Suddenly, the translucent form of a certain god appears behind him, its voice echoing a clear command. He must go to the academy now, a directive that elicits a frustrated groan from him. Still processing the divine directive, Hansu turns to the translucent, hooded figure beside him, wondering aloud what could possibly be at this academy that warrants such insistence, as the ethereal presence grumbles, reminding him not to ignore its words. With a slight smile, the god confesses it doesn't even know which academy it is, before quickly correcting itself and calling out his name. A confused sound escapes Hansu, his brow furrowed in bewilderment. Suddenly, a stern-faced knight approaches, asking about the bone he carries, and mentioning his son who is also bound for the academy, causing Hansu to internally lament that this situation is quickly turning dire. He struggles to comprehend the knight's words, his mind racing with the terrifying possibility of being accused of attempted murder against a royal. The realization that his interrogator is a knight only deepens his apprehension, his eyes widening slightly in alarm. Turning to the glowing, translucent figure, Hansu asks what's wrong, as the god translates that the knight is requesting he sell the imbued bone. The divine voice further clarifies that the knight intends to use the bone as a gift for his son, who is also destined for the academy. With a knowing smile and a pointed finger, the god reiterates the importance of the academy, emphasizing the word repeatedly. Hansu ponders the situation, his eyes closed in thought as he considers his options. Finally, he turns back to the knight, proposing a condition instead of money, which prompts a surprised query from the honorable man. With a confident grin and a thumbs up, Hansu declares his own desire to attend the academy. A bright, ethereal glow emanates, signaling that a certain god is smiling brightly, as the honorable knight, still processing the previous conversation, questions the mention of an academy. Around him, three small, hooded figures, glowing with an otherworldly light, murmur in unison, their presence a subtle manifestation of the god's inner thoughts. The ethereal glow intensifies, conveying that the god is happy, their heart beating with excitement, a silent, powerful emotion that the knight can almost feel. Overwhelmed by the sudden, palpable shift in atmosphere, the knight recoils in fear, his hand instinctively raised as one of the small, hooded figures looks on with wide, glowing eyes. As the knight struggles to comprehend what he's witnessing, the ethereal presence shifts, now conveying that the god feels uncomfortable, a small, hooded figure standing before the knight and Hansu, who appears to be listening intently. The discomfort escalates into a visible display of frustration as the god stomps their feet, the knight realizing that he understands the outsider god's reaction, and thus, Hansu's true intentions. Hansu, now accompanied by the pink-haired demoness, ponders whether he should engage in another negotiation, the demoness beside him echoing his thought with a curious, "A negotiation?" The knight, startled by her sudden appearance, exclaims, demanding to know when she arrived and how she managed to scare him. Ignoring the knight, the demoness turns to Hansu, her expression one of exasperation, and delivers a sharp slap, accusing him of leaving her behind while she was injured, deeming his actions excessive. The knight, observing the unexpected interaction, chuckles softly, teasing Hansu about being shy. However, his amusement quickly turns to terror as he finally registers the demoness' true nature, shouting in alarm at the sight of her horns and red eyes. From a nearby doorway, the demoness peers out, questioning if he is a knight, before a sudden crackle of electricity erupts, sending a shock through the terrified man. The pink-haired demoness, Dairoka, turns to Hansu, asking about the knight standing before them, prompting him to instruct her to translate the knight's words. The honorable knight, his brow furrowed in confusion, questions if she is a demon or a human, then bluntly asks if she is a slave. Dairoka, with a slight smirk, retorts that she wouldn't be moving around defenselessly if that were the case, while a translucent, hooded figure with glowing purple eyes, the outsider god, manifests beside Hansu. The outsider god's presence is accompanied by a declaration that it is tired of repeating itself, as Hansu, exasperated, urges both the knight and Dairoka to stop their bickering and properly negotiate about the academy. The translucent entity, its form shimmering with purple energy, seems to grow impatient, a silent hum emanating from its ethereal body as a narration box declares that the outsider god can no longer wait. Hansu's eyes widen in alarm, questioning if the outsider god is truly about to act. The knight, still focused on the previous argument, dismisses the idea of an academy, while Hansu desperately tries to interject, pleading for him to listen. Suddenly, a tremendous, unseen force slams into the area, causing Hansu, Dairoka, and the knight to be violently pushed back, their bodies reeling from the impact. In another part of the structure, two armored guards are similarly struck, their stances breaking as the powerful, invisible pressure washes over them. The knight, regaining some composure, demands to know what is happening, while Hansu and Dairoka, visibly shaken, echo his confusion, wondering aloud about the sudden, overwhelming event. The guards, pointing frantically into the distance, scream for everyone to look, one of them crying out in terror, invoking a higher power in his fear. The honorable knight, his face contorted in sheer terror, can only utter a choked sound, his entire body trembling uncontrollably from the immense, unseen pressure. A massive, clawed hand, glowing with an otherworldly energy, materializes from the ethereal blue, its presence alone enough to evoke a gasp of disbelief. As the hand fully forms, it reveals itself to be part of a colossal red dragon, its scaled body casting a terrifying shadow over the grand city below, prompting cries of alarm from the populace. With a guttural roar, the dragon's fanged maw opens, its voice echoing across the rooftops, demanding that the weak humans listen, for a despair that has transcended death has returned. Its glowing red eyes fixate on Hansu, the demoness, and the honorable knight below, declaring its intent to destroy them, along with the female warrior they believe in. Yet, amidst its terrifying pronouncements, the dragon lets out another roar, a note of confusion in its voice as it questions how its current body could be merely level 1. While the demoness and the knight look on in stunned concern, Hansu offers a knowing smile, as if the dragon's words confirm a suspicion he already held. The dragon's attention then shifts, its roar now directed at a green hooded figure standing defiantly below, who challenges the unseen force, demanding to know who dares to do this. As Hansu's eye narrows in contemplation, a small, childlike figure with glowing red eyes appears, its voice echoing the dragon's earlier question, asking who you ask. The flowing, ethereal robes of the small figure shimmer with a purple aura, as an unseen voice declares, "That's our god." A sudden, guttural shriek of terror echoes through the city streets, as panicked civilians scatter, one man desperately crying out for help. His voice barely a whisper as a colossal, scaled claw descends from the sky, followed by the terrifying sight of a dragon's gaping maw, its immense form casting a chilling shadow over the city. With glowing red eyes that pierce through the gloom, the horned demoness observes the creature, noting its sheer size and contemplating the disaster-level threat it represents. While Hansu Kong, standing beside her, remarks on her surprisingly carefree attitude, despite the overwhelming power of the beast before them, confident that he could at least escape if he couldn't defeat it. As the dragon's presence looms, a voice from below questions the source of this disturbance. And the dragon itself, with eyes blazing, roars a challenge, demanding to know who dares to interfere with its power. It quickly deduces that a warrior must be responsible, as a ball of intense, glowing fire begins to coalesce within its open mouth. Before unleashing a devastating torrent of flames, convinced that even such an attack would not be enough to defeat its vicious opponent. Golden light erupts, a searing wave of heat washing over the city. Buildings ignite instantly, their structures collapsing into a fiery inferno, leaving only embers in the air. Meanwhile, in a quiet alley, Hansu grips a golden sword, its hilt warm in his hand, as the pink-haired demoness watches him intently. Elsewhere, an armored man with a confident smirk turns away, promising to meet again soon. A divine voice echoes, proclaiming pride in its long-awaited work, then instructs Hansu to swiftly defeat the threat before him, leaving him utterly bewildered. The voice continues, urging him to display his skills to a certain knight, a hooded figure shrouded in a faint green aura, who seems to grasp the implication. The demoness gasps, recognizing the weapon in his hand as the holy sword, and Hansu explains that even Kogmo only identified it after physical contact. A purple-haired woman, the manifestation of a certain god, dismisses the sword as mere trash, then questions Hansu's status as a warrior, before declaring the weapon itself to be defective. The demoness, utterly perplexed, muses on the possibility of gods making mistakes, questioning the sword's supposed defectiveness. Meanwhile, the red dragon roars with fury, its maw spewing fire as it demands the warrior to finally emerge. It unleashes another devastating torrent of flames, threatening to reduce the entire city to ashes if its challenge remains unanswered. Witnessing the escalating destruction, Hansu, with a look of exasperated resignation, finally concedes to the dragon's demand. He shouts, his voice cutting through the chaos, ordering the archers to prepare. Then, with a final, desperate cry, he commands them to fire, sending a volley of arrows streaking into the rainy sky. A knight, leading the charge, echoes the order, his arm raised in a defiant gesture as the arrows fly. The red dragon, caught off guard, lets out a surprised grunt as the projectiles impact its scales, creating brief, blinding flashes. Its eye glows with furious contempt as it dismisses the attack, snarling at the mere humans who dare to challenge it. A crimson aura flares around its enraged eye, the creature lamenting that if only its level was normal, this would be over. Then, with a terrifying roar, the red dragon unleashes a torrent of fire, engulfing the knights below in a devastating explosion. From a hidden alcove, a man with a bandana peeks out, his eyes wide as he witnesses the dragon's destructive power. Suddenly, a knight in ornate armor steps forward, a brilliant golden aura radiating from his body and sword as he prepares to strike. He unleashes a powerful burst of golden and blue energy, a dazzling display of force. The knight advances through the golden light, leaving behind his exhausted and defeated comrades, his resolve unwavering. Watching the scene unfold, the pink-haired woman remarks to Hansu that such a display is only to be expected from a knight sworn to protect the country. A faint, knowing smile plays on Hansu Kang's lips as he observes the unfolding chaos, a quiet acknowledgement that this turn of events is precisely what he anticipated. Meanwhile, the pink-haired demoness dismisses the knight's efforts, confidently stating that she could easily block such an attack herself, and noting that the dragon isn't even in its normal, full-power state. Suddenly, her expression shifts to one of surprise, her eyes widening as she questions, "Master?" Hansu Kang looks down, a thoughtful expression on his face, pondering the demoness' observation with a quiet, "Is that so?" The red dragon's massive, scaly hand recoils from an unseen impact, a clear sign that the honorable knight's attack, though perhaps not devastating, had indeed landed. Despite the hit, the colossal beast lets out a furious roar, its red eyes glowing with renewed intensity, seemingly unfazed by the assault. With a swift, powerful motion, the dragon retaliates, its immense hand sweeping through the air, sending two armored figures flying helplessly into the distance. As the dragon asserts its dominance, a system notification flashes into existence, revealing that the creature has gained 2 levels, its power rapidly increasing. Hansu Kang's thoughts race, a new strategy forming in his mind as he realizes the dragon's rapid growth presents an unexpected opportunity for him to level up by hunting it. Clutching his sword, he receives an internal prompt from a certain god, urging him to quickly defeat the creature, a sentiment he echoes internally, understanding the urgency to act before its power escalates further. The demoness, flying nearby, questions who he's been talking to for so long, and Hansu points, revealing that he's been communicating with the one who resurrected the dragon. Her eyes widen in shock, her expression a mixture of disbelief and confusion as she processes his startling revelation. He observes the massive red dragon perched atop a distant building, explaining that he needs to make some preparations and requires a distraction for a short while. As the dragon takes flight, a system message confirms its formidable presence, revealing it to be a level 27 superior demon from the western continent. The beast roars, its voice echoing with destructive intent, declaring that this situation is perfect, and its opponents will become mere experience material. The pink-haired demoness, caught in the dragon's gaze, recoils, a purple energy beam already arcing towards her as she cries out in defiance. But before the dragon's attack can fully connect, a counterattack of purple energy slams into its side, causing the massive creature to bellow in pain. Enraged by the unexpected blow, the dragon snarls, its hand glowing with building fire as it curses its worm-like assailant. With a furious declaration, the Red Dragon King unleashes a torrent of flames, vowing that everything shall burn as the demoness is engulfed in the inferno. The sheer intensity of the dragon's fire magic fills the entire frame, a devastating wave of heat and destruction. The demoness cries out as the flames consume her, while a certain god questions her actions, wondering what on earth she is doing. Her expression shifts to one of frustration as the god scolds her, calling her a frustrating outsider. Meanwhile, Hansu Kang raises a finger to his lips, silencing the internal chatter and explaining that he is gathering strength, so quiet is essential. In response, the god physically blocks the demoness' mouth with both hands, ensuring her silence. A certain god questions the unfolding events, wondering if this situation is acceptable, then asks what exactly has transpired. Meanwhile, Hansu Kang kneels, a holy sword appearing in his grasp as he gathers a swirling crimson energy around himself, preparing a potent strike. With a decisive step forward, he mutters, a faint yellow glow emanating from his movement. The air crackles with his resolve as he declares, believing his preparations are now complete. His eyes burning with a fierce red glow, Hansu Kang lunges forward, the holy sword trailing crimson energy as he closes the distance. But before his attack can land, a massive fiery explosion erupts from the ground, engulfing the demoness and sending her recoiling violently. Her face contorted in fear and pain, Jiroka hears a desperate cry, urging her to move aside from the devastating blast. A single eye, wide with shock, reflects the sudden, overwhelming power as Hansu Kang registers the unexpected turn of events. The colossal red dragon, now fully enraged, unleashes a torrent of crimson energy, completely engulfing the demoness as Hansu Kang looks on. Its monstrous maw opens wide in a furious roar, spewing forth even more destructive power. The dragon's body glows with an ominous red light, its scales shimmering with raw, untamed energy. As black feathers drift down around her, the demoness falls, clearly injured, while in a distant, ethereal space, a certain god watches the devastating display with utter astonishment. His eyes burning with a fierce red glow, he unleashes the holy sword, a triumphant laugh echoing through the air as his attack connects. But before he can savor the victory, an overwhelming surge of power erupts, a challenging voice demanding, "How's that?" A powerful, crimson-tinged strike descends with blinding speed, tearing through the air as it impacts a massive, scaly head, sending blood spraying into the chaotic scene. The attacker, a young man, follows up with another devastating blow, leaping down to press his advantage. The dragon-like creature reels from the assault, its body breaking apart under the relentless force. Standing victorious over the defeated beast, Hansu Kong is accompanied by a small, ethereal companion, as a divine voice praises his actions, declaring that a certain god praises the outsider. He offers a casual, haha, thank you, while the dragon's head, surprisingly still conscious, can only utter, just what the? Hansu Kong looks down, genuinely surprised, asking, huh? I cut your neck and you can still talk? As the creature below him struggles to comprehend how it could be defeated by a mere level 1. Reflected in the dragon's eye, the young man's image is clear, as the beast's thoughts echo, you were just level 1. Later, a pink-haired demoness with bat wings confronts him, accusing, you used me as dragon bait. How pathetic of you. He simply replies, of course I did. Look at how big that dragon was. The demoness remains silent, while Hansu Kong, with a slight smile, casually remarks, anyways, good work. His next encounter is with an honorable knight, who stares at him in disbelief, exclaiming, you $%. Really $%. Hansu Kong simply responds with a surprised, oh. Still processing the recent battle, the demoness questions if her companion remains doubtful even after witnessing the spectacle, threatening to pluck out his useless eyeballs if he does, to which he simply tells her not to. Meanwhile, the honorable knight, having witnessed the impossible, swallows hard, his composure visibly shaken. He exclaims in disbelief, finding the entire situation sickening, as the massive red dragon lets out a pained cry. As the demoness and Hansu Kong walk away from the colossal, bleeding form of the Red Dragon King, the beast, in its dying moments, struggles to comprehend how it could be defeated by such a bastard. Hansu Kong, seemingly unbothered by the dragon's dying words, coughs lightly, then reassures the demoness that it's all right and there's no need to be embarrassed. Standing before the defeated beast, he listens as the Red Dragon King, with its last breath, swears by its very soul. Its single, glowing red eye narrows, filled with an intense, burning hatred, as it declares that Hansu Kong has inflicted upon it a humiliation far worse than mere failure. A dark, crimson energy begins to swirl around Hansu Kong, emanating from the dying dragon. As the dragon's final act is a powerful curse, its words echoing with malevolent intent while the red energy intensifies. As the curse washes over him, Hansu Kang's eyes glow a fierce red, and a brilliant, blinding light erupts from his chest. The light intensifying to reveal the words, King's Wrath, emblazoned in a golden frame, signifying a powerful ability activating within him. A single, bewildered thought escapes someone, simply asking, oh. A frustrated cry echoes through the space. As the glowing purple screen flickers before him, Hansu Kong stares in disbelief, another curse manifesting from the defeated dragon. The demoness explains that dragons are creatures of immense pride, rarely accepting defeat, and in their final moments, they often unleash a curse. He, however, can't comprehend this new development, wondering why he's being targeted after simply eliminating a monster that threatened the local inhabitants. Even the demoness, with her vast experience, admits she's never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Still fuming, he kicks at the remains of the dragon, utterly baffled by the unfairness of the situation. Meanwhile, a translucent, hooded figure, a manifestation of his inner god aspect, dances mockingly, seemingly enjoying his predicament and reminding him that he brought this upon himself. His hand trembles over the glowing interface, the reality of the curse settling in with a heavy weight. Kneeling, he questions the universe, wondering why he's been saddled with yet another curse. The system then clarifies the nature of this new affliction, King's Wrath. It will provoke nearby dragons with the rage of the one he just murdered, and an enraged dragon will attack him whenever his life is in danger. Clutching his head in agony, he groans, realizing this curse is designed to deliver the final blow precisely when he's most vulnerable. As the demoness smirks at the unfolding drama, he can only utter a confused huh at the absurdity of his fate. Hansu Kong, still reeling from the revelation of his new curse, looks down with a questioning gaze, wondering if the demoness is happy her owner got cursed. Of course not, she replies, revealing instead that she has received a new blessing. A confident smile gracing her lips, she explains that days like this only come to her through perseverance and not giving up. Hearing this, Hansu Kang's eyes widen in surprise, eagerly asking to see her blessing. As a glowing purple system message appears before him, detailing how his rage as the Dragon Slayer puts pressure on nearby dragons, and how an enraged dragon will protect him when his life is in danger, he can only laugh in utter disbelief and frustration. With a sharp snap, he slams his hand down, the force of his anger palpable. The honorable knight, kneeling nearby, reacts with a nervous ahem, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he tries to avert his gaze. Hansu Kong then grabs the demoness' face, his own expression a mix of shock and exasperation, demanding to know if she, too, received a blessing. His frustration boils over, and he stomps his foot heavily on the ground. He continues to stomp and yell in anguish, questioning why everyone else receives blessings while he alone is burdened with a curse, as the knight and two thieves cower before him. Meanwhile, a system message displays Hansu Kang's current status, including his blessings and the King's Wrath curse, while Molong, the small, hooded creature, cheerfully reacts with a yay. From a distant, ethereal realm, A cloaked figure, identified as a certain god, observes the outsider with a bright, knowing smile. Two small, translucent blue slimes jiggle gently on the ancient stone floor, their forms subtly undulating. A larger slime jiggles nearby, and he observes how useful these creatures are for separating ingredients. Sitting beside the pink-haired demoness, who leans against a large, red, dragon-like cart, he muses that if the slimes went through and separated everything, the resulting ingredients must surely be valuable. But a sudden realization washes over him, a look of horror crossing his face as he laments the sheer waste, unable to believe he has to give up all the fantasy ingredients. He knows the risk is too great, fearing he might be caught by the kingdom and the evil goddess if he were to take them. A distant roar of cheers reaches him, and he turns, a questioning sound escaping his lips as the crowd shouts for their knight. The shouts intensify, specifically calling out for Sir Knight. A jubilant crowd fills the street, their arms raised high in celebration of the knight's arrival. The honorable knight rides proudly on horseback, pulling the large red cart, flanked by the thief boss and the bandana thief, as the crowd continues to cheer. Initially surprised by the overwhelming adoration, the honorable knight seems to accept it with a slight smile, acknowledging the fervent cheers of Sir Knight. Hansu Kong, the pink-haired demoness, the thief boss, and the bandana thief stand together, observing the spectacle of the cheering crowd and the knight's procession. The scene fades, leaving a small blue glow at the bottom, indicating a shift in focus. Still standing before the honorable knight, Hansu Kong receives a grateful acknowledgement from the armored figure, who expresses a debt of gratitude. However, the pink-haired demoness, acting as a conduit for a certain god, relays a message to Hansu Kong, stating that his only task is to attend the academy, while also demanding that his share of a trophy be used for the city's restoration and the families of the deceased. A wide grin spreads across Hansu Kang's face as the demoness reminds him to be honored, for his very survival is owed to her and her master. With a dismissive gesture, she clarifies that they have no need for such pathetic garbage, instructing him to keep it for himself and other humans. The honorable knight flinches slightly at her bluntness, suggesting that her words sound like an attempt to provoke Hansu Kong, but he quickly dismisses the notion, claiming it's merely the knight's interpretation of his excellent translation. Hansu Kong simply offers a thoughtful, "If you say so," just as a faint, glowing blue light begins to pulse in the distant sky, accompanied by a low, resonant hum. All three look up, their expressions shifting to confusion as the knight voices the question on their minds. "What's that?" The blue light intensifies, swirling and coalescing into a distinct, skeletal form, hinting at something ancient and powerful emerging from the ethereal depths. A narration box ominously declares King's Wrath, as an elderly man, his face etched with shock, gasps in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. The ethereal blue energy continues to solidify, and another narration box proclaims, The Dragon's Rage, revealing the terrifying, glowing eye of a colossal skeletal dragon, its presence radiating immense power. A colossal skeletal dragon, identified as Bones 2, hangs suspended in the air, crackling with an eerie blue energy. As he stares up at the monstrous form, the pink-haired demoness confirms his suspicion, stating that it is indeed a dragon. He acknowledges her words, but notes that this manifestation appears significantly smaller than the dragon he encountered before. The demoness elaborates, explaining that it is the soul of a dragon, brimming with rage directed specifically at him, now summoned as a physical entity. Scratching his head in mild disbelief, he mutters about how fantastical the situation is, but hanging unspoken in the air. His expression hardens, a flicker of red igniting in his eyes as he recalls his past feat, having effortlessly cut down a living dragon, and now questions the audacity of this skeletal entity. With his eyes now blazing crimson, he challenges the very notion of this creature daring to look down upon him. Under a clear, blue sky, the day has arrived for brave heroes to embark on their quest to hunt the Demon King. Among the legendary figures gathered, a question lingers: who among them is truly the greatest? An enthusiastic announcer, microphone in hand, prepares to reveal the answer, his voice booming with excitement. And the answer, a young man with a determined gaze knows, will soon be revealed. The grand event is none other than the Hero Tournament. A massive crowd has gathered in the arena, their anticipation palpable as confetti rains down from above. A silver-haired woman acknowledges the vital support given to the growing heroes, her expression serene. Speaking into a microphone with a confident air, she continues her address to the eager audience. Two officials listen intently as she expresses her belief that this tournament will prove their support was not in vain. Another official then asks for opinions, mentioning a rumor that Hero Choi Kong-min is the strongest, eliciting a laugh from one of the heroes. However, a bald man interjects, dismissing the rumor and stating that from what he's heard, Jang Mayan is the true contender. Arya flinches, a soft groan escaping her lips as Yubora, her companion, asks with concern what troubles her. Her eyes wide with apprehension, Arya confesses that her mother is observing her from the noble seats. Meanwhile, from a distance, Arya's mother watches with a subtle, knowing smile, a quiet ah escaping her as she holds a delicate fan. Unfazed by the pressure, Yubora asserts that her mother's presence is all the more reason for confidence, warning Arya that her mother might be disappointed if she simply hides behind her back. Arya looks up, her expression shifting to one of awe, acknowledging Bora's strength as a hero. Inspired, Arya declares her intention to try her best as well, a determined hup, accompanying her resolve. Then, with a thoughtful expression, Yubora poses a seemingly random question. What will Arya do if another hero is in danger during the tournament? Without hesitation, her eyes shining with conviction, Yubora firmly states that she will help them. Arya smiles warmly, her admiration evident, repeating that Bora is truly strong. Bora, however, quickly dismisses the compliment, blushing as she insists she's not that strong, before admitting she was just thinking that's what he would have said, leaving Arya puzzled. Flustered, Bora waves her hands, declaring it's nothing, while Arya simply hums in mild suspicion. And now, the tournament awaits. The grand announcement echoes across the arena, declaring the tournament officially underway. With a powerful swing, a guard signals the start, his flag snapping in the wind as the word go rings out. Among the eager participants, a brown-haired warrior expresses surprise, wondering if they're already diving into the action. Suddenly, a surge of energy propels the competitors forward, their forms blurring into streaks of light as they race across the ground. The ground itself seems to ripple with their speed, a testament to the sheer velocity of the initial dash. A voice cuts through the commotion, calling out to Choi Kongmin, urging him to come over. With a confident grin, Choi Kongmin gestures towards a waiting carriage, revealing his prepared advantage and inviting everyone to board. Meanwhile, Hansu Kong observes the scene, a wry thought crossing his mind about Kongmin's usual preparedness, while internally reminding himself that knowledge is power and urging the others to run as hard as they can. A smirk plays on Choi Kongmin's lips, as he confidently declares his intention to claim all the orcs for himself. Nearby, Arya lets out a distressed sound, as Yubora holds her close, urging her to hold on tight. Before Arya can fully comprehend the situation, a hand suddenly grabs her arm, pulling her away with unexpected force. A terrified scream escapes her as the unknown assailant, moving with incredible speed, drags her rapidly across the terrain, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. As the hero tournament begins, Hansu Kong activates a system ability, his legs prepared to move faster than usual, unable to slow down or rest until he reaches his destination. Meanwhile, a blonde heroine watches in disbelief, frustrated that Choi Kong-min and Yubora are already ahead, having believed she would be the fastest. Her chibi form urges on, as two other heroes, one with glasses and another with light hair, race across a rooftop, determined not to fall behind. Elsewhere, an armored hero cheers from a horse-drawn carriage, driven by a commoner, as they gain ground in the chaotic race. The city blurs past in a rush of speed, the tournament's momentum carrying all participants forward. Far from the race, on a serene balcony overlooking a city, a hooded figure addresses Sebilis, her voice carrying a hint of reverence. She reveals that just last night, in the Night Kingdom's northern city, the legendary Red Dragon King Alkaiser had made an unexpected appearance. Sebilis recoils in shock, demanding confirmation of the Red Dragon King's identity. The hooded figure assures her, explaining that the dragon's physique, the number of its horns, and the color of its scales all perfectly match the ancient descriptions in literature, confirming it is indeed the Red Dragon King Alkaiser, the very one Sebilis herself hunted a century ago. A distant memory flashes in Sebilis's mind, a glimpse of the dragon's fearsome maw and two figures standing against it, as she acknowledges that she did indeed hunt it alongside the heroes of old. The hooded figure reflects on the weight of such a past, remarking that the memory must still feel as fresh as yesterday. Having been certain of the Red Dragon King's demise, Sebilis ponders the impossible, wondering if a divine power could have resurrected it. Yet, her expression hardens as she dismisses the notion, convinced that such an act is beyond the realm of possibility. Her thoughts drift to the ongoing tournament, a distraction she cannot afford, believing the gods would not orchestrate such an event without a profound reason, especially with the heroes preoccupied. A new possibility dawns on her, a chilling thought that perhaps a god, misjudging the tournament's location, might have inadvertently revived the ancient dragon. She questions the motive, knowing no hero is present in that area, and all are currently engaged in the grand competition, making the god's potential involvement even more perplexing. Suddenly, her gaze locks onto a familiar figure in the distance, a young man standing against the ominous sky. A realization strikes her with the force of a thunderclap, as the name Hero Kong Hansu echoes in her mind. She recalls the rumors of a god shielding him from detection, and a terrifying thought takes root. What if that very god is behind the dragon's resurgence? Her foot stomps in frustration, her voice sharp with indignation, demanding to know why this critical information was withheld from her. With renewed resolve, she declares her intention to personally confront the threat, determined to hunt down the Red Dragon King before it can inflict further devastation. But as she prepares to depart, the hooded figure calmly interjects, revealing that the Red Dragon King has already been brought down and killed, causing Sebilis to flinch in surprise. Stunned, Sebilis asks who accomplished such a feat, and the hooded figure explains that, despite no official reports, the dragon's breath was silenced by a single night. Letting out a soft sigh, Sebilis concludes that the Red Dragon King could not have been the one defeated, given the sheer impossibility of such a feat. The hooded figure's voice echoes, reminding her that it's impossible to withstand the Red Dragon King's blows alone, and that there's no reason to be swayed by misinformation, suggesting they discuss the matter later. With the grand arena looming in the distance, the focus shifts to the upcoming tournament. Meanwhile, a voice exclaims that such a notion is absolute nonsense, as birds flutter across a clear blue sky. An elderly man scoffs, refusing to give a free ride in his carriage, while another, more muscular man, angrily dismisses someone as a hero and tells them to leave. Hansu Kong, standing in the bustling town, turns his head, wondering what just happened, musing that it's only natural for a civilian to help a true hero. Suddenly, a system message appears before him, a certain god questioning if he's giving up so easily. His eyes widen in surprise, as he hears the word hero directed at him. A woman on horseback passes by, asking why he's still there and if he doesn't need to go to the plains. As a see-through system notification appears, detailing how it allows one to peek through physical barriers and increases the chance of weaknesses being exposed, Hansu Kong groans in frustration, lamenting that he can't see anything about the beautiful night because of his curse. He acknowledges the situation, muttering that the main character usually has a special ability, as sparkling particles surround a system window. The knight, her golden eyes gleaming, offers a ride, acknowledging the single horse might make for a less comfortable journey. Overjoyed by the unexpected offer, Hansu Kong readily accepts, his enthusiasm palpable. As he mounts the horse behind her, the knight instructs him to hold on tight, though she quickly adds a playful warning not to get too close. A mischievous grin spreads across his face, as he revels in the situation, affirming that this is exactly how things should be. With a firm grip on the reins, the knight promises to take him to their destination as quickly as possible. As they ride off, the wind whipping past them, Hansu muses internally that being with a lady knight is far superior to the company of some middle-aged man, wondering if he should even consider adding her to his party. Suddenly, the world around them blurs, a blinding flash of light engulfing everything. The light fades to an ominous darkness, filled with falling debris and distant, glowing embers. The knight finds herself plummeting through the air, surrounded by glowing particles as she falls uncontrollably. Not far behind her, Hansu also tumbles through the chaotic void, caught in the same inexplicable descent. Injured and bleeding, her face etched with terror, the knight cries out, desperately questioning the nature of this sudden, horrifying turn of events. As if in answer to her plea, a monstrous skeletal creature, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light and mist emanating from its form, materializes from the darkness below. As the chaotic descent continues, two skeletal, winged creatures, their forms crackling with blue lightning, arc through the void, unleashing concentrated blasts of searing yellow energy. The sudden, overwhelming assault causes Hansu to erupt in a furious scream, his eyes blazing with an intense orange glow as a fiery aura explodes around him. Still plummeting through the endless darkness, his voice echoes with raw frustration, demanding to know, what the fuck did we get into? A skeletal dragon, glowing with an eerie blue light, floats menacingly, a memory of a time when things were simpler. Looking up at skeletal hands descending from a stormy, lightning-filled sky, he recalls a past struggle. His jaw tightens with determination, remembering the intense effort it took to overcome that foe, until he finally killed that dragon skeleton. Standing victorious over the defeated, glowing blue remains, Hansu Kong had thought the battle was over. Suddenly, a sharp, ringing sound pierces the air, accompanied by a system notification declaring the Outsider King's wrath, his eyes widening in surprise. As more ring, notifications flash around him, along with the ominous Outsider King's wrath message, he looks around, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The ground beneath him begins to crack and crumble, as a glowing skeletal hand bursts forth from the debris. From the sky, two more skeletal dragon-like creatures descend, their forms glowing with malevolent energy, one of them roaring a chilling threat. I'll kill you. As more skeletal figures rise from the earth, their voices echoing with promises of chaos, destruction, death, the protagonist stands his ground, a silent question forming in his mind. One of the skeletal dragons, its jaw agape, seems to question the unfolding chaos. What's going on? With eyes glowing red and an aura of intense blue energy, a skeletal dragon lets out a ferocious roar, signaling the true beginning of the onslaught. As the shadowy figure of a massive skeletal creature declares its intent to kill, Hansu Kong observes the terrifying sight, realizing there's a truly enormous one among the horde. Meanwhile, a knight, overwhelmed by the sheer number of adversaries, wonders aloud why there are so many bone dragons. One of the hostile skeletal dragons, its eyes glowing red, snarls a direct threat, promising death to the human, causing the knight to recoil in distress. Frustration and despair etch across the man's face as he curses the situation, the overwhelming odds pressing down on him. Another hostile skeletal dragon, wreathed in a pale aura, soars menacingly through the air, adding to the knight's growing terror. Finally, the knight collapses, uttering a pained gasp, just as a system notification for King's wrath, appears, shimmering into existence. The golden-framed message clarifies the situation. The knight's rage as a dragon slayer is putting pressure on nearby dragons, and an enraged dragon will now protect him when his life is in danger. Responding to this activation, a different skeletal dragon, its eyes now glowing a vibrant green, emerges and declares that it will save and protect the human and their family. With a powerful, protective gesture, the enraged dragon extends a glowing blue claw over the fallen knight, shielding him from further harm. Its green eyes burning with resolve, the protective dragon reiterates its vow, promising absolute protection. Then, with a fierce determination, it shifts its focus to the surrounding threats, declaring its intent to kill them all. A blinding burst of white and blue energy erupts from the enraged dragon as it lets out a thunderous roar, ready to face the encroaching danger. A thoughtful hum escapes Hansu Kong as he observes the unfolding chaos. He questions the relentless onslaught, wondering what new horror could be behind the endless stream of skeletal dragons pouring into the burning village. Elsewhere, the pink-haired demoness, her eyes blazing with frustration, snarls at her attackers, unleashing a wave of potent purple magic to stop their annoying advance. But a skeletal dragon, its form crackling with dark energy, retaliates with a furious roar, lunging forward with deadly intent. The demoness is overwhelmed, her body sent flying backward, crashing to the ground as the relentless assault continues. Panting heavily, blood trickling from her lips, she struggles to regain her footing, weakly calling out for her master. A hostile skeletal dragon looms over her, its voice echoing with malice, promising her demise, while another, unseen entity, vows to save a human. Desperate, she attempts to escape, but the skeletal dragon pursues her relentlessly. Finally collapsing, she admits her energy is completely depleted, unable to move as the enemy closes in. A blinding impact strikes, leaving her disoriented and dizzy. As she lies defeated, a system message flashes, revealing the activation of King's Wrath. Her rage as the dragon slayer is putting pressure on nearby dragons, and an enraged dragon will now protect her when her life is in danger. With a thunderous roar, the protective skeletal dragon rises, its glowing eyes fixed on the remaining threats, ready to defend its charge. Still overwhelmed, the demoness finds herself under renewed assault from the skeletal dragons, but a voice cuts through the chaos, promising salvation, love, and hope. From a distance, Hansu Kong watches the unfolding devastation, noting the escalating chaos and realizing the entire place will be ruined if this continues. He strides forward, his sword already drawn, as a faint red aura begins to emanate from him, the skeletal dragons now directly in his path. The aura intensifies, swirling around him like a crimson storm as he prepares to strike, declaring his intent to put an end to the destruction. With a fierce cry, he lunges, his blade glowing with a powerful red energy, ready to cleave through the monstrous forms in one breath. The red energy surges, engulfing the area as he unleashes his attack, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. A blinding flash erupts as his strike connects, the force of the impact echoing through the ravaged street, leaving him to observe that there are, surprisingly, a lot of enemies. Standing amidst the shattered remains of skeletal dragons and the scattered, jiggling slimes, Hansu Kong surveys his handiwork, noting that the slimes are quite busy. He approaches the pink-haired demoness, who wobbles unsteadily among the defeated foes, asking if she is all right, wondering if she has ever seen or heard of anything like this before. She glares back, questioning why the King's Wrath curse, bestowed by the Dragon King, would activate so recklessly, demanding to know if he has any ideas about why this happened. Hansu Kong pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face, before admitting that he does indeed have an idea. As someone blessed with the cheat skill known as the Outsider Blessing, Hansu Kong understands its unique demands. He's not like the gnolls who gain power by gorging themselves. Instead, his strength is fueled by his very life force. And since his life constantly resets, he's always expending it, a cycle that makes the King's Wrath curse particularly dangerous for him. This curse, born from the rage of a dragon he once slew, provokes nearby dragons and ensures an enraged dragon will attack him whenever his life is in danger. His naturally low lifespan, a consequence of his unique abilities, becomes a constant trigger for the curse, causing it to activate repeatedly as his life bar dips. With a mischievous grin, he activates his infinite production skill, churning out countless small skeletal dragons and slimes from a strange machine. He muses on the King's Wrath curse, admitting that even it must have an activation limit, though for him, that limit probably resets just like everything else. Letting out a weary sigh, he acknowledges the troublesome nature of his powers, which demand careful management. This means he must constantly control the amount of power he uses, a thought punctuated by the gentle tapping of his foot against a small, jiggling slime. Though the skeletal dragon he's produced is smaller than the red dragons, he knows that a dragon bone, regardless of size, still holds immense value. Standing amidst a colossal pile of bones, Hansu Kong gestures grandly, declaring to Dairoka that she can have it all. The demoness stares in shock, utterly bewildered by the sheer quantity of the offering. A wry smile plays on her lips as she admits it feels like being handed useless trash, yet she finds it strangely appealing to receive such luxurious ingredients. even if they might be worth more than her own body, and she doubts she can even take it all. The vast expanse of skeletal remains around them seems to stir, a silent testament to the immense power Hansu Kong wields. A knight, standing amidst the scattered dragon bones, calls out to Hansu Kong, his voice filled with a mix of frustration and urgency. He pleads with Hansu, insisting that he accompany his son, before erupting in a declaration against the academy. Hansu, observing the knight's distress, hears him declare his plea as a father, wondering what the old man is even talking about. Dairoka, standing nearby, explains that the knight is asking him to go to the academy with his son. The mention of the knight's little bitch son brings a surprised reaction from Hansu, as a certain god within him feels a surge of giddy delight. The inner god, represented by a small, hooded figure, praises itself for orchestrating such a perfect plan. Dairoka continues, noting that at least this human tin can have some decency, as he's inviting her master for greatly contributing to the dragon's demise, to which Hansu simply replies that he's okay with it. The knight, beaming with relief, admits that it was truly his fault the city was destroyed. Dairoka, in a chibi thought bubble, ponders whether Hansu should refuse the knight's invitation. Hansu, shaking the knight's hand, acknowledges that he doesn't have another choice, realizing the knight's pride compels him to offer a reward. As a crowd begins to gather, exclaiming in shock at the sight of the bones, Hansu looks down, a hint of confusion on his face. He realizes that it's going to get chaotic if more people start gathering, and it will only get in the way of cleaning up the mess. With the dragon's defeat behind them, Dairoka urges Hansu to leave the area, her voice filled with a playful impatience. But the world, it seems, has other plans for them. Following the honorable knight's lead, Hansu finds himself being directed with a firm, no-nonsense command. Arriving at a grand estate on the city's outskirts, Dairoka, now a translucent spirit beside him, expresses surprise at its relatively modest appearance for a knight's dwelling. The sprawling manor, though elegant, doesn't quite match the grandeur one might expect. Standing before the ornate gates, the knight declares his belief that knights are inherently superior to mercenaries, a statement Hansu takes in silently. Dairoka, however, can't resist a jab, asking Hansu why he's still there and reminding him of her crucial role as his translator, especially if he were to make a mistake. She then shifts her attention, seemingly to a memory or a past event, sarcastically commending that prince for his actions, before adding that it's precisely why he became a runaway convict. The young man, perhaps the very prince she speaks of, raises a hand as if in protest, his expression unreadable. In a lavish dining hall, a formal meal is underway, with several figures seated around a grand table. As Hansu Kong eagerly devours his food, the horned woman across from him asks, "Did you get all that?" He pauses mid-bite, a noodle dangling from his mouth, a simple "so," escaping him as he processes the information. A waiter, diligently serving a plate of meat, seems to be the subject of the conversation, as Hansu wonders aloud. "He's asking me to go with the first son instead of the youngest?" The horned woman clarifies, the youngest already has a partner. The first is a dropout, but he can return. A close-up on a pair of boots and a sword resting on the floor emphasizes the gravity of the situation, as the woman continues. In other words, he's asking you to take care of that dimwit and go to the academy with him. Hansu's expression shifts to one of mild indignation, feeling as though he's being treated as an afterthought, and he demands to know, what exactly did they say? The horned woman, with a slight smirk, explains the true intent, that the request was for him to be the son's friend, a powerful and trustworthy partner. Hansu, slamming his fork down, exclaims, "That's not how you translate that," while the woman simply replies, "Tomato, tomato." With a sudden burst of enthusiasm, Hansu's eyes widen, and he declares, "I'll do it." Meanwhile, in a cosmic void, a certain god, a small hooded figure, cheers with both arms wide open, delighted by the turn of events. A man with a proud mustache beams, declaring to his darling that this moment is truly special. Embracing each other, they both weep tears of joy, overwhelmed by a happiness so profound that nothing else could possibly compare. The woman sniffs, her face wet with emotion, as the man suggests they savor this feeling now, with other matters to be addressed later. Meanwhile, the horned woman turns to Hansu Kong, her expression sharp, accusing him of injecting his own meaning into the translation. Hansu Kong, looking flustered, defends himself, claiming he merely removed unnecessary details, though he admits it might be considered a misrepresentation. With a wide, mischievous grin and eyes glowing red, the horned woman commands him to listen, relaying a message from her master. She extends her hand imperiously, demanding to see the face of the disgraceful son who dares to hide when guests are present in the house. Hansu Kong recoils in surprise, questioning what she's saying and why the couple is suddenly crying. As the couple sobs on the floor, the horned woman stands over them, proudly declaring her work an excellent demonic translation. Under the moonlit sky, a grand mansion stands, as Hansu Kong wonders if the goal was truly to make his parents cry. Later, lying exhausted on his bed, Hansu Kong laments that his translator does things her own way too much, feeling utterly drained from making the couple feel better. By the way, Hansu asks Dairoka if she knows anything about the academy. She explains that it's one of the 4 academies founded by inferior humans, specifically created to oppose their kind. The institution primarily teaches violent savagery, but despite all their efforts, she dismisses them as still being weak humans. Ultimately, it has devolved into nothing more than a place for networking and cliques. Hansu sighs, realizing that's going to be annoying, just as a voice from outside bellows, "Hey, peasant!" A young man in a student uniform, brandishing a sword, charges forward with a furious yell. He continues his tirade, calling Hansu a mere level 1 peasant. The student's face contorts in rage, cursing his father. With his sword held high, he challenges them to bring it on. Dairoka asks if she needs to translate the outburst, but Hansu assures her it's fine, as even he can understand what the young man is saying. Meanwhile, the student, his expression hardened, vows he can't just let this go. Hansu looks at Dairoka, a slight smile playing on his lips, recalling the moment the student's father entrusted his son to him. As Dairoka looks on, a determined expression settles on Hansu's face. He declares himself a good son, knowing exactly how to ensure the young man becomes a proper student at the academy. His thoughts solidify into a firm resolve. He's going to have to teach him a lesson. With a sudden, swift movement, Hansu closes the distance, his eyes flaring crimson as he seizes the student by the collar, who recoils in shock, a small sword clattering from his grasp. The young man's face contorts in terror, a desperate plea escaping his lips as he stammers, "W8." But Hansu shows no mercy, his fist connecting with a brutal impact, sending the student reeling backward with a sickening crunch. Scrambling to his feet, the student, now enraged and clutching his sword, shouts a defiant challenge, "You bastard, #attack." Before the young man can even properly swing, Hansu moves with impossible speed, his counterattack glowing with raw power as it shatters the student's meager defense. As he continues his relentless assault, Hansu reflects on the situation, realizing that all of this is happening because of the student's father. With a fierce determination etched on his face, he delivers another blow, declaring it for your own good. The impact sends the student flying once more, a brilliant flash of energy marking the force of the strike. Hansu's thoughts echo with a stern command. The least the young man can do is perform his duties as a son. Finally defeated, the student lies crumpled on the ground, a pained groan escaping his lips. After his brutal lesson, Hansu Kong cautiously peeks around the doorframe, observing the student he had just beaten, who now sits slumped on the floor, his sword lying uselessly beside him. Stepping fully into the room, he stands over the kneeling figure, a silent assessment passing between them. A memory flashes through his mind, a younger version of himself in a suit, haunted by a question: how could one save the world while worrying about their own family? The frustration of that thought, or perhaps the current situation, causes him to slam his fist into the wall, a single word escaping his lips: "Damn it." His expression shifts to one of surprise and concern as he looks down at the student, asking if he's still alive. Kneeling beside the injured young man, Hansu reaches out, while Dairoka stands nearby, observing the scene with a detached air. The horned woman wonders aloud if such an attack could truly kill him, then dismisses it as a misunderstanding, claiming a lower level than the student, before playfully asking Hansu if he isn't the one having the most fun. The student, however, is far from having fun, his face contorted in terror, blood trickling from his mouth. A guttural scream tears from his throat, his body racked with pain as Hansu and Dairoka watch from a distance. Suddenly, Dairoka extends her hand, a burst of vibrant purple energy erupting from her palm and striking the student, causing him to recoil with a startled cry. As the student collapses, shriveling under the unexpected assault, Dairoka offers a nonchalant apology, claiming it just slipped out, while Hansu looks on in disbelief. Staring at the small, shriveled form that was once the student, Hansu can only ask, "What do we do now?" Still reeling from the casual brutality, Hansu Kong hears Dairoka's voice, her tone chillingly detached as she asks, "Should I separate his head and body so that he'll be unrecognizable?" To which he quickly responds, "Don't." A slight smirk plays on his lips as he confirms, "The dragon's bone, right?" Then, with a casual shrug, he adds, "Since you said it's expensive, I'll just send him off with a few." Dairoka, her red eyes gleaming, questions his assessment. Can he even walk? Before falling silent, a small, chibi version of Hansu Kong appearing beside her, indicating her thoughts. Time passes under a sky illuminated by 2 celestial bodies, a serene, otherworldly night, suggesting the passage of events. In a different setting, an old man mage with a grand mustache stares in disbelief, exclaiming, "What the?" as a young nurse, kneeling beside a recovering student, cries out in frustration, "Treatment." Hansu Kong, now present, lets out a mocking laugh, "Aha." While the old man mage simply stares at him, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. The student, still recovering, is enveloped in a soft green glow, the healing magic visibly mending his injuries with sparkling effects. The young nurse observes the rapid progress, noting, "Aha, the treatment's effects are pretty fast." But the student, now regaining his faculties, glares at Hansu Kong, his voice filled with venom. You $. His face contorted in pure fury, the student screams, "I'll $% $you," as the young nurse recoils in fear beside him. Before the student can act on his threat, Hansu Kong swiftly closes the distance, burying a fist into his face, a cold declaration escaping his lips. You still haven't learned your lesson. A casual smile returns to Hansu Kang's face, as he simply states, oh well. With a powerful, glowing kick, Hansu Kong sends both the student and the young nurse flying, their bodies arcing through the air as he stands triumphantly over them, the sound of impact echoing through the space. As the air crackles with unseen energy, a golden system message materializes, announcing the activation of King's Wrath. His eyes glowing with an intense orange light, Hansu Kong looks up, a colossal, shadowy dragon head materializing behind him, its presence radiating immense power. From the depths of its being, the dragon's voice echoes, a guttural command to kill. Human. Chaos. Destruction dash. But before its full might can be unleashed, Hansu's wrath strikes true, shattering a section of the dragon's bony claw, sending blood splattering across the dark void. The massive, skeletal dragon head recoils with a pained growl, its glowing blue eyes fixed on the small figure of Tiger, who sits stunned on the ground below, as blood drips from the creature's maw. Nearby, a knight, sword in hand, gasps in disbelief, uttering a shocked "Ek." The bee-bone dragon. Suddenly, the focus shifts as Hansu's fist connects with brutal force, sending blood spraying and a small, white fragment flying as Tiger's eye widens in shock. Standing over the now glowing-eyed Tiger, Hansu Kang's voice is calm, yet chilling, as he simply states, now, Tiger. His words hang in the air, a sinister invitation, let's be good friends. A door creaks open, revealing a dimly lit room. Stepping through the threshold, the Lady Saintess lets out a weary sigh. As she walks deeper into the chamber, her thoughts are consumed by the dwindling voluntary support from sponsors and the immense pressure of sustaining the warriors solely with the shrine's power. Each step heavy with exhaustion, she finds the situation increasingly difficult, realizing that despite the passage of time, some burdens never truly change. Overwhelmed by the weight of her responsibilities, she collapses to the floor with a soft thud. Lying there, her eyes half closed, her mind races, filled with an endless stream of thoughts. Suddenly, a soft hum fills the air, as a glowing, ethereal orb materializes nearby. From within the orb, a voice asks, Lady Saintess, could you spare a moment? To which she responds, what is it? The orb relays the message that the head of school Hogwart has been waiting for an interview since morning, and she had thought the admissions were over. Pushing herself into a sitting position, she questions if the conflict with the warriors was truly over, her voice trailing off as she begins to speak. The orb clarifies, there is something he wants to discuss with you personally, Lady Saintess, leaving her to ponder the implications. A sigh of resignation escapes the Saintess, her voice soft, acknowledging that some things simply cannot be helped. Suddenly, the communication orb glows brighter, its voice announcing, but there's good news, prompting the Saintess to inquire about its nature. The orb then reveals the mutant case, previously thought to be the Red Dragon King, has been successfully closed. The orb's light pulses with the finality of the announcement, confirming the closure of the dangerous situation. As the Saintess listens, the orb continues, explaining that while the city suffered great damage, casualties were surprisingly few. A sense of relief washes over her, as she acknowledges the good news, deciding to defer further discussion for another time. Turning her attention back to the orb, the Saintess requests, please connect me to the head of school first. The orb responds with a simple, yes, lady. The orb hums with a soft, electronic sound, initiating the connection. A new face appears in the orb's projection, a green-haired woman with sharp features and a playful smirk, who greets the Saintess with a casual, how have you been? The Saintess, looking somewhat exasperated, replies, not really great because of someone who decided to contact me knowing I'm busy. The green-haired woman, holding a pipe and surrounded by a soft, blue glow, chuckles, stating that everyone is able to live without worries thanks to her active work as the shield of the human race. Ignoring the woman's boast, the Saintess warns, I will hang up if this isn't about something significant. The green-haired woman, taking a drag from her pipe, responds with a surprised, oh my. A green-haired woman, with a wide-brimmed hat and pointed ears, addresses the Saintess with a playful tone, remarking on her seemingly colder demeanor. Ignoring the jibe, the green-haired woman quickly gets to the point, announcing that this year holds great expectations for the new freshmen. She continues, explaining that they are planning to open the underground ruins so that warriors can study them. The Saintess, her expression thoughtful, questions if she is referring to the labyrinth, and then deduces that the green-haired woman must have succeeded in unsealing the divine seal. With a triumphant laugh, the green-haired woman confirms it, asking if the Saintess is shocked by her impressive feat. She boasts that in her hands, even the divine seal is nothing more than wobbly slime. The Saintess remains silent, her gaze distant, as the word labyrinth appears, describing it as the place where gods once overused their strength. The narration continues, revealing the labyrinth was built in the age of mythology and is characterized by its atypical structures. This is why the relics excavated from within it all possess unnatural power. The Saintess's expression grows serious as she considers the implications, knowing these relics come with equally threatening, unnatural dangers. She reflects on the kingdoms that, sensing the labyrinth's potential, are now frustratedly demanding its swift opening. The green-haired woman, surrounded by a soft blue glow, acknowledges that she cannot keep the labyrinth closed for much longer, concluding that its opening is a required step. Still in her elegant chamber, the saintess muses on the labyrinth's opening, acknowledging it will provide a challenge for warriors who have grown complacent. From within the glowing orb, the green-haired woman, her form shimmering with magic, agrees with a playful cough, then urges the saintess to proceed with the opening as soon as possible. The saintess, her expression unreadable, simply states she will send the necessary information once the tournament concludes, before abruptly ending the communication. A soft huff escapes her as the magical orb dissipates, leaving her alone in the quiet room. Her gaze drifts downward, her thoughts returning to the warriors and the trials they are about to face. Her eyes, a piercing gold, narrow slightly as she ponders how many of them would truly survive the labyrinth's dangers. The magical connection completely severs, leaving only faint shimmering particles in the air. Elsewhere, a campfire crackles softly as a woman with blue-purple hair approaches a young man, greeting him warmly. She introduces herself as Sorcerer Leisha, a friend of Julia. With a wide smile and an open gesture, Leisha reiterates her identity, her companion standing silently beside her. The young warrior, Oh Han-woo, sits by the fire, chopsticks in hand, his expression one of mild surprise at the unexpected encounter. Oh Han-woo's voice rings out with an almost comical enthusiasm, extending a boisterous welcome to Miss Leisha. A soft chuckle escapes her lips, Leisha's amusement evident as she takes in his spirited greeting. With a wide, almost exaggerated grin, Oh Han-woo throws his arms around both Leisha and Julia, declaring them beauties and flowers in his hands. However, his playful demeanor is met with a hint of skepticism, as Leisha questions if his current appearance truly befits a warrior, prompting a sheepish apology from Julia. Ignoring their doubts, Leisha focuses on the task at hand, confirming her understanding of the warrior who collects game. Victory goes to whoever gathers the most marks from the orc's ankles. Oh Han-woo affirms her interpretation, praising her sharp intellect and deeming her truly worthy of a sorcerer. Leisha, however, reflects on the nature of magic, realizing that its blessing stems from lineage and mastery, not mere intellect. As the conversation continues, Julia exclaims with anticipation, her voice filled with excitement. Leisha's eyes glow with a faint green light as she expresses her gratitude, feeling honored to have met such a legendary warrior. A system window materializes, displaying Oh Han-woo's impressive statistics, revealing numerous blessings at just level 6, a fact that elicits surprise and wonder. Julia and Leisha gaze at the displayed information, questioning if this extraordinary array of blessings is what it truly means to be a warrior chosen by the gods. Oh Han-woo, brimming with confidence, muses aloud about the impressive nature of a true warrior. Meanwhile, Sorcerer Leisha, accompanied by a grinning male figure, admits that she would have been far more surprised by the current situation if she hadn't already encountered him. An owl watches silently from a branch, as the forest around them glows with an ethereal light, prompting a sense of unease. Leisha then questions why they haven't encountered any orcs yet, noting the subtle traces left behind. Julia, observing the same signs, concludes that another party must have arrived before them, despite their quick passage through a shortcut, acknowledging that such routes offer no guarantee of being first, especially with their own delay in joining. Leisha, her gaze fixed on a group of slimes diligently cleaning up the area, deduces that the other party must be nearby. Julia confirms her suspicions, pointing out the cuts and burn injuries on a fallen orc, indicating the presence of a swordsman and a sorcerer. Oh Han-woo's expression twists into a furious snarl, a fiery aura erupting around him as he demands to know who dared interfere. A guttural roar echoes through the air, and he points fiercely towards a distant light, his target now clear. With a burst of speed, he declares that his prey will not be taken from him again, launching himself into a determined pursuit. He and his companions halt abruptly, their eyes widening in collective shock as they take in the unexpected scene before them. In the clearing ahead, a fierce battle rages, with a red-haired woman, a dark-haired man wielding vibrant fire magic, and another dark-haired woman fiercely engaging a horde of monstrous orcs, their movements a blur of combat prowess. As the realization dawns on him, a single thought echoes in his mind, recognizing one of the figures amidst the chaos. A fierce determination etched on his face, Hansu Kong conjures a vibrant orb of fire in his palm, its golden light swirling with raw power. He unleashes the fiery energy, sending a devastating blast toward the hulking green-skinned creature, whose massive form recoils from the impact as Julia, nearby, is thrown back by the sheer force of the explosion. Despite the chaos, Julia grips her glowing sword, her eyes sharp and focused, ready to engage the monstrous foe. The green-skinned warrior, enraged, lets out a guttural roar, its gaze fixed on Julia as it bellows a challenge. With a powerful swing, its massive axe cleaves through the air, striking the ground with bone-jarring force. The blow connects, and Julia cries out as blood splatters from her arm, the creature roaring in triumph, believing it has bested the warrior. But as the green-skinned foe gloats, a system notification flashes before Hansu Kong. revealing a new weapon ability that transforms his very flesh into a powerful weapon, capable of self-repair, and he prepares to unleash its power, his sword now glowing with renewed intensity. With a sudden burst of speed, Hansu closes the distance, delivering a devastating blow that sends the orc warrior reeling back, a pained cry escaping its lips as golden energy erupts from the impact. He continues his relentless assault, his glowing fist connecting with the creature's body again and again, each strike radiating with explosive force. With a final, powerful punch, Hansu Kong declares the battle over, his eyes blazing with triumph as the last foe falls before him. A powerful explosion of fire erupts, signaling the end of a fierce confrontation. Amidst the chaos, Julia delivers a decisive blow to a towering orc, its massive form reeling from her attack. Moments later, she kneels beside the now defeated monster, its green skin dull and lifeless, a testament to her prowess. As Hansu Kong approaches, he can only stare in disbelief, a single thought echoing in his mind. C-Class President? Looking up at him, Julia greets him calmly, remarking that he's arrived earlier than she expected. His face contorted in frustration, Hansu Kong retorts that he should be the one saying that, utterly baffled by how a seemingly meek class president could possess such immense strength. Unfazed by his outburst, Julia explains that excellent students with high overall performance always become class presidents, and it's no different here. She adds, the only distinction is that this is all unfolding within a fantasy world. This only fuels his exasperation, as he shouts that her point is exactly what he's saying. You can't excel in a fantasy world just by studying. Julia, however, calmly counters, even physical education, which relies heavily on practicals, was top-ranked for her, leaving him speechless. He groans in utter defeat, muttering about how this defies everything he knows from novels. A certain male god shakes his head in disbelief, while a certain childish lord lightly presses the agree button, setting events into motion. As Hansu Kong stands awkwardly, another female voice interjects, telling the unnamed male companion that he doesn't need to answer him. Then, turning to the group, the same female suggests they go over to another side, so they don't bother each other. Watching Julia and the other woman walk away, he can only manage a hesitant, "All right," before internally declaring that he'll pray for her to come second, because he'll be first. A small smirk plays on Julia's lips as she thinks it would be nice if he could at least make it to second, while Hansu Kong, hearing her words, wonders if she just cheered for him. His face contorts in a moment of realization, as he considers that if he's the protagonist, then the class president must be. The shocking truth dawns on him, echoing in his mind. The class president is the female protagonist. A wide, delighted grin spreads across his face, as he exclaims, and she actually likes him. A powerful curse has to be put on him, as a certain female god's heart is fluttering. Later, walking through a dense forest with the unnamed male companion and a woman with reddish-brown hair, Hansu Kong excitedly declares, Bora is the heroine. The sound of rustling leaves accompanies Bora's surprised expression, as she utters a soft Her eyes widen slightly, a thought forming in her mind. She can smell a fresh female nearby. Two hulking orcs emerge from the forest, their guttural voices echoing as they demand the women leave, while Julia and Leisha stand frozen in fear. The orcs' menacing growl continues, warning them to get lost if they don't wish to die, a chilling threat that sends a shiver down their spines. As the tension mounts, Hansu Kong stands between the two women, Julia already drawing her sword and Leisha's hands beginning to glow with nascent magical energy, ready to defend themselves. He turns to them, his expression firm, insisting that he won't abandon them, and urging Lady Leisha and Lady Julia to stay back. With a surge of determination, Hansu unleashes a torrent of fire, the flames erupting with fierce intensity. He channels the fiery assault, his face contorted in a shout as he pours all his strength into the attack. The inferno rages forward, a blazing wave aimed directly at the monstrous foes. But just as quickly as it began, he recoils, a cry of pain escaping him as the fiery energy seems to turn against him or prove ineffective. A system message flashes into view, indicating a hunting status. Despite the powerful attack, one of the orcs merely blinks, a confused escaping its lips, seemingly unfazed by the flames. The hunting system message elaborates, revealing that it strengthens all nearby poaching prey and drastically increases the chances of traps failing. Hansu Kang's eyes widen in disbelief, a simple escaping him as he processes the devastating implications of the system's interference. As the orc lunges forward, its crude weapon glowing with menacing energy, it roars a challenge, promising to thrash him. The glowing impact strikes true, sending a shockwave through the air. With a powerful swing, the creature connects its radiant attack, the force of it visibly distorting the space around them. Hansu is thrown violently backward, a pained cry escaping his lips as he tumbles through the air. He crashes hard into the ground, the impact kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Lying dazed and defeated, a stark system message flashes before his eyes, survive. The rain begins to fall around his prone form, a quiet testament to his current vulnerability. Meanwhile, Julia remarks that warriors aren't usually such a big deal, but Leisha counters, noting that he is very different compared to a certain someone, emphasizing his unique qualities. Leisha continues, explaining that he is the only one who is truly special, having murdered an orc who was level 6, even when he himself was only level 1, prompting Julia to wonder if they will ever meet him again, especially if he comes to their academy. Suddenly, another orc launches a volley of fiery projectiles, its glowing attacks arcing towards Leisha. The beast presses its assault, a new system message, hunting, appearing as it closes in on the sorceress. But the orc is met with an unexpected resistance, letting out a surprised grunt as its attack is seemingly thwarted. As the magical energy surged, Leisha's counterattack erupted with a fierce, glowing force, engulfing her in a brilliant, fiery aura that pushed back her attacker, leaving the orc stunned by the sudden reversal. She mused, even if the creatures were strengthened by a hunting curse, they still wouldn't pose a problem at their current level. Julia, standing over a defeated orc, agreed, but Leisha quickly corrected her, reminding her that their current situation was far more important than a simple victory. A look of confusion crossed Julia's face, as she wondered what Leisha meant. Leisha, looking down at the unconscious Hansu Kong and the fallen orcs, voiced her concern, asking what they should do about the warrior, who was currently out cold. Julia, surprised, asked if her back was hurting, to which Leisha replied with a sigh that her back had been bothering her lately. With a knowing smirk, Julia remarked on the coincidence, admitting that her own back was also hurting. As the two women stood over the defeated foes and their unconscious companion, a certain evil god was in stitches, laughing at the unfolding events. From an unseen vantage point, a certain childish lord giggled, observing the scene with amusement. Above, two celestial bodies shone brightly in the cloudy night sky, casting an ethereal glow upon the world below. And then, a single boot stepped onto the grass, signaling a new presence in the area. A blue-haired knight, clad in sturdy armor, stands with his female companion, surveying their surroundings with a watchful gaze. As they move through the forest, he spots a group by a carriage, a blonde warrior and her knight companion interacting with a commoner. The commoner, beaming with gratitude, expresses his honor at having assisted warrior Zhang Miyun, wishing her safe travels. Observing the exchange, the blue-haired knight's expression hardens, a sneer forming as he mutters about the warrior's perceived cowardice. Zhang Miyun, now facing him directly, casually asks if he wasn't the one who had used the carriage first, a hint of amusement in her tone. His companion gasps at the audacity, while the knight himself warns Zhang Miyun that he will not spare her if she disturbs his hunting. Zhang Miyun simply smiles, calling him Mr. Strongest Warrior, with a playful lilt, causing him to turn away in annoyance. He lets out a frustrated groan, his irritation palpable. With a final call to her companion, Zhang Miyun departs, leaving the blue-haired knight and his companion to watch them go. The blue-haired knight's gaze remains sharp, a silent intensity in his eyes as he processes the encounter. Suddenly, a guttural roar echoes through the air. As a monstrous, pig-like creature with glowing red eyes bursts forth, demanding its sow from a skinny pig. As the monstrous pig-like creatures emerge, a voice cries out, "Two orcs. Take care of them, please," while another shouts, "Yeah, be careful, gang min." Responding to the urgent pleas, two mages unleash a brilliant, fiery explosion that engulfs the charging orcs, their magic flaring with intense light. Before the orcs can recover, a swift, unseen blade slices through one of them, causing it to recoil with a pained grunt. Then, a surge of bright blue energy erupts, striking the wounded creature with a powerful impact. The force of the attack sends the orc tumbling, its body collapsing to the ground as blood splatters across the dark earth. Moving with ruthless efficiency, Gang Min plunges his sword into the fallen beast multiple times, ensuring its demise. He lets out a tired sigh, his breath heavy after the intense skirmish. Despite the exhaustion, a fierce resolve hardens his gaze as he vows, "I will never give away first place." Under the pale glow of two moons, a desperate cry echoes through the night. A hulking orc, its eyes burning red, brings a massive club down with brutal force, intending to crush the knight before it. The blow connects with a sickening thud, sending the armored figure reeling backward. He curses under his breath, realizing the futility of his stand, as more of the monstrous green-skinned creatures close in from every direction. Despair washes over him, the knight's voice trembling as he mutters that they are all doomed. His eyes widen in horror, a desperate plea escaping his lips, urging his queen to flee as he calls out her name, Mayan. But it is too late, for Mayan herself is now surrounded, the horde of orcs closing in around her. The knight's cry of her name echoes once more, a desperate question hanging in the air. Yet, as the orcs approach, Mayan looks on in confusion, wondering why these brutish creatures are all drawn to her. Unbeknownst to her, a powerful charm radiates from her being, a natural ability that causes her body to emit a captivating aura, greatly increasing the chances of dominating and enthralling the hearts of the opposite sex. One of the orcs, its eyes now wide with adoration, can only think of her as a pretty female. As the knight struggles against the horde, Mayan finds herself in the grasp of a massive orc, its crude desire evident in its words and the hearts floating around its head. Overwhelmed by the chaos, a desperate cry echoes through the dark, pleading for someone, anyone, to intervene. Her own scream tearing through the air, Mayan's terror is palpable, while nearby, The honorable knight, battered and bruised, calls out her name in anguish. He endures another brutal assault, a heavy blow to his arm followed by a swift kick to his leg, the impacts reverberating through his armor. A pained grunt escapes him as he struggles to maintain his footing, all while an unseen god of earth watches, profoundly disappointed by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Mayan continues to fight against her captor, her pleas to be released echoing as a certain bold god of beauty observes the scene with keen interest. The knight, witnessing her plight, lets out a frustrated roar, his voice strained with effort and anger. A desperate no escapes him, as the observing god notes the name Zhang Mayan with a sense of gravity, the knight's voice rising to a frantic shout. His face contorted in a mix of pain and accusation, he bitterly reminds her that their current predicament is entirely her fault. With a resigned sigh, he mutters a grim instruction to take one for the team, his eyes wide with a dawning, horrified realization. Mayan, still held captive, can only stare in wide-eyed terror, her own understanding of the situation slowly catching up. As the honorable knight faces overwhelming odds, he declares his willingness to sacrifice himself, believing that everyone else can survive if he becomes bait, especially with the saintess backing them up. He then adds, almost as an afterthought, that this way, he won't die either, or at least, probably not. Meanwhile, the observing god, Hansu Kong, looks on with a pained expression, apologizing to his queen for the unfolding events. Back in the fray, Mayan cries out in disbelief, questioning how they could all abandon her after she was promised their unwavering support. A wave of regret washes over her, wishing she had known the consequences before this moment. She laments that she would have simply returned to Earth, just like Hansu, if she had foreseen this predicament. From the ground, the honorable knight, battered and bruised, desperately calls out to Mayan, urging her not to give up. With blood staining the ground near his hand, he vows to come to her rescue, despite his injuries. As two hulking orcs close in on Mayan, one of them grunts in surprise, sensing something unusual about her. A determined glint enters Mayan's eyes, as she resolves to bait the creatures, commanding the knight to run. With a subtle gesture, she activates her innate ability, a powerful charm that begins to emanate from her, affecting the surrounding orcs. As her seduction ability flared, Mayan sprinted through the darkened woods, the faint glow of her charm drawing the monstrous orcs directly into her path. Behind her, the crude creatures bellowed, their guttural cries echoing, "This way, pigs," as they eagerly pursued the bait. The forest floor blurred beneath her feet, a desperate flight from the horde of orcs, while the honorable knight, struggling to keep pace, glanced back with a pained expression, realizing the gravity of their situation. His body, already battered, gave way, forcing him to crawl forward, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and fear. A wave of despair washed over Mayan, a choked no, escaping her lips as the reality of her sacrifice began to sink in. Her hands flew up in a desperate gesture, a raw ugh of anguish tearing from her throat as the pressure of the chase became unbearable. Eyes squeezed shut, she whispered a pained, "Dad." A desperate plea to a memory. A single tear escaped her eye, as another name, "Mom," escaped her trembling lips, a silent cry for help. Suddenly, a voice cut through her despair, calling out, "Mayan," followed by a reassuring, "It's okay, Mayan." The knight's voice, though strained, promised, "It's all over now," offering a glimmer of hope in the overwhelming darkness. But as he held her, a flicker of confusion crossed his face, a quiet "who?" escaping him, as if questioning the very nature of their predicament. He held Mayan close, his expression still bewildered, as she looked up at him, both caught in a moment of stunned surprise, a soft "huh," hanging in the air. As the honorable knight gently places a hand on her shoulder, Mayan, still reeling from the terror, questions his identity, wondering how he managed to appear. Standing amidst the fallen forms of the orcs, their bodies lifeless on the forest floor, she can only stare in disbelief at the scene before her, utterly bewildered. The knight, now identified as Beck Illman, offers a soft smile, expressing his relief that she is safe, despite his own exhaustion. Her wide, amber eyes reflect a mix of fear and confusion, her brow furrowed as she tries to process the sudden turn of events. With a hand still resting on her shoulder, Mayan voices her utter bewilderment, asking what exactly just transpired. Meanwhile, unseen divine entities react to the unfolding drama. A god of earth feels a profound connection, a god of water sheds tears of emotion, and a god of fire praises the cool display of power, all observing the scene with intense interest. Even an impetuous demon god expresses pride in the unexpected contract that has been forged, a testament to the profound impact of the recent events. A soft, ethereal glow permeates the air, a lingering aura of the divine presence that witnessed the confrontation. Beck Illman, looking around at the quiet forest floor, notes the complete absence of any orcs, a detail that puzzles him. Suddenly, a male knight with dark hair, Yuneon, appears alongside a female knight, explaining that the orcs are gone because they encountered someone of the same type, a comment that earns him a sharp, annoyed glare from his companion. Laughing off her irritation, Yuneon clarifies that he was only joking, suggesting that others had already hunted down all the monsters. He confirms that all the orcs in the vicinity have indeed been eliminated, leaving Beck Illman to ponder the identity of this Yoon Nayeon. He stands before a female knight, her dark hair pulled back in a neat ponytail, as another knight with short dark hair looks on, asking if they hadn't followed Choi Gangmin. The dark-haired knight, Yoon Nayeon, responds with a slight smirk, acknowledging that the class president is indeed different, but asserts that nothing has changed, neither in their home world nor this one, confirming that the class president remains first. The female knight, listening intently, is told that she'll probably have to sit back and watch the class president take over first place again here. A soft smile graces her lips as she considers the implication, before suggesting that if they don't want that outcome, they should offer a hand. Both Beck Illman and Yoon Nayeon react with surprise, questioning the notion of a hand. High above, in the twilight sky, two luminous orbs, one red and one white, glow with an ethereal light, casting a soft radiance over the world below. The scene shifts to a bright, clear daytime sky, where the sun shines brilliantly amidst fluffy white clouds. A voice wonders aloud who could have known this would be the outcome, as the camera pans across the majestic facade of a grand, classical building, its columns and intricate carvings suggesting ancient power. Inside, a woman with long, flowing white hair, dressed in an ornate red and gold outfit, sits at a desk, reviewing documents, her thoughts drifting to the fact that if everything had gone according to plan, Yubora would have definitely been the victor. She presses a finger to her chin, a look of concern on her face, as a hooded figure stands nearby, declaring the situation troublesome. The hooded figure then suggests they tell hero Choi Kong-min about the backpack, their face obscured by shadow and the deep folds of their cowl. The suggestion is followed by a query about asking for cooperation, to which the white-haired woman responds with a thoughtful HM, her eyes cast downwards in contemplation. Her golden eyes glow with a subtle intensity as she ponders the implications of a hero who would instigate their own friends, questioning their trustworthiness. Meanwhile, the hooded figure before her bows deeply, his voice filled with contrition as he begs forgiveness, admitting he misspoke. The saintess, with a hand resting on a nearby surface, simply states that they will leave the aftermath to the gods and fate. With a confident smile, she spreads her arms wide, declaring that all that remains of the tournament is the reward ceremony, asking if they should wrap things up, to which the hooded figure behind her affirms, "Yes, saintess." The sound of footsteps echoes through the grand hall as a group of armored individuals, including Yoon Nayeon, stand at attention, their gazes fixed forward in anticipation. More armored figures, their expressions a mix of seriousness and excitement, also await the proceedings, the rhythmic sound of their steps filling the air. Under the bright sky, the saintess walks away from the camera, her long white hair flowing behind her, two armored figures following closely as she makes her way to the ceremonial stage. Reaching the podium, she takes a microphone and addresses the assembled crowd, offering her thanks for their patience. With a flourish, the saintess announces that they will now begin announcing the victors of the hero tournament. A wagon wheel spins rapidly, blurring as it moves, carrying its passengers forward. With a sigh, Hansu Kong covers his face, lamenting that he's truly entering the academy again, and on top of that, with a commoner. The horned demon, sitting beside him, asks if he really hates it that much. He scoffs, thinking to himself that he's the one who's supposed to be hating this more. But then the horned demon reminds her master that she cannot enter because her level is too high. She explains that apparently, slaves are considered objects, so she can simply be taken in with him, but then sighs, considering the irony of going to the academy while being chased by royals. A certain god, however, points out that it's alright. Hansu Kong watches as the small, hooded manifestation of the god, glowing with a vibrant green aura, gestures playfully from beyond a shimmering barrier, a tiny hammer held in one hand. The god strongly states that it really is alright, as Hansu Kong listens intently. He muses that he should be okay trusting them if they're that sure of it, before asking the horned demon to start telling him about it. The small, hooded god tilts its head, a visible question mark hanging in the air, as a certain god is confused. Hansu Kong explains that the reason he truly wants him to go to the academy is important, and even if it's something he doesn't like, he won't run away, but the god strongly states that he will know when he gets there. The god then threatens that if he doesn't tell him, he won't have the drawing book for 2 days, a savage threat that a certain god criticizes, before threatening that they will cry. The ornate carriage glides smoothly, its wheels rumbling softly as it approaches a destination. From within, a voice calls out, asking for the name written on the signboard of the bridge they are crossing, wondering if it reads Hogu. He glances out the window, his companion beside him, as the world outside rushes past. The grand, imposing structure of the academy comes into full view, revealing itself to be none other than Hogwart. A knight in gleaming armor stands guard, formally welcoming new arrivals to the Hogwart Academy, and instructing them to present their student permit. A young man in a neat uniform steps forward, respectfully handing over his admission letter, confirming his entry. At a nearby desk, 2 officials process the documents, stamping a confirmation that entry is permitted. But the protagonist's reaction is far from pleased, his face contorted in a scream of utter frustration, lamenting his return to this hell, and repeatedly declaring his hatred for it. He continues his internal monologue, expressing his intense dislike for the situation, even as the outsider god beside him, a translucent figure, pulls a pillow close and feigns sleep, seemingly ignoring his complaints. A close-up reveals the protagonist's determined gaze, his eyes fixed on something unseen, perhaps contemplating his next move. Meanwhile, a stoic statue of a man stands prominently, a silent observer to the unfolding events at the academy. He observes the imposing structures and armored figures, realizing this is no ordinary academy, but rather a formidable military city. A soft, uncertain sound escapes him as he processes the situation, his thoughts racing. The young noble master, fidgeting slightly, explains that with so many eyes watching, the situation is delicate. With a wide, almost forced smile, he reassures Hansu Kong to call him whatever feels comfortable. Inside the carriage, the noble master leans in, admitting that calling Hansu by his name feels a bit awkward. Hansu Kong reflects on his new identity, enrolling as a young noble master's servant, and hopes they can get along well. Meanwhile, a young woman named Selona bows respectfully, her status window revealing her as a level 9 warrior with a blessing of integrity, but also a curse of noble E. Hansu Kong considers her, a polite smile gracing her features. She was a noble. The carriage creaks to a halt. The noble master peers out, his expression expectant, wondering if they have finally arrived. Having arrived at the academy, Hansu Kong stands beside a grand carriage, his new uniform a stark contrast to his usual attire. Selona, observing his appearance, remarks with a hint of amusement, "Oh my goodness, master, this really doesn't suit you." He internally grumbles, knowing that his level 1 status will lead to him being ignored, and wonders if a more striking red uniform would make a difference, even as the thought of dying it crosses his mind. The thought is quickly dismissed by an unseen voice, perhaps Selona's, reminding him, "You think dyeing the uniform makes sense? Stay put at the dormitory. You can't come in with me anyway." As Selona confirms her understanding with a cheerful, "Yes, sir," Hansu reflects on the irony of facing an admission test even after arriving in this new world, feeling the inescapable curse of the entrance looming over him. His thoughts continue, acknowledging the need to clear all the physical examinations. He soon finds himself before the admission counseling office, its sign clearly marking the path forward. Inside, an elderly counselor, observing him intently, notes his low level. You are only level 1, but you've managed to narrowly." The counselor, adjusting his monocle, then poses a peculiar question to applicant Kong Hansu. "Do you know anything about fairies?" Hansu looks surprised by the unexpected query, wondering if it's some kind of common entrance question. He replies with a wry tone, recalling a past encounter. "I know a fair bit about them, as I've been shot by a fairy's arrow." The counselor chuckles at his response, acknowledging his ability to face off against such beings. "Huh, that's an interesting way to answer. Able to face off against a fairy with bows, huh? Your blessings and curses are all mixed up, but..." A red seal is pressed onto a document, officially marking the successful completion of the interview process, confirming, "You've passed." As the elderly counselor extends a hand, he explains that a fairy has taken office this year at Hogwart, expressing his hope that Hansu Kong can become the bridge. Hansu, shaking the counselor's hand, responds with determination, "I will try my best." The elderly counselor offers a warm smile, thanking him, and assures him that if anything happens, he may always seek help from him or the other faculty. A wide grin spreads across Hansu's face, a soft chuckle escaping him as he processes the news. His footsteps echo through the grand, empty hall as he walks away, contemplating his next move. The translucent form of the certain god appears beside him, prompting Hansu to wonder aloud. "So I've passed now. What should I do then? Should I just return to the dorms?" Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind, as the certain god asks him to go to the statue there, leaving Hansu to question, why a statue all of a sudden, a god? The certain god's presence intensifies, a narration box appearing to state that they really like the statue, causing Hansu to flinch slightly. Under a sky streaked with light, a colossal statue stands tall, its stoic gaze fixed on the horizon. Hansu and the translucent god look up at the imposing figure, Hansu asking, "This statue?" The certain god casually whistles, then asks Hansu if he is curious about who Hero Pedonicus is. A senior student, Hyun Sumak, greets Hansu Kong and Yubora, addressing them casually as youngest and lady. Meanwhile, Hansu Kong wonders if the senior is someone famous, given his confident demeanor. Hyun Sumak, basking in his own perceived glory, boasts about being from this academy. He then declares his ambition to become a hero like Pedonicus, while Hansu Kong internally notes the senior's reaction to the peer of the warrior comment, finding it quite telling. Hansu Kang's attention is drawn to a prominent statue, thinking he should investigate it when no one else is around. Hyun Sumak, still full of himself, exclaims, asking if Hansu Kong and Yubora are freshmen. The three students stand before the towering statue, its imposing figure dominating the academy grounds. Hyun Sumak, holding a rolled-up banner, tells them not to XXX, but to hang this instead, then introduces himself as Hyun Sumak. Hansu Kong, looking up at the statue, inquires what is written on it, addressing the senior. Hyun Sumak reacts with a surprised expression, asking if Hansu Kang's eyes are level 1 too, implying a lack of perception. He then proudly declares that it's the welcome XXX for the warrior, emphasizing the academy's prestige. With a dramatic flourish, Hyun Sumak announces that things are different here, and that this is the legendary warrior XX admission XXXX. He finds himself amidst a bustling crowd of students, the air thick with the whispers of a legendary warrior, as the reality of taking admission to this academy begins to settle in. His gaze drifts upwards, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, as the thought of actually taking admission here truly registers. A wry chuckle escapes him, a silent plea to the heavens, as he acknowledges the divine presence that seems to be orchestrating his fate. Meanwhile, Hyun Sumak, ever the picture of confidence, stands with a knowing smirk, while a certain god assures everyone that everything is still perfectly all right. Hyun Sumak's smile widens, a hint of something unsettling in his eyes, as he considers the present moment. But for the protagonist, a single, desperate thought echoes in his mind. Can he truly escape what lies ahead? Hansu Kong rubs his eyes, a sense of unease washing over him as he considers the implications of being an outsider god. He voices his concern, wondering if the arrival of warriors would leave him feeling like an outsider, and if that would truly be acceptable. A translucent, hooded figure, a certain god, appears before him, offering reassurance not to worry, and confirming that there are no other friends around. Hansu's thoughts drift to his classmates, and the prospect of meeting the goddess and other gods. A majestic winged goddess, with long blonde hair and a serene expression, manifests briefly, a vision of divine power. Hansu's brow furrows in determination, realizing that certain outcomes must be avoided, but first, there's something else to address. He declares his trust to a certain god, who responds with a bright, cheerful smile. A certain god then points out a very awesome statue, prompting Hansu to ask if they are unable to be direct with him. The statue itself is a stoic figure of a man, holding a banner inscribed with ancient symbols. Hansu's expression shifts to one of frustration, as he sharply tells someone to stop grumbling. With a thumbs up and a wide, determined grin, he commands them to move once their task is complete. Hansu Kang's expression tightens, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Meanwhile, a senior student, the unnamed Sunbae, approaches him with a wide, unsettling grin, his voice dripping with feigned politeness as he claims he can't properly understand what Hansu is saying. The Sunbae's eyes narrow, a clear sign of his growing irritation, the pleasant facade quickly crumbling. He leans in, his voice rising to a shout, promising to make Hansu understand his words, whether he likes it or not. Without waiting for a response, the senior student grabs Hansu by the collar, his grip firm as he commands him to follow. As Hansu is led away, Yubora watches them go, her concern evident as she softly calls out his name. The Sunbae, noticing her apprehension, offers a reassuring smile, telling her that everything will be all right. Later, the Sunbae continues his tirade, his voice booming as he demands an apology from Hansu, who stands with his head bowed, enduring the verbal assault. His anger boiling over, the senior student lashes out, delivering a sharp slap across Hansu's face, demanding to know why he can't stand straight. Yubora, attempting to intervene or perhaps shield Hansu, is caught in the crossfire, receiving a painful blow that sends her reeling back with a gasp. Ignoring her, the Sunbae turns his fury back to Hansu, his voice filled with contempt as he berates him, questioning his very presence. The unnamed Sunbae shoves Hansu Kong against a stone wall, his grip tight on the younger student's collar, asserting that even staff members avoid this secluded area. He leans in, a sneer twisting his features, questioning if Hansu truly believes there's no surveillance here, and mocking his perceived low level and lack of understanding of the situation. Tightening his hold around Hansu's throat, the Sunbae dismisses any potential resistance with a harsh, guttural sound. But as the Sunbae continues his assault, a chilling, knowing smirk spreads across Hansu's face, his eyes glinting with a sinister light as he muses about what he does in this place, confident that nobody will ever know. With a casual gesture, Hansu summons a small, fiery red orb, pulsating with golden particles, and calmly requests a hammer, leaving the Sunbae utterly stunned. The Sunbae's face contorts in disbelief, uttering a shocked exclamation as he witnesses the impossible. Now holding a solid, glowing hammer, Hansu's expression remains unsettlingly calm, as he considers neatly burying his tormentor, but then reconsiders. With a swift, brutal motion, Hansu brings the hammer down onto the Sunbae's face, deciding against murder since they are still in school, while the bully screams in pain and disbelief, calling him a bastard. The impact sends the Sunbae's hand recoiling, dropping whatever he was holding as he lets out another pained shriek. Collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud, the Sunbae groans in agony, utterly defeated. Hansu looks down at his crumpled form, a faint, almost regretful smirk playing on his lips as he remarks, "That's a shame." He brings his glowing hand down with brutal force, the impact echoing as the male Sunbae recoils violently from the strike. Nearby, a female Sunbae gasps in surprise, while Yubora stares, wide-eyed and shocked. Hansu Kong stands calmly over the crumpled form of his attacker, his footsteps echoing softly as the two girls watch the scene unfold. A chilling smirk plays on his lips as he addresses the onlookers, his eyes obscured by the ethereal glow of the hammer he wields, remarking that he feels shy under their gaze. The female Sunbae, enraged by his audacity, points a furious finger at him, demanding to know if he's lost his mind, a terrified Yubora lingering behind her. His response is swift and cold, his eye glowing with a fierce red light as he declares that she is the one out of her mind. Ignoring his words, the female sunbae lunges forward, grabbing his collar and pulling him close, reminding him that no one can see what happens here, then challenging him to do something about it. But before she can react, his hand, faintly glowing, reaches out with impossible speed. With a sickening thud, his grip tightens around her throat, and she gasps in pain, her eyes wide with shock and fear. A casual smile on his face, he holds her suspended, then glances towards the still unconscious male sunbae on the ground, asking if he's still there. Yubora watches the brutal display, her face a mask of pure terror, hands clasped tightly in front of her. Barely able to speak, she manages to stammer out a terrified confirmation, agreeing to leave if that's what he wants. With a chillingly polite smile, Hansu addresses his seniors, offering a greeting that belies his recent brutal actions. A sharp, pained gasp escapes one of them, his eye wide with shock and fear. The other senior, a female, finds herself caught in an unseen grip, her face contorted in distress as she struggles. Hansu's smile widens, a hint of dark amusement in his eyes, as he expresses his hope for them all to get along well. A powerful, resonant impact echoes through the air, signaling the abrupt end of the confrontation. The scene shifts dramatically, revealing a majestic castle bathed in the golden hues of either dawn or dusk, its spires reaching towards a vibrant sky. Further transitioning, a serene night sky appears, illuminated by the soft glow of two distinct moons. Inside, a hand pulls back a curtain, revealing a quiet room. Hansu enters, letting out a sigh of relief, and greets the horned female already present in the room. He looks at the uniform draped over the bed, pondering how his situation escalated so quickly after passing his exams. The horned female, Jiroka, looks at him with an annoyed expression, demanding to know what he intends to use if she takes up the entire bed herself. Stretching languidly on the bed, she clarifies her intentions, insisting that the human female shouldn't claim the window side. Jiroka, still focused on her new surroundings, hears Hansu offer her a simple solution for the night. His words are met with a surprised reaction from him, as she questions if he's referring to the female he was with earlier, specifically mentioning Selona. She then muses aloud about the unusual nature of a school that allows both male and female students to share dormitories, casually dismissing them all as mere attendants. Her tone suggests a clear hierarchy, implying that such individuals wouldn't receive any special treatment. Hansu, looking bewildered by her casual disregard for others, presses her on her own sleeping arrangements, wondering where she intends to rest. With a mischievous glint in her red eyes, Jiroka explains that while an ordinary slave might sleep on the floor, she, being far from ordinary, intends to sleep right next to her master. Hansu's face contorts in a mixture of shock and anger, his voice rising as he vehemently rejects her audacious suggestion. Unfazed by his outburst, Jiroka simply smiles, proposing an alternative, to simply kick out the human female instead, a suggestion Hansu immediately dismisses. Frustrated, he tells her to simply leave, but she challenges him, questioning if he truly intends to abandon her and enjoy a good bedroom by himself. As Hansu sighs in exasperation, Jiroka warns him that she won't be responsible if the human female dies from some accident, prompting him to demand she stop her provocations. Giving in to her persistence, Hansu instructs her to follow him, indicating they have somewhere else to go. With a cheerful yes, master, Jiroka readily agrees, though she can't help but inquire about their destination. As the late night settled in, Jiroka's mischievous smile remained, her red eyes gleaming with amusement. Leading her outside the dormitory, Hansu pointed towards the grand, illuminated structure of the school itself, a potential, albeit unusual, solution to their predicament. With his hand resting on his hip, he seemed to ponder his next move, the silence of the campus offering little in the way of immediate answers. Under the soft glow of the moon, Hansu Kong, Yubora, and Yu Neon make their way through a quiet town, the night air crisp around them. Soon, they arrive at a welcoming tavern, its sign swaying gently in the breeze, promising warmth and respite within. Inside, the murmurs of other patrons fill the air as Hansu Kong settles down, drawing the attention of those nearby, one of whom wonders aloud if he's a freshman. His gaze falls upon something unexpected, prompting a surprised exclamation of "What? Level 1?" followed by a curious inquiry about the horned female. The tavern owner, a burly man with blonde hair, greets him with a hearty, "What brings you here, greenhorn?" his expression jovial. Hansu Kong, accompanied by the purple-haired demoness Jiroka, politely excuses himself, explaining that he's heard of the owner's expertise and has come seeking his help. The tavern owner takes a long gulp from his mug, his cheeks flushing slightly as he processes the request. Hansu Kong then clarifies that his companions are seniors he's recently met, but he can't delve into the details at the moment. He hands over a bag, stating his need to navigate the academy silently, to which the owner questions the late hour. Before continuing, the tavern owner's gaze drifts to Jiroka, his curiosity piqued by the woman with horns. Jiroka, looking annoyed, declares herself a level 27 demon and Hansu Kang's bodyguard, a claim that the tavern owner dismisses as bluffing, questioning why a high-level demon would escort a mere level 1. He sighs, a quiet admission that despite telling the truth, the tavern owner simply doesn't believe him. A soft whisper from his demon bodyguard suggests, he's just a level 13. Wouldn't they believe you if I just killed him? Hansu Kong, however, quickly dismisses the thought, asking about the consequences, to which she calmly replies, you have to take care of that, master. Suddenly, the tavern owner's hand shoots out, his voice booming with contempt. Hey, level 1 guy, what did you say? You got a death wish? He then dismisses Hansu Kong with a wave. Never mind. Level 1, leave your bodyguard here and go. I'll XX, and if it is satisfactory, I will forgive you. The tavern owner's hand reaches out, clearly expecting payment, his demand for money hanging heavy in the air. But before he can even react, Dairoka moves with blinding speed, a devastating blow sending the tavern owner flying through the air with a pained cry. Two of the tavern owner's associates, witnessing the sudden violence, react with utter disbelief and outrage, shouting, what? This XX bastard is out of his mind. How dare a level 1? You're XX. As the chaos erupts, Dairoka turns to Hansu Kong, a hint of confusion in her voice as she asks, why me though? Her red eyes narrow, a cold determination settling over her features. With a fierce cry of die dash, she unleashes another powerful attack, the impact shaking the very foundations of the tavern. The two men are sent sprawling, their bodies crashing amidst the debris of shattered furniture and scattered plates. Hansu Kong watches the brutal display, his face a mask of wide-eyed shock and disbelief at the sheer force of his bodyguard's actions. The tavern associates are sent sprawling through the air, their bodies twisting mid-fall from the sheer impact. Dairoka, with a fierce expression, delivers a devastating high kick, sending another figure flying with a powerful strike. One of the men screams in agony, blood erupting from his face as he collapses. His companion fares no better, his own face contorting in pain as crimson splatters the air, much to the horror of the two chefs witnessing the brutal display. Hansu Kong clutches his head, a wave of regret washing over him, wishing he had intervened to stop the demoness. He had been so captivated by the spectacle, completely engrossed in the amazing sight. Elsewhere, a lone hooded figure walks through a dimly lit, ancient-looking corridor, their footsteps echoing softly on the stone floor. Suddenly, the hooded girl looks up, her eyes wide as Hansu Kong plummets from above, a desperate apology escaping her lips. He cries out in surprise, his descent continuing rapidly. Now on the ground, Hansu Kong holds a cloak, musing on its usefulness, while Dairoka stands beside him, commenting on the peculiar nature of a school that hosts night invasion and defense as a performance evaluation, yet allowed her easy entry. Hansu Kong, still reeling from the abrupt shift in environment, voices his frustration, explaining that it's becoming increasingly difficult to face these adversaries, especially when immobilizing them without lethal force proves to be such a hassle. Meanwhile, Dairoka, ever the pragmatist, questions their master about the purpose of their visit to this school at such an unusual hour. As they stand before a grand, Gothic-style building, Hansu Kong simply points, indicating their destination. He then declares his intention, stating he has some pressing business concerning a particular statue. As they approach, he identifies the figure depicted as Pedonicus, known as the warrior's comrade, a fact Dairoka readily acknowledges. She elaborates, explaining that Pedonicus had attempted to claim the warrior's lady and was subsequently expelled, a revelation that elicits a surprised "huh" from Hansu Kong. The story unfolds in a vivid illustration, showing Pedonicus, consumed by resentment, swearing allegiance to the Queen of the Night and transforming into a vampire, ultimately succeeding in kidnapping the lady. Hansu Kong expresses his astonishment at her detailed knowledge, to which Dairoka responds with a confident smirk, asserting that it's only natural for someone of her capabilities to possess such information. Returning to the present, Dairoka mentions that the Lord claims the statue holds a clue, prompting Hansu Kong to consider its implications. She then playfully asks if he has any idea what the Lord might be referring to, before confidently stating that she thinks she knows, teasing him about whether she should reveal it or not. The focus shifts to a close-up of the statues, with a voice urging one to look closely at the figures of Pedonicus and the female swordsman he kidnapped. Inside the building, an elderly man observes the same statues, musing that while there isn't a clear path between them, it's peculiar that there isn't a single obstacle in their way. The Pedonicus statue, a warrior frozen in stone, gazes intently in one direction, yet the swordsman it depicts seems to be looking somewhere else entirely. As they walk, the path ahead feels as though it's trying to lead them somewhere specific. Following the direction the statue's gaze implies, they decide to investigate, wondering if the female swordsman's focus holds a clue. Rustling through the dense foliage, they cautiously make their way forward. Suddenly, Hansu Kong spots something unusual, a peculiar pattern reflecting in a puddle on the ground. Dairoka quickly recognizes it as a map, suggesting it points towards the lake area. Hansu Kong acknowledges the vastness of the area, realizing that a general search would be impossible. Dairoka then recalls a legend about a freshwater eel who lived there, one who turned into a rock while endlessly waiting for Pedonicus. Hansu Kong finds the story quite tragic and suggests they turn their bodies towards the direction Pedonicus was said to be in, according to the legend. As they follow the implied direction, Hansu Kong exclaims that it's really there, a statue in the distance. Approaching the figure, Hansu Kong questions if it's a mermaid statue. Considering their options, Hansu Kong suggests breaking it first, but Dairoka quickly interjects, horrified at the thought of destroying a crucial clue. She looks upon the mermaid statue with a somber expression, realizing this isn't the legendary fish they were seeking. Observing the sorrowful stone figure, Hansu Kong wonders why it appears to be crying, if it isn't an abandoned mermaid. He then deduces that since the previous statue's gaze led them here, this one might also hold a clue, kneeling to examine its base more closely. Suddenly, a spark of realization crosses his face, his eyes widening in surprise. As a soft golden glow emanates from his hand, he exclaims in confusion, wondering what exactly is happening. A small, ornate ring materializes on his finger, a classic magical artifact often used by mages for proposals. Still glowing with golden light, he questions if this is all there is to the discovery. Suddenly, a system message flashes, declaring forgiveness, explaining that those who gaze upon a merciful face desire to confess their sins or hide them. The revelation causes his eye to widen further, a profound understanding dawning upon him. Meanwhile, a ghostly projection of Dairoka appears, her internal thoughts revealing a god's resentment at having taken a blow and an insistence to immediately protest. Overjoyed by the system's message, Hansu Kong shouts with elation that this is a blessing. His hand still glowing brightly, he declares that he has finally received a blessing and not a curse. A certain god, Dairoka, finds herself in a state of profound unease, her very being recoiling from the recent turn of events. Her distress manifests physically, as the small, hooded figure flails her limbs in a desperate, wailing cry of protest. In the midst of a performance evaluation, a stern voice echoes, reminding everyone that only officials are permitted to enter this sacred space. Yet, a young man stands defiantly, prompting a question from an unseen observer. The name is Kong Hansu. Who are you? A female teacher, observing the scene alongside an armored guard, notes the young man's unusual companion, a high-ranking demon, and muses that he doesn't seem ordinary. As he begins to introduce himself, I am. Before he can finish, the teacher interjects sharply, stop. Do not move if you don't want to die. Kong Hansu raises his hands in a gesture of surrender, a system message for forbearance appearing before him, and he calmly responds, yes. He confirms his intent to comply. I will stay still. The forbearance skill, now fully active, promises to instill a desire to confess sins and forgive in those who gaze upon his merciful or sad face. The teacher, seemingly satisfied, clears her throat and instructs him. Please obey the school rules properly from now on. A male student nearby looks on in surprise. She continues, explaining that she's letting him off easy because he looks like a freshman and she's busy with entrance ceremony preparations, to which Kong Hansu replies with gratitude. Yes, teacher. I will keep that in mind. Thank you. As the teacher departs, Dairoka, the horned demoness, turns to her master with a hint of exasperation. Master, don't use that blessing against me. Kong Hansu looks at her, genuinely curious. Why? Dairoka explains that it's obvious she would forgive him even without the skill. With a slight smirk and glowing red eyes, Dairoka reveals her true feelings. Oh, is it? I'm already using it though. Dairoka, still processing the strange interaction, questions him, asking what sin he could possibly have committed against her. A slight sweat bead forming on his temple, Kong Hansu simply replies that it was just something. He thinks to himself that he cannot possibly tell her he saw a great black one. Suddenly, a brilliant light flares across the sky, illuminating the clouds with a dazzling glow. Below, a student beams with excitement, proclaiming that being admitted to XX in Hogwarts makes this the best morning ever. Another student, however, clutches his head in despair, lamenting his return to this hell and declaring it the worst morning. Amidst the bustling crowd of students, Dairoka observes that something is starting. On a stage, a gray-haired speaker announces that after the introduction of the teaching staff, the school principal will provide instructions. The sounds of the crowd's murmurs and excited chatter fill the air. Kong Hansu remarks to Dairoka that the cheering for the teachers is quite intense, and considering the strength of the people gathered, they must be quite famous among humans. Dairoka then turns to him, her expression curious, asking why he is even there, and how he managed to get in, before adding that it was boring staying in the dormitory alone, so she came to look around, and this uniform suits her well, doesn't it? She remarks that the uniform suits him, but cautions him not to get too carried away, as the professor handling the newly established subject is about to be introduced. From the stage, the elderly counselor announces the arrival of the Guardian of the Flame, also known as the Great Elder of the Fairy Kingdom, Miss Celebrest. As he speaks, Miss Celebrest steps forward, a serene smile gracing her lips, a small, fiery phoenix-like creature perched on her shoulder, and a vibrant, rainbow-hued orb cradled in her hands. Her gaze sweeps over the assembled students, offering a pleasant greeting. I hope we get along well. A gentle smile plays on her face, her eyes closed in a gesture of warmth. Among the students, Kong Hansu observes the creature on her shoulder, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he wonders if it could be a phoenix. The thought echoes in his mind, a phoenix, huh? The sight of the fiery bird stirs something deep within him, unsettling memories beginning to surface. He focuses on the small, orange creature, its bright yellow eyes seeming to meet his own, making him question if he truly saw its gaze. A look of confusion crosses his face, as he wonders if he was merely imagining things. Meanwhile, other students are abuzz with excitement, Hyun-Soo-mak exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! I can really learn from the Guardian of the Flame. It was worth returning to the academy." Diaroka, continuing her earlier thought, questions the perceived greatness of the fairy, wondering aloud, that fairy is really that great? As the elderly counselor continues his address, he declares that the principal's instructions will finally be given, while a student in the crowd exclaims that he truly doesn't seem to know anything. And with a rhythmic click of heels, the new professor makes her way to the stage. Miss Sebilis, with her striking green hair and pointed ears, addresses the freshmen, emphasizing the importance of this year, as a respected person has come to the academy to help. She then adds that warriors are also soon to take admission, a statement that ripples through the student body. Her silhouette, framed by a bright light, exudes an air of mystery and power, her witch-like hat and fur-trimmed attire adding to her enigmatic presence. The students murmur, questioning if she truly said, "warriors," their confusion evident. A loud, piercing sound cuts through the murmurs, demanding attention. The elderly counselor, standing beside Miss Sebilis, silences the agitated crowd, warning them to be quiet if they don't want to be stuck in a lower class. Miss Sebilis's golden eyes gleam with a sharp intensity, as Diaroka observes that she is quite hot-tempered, while Hyun-Soo-mak looks on with a surprised expression. She then continues, announcing that for the freshmen, the class assignment will begin at this point, designed to divide the upper class from the lower class. The rules, she states, are simple. They just have to fight until half of them have collapsed. A wide, unsettling smile spreads across her face as she delivers this shocking decree, her golden eyes glinting mischievously. As the shocking announcement reverberates through the hall, a student cries out, barely able to finish their word before the chaos begins. Students are instantly sent flying, their bodies arcing through the air with explosive force, a cacophony of screams filling the space as the assignment truly begins. The sheer speed of the assault is disorienting, leaving many bewildered by the sudden, brutal turn of events. Faces contort in disbelief and pain, as the reality of the combat assignment slams into them. More students are violently displaced, their forms blurring against the academy's architecture, the impact echoing through the courtyard. Amidst the chaos, some manage to brace themselves, their expressions a mix of fear and desperate readiness. Observing the unfolding pandemonium, Hansu Kong muses that sometimes something as simple and barbaric as this can be quite enjoyable. A certain god within him stirs, excited by the noisy atmosphere, and he considers the new blessing he's recently acquired. Rubbing his hands together with a mischievous glint, he wonders if he'll be forgiven even after sweeping everyone aside. Meanwhile, the chaos has already devolved into smaller skirmishes, as one student grabs another by the collar, ready to strike. A punch lands squarely on a student's face, while Hansu Kang's eyes glow with a menacing red light, a predatory smirk spreading across his features. The violent displacement continues, with more students screaming as they are flung through the air, unable to comprehend the force unleashed upon them. As the academy hall descends into pandemonium, a student with fiery red eyes screams, demanding that everyone can go to the lower class. Another student, caught in the chaotic surge, plummets through the air, crying out for help. Meanwhile, within the ethereal depths of his consciousness, a certain god offers a silent prayer for the peace of the unspecified many. Back in the physical realm, a student struggles on the ground, muttering about the crazy school and how nobody is in their right minds. Another, with pink hair, lies defeated, contemplating the effort required to join the upper class. He decides it's better to remain unnoticed and simply go to the lower class. Elsewhere, a female instructor, seated at a grand desk, begins to address the students. Observing the diverse group before her, one student remarks that everyone in this year's upper class seems to possess very different levels of ability. Adjusting her glasses, the instructor reminds them that if their results aren't good, they can always be sent to the middle class. She then continues, explaining that the subjects are divided into two paths, knight and mage, so each of them may pick the subject they think suits their talent. As the instructor continues the class explanation, it is announced that the class president of the upper class has been decided, and that esteemed position will be filled by Prince Razel. With a confident smile, the prince addresses his new peers, hoping everyone in the upper class will get along well. Hansu Kong listens intently to the announcement, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy grounds, a thought drifts through the air. What could that kid be doing now? The scene shifts to a grand outdoor ceremony, where an announcer's voice booms, calling for the winner of the tournament, warrior Choi Gang-min, to come forward. A vast crowd cheers and raises their fists in excitement, their collective energy filling the arena. On the stage, instructor Eunice smiles warmly, offering congratulations on winning the tournament, and announcing that the holy sword, kept at the temple, will now be given to warrior Choi Gang-min. Looking up with a determined gaze, Choi Gang-min listens as she explains that the holy sword, a true sign of a warrior, will be a great help to his growth going forward. The magnificent holy sword, radiating a soft golden glow, is presented, its intricate design hinting at ancient power. Instructor Eunice then instructs him to shout the words, "I want to become strong," while holding up the holy sword. With a powerful grip, Choi Gangmin raises the gleaming blade high into the sky, ready to embrace his new path. As the holy sword pulsed with brilliant light, Choi Gangmin's voice rings out with unwavering resolve, declaring his fervent desire to become strong. Nearby, Instructor Eunice stands composed, observing a swirling black orb that radiates an intense, golden energy, its power visibly growing. The sudden surge of magic startles a group of students, their faces etched with expressions of shock and confusion as they witness the unfolding spectacle. The magical energy intensifies further, swirling with greater force and emitting countless glowing particles into the air. As the luminous power coalesces into a brilliant circle on the ground, a voice cries out with urgent concern, calling for Gangmin. A young man in armor blinks, his expression one of utter bewilderment. As he takes in his unfamiliar surroundings, a single thought echoing in his mind. This place. He gazes up at towering, ornate buildings under a bright sky, the architecture unlike anything he has ever seen. The sheer scale of the city leaves him questioning, "Where am I?" Suddenly, a man with a bandaged head appears, offering a curt greeting. "Welcome to Orkrola." The newcomer stares, utterly confused by the name and the mention of his own species, muttering, "What? A human?" A massive orc, adorned with a necklace of teeth, then clarifies the situation, declaring, "This is Orkrola, the city of orcs." The newcomer's eyes widen in disbelief. "Orcs?" As the newcomer and the bandaged man stand at the foot of a grand staircase, an orc warrior at the top addresses them, announcing, "O warriors who have been summoned according to the rules, we will begin with the training immediately." Meanwhile, in a different location, a muscular blonde instructor with a ponytail shouts, "You are not prepared to join my class." Kong Hansu finds himself questioning the requirements for his new path, wondering what crucial element he might be missing, as swordsmanship is, after all, the fundamental skill for any knight. Meanwhile, the blonde instructor, Alsa's swordmaster, bellows that no one can follow his class without possessing the blessing of the warrior. Back with Hansu, he kneels before a massive, ornate door, a silent challenge looming before him. His patience wearing thin, he slams his fist against the unyielding surface, shouting for the door to open immediately. The impact reverberates, a testament to his growing frustration. Sweat trickles down his face as he tries to regain his composure, muttering that he needs to calm down. He then considers the blessing of the warrior, a concept that seems to be a prerequisite. A system window appears, detailing the warrior blessing. You, who have overcome countless life or death situations, are worthy to become strong. Defeat all enemies that block your way through the power of love and justice. Yet, he observes that this blessing is something almost everyone already possesses, a commonality that makes its requirement perplexing. Another system window flashes, displaying Fairy, Outsider, above a chained, glowing hand, revealing that even these are merely entry-level blessings, the kind that everybody has. The sound of his continued struggle against the door echoes, a rhythmic beat of his determination. Suddenly, Alsa's swordmaster gasps, his eyes widening in surprise. Pointing emphatically, he declares that the missing requirement is that thing called swordsmanship. Holding a glowing red sword, Kang Hansu muses to himself that the method doesn't matter, only the creation of the blessing itself. Meanwhile, Alsa's swordmaster, looking utterly shocked, questions how such a feat is even possible. He continues, his voice laced with disbelief, that it simply cannot be done without the blessing. Yet, Kang Hansu stands firm, a determined expression on his face, his hand glowing with a vibrant red energy, seemingly manifesting the very power Alsa's swordmaster deemed impossible. Surrounded by other students, Alsa's swordmaster throws his hands up in astonishment, exclaiming that it's truly amazing for him to wield swordsmanship without a blessing. Among the students, Choi Gangmin, Yubora, and Hyun Sumak discuss how to acquire the blessing of the warrior, with one casually admitting they learned it through drugs. Kang Hansu's eyes widen in surprise at this revelation, a silent thought passing through him that these individuals seem to put in no effort at all. Alsa's swordmaster, looking utterly exasperated, decides to continue with the class regardless. He then considers the implications, realizing that it might indeed be possible to obtain a blessing through artificial means like drugs. A blonde student approaches Kang Hansu, addressing him by name, and informs him that she witnessed his performance during the entrance ceremony. She then offers him unlimited drugs if he agrees to become her subordinate, asking if he needs the blessing of the warrior, only for him to curtly tell her to get lost. The blonde student recoils in outrage, demanding to know why he would reject her after she went to such lengths. A soft, ethereal glow emanates around him as he acknowledges his current situation, knowing he must retreat for now, but vowing that next time, he won't back away so easily. Meanwhile, a blonde student smiles brightly at Kang Hansu, a golden notification box appearing above her head, signaling forgiveness as she seems to accept his previous rejection. His inner god manifestation, a small hooded figure, observes him, affirming that he is indeed the type to become a class president and expressing anticipation for his future development, prompting him to silently plead for less intimidating pronouncements. A hand rises, clearing its throat, drawing attention to the start of a new lesson. Alsa's swordmaster, the blonde instructor, addresses his students, finding the idea of theoretical lessons on the first day quite boring, and revealing he has prepared something far more interesting for them. With a flourish, he presents a large, gleaming white object, its surface sparkling with a faint golden aura. Kong Hansu's hand is shown in a close-up, his gaze fixed on the presented item. The swordmaster proudly holds up the object, a dragon's tooth, explaining to the astonished students that it belonged to a recently subjugated dragon and cost him 10 years' worth of savings. He beams with pride, gesturing to the tooth's impressive size and color, convinced that its magnificence will be recognized anywhere. Kong Hansu, observing the scene, expresses surprise at seeing such an item again, musing that the world is indeed a small place, a sentiment his inner god manifestation silently affirms. Ultimately, several hours of the lesson are consumed by the professor's self-aggrandizing tales. He insists that despite his own feelings, the class was undeniably good, and he can't fathom why anyone would dislike it. Agreeing with the sentiment, Alsa's swordmaster turns to Kong Hansu, confirming that he too found the class quite good. Internally, Kong Hansu fumes at the blonde student's familiarity, wishing he had sent him to the lower class back then, as a certain god's voice echoes in his mind, advising that giving up is often convenient. He vehemently rejects the notion, demanding to know what the divine voice is telling him to give up on. Suddenly, a commanding voice cuts through the air, calling out to him and requesting his presence. The three students he was conversing with stand awkwardly, as a large, formally dressed figure approaches. Kong Hansu's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He recognizes the approaching figures, a trio of students now clad in formal uniforms, including Alsa's swordmaster, Yubora, and Choi Gangman. Internally, he identifies them as the spoonies he had previously sent to the lower class. One of the formally dressed students, Choi Gangman, asks with concern if everything is all right. With a dismissive gesture, Kong Hansu reassures his current companions, telling them it's all right and they can leave first. A sinister smile spreads across his face, as he muses that the timing is perfect, as he was getting bored anyway. Footsteps echo softly as someone walks away, a low hum escaping their lips. Under a bright, clear sky, a voice announces, "You're finally here." A group of students stands gathered, one of them kneeling in submission as Alsa's swordmaster looks down, addressing the unseen Kong Hansu. "Hansu," he states, a chilling edge to his tone. From behind, Kong Hansu observes the scene, as another student asks, "This bastard is your benchmate, right?" With a sickening crunch, Alsa's grabs the student's head, eliciting a pained gasp. The victim's thoughts race, remembering the aggressor as a pretty nice kid, before lamenting, "If only we hadn't come to the lower class because of you." Kong Hansu remains silent, the unspoken words hanging in the air. He wouldn't have been like this. As the other students join in the taunts, one with white hair yells, "Kong Hansu, we shall make you suffer too," while another vows to repay him for the humiliation. A blur of motion indicates a swift, aggressive movement, as the victim cries out, "I got because of you." Kong Hansu's back is still turned, but Alsace's voice cuts through the air, sharp and accusatory, "You idiot." Alsace's face contorts in a sneer, as he asks, "You thought going to the lower class would make it easy for you?" Kneeling beside a fallen student, Kong Hansu offers a gentle reassurance, telling him to rest for a little while. His expression softens with concern as he tends to the injured boy. But a shift in his demeanor suggests a deeper thought, realizing that they've messed with the guy that he was entrusted with by the rattlebrain Mr. Huh. Alsa's swordmaster and his companions look down with disdain, their eyes glowing with an ominous light. With a determined glint in his eye, Kong Hansu holds up a glowing, golden bone, a simple yet potent artifact. A slight smile plays on his lips as he declares that now, as an apology, he will take responsibility and avenge him. His grip tightens on the bone, his resolve hardening. One of the students, a man with a topknot, laughs mockingly, questioning if Kong Hansu truly intends to fight them with such a trivial item, admitting he'd let his guard down at the entrance ceremony. But before he can finish his taunt, a blinding flash of white energy erupts, and the student cries out in agony as he's violently struck. The force of the blow is immense, sending him reeling backward with a powerful impact. In an instant, the entire group, including Alsa's swordmaster, is caught in the blast, their bodies blurring as they're sent flying through the air. Alsace himself is flung backward, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief, utterly overwhelmed by Kong Hansu's sudden and devastating power. The sheer force of the unseen impact still reverberates through the air, leaving Alsace and his companions reeling in utter disbelief, their faces etched with shock and confusion as they struggle to comprehend what just transpired. Meanwhile, Kong Hansu stands casually amidst the chaos, holding the bloodied bone, and with a dismissive wave, he remarks that he has other classes to attend. A menacing smirk spreads across his face as his eyes glow a dangerous red, daring them to challenge him all at once. A sudden realization washes over Alsace, his eyes widening in disbelief as he mutters, what is that?" He considers the prince of the kingdom of Mercenary, a formidable warrior who dominates his adversaries with heavy swordsmanship, a strong opponent against whom even a genius like himself cannot guarantee victory in a direct confrontation. Then, his thoughts turn to the princess of the Kingdom of Lake, who moves with a flexible, eel-like body, using her smooth swordsmanship to easily deflect any type of attack. But then, a sudden shift in the situation causes a collective gasp of surprise, as even the Prince of Mercenary recoils in shock. And a man with long, light hair stares wide-eyed at the unfolding events. He exclaims in disbelief. What the hell's going on? Alsus, too, is thrown into a state of shock, his body tensing, when a dark-haired man nearby playfully chides him, saying, Hey, I can hear the sound of you trying to come up with a plan with that stone head of yours from here. A faint scoff escapes Hansu Kong as he stands amidst the city street, a bloody bone clutched in his hand, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, a furious cry rips through the air as Alsus Swordmaster glares at the rapidly moving figure, his voice laced with pure venom. But Hansu Kong merely smirks in response, a dark, ominous aura beginning to spread around him as he draws his blade. The sight sends a jolt of terror through Alsus, who watches in horror as the very air distorts, and shadowy, monstrous figures begin to coalesce around Hansu Kong, their forms writhing with malevolent energy. One of these grotesque entities, a monstrous head with glowing red eyes, looms into view as a chilling system message flashes, declaring a massacre. Overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught, Alsus screams in terror, a shadowy monster now directly behind him, as he desperately wishes to escape to the underworld, pleading for it to get away. Nearby, a dark-haired woman bravely confronts a monster with her sword, demanding it get some sleep, while Hansu Kong, surrounded by the encroaching shadows, is forced to retreat. Alsus, now pinned to the ground by shadowy tendrils, lets out a desperate cry, refusing to succumb to the horror. A bony arm swings with a chilling whoosh, aiming for a decisive blow. But before it can connect, Hansu Kong, now airborne, slashes through multiple shadowy figures with bursts of yellow energy, turning the tide of the battle. With his sword now stained crimson, Hansu Kang's eyes glow a fierce red, his expression hardened with grim determination. He ponders the sudden activation of a curse, specifically the ominous system messages of massacre and annihilation. Meanwhile, a celestial voice declares that a certain god is sure something is broken, as Alsus Swordmaster cries out in agony. Lying amidst fallen figures in a ruined hall, he gasps, barely able to utter the word, demon. Elsewhere, a man wielding a bone club looks on with a puzzled expression, asking what, while a small green ghost companion floats beside him, stating there's no demon present. The man with the bone club and his ethereal friend stand over the injured Alsus Swordmaster, the man asking if the big dude is finally awake. A faint twitch of his fingers indicates a slow return to consciousness, as the blonde warrior stirs. Hansu Kong, observing the scene from afar, remarks that the one responsible for hurting the students is the young master. The man with the bone club reacts with utter disbelief, questioning who would ever believe that a mere level 1 like himself could defeat all these royals. He then turns his attention back to Alsus Swordmaster, declaring that with him being the master status-wise, what he's done is partly his responsibility, before accusing him of being a demon. A slight smirk plays on Hansu Kang's lips as he acknowledges the man with the bone club, calling him a strong guy with perfect timing. Hansu Kang, with a slight smile, calls out to the injured man before him, offering a friendly greeting. Startled by the sudden address, Alsus Swordmaster flinches, his eyes wide with surprise as Hansu Kang grabs him firmly. With a casual tone, Hansu Kang suggests that he'll return to his classes, instructing Alsus to gather the fallen men and retreat. Sweat beads on his brow as Alsus, still visibly shaken, manages a hesitant agreement. A wide, almost theatrical smile spreads across Hansu Kang's face, as he declares the misunderstanding successfully resolved, letting out a relieved laugh. Meanwhile, a subtle glow emanates from Hansu Kang's hand, as a certain god observes his actions with narrowed eyes. His ethereal companion, the green ghost, floats nearby, as the god questions Hansu Kang about his underlying concerns. Hansu Kang, beaming with pride, proclaims his actions were purely self-defense. A certain god acknowledges and admires the outsider's concerns. Later, holding a bone club, Hansu Kang uses that he hadn't specified its purpose, but found it to be a perfect specimen. A thoughtful hum escapes him as he wonders if the orc bastard who gave it to him isn't secretly spying, recalling the blood that stained it from the moment he received it. As the god seeks his opinion, Hansu Kang, with his ethereal companion nearby, exclaims what? Dismissing the idea that the orc would send him a weapon used to harm others, convinced there's no way. He lets out a slight smirk, thinking to himself that there's no way he'd interfere. After all, he was told not to lay hands on the natives. Meanwhile, a vast, ruined landscape stretches under a vibrant sunrise, hinting at a world far removed from his current thoughts. Suddenly, a warrior is violently thrown through the air, crashing hard onto the stone floor with a resounding impact. He lies sprawled and defeated, his sword having skittered away from his grasp. An imposing orc, with green skin and sharp tusks, observes the scene, muttering about the difficulty of controlling his power with bare hands, though he admits he enjoyed the feeling. With a knowing grin, the orc dismisses the warrior's current state, deciding it can't be helped. His hand glows with a faint red aura as he urges the fallen warrior to get up quickly. Coughing, the warrior slowly pushes himself up, acknowledging the immense strength of his opponent. He reflects on his past encounters, realizing that the orcs he met yesterday were mere infants compared to this formidable foe. Despite the brutal defeat, he understands that this intense training is essential for him to grow stronger. Gazing at his sword, he reaffirms his resolve, believing that if he is truly the legendary warrior, he will definitely. With a fierce shout, he declares his unwavering intent to win. He should, a voice echoes, because the ancient training grounds are no longer functional. And right now, the towering orc warrior looms over the young man, his massive form casting a long shadow. He declares, his voice booming, that he is giving the warrior training personally, and so, he cannot leave this place until he has defeated him. A heavy blow lands with a sickening thud, sending the warrior's head snapping back. His eyes widen in shock and pain, the impact rattling his very bones. Another glowing fist connects, the force of it radiating outward. The orc warrior then pins him down, his massive hands pressing the young man's head firmly into the ground. A choked cry of "Ack" escapes him, blood splattering from his lips as the pressure intensifies. His mouth hangs open in a silent scream, the pain evident in every strained muscle. The orc grins, a cruel lesson in his words. You learn quickly when you get beaten. The warrior, desperate, manages a choked W8, but another glowing impact is already upon him. The blow connects with brutal force, sending more blood spraying from his nose and mouth as he coughs, utterly overwhelmed. The orc warrior's grip tightens on the warrior's face, a stern voice echoing, "You shouldn't lose your consciousness just from this much." With a swift motion, he sends the warrior tumbling through the air, who spins helplessly before crashing down. As the warrior falls, the orc warrior prepares another devastating blow, his fist glowing with raw power, ready to strike again. The impact sends a shockwave through the warrior's helmet, as the orc warrior's mocking laughter fills the air, demanding to see his resolve. Standing over the battered figure, the orc warrior's form is imposing, his body showing the marks of countless battles, as he prepares for yet another round. The warrior is once again tossed, his world spinning upside down, a frustrated curse escaping his lips. The relentless assault continues, punctuated by the sickening sounds of crushing blows and splattering blood. Far from the brutal training grounds, a serene mountain landscape unfolds, with towering peaks reaching towards a clear, blue sky. Down a winding path between the crags, a figure with dark hair and horns emerges, his long coat swaying with each deliberate step. A thought bubble reveals two other horned figures, one blue-haired and one purple-haired, with the blue-haired one questioning, "Why are you with that monstrous bastard?" As the horned figure continues his descent, a group of goblins below erupts in joyous shouts, proclaiming his return and hailing him as their king. As a strange, unsettling energy permeates the air, he feels a sudden, overwhelming sense of unease, a primal instinct screaming that home is the best place to be, yet he can only utter a confused, questioning sound. Meanwhile, in a desolate, mountainous landscape, the horned figure stands tall, his presence radiating the very creepy energy that caused such alarm, as small goblins at his feet hail him with fervent cries of "King! King!" The realization of this powerful entity's return washes over Hansu, his eyes widening in disbelief and fear as he stares, utterly stunned, at the implications of such a presence. Yet, the unsettling energy is not the only surprise in this seemingly low-level hunting ground, for a serene, white-haired woman, accompanied by her retinue, appears, prompting a bewildered question. "The saint is here?" A guttural snarl echoes through the forest, as a grotesque goblin bares its fangs, its eyes gleaming with malice. More of the creatures join the chorus, their ragged cries filling the air, a clear threat to any who dare trespass. Yet, a voice dismisses their ferocity, declaring them just goblins and assuring a swift victory. In the clearing, a warrior and his companions face a hulking goblin brute flanked by two smaller, agile ones, the tension palpable as they prepare for battle. The warrior lunges forward, his armored boots striking with surprising speed, but the attack is met with an unexpected counter. Before he can recover, a swift blow sends him reeling backward, his cry of pain echoing through the trees. His face contorts in a grimace of frustration and anger, the warrior clearly unprepared for such a quick reversal. Observing the unfolding skirmish, a white-haired woman sighs softly, muttering about impatience as she watches the warrior struggle. Beside her, a blonde-haired companion clenches her fist, a fiery aura beginning to emanate from her hand, declaring her disdain for all green guys with fierce determination. With a surge of power, a massive, crackling fireball ignites in her palm, ready to unleash its destructive force upon the goblin horde. Her fury erupts, a primal scream tearing from her throat as she unleashes the full might of her fire magic. The air shimmers and distorts, then explodes into a blinding inferno of orange and yellow, engulfing everything in its path. As the flames consume a goblin, the white-haired warrior and the unnamed male warrior recoil from the sheer force of the blast, their faces etched with surprise and concern. But the danger is far from over, as the white-haired warrior shouts a warning. More goblins are closing in, their eyes glowing ominously in the dim light. The sounds of battle intensify, a cacophony of movement and impact. Suddenly, two new figures surge forward, a red-haired warrior and a black-haired warrior, their blades flashing as they meet the charging goblins head-on. The black-haired warrior pauses for a moment, a concerned expression clouding her features as she takes in the chaotic scene. Elsewhere, an armored man speaks to a pink-haired woman, acknowledging the difficulty of their situation, having only just reached the goblin habitat. He continues, reflecting on their losses and the unexpected cunning of the goblins, who have learned to use traps and inducements. The black-haired warrior's voice cuts through the air, reminding them that while goblins may be weaker than orcs, their coordinated group movements demand constant vigilance. A faint blue aura emanates from her as she adds, the gears crafted from dragon bones seem to be further agitating the creatures. Meanwhile, a pink-haired figure, adorned with a crown, ponders the unfolding events, a thoughtful expression on her face. With a determined clasp of her hands, she affirms her readiness. And so, the Princess Athena Archmazing declares, to compensate for the reduced number of members, we will accompany you, as Alsa's swordmaster offers a confirming nod beside her. Even though their current objective is merely goblin hunting, Zhang Mian watches the saintess of the Grand Temple and an unnamed warrior depart through ancient ruins. This new mission, volunteering for the Magic Kingdom's subjugation, is undertaken while waiting for Gang Min to return from his training, bringing together the saintess, Alsace, Athena, and a new brown-haired female warrior. Soon, Athena finds herself kneeling over two injured men, her hands glowing with healing magic, as one of them, a man with glasses, admits, it's the truth that this is too much for us to do through our own strength. As the class president, in order to protect everyone, I have. Having successfully aided them, Athena raises her arm in a triumphant gesture, exclaiming, well then. Her enthusiasm infectious, she then suggests, shall we head off to teach the bad orcs a lesson? Later, the brown-haired female warrior carefully reaches down, her hand brushing against the ground with a soft rustle. Gathered around a crackling campfire, the group, including the saintess, Alsace, Athena, and the unnamed warrior, listens as the brown-haired female warrior states, we were wrong. There are too many traps. She elaborates, her expression troubled. Most of them are sloppy, but there are quite a few of them that look a little dangerous. As the group continues their journey, Princess Athena sighs, lamenting that they are already short on time to raise their levels, wishing she had gone to the academy instead of undertaking this mission. The prince, Alsa's swordmaster, suggests they prepare to camp for the day, reminding her that night falls much quicker than one might expect in these dense forests. Later, gathered around a crackling campfire, the adventurers settle in for the evening. Suddenly, a red-haired knight approaches Alsace, informing him of a discovery. They have found some footprints, a clear impression left in the soft earth. The knight adds that traces of nearby traps were also found, indicating they had been dismantled and then rebuilt. Alsace ponders the implications, wondering if a footprint in such a place could belong to a human, while the knight notes it's too unclear to definitively be a demon's. The red-haired knight then orders a subordinate to report this information to the saintess immediately, receiving a swift affirmation. Dynamic fire effects flare across the scene, accompanied by an intense sound. The night erupts in chaos as a horde of goblins, their forms wreathed in an orange, explosive glow, surge forward from the darkness. Amidst the fray, Princess Athena Archmazing calls out encouragement, urging her warriors to cheer up, while Alsa's swordmaster, looking weary, mutters about the endless waves of creatures. From the shadows, multiple projectiles whistle through the air, a relentless barrage aimed at the defenders. But a swift warrior, her sword glowing with inner light, intercepts a goblin's crude staff, parrying the blow with practiced ease. Despite her skill, a surprised gasp escapes her lips, as the sheer number of foes seems to overwhelm even her composure. A grotesque goblin, its eyes burning with malevolent orange light, bares its razor-sharp teeth in a chilling grin. Yet, before it can act, a brilliant blue line of energy flashes, slicing cleanly through its head and silencing its wicked snarl. The impact reverberates with a sharp crack, a testament to the unseen force that struck it down. Alsa's swordmaster stands resolute, his blade still dripping with the blood of his foes, a grim determination etched upon his face. Nearby, warrior Yubora, her expression concerned, is asked if she is all right, nodding slightly in response. Around a flickering campfire, the battle rages on, with knights clashing against goblins, as the constant sneak attacks continue to plague them every night. Looking out at the relentless fight, Alsa's swordmaster acknowledges the difficulty for his less experienced warriors, before issuing a commanding call for all knights to raise their swords and stand firm. He shouts, his voice cutting through the din of battle, commanding his forces to cover the warriors. Even amidst the chaos, Alsa's swordmaster knows that while training is good, it's never a bad idea to be careful. Far from the battlefield, a demon king sits upon his throne, as a goblin messenger prostrates himself before him. The goblin whimpers, addressing his sovereign. He confirms the situation, as the king listens intently. Leaning forward, the demon king demands to know the current state of affairs. The goblin messenger looks up, ready to deliver his report. The king's eyes widen in surprise as he repeats the goblin's words, questioning how the humans could have suffered only a little damage. He ponders the presence of the saintess, the strongest among the human race, realizing that mere pebble-like guys couldn't possibly withstand their forces without her. The king acknowledges the warrior's impact, attributing the humans' unexpected resilience to Kong Hansu's massacre of gnolls and orcs. Meanwhile, an observer remarks on the situation, wondering if the warriors are merely meant to be fodder for experience, despite having come all this way to hunt. The demon king's hand clenches, his expression troubled, as he laments the saintess's involvement, wishing she wasn't with them. The demon king reflects on a past encounter, lamenting that he only had to face what he considered mere newbie warriors. A bitter thought crosses his mind, believing he would have had a good chance against them had circumstances been different. His expression hardening, the demon king shouts a command, demanding his subordinate to listen and summon all goblins immediately. A horned demon, his subordinate, bows deeply, acknowledging the order with a fervent "Yes, sir, my king." With a menacing gesture, the demon king reiterates his intent, declaring that it is now their turn to attack. Meanwhile, under the pale moonlight, a sudden burst of energy erupts, signaling an ongoing skirmish. Goblins are seen ransacking supplies, as a voice cries out in frustration that the creatures are destroying their provisions once again. A warrior, Yubora, looks on in dismay, as another voice questions her inaction, asking what she is doing just watching. Before the words fully register, a goblin is engulfed in a fiery explosion, sent reeling backward from a powerful magical attack. Yubora, her hand glowing with orange magic, unleashes the spell, while a blonde warrior beside her expresses concern that losing their supplies would mean sleeping on the ground without sleeping bags. The frustration is palpable, as a voice wonders when these disgusting bastards will finally stop attacking them. A heavy boot steps onto the ground, overlooking a camp engulfed in flames, its structures reduced to smoldering embers. From a rocky precipice above, the demon king, his red eyes gleaming with malevolent intent, surveys the destruction alongside his goblin horde, declaring, "Now, we shall strike from this side." He adds with a sinister grin, "You newbie waddened." A goblin's face, its glowing orange eyes and sharp fangs prominent, fills the view, a silent promise of the impending assault. A golden-haired warrior unleashes a torrent of fire, engulfing the charging goblins in a searing blaze. The creatures shriek in agony, their forms twisting as the flames consume them. One goblin, particularly unlucky, flails wildly as the heat intensifies. Despite the powerful attack, the blonde warrior curses, realizing the sheer number of foes still pressing forward. Her frustration is palpable, a grim determination setting on her face. The goblins, undeterred by their fallen comrades, surge forward with renewed ferocity, their crude weapons glinting in the dim light. Now joined by a dark-haired companion, the two warriors move with practiced coordination, deflecting blows and striking down their attackers. With powerful strikes, they send several goblins tumbling through the air, their bodies crashing to the ground. The dark-haired warrior, observing the chaos, realizes one of the creatures was directing the others, exclaiming that he must be the commander. Without hesitation, she sprints after the fleeing goblin, determined not to let such a crucial target escape. The goblin commander, sensing the pursuit, desperately tries to widen the distance, his small legs pumping furiously. A dark-haired figure with glowing orange eyes and small horns watches a snarling goblin, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips, as he muses that the bait had worked perfectly. He reflects on the tireless research conducted with his slaves, all in an effort to strengthen his own flesh. Now, the fruits of that labor are proving incredibly useful, coming in handy at a crucial moment. Suddenly, a guttural cry erupts from a goblin's throat, its mouth wide in a terrifying shriek. The creature screams, enveloped in a pulsating light blue aura, its raw power unleashed. The sonic assault immediately impacts the nearby warriors, as the blonde female warrior cries out in pain, clutching her head alongside her dark-haired companion, who also groans in agony. Despite the overwhelming noise, the dark-haired warrior manages to shout, a desperate command to stop the advancing goblins. The sheer volume forces her to press her hand against her ear, her face contorted in discomfort. Even the demon lord, observing the chaos, feels the reverberations, a slight headache forming from the incessant, piercing sound. Another goblin joins the cacophony, its piercing shriek adding to the disorienting assault. A massive horde of goblins surges forward, their collective screams echoing as they charge into battle. From above, the demon lord watches his unleashed army, a chilling smile on his face as the goblins swarm below. As the demon lord's horde surged forward, the two female warriors found themselves overwhelmed, a cacophony of goblin screeches echoing around them as they fought desperately. Above the din, the demon lord's voice boomed, mocking them as mere fledglings. Back at the camp, the situation was dire, with one of the support staff lamenting that they had no supplies left. The red-haired female warrior, her face etched with worry, added that they were also running out of food. The blonde female warrior, her arms and legs heavily bandaged, cried out in frustration, wondering how many days this relentless assault had been going on, as the goblins kept attacking without pause. Her dark-haired companion, eyes glowing with a fierce, exhausted resolve, agreed that they couldn't even rest properly, yet she still questioned if the goblin numbers should have been reduced by now. Alsa's swordmaster, observing the camp, mused that while the number of goblins hunted was similar to last year, something felt different this time. He concluded that the blue-skinned mutant variant that had suddenly appeared was remarkably powerful, and they had to find a solution, at least for the sake of Lewis's honor, who had been sacrificed. The white-haired knight, clutching his shoulder in pain, emphasized the urgency, lamenting the loss of a trained knight for something as trivial as goblin hunting. Suddenly, a small pink-haired child called out, her voice echoing across the camp. Prince Alsus stands in a field, his attention drawn to the distressed Princess Athena, who reveals that the Saintess has uncovered the enemy's true identity, a demon. A demon, she repeats, clarifying that the culprit is the very demon lurking behind Rocky Mountain. Her face etched with concern, Princess Athena points emphatically, her voice filled with urgency. Meanwhile, high atop a desolate peak, the Saintess stands silhouetted against the sky, a lone figure contemplating the vast landscape. A messenger approaches her, confirming that the message has been relayed to the warriors. The hooded messenger stands beside her, acknowledging that the information came through Princess Athena, to which the Saintess simply replies, "Well done." Gazing out at the rugged mountains, she laments their inability to endure further losses, reflecting on her plans to accelerate warrior growth through goblin hunting, now complicated by the loss of a knight whose body hasn't even been recovered. A faint, sad smile touches her lips as she acknowledges the somber reality of their situation. Back in the field, Prince Alsus suggests that this experience will also serve to strengthen the warriors, but Princess Athena urges more attention to their safety, reminding him that while they can resurrect the dead, they cannot mend a broken spirit. The hooded messenger nods subtly, revealing that they have already warned the warriors about the dangers of cumulative death. He then observes that the Saintess seems to recall her own moment of death, to which she responds that such a strong mind is indeed characteristic of a true warrior. With a determined step, the Saintess begins to ascend a stone staircase, her figure receding into the distance. She stands alone in a desolate, misty landscape, the ground barren and the trees skeletal. Then, with a surge of power, the Saintess extends her hands, a brilliant golden light erupting from her palms and enveloping her form. As the radiant energy pours forth, it coaxes life from the earth, causing a small, green sprout to emerge from the barren soil. The plant quickly grows, its base glowing with the residual magic. Soon, the Saintess floats above a vibrant field, the golden light of her magic transforming the desolate land into a blooming garden of white and pink flowers. The air fills with the sweet scent of blossoms, a testament to her miraculous power. Surveying the newly created abundance, she muses that with this, the immediate food issues should be settled. A soft smile graces her lips, her gaze fixed on the verdant landscape she has brought forth. Meanwhile, the hooded messenger, his face obscured by a golden visor, reflects that it is meaningless to simply remain idle. He urges that the warriors be prepared, so they can finally eliminate the demon culprit. A barefoot steps softly onto the grass, as a voice calls out, "Saintess." Far away, a gray-skinned goblin minion, looking distressed, grumbles about the great difficulty he faced in cutting down the supplies. A surge of intense frustration ripples through the air, directed at the very mention of Kong Hansu. A powerful, glowing fist clenches in fury, as a voice questions the Saintess's audacity to interfere in what is perceived as a mere squabble between children, demanding to know if she possesses no discretion. His face contorted in a snarl, the horned man declares that those who wield power so carelessly should face consequences. Meanwhile, a sigh escapes another, contemplating a grim reality. The only path left seems to be a desperate one, yet a flicker of hope suggests there might still be a way. Two young women, looking up at an unseen figure, inquire if the solution is something that can be acquired. The horned man, his anger flaring, barks at them to silence themselves, warning that such matters are not for them to speak of, prompting an immediate, fearful apology. Elsewhere, a pair of red eyes reflect deep despair, as the thought echoes that the goblins and he are doomed, regardless of their efforts. Yet, the two young women find a glimmer of hope, believing it might still be possible to save those humans. A smirk plays on Kong Hansu's lips as he muses internally, recalling how he has always prioritized his own comfort above all else. He continues his internal monologue, thinking that anyone hearing of him making sacrifices for inferior humans would surely laugh in disbelief. One of the young women looks surprised as she receives a command to summon the Goblin Elder. With a determined expression, Kong Hansu resolves, declaring his intention to act. A system message prompts for the next instruction. Suddenly, a triumphant shout echoes, a fist punching the air in celebration. A blonde warrior, holding a glowing purple tome, exclaims her achievement, having reached level 13 and confident in her ability to progress independently. She muses about Yubora's higher level, vowing to catch up swiftly. Later, standing amidst defeated goblins, the warrior realizes her mana reserves are depleted, and she has ventured too deep into the forest. Her eyes, now glowing yellow, betray a hint of concern as she decides it's time to retreat. A sudden sound catches her attention, drawing a surprised gasp from her lips. From the dark undergrowth, two goblins emerge, their glowing yellow eyes fixed on her with predatory intent. The warrior's feet are visible as she reacts with alarm, a clear sign of the sudden danger. Despite her depleted mana, she launches a swift counterattack, delivering a powerful kick to one of the goblins. But before she can recover, another goblin strikes from behind, sending her sprawling with a cry of pain. She lands hard on the forest floor, her struggle abruptly halted as a goblin's foot looms nearby. Lying defeated on the dark forest floor, the blonde warrior remains motionless, the impact of the goblin's attack still echoing around her as a green-skinned arm looms nearby. Having dispatched his foes, Hansu Kong stands over the defeated figures, casually remarking that he'll leave the cleanup to another. One of the remaining figures, kneeling in submission, quickly agrees, promising to do his best. Later, a translucent, hooded figure with a green aura floats beside him, as a divine voice urges him to go exploring, to which the ethereal companion responds with an enthusiastic yeah. Hansu Kong, with a wide smile, confirms their plans, declaring that they can begin exploring after tomorrow's class ends. Suddenly, a golden glow emanates from a ring on his hand, pulsing with an unknown energy. He muses aloud, following the ring's indication, but a sense of uncertainty creeps in as he questions its direction. The ring's glow shifts to a vibrant blue, and he exclaims in surprise, realizing he has no idea where they are. With a look of shock, he wonders what's happening, asking if the ring is broken. His companion, the hooded spirit, looks up at the sky, her expression mirroring his confusion, as she softly utters, or. He surveys the vast, ethereal space, a sense of unease settling over him as he wonders if there's something hidden here. A ghostly figure floats nearby, as he muses aloud that there's definitely something suspicious about this place, though he can't quite pinpoint what it is, while a certain god lets him know that a bunch of it is flying directly at them. His eyes widen in alarm as golden magical energy surges towards him, questioning what could possibly be flying at them. The air crackles with immense power, culminating in a blinding, explosive impact. Thrown violently backward by the force, he screams in agony as the magical blast engulfs him. He lies sprawled on the ground amidst shattered ice shards and lingering magical residue, the ghostly saintess hovering protectively nearby. Suddenly, a burly man with a thick mustache appears, his voice booming with irritation, demanding to know if Hansu has a death wish, questioning his reckless entry into this place. A single word, forgiveness, appears, hinting at the nature of the encounter. The man, Kong Hansu, explains that this is a magic shooting range, and it's extremely dangerous, so he shouldn't have come here so recklessly. Hansu, still recovering, grumbles that if it's so dangerous, they should have put up some caution sign or something. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and he finds himself in a school courtyard, facing three students who look at him with surprise, one of them exclaiming, "Huh? Kong Hansu." As he stands there, bewildered, the saintess floats beside him, and a certain god advises him that he doesn't need to try to remember. A young woman with light purple hair, her eyes wide with a hint of mischief, addresses Hansu Kong by name, asking if he remembers her. Initially mistaking her for someone else, he exclaims, "Miss Leia? I remember now. Long time no see," only for her to correct him, stating, "It's not Leia, my name is Leisha." She then playfully asks if he truly doesn't remember her. A visible vein throbs on his forehead, as Hansu Kang's expression shifts to one of slight annoyance and embarrassment. Sunlight filters through the lush green leaves of the trees, casting dappled shadows across the school grounds. Later, sitting on a bench with Leisha, Hansu Kong lets out a sigh, a small XXXXXX escaping his lips, as if still processing the situation. He acknowledges her with a simple, "Ah, yes, yes," before she remarks that his understanding of the language has improved significantly. With a proud grin, he confirms, "I studied diligently." "I see." Leisha then shifts the topic, inquiring if the reason he came to the magic shooting range was to learn magic. He lets out a small laugh, admitting that he can't use magic, but is actually more curious about what they've hidden in the shooting range. Leisha then offers to teach him, which surprises him, making him question if it's even possible, as he'd heard magic couldn't be learned without a blessing. With a bright, confident smile, Leisha assures him that simple basics are indeed possible. She explains that learning these basics can prepare him for facing a mage, then suggests they meet again tomorrow, a determined look on her face as Hansu Kong stands up, seemingly ready for the challenge. Leisha, now sporting a stylish silver bob and a school uniform, chats animatedly with her friends, one of whom asks about her current class. She proudly declares herself to be in the higher class, making it easy for them to meet up, before cheerfully bidding them farewell for the day. As Leisha walks away, her friend, the brown-haired girl, wonders aloud if the young man on the bench could be her lover, a suggestion Leisha quickly dismisses, urging them to hurry to their next class. Meanwhile, Hansu Kong sits on a bench, a translucent, hooded spirit with glowing eyes hovering beside him, as he asks for its opinion on the situation. The inner voice of a certain god warns that the girl's actions are suspicious, prompting Hansu to clarify that he's referring to the shooting range, not her. The spirit, representing this certain god, seems to know more than it lets on, leaving Hansu with the impression that it still doesn't want to reveal everything. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out his name, Kong Hansu. Hansu looks up in surprise, a clear expression of confusion on his face. A blond man with long hair rushes towards him, Hansu internally cursing him as an annoying bastard. The blond man, his face etched with frustration, exclaims that he's been looking for Hansu for a long time, his words carrying an air of urgency. Hansu wonders why so many people are looking for him today, as the blond man confronts him about what he's done, displaying a glowing forgiveness status window. With the blond man now behind him, Hansu desperately wishes for the situation to pass quietly, a sense of dread washing over him. The blond male, Alsus, extends a hand towards him, declaring that his previous methods would no longer suffice. Clearing his throat, Alsus then holds up a meticulously prepared document, stating with conviction, "Listen carefully, Kong Hansu. For me to reach the peak of Hogwarts, I truly need you." Hansu can only wonder if Alsus had prepared a script for this encounter, especially as a glowing forgiveness status window appears, suggesting that others would want to cover his sins if they saw his sad face. He questions if Alsus had seen this very window. The realization dawns on him that this blessing he possessed had such a peculiar weakness, as Alsus grins widely, his emerald eyes sparkling with an unsettling enthusiasm. Alsus presses the document closer, his tone turning serious. "Kong Hansu, I am very serious. If we team up, we'll easily become the strongest." Considering the school's emphasis on group assignments, Hansu muses that it would indeed be much better to partner with someone from the same class. With a bright smile, Alsus extends his hand once more. "All right, let's get along well together from now on." He then throws an arm around Hansu's shoulder, laughing boisterously. Yeah, let's get along well together." As Hansu endures the forced camaraderie, a small, hooded figure with glowing green eyes appears behind him, a green aura shimmering around her, and a narration box confirms, "A certain god feels uncomfortable." Hansu, mirroring the sentiment, thinks, "Me too." The blonde's arm remains firmly around his shoulder, a gesture of forced familiarity that Hansu clearly finds awkward. Internally, Hansu wonders, should I ask Yubora how I can hide the status window? He ponders the simplicity of the situation, just like that. As he considers his options, the demoness, seated across from him, holds a small knife, her expression hinting at reluctance. A soft smile plays on her lips as she offers, "If you command me, I will tell you." Without hesitation, he issues the command, and a stark, glowing status window reading slave appears above her head, prompting her to begin her explanation. "Explain. Quick." She responds with a submissive tone, "Yes, sir," before clarifying that to spy on someone's status window, one needs a blessing. Her eyes glow with a faint yellow-green light as she adds, "And resisting it is also a blessing." He listens intently as she elaborates on the blessing of secret, noting its difficulty to obtain quickly, and the blessing of equality, which forces a reveal if the other person reveals theirs, making it less ideal. She continues, explaining the blessing of bluff as a fake status window that can turn into a curse if discovered, the blessing of camouflage, which makes the status window disappear if one plays dead, and the blessing of humility, which lowers all blessing ranks, requiring extraordinary patience. A smirk spreads across his face as he cuts her off. "Are you done?" She smiles, resting her chin on her hands. "That's all I can think of for now. Kong Hansu, is it compulsory for it to be a blessing?" Meanwhile, in another part of the dwelling, a young woman with long brown hair dries her wet hair with a towel, her expression one of quiet contemplation. He approaches her, posing a new question, "Wouldn't a curse also work even though it's dangerous?" The demoness, now seated at a table in the background, looks intrigued by his suggestion, considering the idea of blocking status window spies through a curse, finding it quite interesting. Despite being a mere human female, the demoness admits, the orange-haired woman has offered a surprisingly good suggestion, one that could lead to a curse perfectly suited for her master. Such a curse, she explains to the distressed woman, would be something like the curse of avarice. A visual of a greedy frog king hoarding gold flashes, embodying the essence of such a curse, as Hansu ponders the implications. He questions, the curse of avarice? The demoness leans in close to the orange-haired woman, her sharp nails almost touching her chin, confirming that it is indeed a curse that exercises absolute control over possessions, including the status window. With a sly wink, the demoness reveals the steep price for such power. It demands nothing less than one's very life. A chilling, predatory grin spreads across Hansu's face, his teeth sharpening into points as a sinister aura emanates from him. He declares that it is settled then, though a certain god observes that the outsider's expression looks suspicious. As Hansu reaches out, a translucent, hooded figure with light purple hair, a certain god, watches him from behind, while he feigns ignorance, claiming he doesn't know what the god is talking about. A cacophony of voices and laughter echoes through the bustling guild hall, where Hansu Kong stands at a counter with Yubora, while Alsa's swordmaster and a white-haired knight observe from behind, and an unnamed warrior relaxes at a nearby table. He holds a document, wondering if this meager request is truly all he can secure for now, as Yubora questions her master, asking why he suddenly registered her as a mercenary. Hansu Kong reminds her of their goal, explaining that to break the curse of avarice, he needs to possess many slaves or amass great wealth. But with all his current possessions tied up, he reveals his new strategy. He looks directly at Diaroka, proposing they increase her level to an extent where he can no longer handle her at his current power. Diaroka, her eyes wide with concern, acknowledges that the plan will work, but hesitates, worried about her own curse. Her master gently touches his face, warning her not to take the curse of hunting lightly. He explains that it is a powerful curse, capable of making even an orc as strong as an ogre, a terrifying prospect that makes Diaroka recoil in fear. Hansu Kong laments that he would have easily reached rank A with his high level, but the curse of hunting has him stuck at rank D, concluding that they can increase her mercenary level later. He ponders the strength of the creatures they might face, wondering if ogres truly possess such formidable power. A gruff voice confirms that they are indeed that strong. The speaker elaborates, explaining that these creatures are on par with the human knight they encountered recently. A passing figure scoffs, dismissing the warning with a casual "just that much, huh?" before being told they will regret their flippancy. Meanwhile, Diaroka admits her current strength is insufficient to even handle 3 orcs. Hansu Kong, with a confident smirk, reassures her that the current request is merely a trivial task involving goblins. His voice firm, he urges her to simply trust him. Deep within a shadowy, mist-shrouded environment, unseen figures lurk, their glowing eyes piercing the gloom as a chilling thought echoes, anticipating their prey. Suddenly, 3 hulking orcs close in on Diaroka, their forms blurring with aggressive intent as Hansu Kong watches from a distance, the ambush sprung. With a guttural cry, Diaroka unleashes a powerful, vibrant purple aura that erupts around her, her eyes glowing with fierce determination as she prepares to fight back. The gnoll-like creature reels back, a vibrant purple energy blast tearing into its side. As it stumbles, a system message flashes, declaring the start of a hunt. While the creature's eye glows ominously, and the system warns that all nearby prey are strengthening. Another system alert appears, indicating a drastic increase in the chances of traps failing, as a blue aura pulses around the area. The gnoll-like monster is then struck by a second, powerful blue energy surge, sending it flying. Yet, it defiantly boasts that the attack caused no pain, sneering at the perceived weakness of its female attacker. Diaroka, her hand enveloped in a crackling purple aura, clenches her fist in frustration, lamenting her inability to inflict more significant harm on the creature. Just then, Hansu Kong steps in, gently but firmly pulling her back, telling her that she has done enough for now. The gnoll, still reeling, expresses its surprise that the meat can talk, finding the concept of sentient prey strange. As Hansu Kong stands ready, 2 hulking, red-skinned orcs emerge, one of them greedily declaring that his head belongs to him. The orc lunges forward with savage intent, its massive form blurring with speed. Hansu Kang's eyes glow a fierce red, a golden object clutched in his hand, as he remarks on how quickly they've become friendly. A powerful, unseen force erupts, sending shockwaves through the air. The gnoll-like creatures are violently thrown backward, their bodies contorting as brilliant blue energy impacts them. Still reeling from the assault, they are battered further, green particles scattering from their forms. One creature's face twists in agony, its eyes glowing with a desperate, fearful light as the attack lands. Diaroka watches, a flicker of surprise crossing her features, as the creature's snarling maw is silenced. With a resounding thud, Hansu Kong stands victorious over the now defeated creatures, their bodies sprawled lifelessly on the ground. Turning to him, Diaroka remarks, "Is that it?" She then instructs the fallen beasts, "Diaroka, bring their canines." A moment passes and she questions, "What? Can't you hear me? Is the warrior's curse broken?" A soft, amused sound escapes her, a huff of disbelief. Her amusement grows, and she bursts into hearty laughter, finding the situation utterly hilarious. Meanwhile, Hansu Kong stares at her, utterly bewildered, wondering, what's going on? This isn't the time to be messing around. As the wolf-like creature and its accompanying slimes diligently gather items, a voice from off-panel exclaims, "Hey, look at that. The slimes are bringing everything." The wolf, however, mutters to itself, "Why don't you command more assertively?" Ignoring the creature's internal grumbling, Hansu Kang's voice rings out with a clear command, "Go bring them right away." Nearby, Diaroka, with a mischievous glint in her eye, salutes playfully, responding, "Yes, sir," as another male figure points in the distance. A smirk plays on her lips, thinking that this collection of items will serve as crucial referral evidence, so nothing should be left behind. Under the glow of 2 moons, the unseen creatures respond in unison, "Yes, sir." The scene then shifts dramatically, revealing a magnificent, towering cathedral under a bright, clear sky. Inside the grand hall, a young man calls out, "Kong Hansu," as he approaches Hansu Kong and a female student. The student, Taker, points an accusing finger at Hansu Kong, complaining loudly, "Because of you, we have to spend the next 15 days cleaning the restrooms," while the female student offers a polite "good morning." Taker continues, noting, "I see you've been discharged." He then offers, "You won't have to do that cleaning if you get admitted again. Want me to help you with that?" Hansu Kong, however, turns away, prompting Taker to exclaim, "Who said I won't do it?" As Hansu Kong walks past him, Taker gasps in surprise, calling out, "Kong Hansu XX." Suddenly, a radiant female student with flowing white hair and a vibrant aura strides confidently into the hall, exuding XX energy right from the morning. With a warm smile, she greets the group. "Ah, you're with your friends XX." A collective gasp echoes through the hall, a chorus of surprised voices calling out the name, Leisha. The murmurs of the crowd grow louder, a buzz of excitement and confusion filling the air. Hansu Kong looks down, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, as he wonders how this common man could possibly know her. A smirk plays on his lips as he leans in, confiding that he knows the lady just a little bit. Tiker, still sprawled on the floor, can barely comprehend the situation, muttering about it being a dream and questioning why everyone is making such a fuss over Leisha. Meanwhile, Leisha approaches Hansu Kong with a bright smile, declaring her intention to teach him magic after their encounter today. Tiker, still reeling from his fall, can only manage a choked sound, as Hansu Kong stands over him, seemingly unfazed by the new arrival. Hansu Kong, with a thoughtful expression, acknowledges that while one doesn't have to take classes seriously, Leisha's sincerity is undeniable. Leisha waves goodbye with a cheerful smile, reminding him not to run away this time before departing. She then dramatically declares her promise to the assembled students, who are still buzzing with excitement and surprise at her presence. Hansu Kong observes the commotion, noting the general astonishment that Leisha is interacting with a freshman, and concludes that she must be quite popular. With a firm grip, Hansu Kong pulls the still distraught Tiker to his feet, telling the young master that it's time for them to go as well. He finds himself in an opulent chamber, a group of figures kneeling before him, one of them declaring their deepest dreams and hopes. With a soft thud, his foot descends, perhaps taking another step into this unexpected scene. Outside, the towering, weathered structure of the academy looms under a pale sky. Back inside, he stands over a kneeling blonde-haired man, observing him intently. A wry smile plays on his lips as he remarks, "Low-class facilities, it's amazing." The kneeling figures collectively acknowledge him, their voices echoing with the name, Kong Hansu. He surveys the entire group of kneeling individuals, a mix of surprise and curiosity in his gaze. The blonde man, looking up with a hint of apprehension, introduces himself. "You are? I am Prince Alpice, from the Night Kingdom." Meanwhile, someone applies a cooling liquid, known as mulpas, to a leg, perhaps to alleviate discomfort from prolonged kneeling. The entire group remains prostrate, their collective posture a clear sign of deference. His expression shifts to outright bewilderment as he asks, "What are you doing?" The kneeling royals and nobles respond, explaining their status as representatives from various countries, implying the profound significance of their actions before him. He struggles with the implications of a situation that simply cannot be, yet acknowledges that by taking this action, they have at least achieved something. Suddenly, a voice declares a desire to reconcile, leaving Tiker utterly bewildered, while a hooded figure beside him recoils in visible distress. The hooded figure continues to writhe, their face contorted in agony as a powerful, unseen force, a certain god, strongly opposes the very notion. Under a bright, clear sky, a grand building stands tall, as a voice summarizes the dire situation, explaining that if they fail the next exam, they will lose their noble titles and be cursed. The kneeling students confirm this grim reality. A system message appears, detailing the noble status. Failure to complete their duty means their experience will be distributed to their bloodline, making their path forward even more challenging. Hansu Kong, however, dismisses the severity of not being able to level up, assuring the students he won't interfere and they can do as they wish. One of the blonde students, surprised by his leniency, questions if he is truly forgiving them. The students express their gratitude, remarking that he is much nicer than they had initially thought. Meanwhile, an older male character, looking visibly frustrated, wonders what kind of impression these students had of him. As the older man looks on in shock, a translucent, hooded figure, a manifestation of a certain god, protests that mingling with these mortals is not what an outsider should do, stating they cannot be trusted. The older male character, aghast at the divine pronouncement, cries out in exasperation, declaring his innocence. Still fuming from the unexpected divine judgment, the older man exhales sharply, his annoyance palpable. As he walks alongside the blonde female warrior, Hansu Kong reflects on the strange looks he's been receiving from people, realizing it's because of the students who were kneeling before him earlier, while his divine manifestation hovers above, expressing annoyance. Chuckling softly, the blonde female warrior remarks that he always seems to find himself entangled in interesting incidents. With a sigh, he asks where they are headed next. Her thoughts drift to a place where no one can disturb them, a private sanctuary. A look of apprehension crosses his face as he processes her words. He admits to being scared for a moment, wondering what kind of place she's talking about and if it wouldn't be nice to simply exist peacefully. As they continue walking, she begins to recount her past, having worked hard as a warrior's comrade until a certain point. His eyes widen in surprise, exclaiming in disbelief that she was once a warrior's comrade, to which she confirms, asking if he's interested in warriors. A flashback shows her alongside warrior Oh Han-woo, a confident figure with spiky black hair, as she recalls working with him for a short while. She continues, explaining that he was simply too much for her to handle, so much so that he made Hansu Kong seem like a normal person by comparison. Another image of Oh Han-woo in battle appears, confirming that the lady found him difficult to work with due to his reckless hunting style. Her expression shifts to one of realization, as she wonders if Oh Han-woo hunts even more recklessly than she does. Han Soo-kong lets out a soft oh-ho, reflecting on how his past life, filled with fantasy novels and comics, has unexpectedly prepared him for this new reality. His companions, observing his quick adaptation, conclude that his extensive knowledge of fantasy worlds must be the reason he's able to adjust so rapidly. Meanwhile, a mysterious hooded figure, a certain god, tilts their head, seemingly reacting to Hansu's very thoughts. A soft, almost imperceptible giggle escapes the enigmatic deity. Back with his companion, the blonde female warrior announces that they have finally arrived at their destination. With a bright smile, she then asks him if he's ready to try learning magic. Later, as Hansu sits cross-legged on a mat, meditating, the blonde female warrior gently calls out his name, observing his progress. Leaning in close, she confidently states that the causes and results of his efforts are becoming clear. As Hansu continues to focus, a faint glow begins to emanate from his hands, and he muses that just as a baby is born when a man and a woman. The glow intensifies around his hands, and he feels a surge of energy, wondering aloud if something hot is rising within him. Suddenly, with a sharp impact, a certain god, who had been observing, delivers a swift punch to Hansu's head, the deity's discomfort escalating from merely uncomfortable to very uncomfortable, and finally, extremely uncomfortable as Hansu's power manifests. The blonde female warrior leans in, her expression earnest, asking Han Soo-kong if he understands her explanation. He nods, a faint blush on his cheeks, assuring her that he does. But her gaze falls upon the golden ring on his finger, and a flicker of concern crosses her face as she questions its origin, muttering to herself that she was too late. Han Soo-kong, caught off guard, asks her to repeat herself, but she quickly dismisses it with a laugh, urging him to focus. Closing his eyes, he concentrates, and a surge of energy makes his eyes widen in surprise, as he feels a powerful sensation emanating from deep within his stomach. A golden glow erupts from his midsection, radiating outward, confirming that this intense feeling is indeed magic. The golden ring on his finger pulses with light, as the system registers his progress. Suddenly, the hot sensation vanishes, leaving him bewildered, and the blonde warrior looks on, equally confused. Meanwhile, in an ethereal realm, a translucent, childlike figure floats serenely, as a certain god feels a surge of pride. But the pride quickly turns to joy, then to a desperate plea, as the system window reveals Han Soo-kang's rapidly increasing blessings, including the blessing of outsider, ranking up. Without warning, a powerful, unseen force slams into Han Soo-kang, sending crackling blue lightning through his body and eliciting a pained cry. The impact throws him violently to the ground, his body convulsing, and the blonde warrior is also knocked off her feet, collapsing beside him. His body convulsing, Han Soo-kang struggles against an unseen force, the pain evident in his strained expression as a voice calls out, concerned for his well-being. Internally, he curses, realizing the resetting frequency is too fast, knowing that if he tries to control the overwhelming power, his strength balance will collapse entirely, yet he manages a weak, "I'm alright, probably. Arc. Right?" He thinks, if he just keeps wasting his overflowing energy, he might find a way to manage it. But the blonde female warrior's worried cry of his name is quickly overshadowed by a system notification, declaring him an outsider, as a surge of red energy erupts around him. The crimson power violently bursts from his hand, engulfing his entire form in a blinding flash. Han Soo-kang screams in agony, his body racked by the overwhelming force, desperately pleading for it to stop. A deafening explosion of red energy rips through the air, tearing apart the very fabric of their surroundings. When the dust settles, Han Soo-kang lies defeated on the ground, while a certain god stands triumphantly over him, radiating a menacing red aura. The blonde female warrior, witnessing the devastating aftermath, can only stare in stunned disbelief, wondering, what on? Her gaze sweeps across the ravaged landscape, the question hanging in the air. Earth was that. But then, Han Soo-kang sits up, a wide grin spreading across his face as he exclaims, "Phew, now I feel alive. How refreshing." The blonde female warrior stares at him, utterly bewildered, demanding, "K-kong Han Soo XX? How did you triple X magic?" Han Soo-kang, still processing the recent surge of power, looks over his shoulder, a question forming on his lips. Meanwhile, the blonde warrior stares at him, utterly bewildered, asking if he had used magic without even realizing it. He extends a hand, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light, pondering the nature of this newfound power. The blonde warrior kneels nearby, reflecting on how he had even mimicked swordsmanship through the power of gnomes. A system message flashes, revealing the source of his ability as an outside fairy, as a brilliant white orb of energy pulses in his palm, surrounded by vibrant red particles. The blonde warrior's expression shifts to one of deep concern, wondering why magic would suddenly be possible for him. With a powerful surge, red energy beams erupt from his outstretched hand, striking the grand building in the distance. Unbeknownst to them, a stern-faced man with blonde hair and a beard observes the scene, his expression unreadable. Hansu Kong laughs triumphantly, his eyes still glowing red, declaring this to be magic, while the blonde warrior, still surprised, questions how he could wield it without the blessing of magic. The blonde man, now visibly enraged, shouts, demanding to know who is dangerously using magic on campus. Both Hansu Kong and the blonde warrior look up in alarm, realizing they've been caught, as she cries out to her teacher. The blonde man glares down at them, his body trembling slightly, asking if it's Kong Hansu again. He finds himself reprimanded for skipping swordsmanship practice, a clear violation of school rules. Towering over him, the muscular teacher warns, "Give it up if you're thinking of running away again." Hansu Kong, looking up with a desperate plea, begs for forgiveness. A system message flashes before his eyes, offering forgiveness. But the teacher, his yellow eyes glowing with intensity, declares he will forgive him, only if he comes forward first. Another forgiveness message appears, as if the system is mocking the situation. Hansu Kong, however, stands his ground, admitting his apology but asserting his superior talent in magic, leaving the teacher to wonder how even blessings could be countered. Suddenly, the teacher is sent reeling backward, a powerful, unseen force striking him with incredible speed. His body now radiating an orange glow, the teacher, undeterred, promises to make up for missed classes with real swordsmanship sessions. But Hansu Kong has other plans, unleashing a torrent of vibrant red energy from his outstretched hand. The teacher's face contorting in shock and pain as the magic impacts him. Engulfed in the furious red aura, the teacher screams, completely overwhelmed by the raw power of Hansu Kang's magic. As the red energy surged, a pained cry echoed, the teacher's voice barely audible through the overwhelming force of Kong Hansu's magic. He stood amidst the fading glow, a triumphant laugh escaping him, while behind him, the teacher, splattered with blood, could only stare in stunned silence. Sunlight streams into a vast, verdant space, illuminating lush foliage and vibrant blossoms. This botanical beauty extends into a classroom, creating an unusual academic environment. A student sighs, his expression weary, muttering about his lack of desire for more lectures. Meanwhile, a stern voice declares that he will allow Kong Hansu's past transgressions to pass under his jurisdiction. The instructor, a man with a distinctive hat, then emphatically warns that he expects sincere attendance in the upcoming classes. He further cautions the students that unruly behavior or the use of magic is strictly forbidden within the classroom. As the instructor finishes, a blonde student asks aloud if everyone has a partner, then wonders about the absence of the class president, before noticing Hansu Kong. Molpas, the blonde student, approaches Hansu Kong with a wide grin, suggesting they attend the class together. Hansu Kong, however, responds with a sharp tone, explaining that he is not there to listen and simply wishes to be left alone. Before Molpas can react, Hansu Kong swiftly pushes him away, a clear rejection of his unwanted company. Leaning over the now recoiling Molpas, Hansu Kang's expression turns menacing as he questions if Molpas truly desires to remain in the lower class. A slight cough escapes him as Kong Hansu leans in closer to Molpas, who recoils from his touch, before he declares, "Haha, good choice." Meanwhile, a new presence makes itself known, causing Kong Hansu to look on with a questioning, "Huh?" A vibrant, fiery, bird-like creature, glowing with intense orange and yellow energy, arcs into view. Then, a woman with flowing light blue hair and bright yellow eyes smiles warmly, greeting everyone with, "Nice to see you all." She stands gracefully in a white and gold robe, a small, round, colorful creature nestled in her arm, while the fiery bird companion hovers beside her. Her footsteps echo softly as she moves, her presence commanding attention from the students who will bear the future of humankind. With a confident demeanor, she introduces herself, stating, "I am Cerebreth, and I will be teaching you XXX." As she settles into her role, the instructor expresses her hope, "I hope we get along well going forward." Even at the entrance ceremony, she seems to be a very popular fairy, a fact that causes Kong Hansu to observe the scene with a thoughtful, "Huh." Meanwhile, the fiery bird companion, with its intense yellow eyes, lets out a soft, peep dash. A deep frown creases Kong Hansu's brow as he wonders why the fiery bird seems to act so aggressively only towards him. Meanwhile, Cerebreth addresses the class, explaining that something is amiss, and they need to find the cause of the creatures around the school being in fear, adding that recently they've decided to conduct classes only once every fortnight, as she holds the small, rainbow-colored creature in her hands. From his seat, Alsa's swordmaster remarks to Molpas that this means classes will only be held twice a month, asking if he doesn't think that's nice. Suddenly, the small creature in Cerebreth's arms bursts with energy, loudly proclaiming, "I am Alpice," causing Cerebreth to scold it, asking why it's messing around with someone's name. She tries to regain control, sternly demanding silence and warning that acts interrupting the class will not be tolerated, but Alpice remains visibly agitated. Cerebreth looks on in shock, her eyes wide with surprise, as Alpice continues its outburst. Still glowing with pink energy, Alpice declares that it withdraws its previous statement, and today's class ends here. With a sigh, Cerebreth announces that from tomorrow onwards, they will have classes every day at this time, bidding the gentleman farewell as the fiery bird creature flies away. Kong Han-su, now radiating a furious red aura, shouts in disbelief, demanding to know what just happened, then turns his rage on Mulpus, declaring that this is all his fault. He lunges forward, grabbing Alsus by the collar, who screams in terror, begging him to let go. A frustrated sigh escapes him, as he wonders why he always seems to encounter such troublesome individuals. He lets out a bitter laugh, thinking to himself that no matter where he goes, he only keeps meeting guys like this. The thought echoes in his mind, as the scene shifts to a dark, dripping chamber. The silence is broken only by the soft, rhythmic sound of water droplets falling onto the stone floor. The eerie quiet is suddenly disturbed by a faint thud, as a figure lies motionless on the ground. A blonde woman, Jang Mayan, slowly stirs, her eyes fluttering open with a soft murmur. She sits up, clutching her head, a wave of confusion washing over her as she questions where she is and why she can't recognize her surroundings even after seeing them. From a raised platform, a horned man addresses her, welcoming the warrior Jang Mayan to his cradle. Jang Mayan, now clad in armor, looks up at the imposing figure, her expression a mix of surprise and defiance. She demands to know his identity, but he simply stares back, a hint of amusement in his red eyes. The horned man, Cogmos, then reveals his true nature, declaring himself the 14th son of the Dark King. His voice booms with authority, leaving Jang Mayan to ponder the implications of facing such a powerful lineage. A blonde demoness gasps, her hand flying to her mouth in surprise as she hears the revelation of the Dark King's son. Her initial shock quickly gives way to contemplation, a thoughtful hum escaping her lips. Then, a wide, delighted smile spreads across her face as she exclaims, "On closer look, he's such a beauty. His voice is really nice too." Meanwhile, in the ominous darkness, Mayan hears a voice addressing her, "O warrior." To which she responds with a sharp, wary tone, "I do not know what you're talking about, but..." Back with the demoness, her thoughts drift to the implications of the prince's lineage, concluding that even a Dark King's son is still a prince. Her eyes gleam with mischievous intent as she realizes, "This is an opportunity for me to fulfill my long-awaited dream." With a predatory smile, she declares, "O handsome prince, become my slave." As she speaks, a radiant, heart-shaped energy manifests between her outstretched hands, the powerful magic of allurement beginning to take form. The spell expands, delicate pink heart particles swirling around her, emanating a soft, alluring glow. The magical energy intensifies, dark, sharp lines indicating its forceful projection, as the enchantment surges forward. Finally, dark tendrils of magic extend from her hand, impacting an unseen target, the allurement spell fully unleashed. The blonde demoness eyes widen in shock, her surprise attack having been instantly nullified. A swift countermovement, and a voice echoes, acknowledging the narrow escape. With a purple aura flaring around his outstretched hand, Cogmos expresses his surprise at the unexpected sneak attack. As the blonde demoness lies defeated, a trickle of blood near her head, he questions if even such weak opponents are considered warriors in this realm. The system window reveals his warrior curse, a realization that makes him curse aloud, frustrated by the limitations it imposes. He laments having killed the hostage himself, a consequence of his own actions, and despairs at the thought of being unable to grow beyond his current level. A wave of distress washes over him as he realizes he won't be able to save Miss Juroka from the notorious Kong Han-su if he remains stagnant. Reflecting on the shadowy figure of his rival, whose eyes glow with ominous power, Cogmos resolves to find a way to surpass his current limitations. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, announcing the arrival of a guest. His gaze sharpens, a determined glint in his red eyes, as he acknowledges the long-awaited presence. The grand, ornate doors begin to open, revealing the entrance of this new arrival. A young warrior, clad in white and gold armor, steps through a dark archway, her reddish-purple eyes scanning the new surroundings with a determined gaze. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a flash of purple ignites in Hansu Kang's eye, his expression shifting to one of profound shock and alarm. He stands over two figures, one a blonde woman in white armor, the other a dark-clad man, both lying motionless on the ground, and a desperate cry escapes him, calling out Mayan's name in anguish. His eyes now glow with a fierce red intensity as he speaks, acknowledging that someone has skillfully followed the traces left behind by goblins. A voice echoes through the space, extending a formal welcome to warrior Yubora. A figure lies motionless on the cold, dark floor, their form obscured by shadow and debris. Nearby, a warrior in white and gold armor, his sword drawn, cries out in alarm, as Mayan tumbles helplessly through the air, her blonde hair streaming behind her. From a raised dais, a horned figure in a dark suit grins menacingly, welcoming warrior Yubora and questioning her audacity to enter his domain alone. But a voice from the shadows assures him that they would never send a warrior into such danger without backup. Mayan, her expression hardened with resolve, prepares herself for the coming fight. Meanwhile, an unseen observer studies a system window, revealing the stats of Alsus, a level 33 warrior blessed with noble lineage, fighting prowess, and courage, yet cursed with a history of massacre. The blonde knight, Alsus, steps forward, his ornate armor gleaming, and directly challenges the horned demon, demanding to know if he is the ruler of Rock Mountain. With a predatory grin, revealing sharp fangs, the demon proudly confirms his identity. Standing tall on his dais, Cogmos declares that he is indeed the one who rules over the goblins of this rock mountain. Alsus then reveals his true purpose, accusing Cogmos of being the demon responsible for murdering a warrior. As Alsus' swordmaster stands firm, his jaw set in grim determination, the demon Cogmos watches him with a chilling, knowing smirk. Nearby, a pink-haired woman gasps, realizing the danger they've faced, and Alsus acknowledges the nasty traps they've overcome, steeling himself for the final confrontation with the demon. A sinister, wide grin spreads across Cogmos' face, his red eyes glinting with malicious amusement. He taunts them, his voice echoing with dark satisfaction, proclaiming that they must have enjoyed the gift he had prepared. Enraged by the demon's words, Alsus' hand tightens around his sword hilt, his fury boiling over as he condemns Cogmos for the deaths of the warrior and the knights. With a roar, Alsus charges forward, his cape billowing behind him as he lunges into the attack. His voice filled with righteous anger, he vows to make the demon pay for his sins immediately. But Cogmos remains unfazed, merely scoffing, and advising Alsus not to get too riled up. Suddenly, a devastating force erupts, cracking the very ground beneath their feet with immense power. Hansu Kang's eye widens in shock, witnessing the sudden, overwhelming counterattack. Before Alsus can even react, he is brutally crushed, a massive, glowing rock-like construct slamming down upon him with bone-shattering force. Hansu Kang, horrified, realizes the grim truth, that Alsus won't be able to resurrect without his body, as the swordmaster cries out in agonizing pain. Hansu Kang, his legs burning with an unnatural speed, desperately drags the severely injured Alsus swordmaster away from the demonic presence, a system message for sprint flashing into existence. Behind them, the horned demon, Cogmos, lets out a mocking laugh, his voice dripping with contempt as he calls out, "Ha! You're too naive, warrior." He continues, his purple energy swirling ominously. "I wouldn't let such a precious bait as a warrior's corpse go to waste like that." Before Hansu can react, tendrils of dark purple energy lash out, wrapping around Alsus and binding him tightly, immobilizing the fallen warrior. A heavy, crushing force descends, the sound of impact echoing through the space. Meanwhile, another warrior, a blond man in a blue cape, tries to restrain Yubora, who is rushing forward, crying out, "Warrior Yubora, stop, it's dangerous." But she replies, But my body is moving on its own." Her legs continue to propel her forward with incredible speed, a sprint system message indicating that her movement is beyond her control, unable to slow down or stop until she reaches her destination. Just as she nears the danger, the blonde warrior shoves her forcefully, pushing her out of the way with a sharp impact. Yubora stumbles back, her eyes wide with surprise and confusion, a small, bewildered sound escaping her lips. The blonde warrior, now facing the threat himself, shouts back to her, "Warrior Yubora, look ahead, I'll take care of this." Freed from the immediate danger, Yubora's expression hardens as she begins to channel her power, a fiery orb of magic forming between her hands, accompanied by a magic system message. With a surge of energy, she unleashes her attack. Violently thrown backward, Hansu Kang tumbles through the air, surrounded by glowing fragments of what was once solid ground. The impact reverberates, a deep, resonant sound echoing through the space. Even as he falls, Hansu Kang's hand instinctively reaches for his sword, its blade glinting faintly in the dim light. From a distance, the masked Alsus swordmaster watches the scene unfold, a pained gasp escaping him as his emerald eye narrows, observing the struggle. Hansu Kang lands, his expression one of shock, as a voice praises, "Oh Prince, you did a good job handling that." The air crackles with unseen energy, the sounds of rapid movement filling the void. Hansu Kang now stands, sword drawn, facing a shadowy warrior on a raised platform, who wields two glowing purple daggers, poised for a deadly strike. A desperate cry of a halt rings out, as Yubora watches the confrontation, her face etched with distress. Hansu Kang lets out a pained grunt, realizing with dread that he cannot possibly dodge the incoming assault. The shadowy warrior's attack lands with brutal force, sending bright, explosive impacts across the ground. The shadowy figure's voice cuts through the chaos, declaring, "But you cannot bring the warrior to," his words trailing off with a menacing finality. Meanwhile, Yubora's hands reach out, her feet planted firmly, as if gathering power or preparing to unleash her own counterattack. Hansu Kang moves with desperate speed, cradling the injured Alsus swordmaster in his arms, a faint golden glow emanating from their forms. His expression etched with concern, he looks down at the unconscious prince, who is barely clinging to life. A hand reaches out, almost reverently, as Hansu Kang acknowledges the prince's sacrifice, a deep respect in his voice. The full extent of Alsus's injuries becomes horrifyingly clear, his body pierced by numerous arrows, a testament to his valiant stand. Hansu Kang's gaze falls upon the prince's feet, his thoughts heavy with the weight of a life given to save another warrior. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoes through the space, as Princess Athena's face contorts in pure anguish and terror. Her eyes blazing with fury, Athena unleashes a torrent of fiery magic, a vibrant aura flaring around her as she vows vengeance. But before her magic can fully manifest, the Shadow Warrior appears, seizing Alcis and issuing a chilling warning to the princess. He explains the perilous consequences of resurrection magic, his words causing Athena to recoil in horrified realization. A sinister smirk plays on the Shadow Warrior's lips, his glowing red eyes confirming that her fear is precisely the reaction he desired. With a sudden, brutal motion, he violently hurls Athena across the chamber, sending her sprawling. The princess lands hard on the ground, her body defeated and her face a mask of despair. Standing amidst the fresh blood splattered across the grand hall, Cogmos coolly observes the scene, acknowledging the two fallen figures before him. His gaze then sharpens on the lone warrior still standing, declaring her the only one left, warrior Yubora. Clutching the unconscious Alcis swordmaster, Yubora glares back, accusing him of cowardice. Cogmos merely raises an eyebrow, questioning her definition of the word, pointing out the irony of an entire knight unit being deployed just to hunt goblins, yet she dares to call him cowardly. As he shifts into a ready stance, his true identity is revealed. Cogmos, a level 22 entity blessed with charm and magic, but cursed with noble and warrior traits. Yubora flinches, her own status now displayed. A level 19 warrior with blessings in weapon, fortitude, and sprint, yet cursed with reflection, integrity, and deadly traits. His red eye glints with cold calculation as he continues, suggesting that if they hadn't let their guard down, he would have been the one dead, then challenging her to reconsider who the real coward is. With his silhouette looming behind her, he offers a final piece of advice, a stark reminder that they are enemies. Yubora, her expression hardening, acknowledges his words, vowing not to be picky about her methods when her life is on the line. With a fierce cry, she lunges forward, her sword arcing swiftly towards him. But before the blade can connect, Cogmos effortlessly intercepts the strike, blocking the full force of her attack with his bare arm, glowing particles erupting on impact. A look of shock crosses Yubora's face as two system messages appear, revealing Cogmos's unique abilities. Weapon, which turns his flesh into a powerful, self-repairing weapon, and reflection, which returns a portion of received damage to the attacker. A cruel smile twists across Cogmos's face as he declares his current state. What an absurd blessing. However, Yubora, still reeling from his power, thinks to herself that this overwhelming force is nothing compared to the true terror of that bastard. Suddenly, an invisible force slams into her, sending her body violently recoiling, the impact rippling through the air around her. She cries out, her form twisting as the unseen pressure crushes her, struggling against an invisible grip. Looking down at her struggle, Cogmos taunts her, asking if she doesn't even know such simple dark magic, before dismissing humanity's magic as merely white magic, useful only in wars. His power tightens around her arm, immobilizing her as he declares, "Now, warrior Yubora, I guess the next hostage for negotiations will be you." Her eyes wide with terror, she gasps, "I can't breathe." As her vision blurs, she desperately calls out a name, Han, Su, before forcing out, "That's enough." With a guttural roar, a brilliant blue light erupts from her body, her eyes glowing with fierce determination, a powerful aura surging around her. But her counterattack is met with an immediate, painful shock, leaving her gasping, "Cock dash. This is." Cogmos floats serenely above the struggling Yubora, her blue energy dissipating around her, while the unconscious Alcis swordmaster lies nearby, as he calmly states, "This is not the kind of ending I wanted, but..." As Yubora looks up, still trapped, the true identity of her tormentor is revealed, Demon Cogmos. You have. High above the bustling academy grounds, sunlight bathes the ancient stone towers, casting long shadows across the courtyard. Inside, a green-haired teacher, lounging casually with a pipe, inquires of the older man across from her, "Head teacher, how is that person doing these days?" The head teacher, pouring tea with a composed expression, responds with a sigh. "The classes taken during the vacation weren't effective at all." He continues, a slight chuckle escaping him as he explains the difficulty of teaching students to build trust with monsters that even the status window cannot confirm, adding that at this rate, no achievements would be made by the students. This lack of progress means there will be no rewards for the teachers, who are evaluated annually based on their students' experience and achievements, leaving the head teacher to muse that she wouldn't even qualify for a position like a Hogwarts professor. A close-up of a teacup emphasizes the somber mood, as the green-haired teacher realizes it will be difficult to get through the year. Suddenly, she slams her hands down, her frustration boiling over, exclaiming, "What the hell is that? This is all just bad news. Do I not have any good news?" Slumped over the desk, she laments her efforts, recalling how she had to flatter the perpetually lofty saintess just to get the warriors admitted. She clutches her teacup, her voice filled with despair, as she thinks of all her hard work to escape her long-held last-place ranking. The head teacher, however, offers a reassuring smile, telling her, "Fortunately for you, there is good news, so relax." Her head snaps up, eyes wide with disbelief, as she questions, "Good news? And I thought there was nothing left for us." The revelation of a hidden labyrinth being uncovered hangs in the air. An older man, sipping tea, muses about a freshman whose fairy blessing is only C rank, yet believes this student will bring about good results alongside him. Meanwhile, the green-haired teacher, beaming with enthusiasm, extends a warm welcome to Kang Han-soo. However, she quickly reminds him that they had agreed not to use such formal titles when it was just the two of them. He, in turn, insists that the way they address each other is important, urging her to try again, this time using a term she could bear. A sudden realization dawns on him, as he mutters to himself that he had gotten it all wrong, just as he thought. Soon after, the first class begins, focusing on consensus with slimes, and the students are immediately tasked with catching the small, blue creatures as they scatter. The other students shout, urging each other to pursue the fleeing slimes. With surprising agility, Kang Han-soo manages to intercept one of the slimes, using a large bone to secure it with ease. His classmates, witnessing his swift success, exclaim in admiration, praising Kang Han-soo for his amazing skill. A wide smile spreads across Sebilis's face, praising his ingenuity, for he had managed to draw the attention of all the slimes using something they were fond of. She hadn't expected such a clever student, and now, surrounded by several small, blue slimes, she declared, "I will then offer special classes just for you." The sudden announcement leaves him utterly bewildered. As they walk through a serene garden, the young man, still processing the offer, hesitantly greets her. "Hello, Miss Sebilis." All right, that sounds fine." With a mischievous glint in her eye, Sebilis explains the day's special class will focus on dealing with monster partners, adding, "Let's say you are my slime, Han-soo, and I will show you a demonstration." Leading the way with a small, rainbow-colored slime in hand, she gestures for him to follow. She then kneels gracefully on the grass, instructing him to lie down beside her. Beside her, the rainbow slime and a small, fiery bird creature wait patiently as she prepares for her unusual demonstration. Lying on the ground, his eyes wide with confusion, he can only stare blankly at the sky, utterly perplexed by the situation. Noticing his bewildered expression, Sebilis asks with a hint of concern, "Did I frighten you? I think I rushed a bit." He manages an awkward smile, reassuring her, "I was slightly taken aback, but it's all right." Internally, a system window flashes, identifying his blessing as outsider, and he reflects, "If it wasn't for the blessing of outsider, I would have already lost my equanimity." Still grappling with the bizarre nature of the class, he thinks, "I really don't understand what sort of class this is." Meanwhile, a certain god observes him with narrowed eyes. Still lying on the ground, he looks up at Sebilis, who kneels beside him with a gentle smile, while a small, hooded figure stands quietly behind her, all under a cloud of suspicion. Her expression remains serene, but a quiet hum escapes her lips. He can't help but wonder, is this academy truly insane? Or perhaps, is it the entire world that has gone mad? The serene garden, bathed in sunlight, offers no answers to his growing bewilderment. Far from the academy's strange lessons, under a pale moon, a desolate graveyard stretches into the night. There, a horned female finds herself cornered by two monstrous figures, one wolf-like and the other a hulking red beast, both snarling about her delicious, soft, and tender meat. She glances back, her expression unreadable, as the threats close in. With a guttural roar, the red monster lunges, commanding her to die quietly dash. Its massive claw connects, sending a jolt of pain through her as she recoils from the brutal strike. But before the beast can follow up, her hand shoots out, gripping its arm with surprising force, ready to retaliate. Still reeling from the previous assault, the horned female recoils, a sharp intake of breath escaping her lips, as a question echoes in the air, "King?" Before she can fully recover, the monstrous red beast lunges, its clawed hand connecting with her side, eliciting a pained cry. But her pain quickly turns to fury, and with a swift, brutal motion, she tears into the beast's arm, black ichor spraying from the wound. As the red beast stumbles back, two more figures emerge from the shadows, their glowing yellow eyes and snarling maws revealing them to be wolf-like monsters, ready to join the fray. Undeterred by the new threat, the horned female unleashes a torrent of vibrant orange flames, engulfing the approaching creatures in a searing inferno. The intense magical fire flares brightly, consuming her foes. Her red eyes narrow, a fierce determination etched on her face, as she scoffs, "How dare a beast like you?" Surveying the smoldering remains of her attackers, she declares the immediate threat handled, then wonders aloud, "Where's the master?" Meanwhile, a young boy, King, laughs playfully, holding a stick aloft, as a large, white wolf-like monster playfully nips at his arm, eliciting a mock-pained cry from the boy, "Don't get close to me. Meet." The horned female watches the scene unfold, a small smile playing on her lips, muttering, "Haha, he's having fun," as King continues to tease the wolf monster, who is now playfully chasing him. Later, under a starlit sky, the city lights twinkle softly in the distance, casting a serene glow over the quiet night. Perched atop a rooftop, King sits casually, his legs dangling over the edge, with his wolf companion resting beside him, both gazing out at the peaceful urban landscape. A defeated wolf-like monster lies prone, covered in blue slimes, as the young boy reflects that hunting is definitely more enjoyable than academy classes. A wide grin spreads across his face as he savors this feeling of fulfillment. A system window appears, displaying the stats of a powerful entity, prompting the question, well, shall we see how much growth has been made? He observes the window, noting the entity's progression from level 27 to 31, but wonders if it's still not enough to obtain the curse of avarice. Beside him, Jiroka, the horned female, reminds him that she had warned him it would be difficult to acquire. Holding up a piece of paper with a triumphant smile, the boy insists they definitely had a good harvest. Meanwhile, an older man with a gray beard pleads, please stop bringing them. He questions the method, stating that if the proof is only brought in such a way, it cannot be considered proper subjugation, and laments that the branch's safe is completely empty, yielding no good results. Jiroka, her eyes glowing with a fierce red light, confronts him, asking what his problem is if she took care of the request he made, suggesting he change the contents of the request if he has an issue. The older man stammers in protest, exclaiming, who the hell just collects and brings what is supposed to be collected as proof of subjugation? Back with the boy, a hooded figure stands beside him, and a system message confirms that a certain god reveals his thought is right, which is what the hooded figure's expression seems to convey. With a forced smile, the older man finally concedes, agreeing to suggest another request for her to work on instead. A voice had promised an S-rank request would bring absolute satisfaction. But as King smiled, a shovel resting on his shoulder, he couldn't help but recall those words with a hint of irony. His shovel plunged into the earth, and he wondered why he was stuck digging up dirt. Vigorously he worked, the ground flying with each swing, his hopes for an S-rank request quickly turning to exasperation over the mundane task. Feeling like a grave robber, he heard Jiroka's playful voice ask, but it's more fun than the academy, right? He threw his head back, yelling, forget it, Jiroka? You too, come and help me. But the horned woman merely sighed, claiming exhaustion from hunting strengthened gnolls, insisting she couldn't move. As King continued to struggle, a hooded figure, a certain god, washed with a faint green glow, silently cheering for the lone wolf. A frustrated cry echoed, a final, exasperated damn it, as the task continued. Within the desolate expanse of ancient ruins, a profound silence hangs heavy, broken only by the faint sounds of the wind. Amongst the crumbling stone structures, a young man stands, his gaze fixed on the remnants of a forgotten era, while a horned woman sits nearby, observing the scene with a thoughtful expression. He sighs, contemplating the task before them, musing that this might take quite a long time, and wonders if he should just blow everything up in one shot. But the horned woman quickly interjects, reminding him that he might also blow away important remains. She explains that these ruins may contain great secrets, and on top of that, if their investigation ends up destroying them, it would be considered a failed mission. The horned woman then asks if he would be okay with that outcome, leading him to realize he has no choice but to dig it up manually, though he laments the lack of manpower. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and he calls out to his companion, requesting manpower and equipment to help with the excavation. As he speaks, a brilliant golden aura flares around him, emanating from his hand and sword, causing the horned woman to look on with a questioning gaze. Within the golden glow, spectral figures begin to materialize, their forms shimmering with ethereal light, revealing an older man with a mustache and a younger man in a hat. Another spectral figure, a blonde woman, appears with a gentle smile, her presence adding to the growing assembly of translucent beings. The spectral figures, now fully formed, greet him as if they've known him for a long time, asking how he has been, their voices echoing softly through the ruins. The horned woman, witnessing this extraordinary display, expresses her amazement, wondering if this is magic created by orcs. Still processing the strange encounter, Hansu's horned companion muses aloud, wondering if Cogmos had asked about the ruins the moment he saw them, then adding, comparing me to some guy like him? I'm offended by that. Hansu, with a slight smile, acknowledges the sentiment, remarking that it's unfair to Cogmos. Under the pale glow of two moons, the pair sits amidst the ancient structures, the ruins stretching out around them under a vast, star-dusted sky. Nearby, two men toil, their shovels rhythmically breaking the earth, seemingly oblivious to the strange events unfolding around them. Hansu leans back, a thoughtful expression on his face, commenting on the practicality of using one's intellect. Nice, a human should use his head. He continues, a faint, ethereal glow surrounding his companion as she listens, explaining that even when others are working, not doing work alone still qualifies him as an outsider. A silent narration box confirms that a certain god sees the wisdom in his words. His companion, her eyes wide with surprise, then observes, anyway, there seems to be way more people than I expected. The number of people has increased. She then turns to him, questioning, you put in a lot of slaves last time, didn't you? Hansu's expression shifts to one of mild bewilderment as he ponders her question. I'd put in that many. A new figure approaches, a woman with kind eyes and a warm smile, carrying a basket of food and asking, warrior, up for some late-night food? Hansu eagerly devours a sandwich, his cheeks puffed out with each bite, while a narration box identifies the woman who offered the food as another warrior. The woman then asks the horned companion if someone has come as a guest waiting in the storehouse, to which she confirms with a simple yes. The woman continues, explaining that the purpose of coming here was to get stronger, and that the guest was training even until now. Reflecting on the time he had emerged, a shiver runs down Hansu's spine, a creeping sensation that lingers, making him realize how fortunate he was. He muses that if he had gone to the storehouse himself, he might have been ensnared by that formidable goddess, a white-haired figure with glowing pink eyes and small horns, whose image flashes in his mind. With that unsettling thought, he resolves to avoid the storehouse for a while. As dawn slowly breaks, he turns to his horned companion, who asks where he is going. He informs her that he needs to attend class, instructing her to take good care of the workers in his absence. The horned woman watches over the laborers, one of whom reassures another, explaining that it's all right because Hansu said she's a demon he controls. A grand, Gothic academy stands majestically under a clear sky. Inside, Hansu walks through a hallway, contemplating the classroom, which he mentally dubs the locker room, a place where monsters are grown and consumed, and notes that the teacher's frequency of looking for him is increasing day by day. Standing with his horned companion and a hooded figure, he admits that no matter how hard he tries, he simply cannot comprehend what truly transpires during class. For him, the entire lecture feels like nothing more than everyone staring at each other, as a system message appears, detailing the benefits of being a friend of the fairy, promising lengthened lifespan and youth. The message further clarifies that all effects and reputation received from a fairy increase drastically, prompting Hansu to wonder if this phenomenon is due to a blessing. As Hansu navigates his new academic life, a system message flashes, indicating that a certain god feels uncomfortable, and his credit is going down, prompting the god to question his actions. Suddenly, his teacher approaches him, calling out his name, and he responds with a polite inquiry. She informs him of an important matter regarding the midterm exams, explaining that he is considered fixed higher class regardless of his results. Puzzled by this preferential treatment, he asks for the reason, to which the teacher cryptically replies that benefits never come without a cost. She clarifies that there's no way he'll be sent to the lower class, because he is the disciple of Cerebreth. Of course, in return for this privilege, he will have to attend supplementary classes to pass the midterm exam. His eyes widen in disbelief, exclaiming that she's telling him such an important matter right before the exams. The teacher, with a stern expression, emphasizes the importance of this matter for the academy's prestige, especially since Cerebreth is employed there. A sudden sound of a grip echoes as he instinctively reaches for his sword hilt, a subtle reaction to the pressure. The teacher looks on, startled by his action, mentioning the head of the academy in her surprise. He quickly recovers, forcing a nervous laugh, and promises to try his best. Relieved, the teacher expresses her gratitude and leaves him to his task, while he remains visibly stunned by the conversation. He informs the teacher that he has other schedules to attend to, so he'll be leaving, prompting a curious, "What?" from the small, cloaked creature floating beside him. Turning his back to the teacher, he walks away, the sound of his footsteps echoing softly. Meanwhile, the small, round creature's single eye begins to glow brightly, as if a certain god's eyes have just lit up with an idea. The creature's expression shifts to a mischievous grin, certain that this is the perfect opportunity to punish the fairy teacher. But the voice of the outsider god warns him that this is not something to be happy about. A certain god, however, insists that such a notion is utter nonsense. Hansu, looking somewhat flustered, explains that in order to shame the locker room teacher, he must first shame himself. A certain god states that it's not a matter of their concern, asking if he doesn't understand. Hansu, with a sly grin, clarifies that his embarrassment due to a lack of capability implies that the outsider god, who granted him blessings, is also incapable. A certain god insists that this is utter nonsense, but then, considering he'll be attending supplementary classes anyway, a new resolve hardens in Hansu's eyes. He declares they should aim for an awesome result that will allow them to breeze through the midterm exams, and with a determined shout, he exclaims, "Let's go." Both Hansu and the small creature raise their fists in unison, ready to face the challenge ahead. The scene shifts abruptly to a serene cemetery under a clear blue sky, a stark contrast to the previous setting. In this new location, a horned woman with purple skin calls out Jiroka, as she stands beside a muscular man with a shovel, who then addresses a more mature and muscular Hansu Kong in the background as master. Jiroka, with a knowing smile, inquires about the success of his recent endeavors. He responds with a casual air, noting that things are progressing well for him too, while she playfully chides him for leaving her behind. Her expression shifts to one of mild annoyance as she accuses him of smelling of a female fairy, prompting him to dismiss her words and urge her to follow. A wide, confident grin spreads across her face as she affirms her readiness, her red eyes sparkling with anticipation. A soft, ethereal glow washes over the scene, signaling a transition to a new location. Now in a dense forest, Jiroka questions why they have come to this place, as Hansu lies prone on the ground, explaining his intention to capture a powerful monster. She then points out his unusual position, to which he clarifies that he is hiding to facilitate a surprise attack. Jiroka looks taken aback, covering her mouth as she wonders aloud what more he could possibly be looking for, given that he already commands powerful demons like herself. Hansu, with a stern expression, silences her, insisting that this endeavor is merely a test. Suddenly, the translucent form of Alpice appears beside him, suggesting an aggressive dragon, but Hansu questions if it's too much to ask for something he can actually train. The image of a fearsome dragon, breathing fire and radiating immense power, fills the space, embodying Alpice's suggestion. Considering his words, Jiroka offers alternatives, proposing either a dark dragon or a flying serpent as more suitable targets. Still searching for a suitable monster, Hansu Kong sighs in exasperation, wondering how he's supposed to find such a creature in this place, especially if it's nothing other than dragons. Just then, Dairoka's voice cuts through his thoughts, suggesting there might be one monster that's absolutely perfect. His eyes widening in anticipation, he demands to know which monster she's referring to, urging her to tell him quickly. With a playful, knowing smirk, Jiroka points to herself, mischievously revealing her own name as the ideal candidate. A moment of sparkling realization hangs in the air, the implication of her jest settling between them. Behind him, the small, hooded figure of Alpice remains impassive as Hansu Kang's expression shifts to one of utter annoyance, a visible vein throbbing on his forehead. His frustration boiling over, he internally debates whether he should simply subjugate this demon. From a high cliff overlooking a verdant landscape, Hansu and Cerebreth observe the world below. He considers how, on Earth, imaginary living beings that don't exist in reality are referred to as monsters. But in this world, monsters are a very real and terrifying presence, like the snarling wolf beast attacking a small blue slime. They are differentiated by whether they eat slimes or not, as a bear-like creature gently cradles a slime. Suddenly, a massive, armored foot slams down, revealing an enormous elephant-like creature with tusks and heavy plating, which Cerebreth identifies as a lumbo dash. Hansu watches the imposing beast, wondering if it's just an elephant. Cerebreth corrects him, explaining that it's a Lamborghini, and when he asks why it's named that, she elaborates that the Lamborghini cavalry breaks through enemy lines and can be called the flower of the battlefield. Hansu, however, decides to pass on engaging it, musing that the locker room teacher who likes slimes would faint if she saw such a creature. A certain god feels disappointed, even angry, for letting go of a good opportunity, as Hansu kneels, contemplating his next move while Cerebreth stands by. Suddenly, a massive, green tentacle-like appendage whips through the air, signaling the arrival of something formidable. And a colossal, armored elephant-like creature, the Lamborghini, charges forward, its glowing eyes fixed on them, with a serpentine rider perched on its back. The snake-like rider lets out a chilling, triumphant cackle, its fangs glinting in the light. Perched atop the Lamborghini's head, a lithe, white-haired female monster with glowing blue hands appears, her form a striking blend of human and serpent. Hansu's eyes widen in shock, uttering the name of the beast in disbelief. The Lamborghini itself seems to acknowledge its name, a low rumble escaping its massive form. A heavy, oppressive presence settles over the area, signaling the immense power of the approaching monsters. The white-haired monster grins, a predatory chuckle escaping her lips, her glowing red eyes fixed on her potential prey. With a chilling declaration, she announces that today is predation. The Lamia, as she is known, then focuses her gaze on Hansu, questioning if he is a young man, her intent clear. As the Lamia's predatory gaze lingered on him, she mused about his handsome features, declaring her intent to specially take him away. But before the Lamia could make her move, a confident smirk spread across Dairoka's face, a low, amused chuckle escaping her lips. Then, with a determined stance, she announced to Hansu that she would handle the situation, even as he called out her name, urging her to wait. He moved with a blur of speed, his legs a streak against the ground. Meanwhile, the Lamia, still reeling from Hansu's earlier rejection, expressed her disbelief at his words, finding them utterly unacceptable. But Jiroka was already a dark blur, closing the distance with incredible speed, her presence a sudden, overwhelming force. Before the Lamia could react, Dairoka's fist connected sharply with her face, sending a jolt of surprise and pain through the snake-like creature. As a vibrant purple aura flared around her, Jiroka stood triumphant, her voice ringing with authority as she reminded the Lamia of her master's status. The purple energy intensified, swirling around her form, a clear warning that her master was not someone an inferior Lamia could even dare to covet. With a powerful surge, Jiroka unleashed another devastating blow, the impact erupting in a fiery burst of purple energy. The Lamia was sent hurtling backward, engulfed in a blinding explosion of light and force, her form twisting violently from the sheer power of the attack. Left dazed and battered, the Lamia struggled to comprehend the sudden, overwhelming defeat, her earlier confidence shattered by Dairoka's swift and brutal assault. Standing over the defeated Lamia, Dairoka's red eyes glow with fierce intensity, a chilling declaration escaping her lips. As the creature attempts to plead for its life, a surge of purple energy emanates from Dairoka's hand, her voice cutting through the air with a single, absolute command. The powerful strike connects, sending the Lamia reeling back with a pained shriek as the purple aura engulfs her. From a short distance, Hansu watches the brutal display, his face contorted in distress as he calls out to his protector, questioning her extreme methods. His words momentarily halt her assault, causing her to turn her gaze towards him, a small, round creature observing from his side. Despite the interruption, the hunt continues, Diaroka's hand once again flaring with destructive energy as she presses her advantage. The Lamia is violently propelled through the air, her body twisting in a desperate, agonizing scream. As her vision blurs from the impact, the defeated creature's mind races, a sudden, terrifying realization dawning upon her about the true nature of the one Diaroka protects. Looking down at her broken opponent, Diaroka delivers a final, chilling ultimatum, her voice laced with cold authority. Hansu reacts with a gasp of surprise, his expression reflecting the shock of her words. The ground where the Lamia fell is now stained with blood, interspersed with lingering traces of the demonist's potent purple energy. A look of profound surprise crosses Diaroka's face, as she too comes to the same startling conclusion about Hansu's true identity. A massive dragon's maw, dripping with fresh blood, suggests a recent, brutal meal or a grievous injury. As the scene unfolds, Hansu looks on with a questioning gaze, a faint green glow of Alpice hovering nearby, while a certain god expresses satisfaction. Indeed, Alpice seems to be teaching him that the small, white creature before them is, in fact, a rather cute dragon. Yet, the sight of a dragon's tail, also stained with blood, hints at a struggle that has already taken place. Running through the landscape, with Alpice still glowing beside him, Hansu hears Diaroka scoff, asking if he truly considers the creature a dragon. She then clarifies, with a knowing smile, that this is a different breed entirely from the red dragon king Alkoizer, who is a true monarch among their kind. Suddenly, the system alerts them to a reverse effect. The fury of the dragon they slayed has stimulated nearby dragons, and now, with his life endangered, an angry dragon attacks. Diaroka confirms, seeing the creature's enraged state, that since the reverse curse is activated, this indeed is a dragon, prompting a surprised "what?" from Hansu. With a heavy thud, the enraged dragon stomps its foot, its intent clear. The system declares hunting as the dragon lunges directly at Hansu, its massive form casting a shadow over him. Hansu's expression shifts to one of exasperation, a single word escaping his lips. Seriously. A flicker of exasperation crosses Hansu's face as he wonders why everyone seems so eager to end his life. His jaw tightens, a silent groan escaping him at the relentless hostility. Then, with a sudden burst of golden light, he lunges forward, his sword arcing down with devastating force. The impact sends the enraged dragon reeling, a piece of its horn shattering and spraying blue energy into the air. As the creature stumbles, he prepares another strike, a simple yet effective pitchfork maneuver with his blade. The dragon crashes to the ground, its form momentarily obscured by dust, while Hansu and Diaroka observe from a distance. Suddenly, glowing system messages materialize in the air, highlighting the terms fairy, outsider, and holy sword, hinting at deeper mechanics at play. Ignoring the new information, Hansu unleashes a powerful punch, his fist enveloped in a furious red aura as he closes the distance to the downed beast. His attack connects with brutal force, the red energy tearing into the dragon's flesh as he internally curses the evil goddess who brought him into this perilous world. He continues his relentless assault, his form a blur of red light and motion. The crimson aura intensifies, engulfing the entire area around his target. Under the barrage of his blows, the dragon lets out a guttural scream of agony, its eyes wide with pain. A small, light blue dragon-like creature, its large eyes wide with apprehension, reacts with a nervous sweat, letting out a soft, questioning sound. Suddenly, a blurring red energy, intense and swift, sweeps across the view. The creature's eyes snap open in pure terror, as a crimson glow envelopes its small form, overwhelmed by an unseen force. A moment of silence hangs heavy in the air. Then, a soft, whispering sound, like a lingering breath, fills the space. The small creature, still sweating, looks around with a mix of surprise and lingering fear. Suddenly, Hansu appears, a confident, almost predatory smile spreading across his face, declaring to the creature, "You are mine from now on." At his words, the small creature lets out a desperate cry, tears streaming down its face as the scene fades. Under a vast, clear sky, a small, dragon-like creature rests peacefully on the ground. Observing it with a thoughtful expression, Hans Kong wonders aloud if the creature is cute enough to take with them, then asks Diaroka what it eats. The small dragon, still curled up, seems to respond to the question with a simple truth: dragons like everything. Diaroka confirms this, explaining that if there's any issue, it's due to them eating just anything, as these creatures are basic and can even gobble up steel, making them convenient to raise. Suddenly, a voice calls out to the creature, causing the small dragon to look up with a questioning gaze. A hand gently reaches out, stroking the dragon's head. The unnamed hero, who had been petting the creature, invites it to come with him. Hans Kong, however, has other plans, declaring that its name will be Cogmos II, while Diaroka expresses sympathy for the sea dragon. With a mischievous grin, Hans Kong looks down, ready to proceed with his decision. As they mount the newly named Cogmos II, Hans Kong exclaims that they should return to the academy, urging their new companion to take off. With a powerful cry, Cogmos the second launches into the sky, carrying its new companions away. Deep within a verdant forest, the canopy stretched endlessly above. Still, he couldn't help but wonder how much longer he would have to endure such adventures, as a young woman beside him displayed glowing clairvoyance effects. He needed to attend Hogwarts soon, a sentiment he voiced with a sigh. Indeed, the male god himself was growing quite dizzy with the monotony. He muttered that he felt the same way. Later, inside a bustling mercenary guild, the young woman greeted him warmly, inviting him to check the available requests. He leaned forward, a hopeful smile on his face, asking for requests involving the escort of a noble or a merchant. However, the guild leader's expression shifted to one of concern, as a system window detailing observation appeared, explaining its function to view a person's status and the chances of failure based on level difference. She regretfully informed him that his level and rank were simply too low, making him ineligible for such requests, and that no exceptions could be made, even for a legendary warrior. His jaw dropped in disbelief, a resounding "what?" escaping his lips. Dismissing the setback, he declared he had no time for this, but the leader of the Cassandra Mercenary Corps offered a special solution, believing she could still help him. As the guild leader, Cassandra explains that her mercenary corps is heading to Hogwarts for a special request. She extends an invitation, asking if he will join them. His eyes wide with excitement, Hans Kong eagerly agrees, shouting his affirmation. However, a wave of disappointment washes over him as he realizes he had been expecting a mercenary corps full of beautiful girls led by an equally stunning leader. Suddenly, a playful smack to the head brings him back to reality, as Oh Han Woo asks what he's doing alone and if he's still feeling awkward. Oh Han Woo laughs heartily, telling him it's about time he adjusted to their company. A sigh escapes Hans Kong, his face etched with regret, wishing he had simply gone alone if this was how things were going to be. A sudden, sharp sound echoes through the air, cutting through the quiet. Both Hans Kong and Oh Han Woo look down in alarm, their expressions shifting to surprise as a bottle lies shattered on the ground before them. Crouching low, they peer intently at the ground, a sense of unease settling over them. From the misty depths, a monstrous, green form begins to emerge, its single, glowing eye piercing the gloom. More of the creatures follow, their wide, unsettling smiles glowing in the dim light. As the realization dawns, they are facing trolls. He quickly assigns a crucial task to Oh Han Woo, instructing him to handle the support magic while the others confront the looming threat, a level 19 creature under a human curse. Oh Han Woo, his expression serious, acknowledges the command with a firm, "Understood." Meanwhile, a mercenary shouts a warning, identifying the sudden assault as a sneak attack from a formidable level 19 troll and urging everyone to grab their weapons. A warrior, responding to the call, brings his sword down with a swift, powerful strike. The blade connects with a blinding flash of light and a resounding impact. He continues his relentless assault. Another strike lands, yet the creature remains unyielding. The warrior pulls back, a frustrated realization dawning on him that his attacks are proving ineffective against the monster. A look of stunned disbelief washes over his face as the troll stands impervious. Then, with a sudden surge of power, the troll retaliates, its glowing green fist launching forward with devastating speed. The warrior is caught completely off guard, sent hurtling backward through the air by the sheer force of the blow. He slams into the ground with a heavy, echoing thud. A mercenary cries out in agony, his body racked with pain from the troll's unseen attack. Seeing the casualties mount, another warrior, sword in hand, shouts for all the injured to fall back. Meanwhile, a spear-wielding mercenary declares their intention to press the assault, vowing to connect their attacks without pause. The massive troll, its form glowing with an eerie yellow-green light, lets out a guttural roar, seemingly unfazed by their efforts. Even as the spear strikes its arm, a shimmering green energy deflects the blow, proving its formidable resilience. The mercenaries realize their predicament, resolving to hold their ground only until Oh Han Woo can activate his magic. Watching the futile struggle, Oh Han Woo's eyes widen in disbelief, muttering about the sheer power of the troll. The other warriors, their faces etched with despair, question what they are supposed to do against such an overwhelming opponent. Suddenly, a sharp cry escapes Oh Han Woo as he witnesses the mercenary guild leader, her body marked with impact, collapsing to the ground. He calls out to her, his voice filled with urgency, urging her to regain her composure. Lying injured, blood trickling from her mouth, the leader can only offer a weak acknowledgement of the dire situation. Seeing her state, Oh Han Woo's expression hardens with resolve, declaring himself the only legendary warrior capable of facing this danger. He steels his resolve, a certain wind god affirming that this bold move is indeed worth the risk. Meanwhile, the mercenary leader, his face etched with desperation, cries out, pleading for a halt to the magic, believing it's no longer needed. He insists that they must instead focus on protecting Cassandra, the daughter of the dragon, a critical figure in their struggle. But Oh Han Woo, his expression fierce, challenges their defeatist attitude, questioning how they can give up while injured. As he sits among his comrades, a system message flashes, indicating a reverse action, a powerful countermeasure being activated. From the ethereal mist, a glowing skeletal skull begins to materialize, prompting a bewildered skull from an unseen observer. The troll, its monstrous face contorted in surprise, lets out a startled cry as the new entity takes form. Before the two hulking trolls, the fully formed skeletal dragon, Cassandra, emerges, its bones glowing with an eerie blue light, ready for battle. A close-up reveals the intricate details of Cassandra's glowing skull, its empty eye sockets burning with magical energy. The mercenary leader, seeing the summoned dragon, shouts a desperate command for it to engage. Cassandra's skeletal form crackles with blue energy, its ribcage a cage of pure magical force. One of the trolls looks up, its glowing eyes reflecting the summoned power, a mixture of shock and primal aggression on its face. A massive, yellow-green monster's claw descends, poised to strike with brutal force. But before it can connect, a skeletal arm, glowing with ethereal blue energy, swiftly intercepts and clamps down on the monster's limb, stopping it mid-motion. The skeletal arm pulses with an intense blue light, gathering power for a devastating blow. Then, a powerful, glowing impact erupts as Cassandra's attack connects, sending ripples of green energy through the air. Not content with a single strike, Cassandra's skeletal tail, imbued with blue energy, whips through the air with incredible speed. The skeletal dragon moves with blinding velocity, its form a blur of blue light and bone, closing the distance to its foe. With a final, decisive motion, Cassandra's powerful jaws snap shut around the monster, delivering a crushing blow. The monster is violently thrown backward, its body disintegrating into a shower of glowing particles, utterly defeated. As the dust settles, the mercenary group erupts in cheers, the mercenary warrior leader embracing the guild leader in pure elation, exclaiming their love for her, while another shouts, "WHH!" as expected from the daughter of the dragon. Ohanwu, however, simply lets out a soft sigh, a hint of exasperation on his face as the shouts of "Hurrah! Hurrah Cassandra!" echo around him. Across the vast landscape, the triumphant cries continue to reverberate, a chorus of "Hurrah the daughter of the dragon! Hurrah Cassandra!" filling the air. Standing before a grand statue on the academy grounds, Kang Han-soo and his fellow students observe the imposing figure when a sudden tremor shakes the very earth beneath their feet. A confused gasp escapes him as the ground continues to rumble, the vibrations growing stronger with each passing second. Then, with a deafening roar, a massive, gray-scaled creature with glowing yellow-green eyes bursts forth, its presence immediately identified as a sea dragon. Both Kang Han-soo and the teacher beside him stare in disbelief, wondering aloud how such a creature could have possibly entered the academy. Without hesitation, he lunges forward, delivering a swift, powerful punch directly to the sea dragon's head. The mighty beast, now dazed and significantly smaller, lies subdued at his feet, its glowing eyes wide with confusion. A gasp echoes through the crowd as the students recognize the hero's distinctive sword hilt, realizing it is none other than Kang Han-soo, who has so effortlessly dealt with the threat. An older man and woman, likely academy staff, react with wide-eyed shock, barely able to believe their eyes at the sight of Kang Han-soo's casual display of power. With the sea dragon now shrunken to a manageable size and perched atop his head, Kang Han-soo explains nonchalantly that he simply found it somewhere on the way here. Holding the tiny creature in his hands, he reveals his intention to keep and raise it as his own. A mischievous wink accompanies his final plea, asking for forgiveness for his latest, unexpected acquisition. Standing amidst a dense forest, his task seemingly complete, Kang Han-soo declares his effort sufficient, a system notification identifying him as an outsider. He then deliberately slices his own hand, crimson blood welling up and glowing with an arcane energy, as he prepares to summon something, addressing it as Cogmos. With a powerful, echoing command, he hurls a wooden stick into the air, shouting, "Fetch!" Responding instantly, the small, white-scaled dragon, Cogmos, soars through the air, effortlessly snatching the stick with its mouth. The stick is then sent hurtling back with incredible speed, a blur of motion returning to its master. As the creature delivers the item, a system message confirms that Cogmos is highly obedient to Kang Han-soo. Later, in what appears to be a school hallway, the young man stands beside a light blue-haired woman, who questions his confidence in the dragon's obedience. As he confidently replies, a male student approaches them, calling out to Cerebreth and asking if she has a moment. Annoyed by the interruption, Cerebreth chastises the student for his impoliteness, reminding him of the important supplementary class currently in session. With a stern expression, she dismisses him, instructing him to come to her office after the class is over if he has something to discuss. Kang Han-soo beams, proudly presenting a small, fluffy creature, declaring that anyone who messes with his friend will lose their mind. The creature, a fluffy, pink-gemmed companion, is revealed to be a rare deity, a fact taught by a certain god. Yet, in his student guise, he dismisses the creature as merely a toy attached to a dog, his gaze fixed on a translucent projection of Cerebreth. The spectral Cerebreth, however, seems unimpressed, casually referring to the fluffy being as someone else's offspring before dismissing him. Back in his more powerful form, Kang Han-soo insists that he wants to attend the supplementary classes, believing his current display is enough to prove his worthiness. But as a student, he schemes to play it smart, hoping to skip the bothersome class entirely. A heavy silence falls, punctuated only by a sound of deep frustration. His face contorts in a grimace of anger, the student's plan clearly not going as intended. Ultimately, the attempt to bypass the supplementary class fails, leaving him slumped in a classroom chair, resigned. Standing before the class is Cerebreth, her arms crossed, a small, fiery bird-like deity hovering beside her. She showed no interest in the baby deity Kang Han-su presented, perhaps because she already possessed her own phoenix deity. With a commanding presence, Cerebreth instructs everyone to be seated, ready to begin the lesson. The instructor, her purple hair cascading over her shoulders, announces the start of the dark magic class, her gaze sweeping over the students. A wave of dread washes over him, as the very mention of dark magic sends a shiver down his spine, his eyes wide with alarm. She then poses a question to the class, asking for their thoughts on dark magic, before explaining that the common perception of it as evil is a misunderstanding. This misconception, she clarifies, was caused by a powerful devil with a long lifespan who wielded dark magic. As the lecture continues, the student recalls the village chief's past warnings about dark magic, a thoughtful expression on his face. However, the initial intrigue quickly fades, and he slumps onto his desk, seemingly bored by the ongoing lesson. Later, under the soft glow of 2 moons, a different scene unfolds. A horned woman with long purple hair addresses him, calling out to Jiroka, who responds with a simple affirmation. Jiroka explains that she learned the principles of dark magic in class today, but questions why fairies cannot use it, noting their lack of a long lifespan like demons or angels. She clarifies that fairies merely survive longer by stretching their lives, a concept that prompts a questioning look from the young man. Fairies, she concludes, have filled their poor vitality with extra time, whereas demons possess both a long lifespan and a quick healing rate. With a confident smile, Lamia declares that the healing rates of fairies and demons simply cannot be compared, whispering conspiratorially to Kang Han-su that this holds true even at night. He, however, seems more concerned, pointing out that the real issue is the healing rate itself. Suddenly, the scene shifts, the sound of something heavy echoing through the air. As both Lamia and Kang Han-su look up in surprise, a triumphant shout of laughter erupting from below. 2 men, one muscular and the other holding a shovel, cheer excitedly, proclaiming their success in unison. The muscular man throws his arms up in victory, shouting that it's finally over. Kang Han-su, observing the jubilant pair, wonders aloud if it's truly finished, while Lamia watches on. Below them, a pair of feet dangle over the edge of a newly revealed chasm, its depths shrouded in mystery. Lamia peers down into the dark opening, remarking that it looks deeper than she expected, Kang Han-su beside her, equally curious. He then asks his master if they are going in immediately, to which she replies, of course, asking what else he would want to do. With a playful smirk, Lamia questions if he really needs to ask, telling him he just has to give the word, and he readily agrees, preparing to follow her into the unknown. Plummeting through the newly opened chasm, Kang Han-su descends with a confident grin, the air rushing past him. Suddenly, a dull thud echoes through the darkness, as if something solid has been struck. The void remains absolute, swallowing all light and sound. Then, a soft purple glow emanates from Lamia's outstretched hand, illuminating the immediate area as she asks if he's all right. With a hand covering his mouth, the young man admits, he